Su Qing was an utterly ordinary man, perhaps even a tad pitiful. Yet, an extraordinary encounter bestowed upon him a pair of miraculous eyes. Chapter 1. The beautiful landlady comes to collect rent. The summer heat was akin to a stunning woman in a fit of rage, leaving one dizzy and disoriented. This moment, Su Qing, clad in a sleeveless shirt and shorts, stood at the door in a stupor, enduring the exuberant verbal onslaught of his beautiful landlady. That it felt as if he were standing on clouds. Lost in a haze of thoughts, the landlady, in her early 30s, was strikingly beautiful, radiating an allure that could only be described as ripe and enticing. Sister Zhu. Whenever Su Qing uttered these words, a sensation akin to swallowing a mouthful of pig hair would seize his throat, leaving him feeling oddly uncomfortable. However, given her age, addressing her as sister did not seem out of place, especially since he owed her rent. Qingzi, don't blame your sister for pressing you. You should inquire around. You're the only one who can delay rent for 2 months. If it weren't for the times you helped me with small tasks, I would have had you evicted by now. The landlady, buoyed by his affectionate address, softened her tone. In truth, she had no desire to evict Su Qing, as he contributed in small, yet meaningful ways each month. Despite her words, Su Qing felt utterly devoid of confidence. With his sister-in-law's meager salary barely exceeding 1,000 each month, there was no way he could afford rent. As the impending graduate entrance exams loomed, he believed his academic record would allow him to secure a place in a reputable university. Yet the exorbitant tuition fees remained a daunting concern. Noticing Su Qing's dejected demeanor, the landlady felt an unexpected pang of empathy. This young man was quite decent had it not been for his timely assistance during her heart attack. She might have found herself in a far worse predicament. After venting her frustrations, she felt somewhat lighter, and a flicker of gratitude emerged within her. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck her. Her lips curved into an alluring smile, revealing charming dimples that captivated Su Qing's attention, momentarily lifting his spirits. Qingzi, I know your sister-in-law has it tough. How about this? In addition to cleaning the hallways, I can offer you another task that could help cover some expenses. If you do well, you could repay your rent in a month or 2. Su Qing's eyes brightened as he raised his head. Fixated on Sister Zhu, he finally grasped that she was suggesting he take on various odd jobs in the surrounding rental properties tasks like replacing gas canisters, unclogging drains, moving items, and even tutoring middle and high school students. Given his aptitude for minor repairs, the prospects seemed promising. The landlady elaborated. Her enthusiasm grew. Despite her fierce demeanor when scolding others, her insights into business were striking and impressive, leaving Su Qing in awe. The two conversed for nearly an hour, and Su Qing's legs began to feel numb. He finally remembered to fetch a stool for Sister Zhu, only to find she had already seated herself comfortably on the ground. Turning to the sound behind him, Su Qing's expression froze. Sister, couldn't you hold out for just a minute? Now, the landlady had settled on the floor, leaving Su Qing momentarily stunned, contemplating whether he should still bring the stool. Just as he hesitated, she called out from her seated position. Qingzi, come help your sister up. Oh, my back. Qingzi, please don't tear my clothes again, she teased, noticing his flushed face as he stammered. It was an accident. Su Qing's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, wishing for a hole to hide in, as he lowered his gaze to mask his embarrassment. It's settled then. I'll lend you a small phone for now. Call me when you have work. After reprimanding him enough, the landlady felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to savoring a creamy dessert on a sweltering summer day, her smile radiating sweetness. I can't afford the phone bill. Su Qing thought of a tune, envisioning himself holding the small phone, standing in the rain, trying in vain to connect. Don't worry, I'll cover the cost for now. Just pay me back when you earn some money, she calculated in her mind. With the current economic downturn, fewer tenants were renting, and many units remained vacant. If she could offer additional services, it might boost her rental business, giving her a competitive edge. She observed Su Qing's sturdy physique. A smile crept onto her face. He was far more robust than those frail, bespectacled students. Just look at those muscles. This boy seems to be quite straightforward, hiding a spark of potential within. What's happening to me? The landlady mused quietly, a strange emotion surfacing within her. Since her husband's untimely passing, she had never felt anything like this. Feeling flustered, she gently rubbed her temples, dispelling the peculiar emotion, and gradually regained her composure. Chapter 2. Qin Bing, the beautiful landlady, was unaware of Su Qing's thoughts as he graciously escorted her downstairs. His heart brimmed with delight at the prospect of earning money. He patted his empty pockets and silently vowed that, regardless of how arduous or filthy the work might be, he would persevere. After all, If he could earn enough, his sister-in-law wouldn't have to toil so hard. For Su Qing, who had lost his parents at a young age, his elder brother Su Bin and sister-in-law Qin Bing were his closest kin. Since Su Bin was diagnosed with uremia 2 years ago, all burdens had fallen upon Qin Bing's not-so-broad shoulders. Uremia is an agonizing illness. The expenses for dialysis are exorbitant. Qin Bing quickly depleted their modest savings and exhausted all avenues for loans. Yet Su Bin's condition deteriorated to its late stages. A kidney transplant was the only glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Su Qing resolved to donate one of his kidneys to his brother. However, the outcome was unexpectedly grim. The cursed compatibility test, revealed the shocking truth. The two men, who had lived under the same roof for over a decade, were not biological brothers. This devastating revelation struck Su Qing like a thunderbolt, shattering the last vestiges of hope for the couple. Su Bin passed away, and before his departure, he grasped his wife's hand, imploring her to care for Su Qing and ensure he completed his education. With tears in her eyes, Qin Bing promised. And after hastily arranging her husband's funeral, she, burdened with debt, resolutely chose to take on this estranged younger brother and seek work in the South. Time and again, she rejected Su Qing's pleas to drop out and earn money, ultimately enduring great hardships to ensure he became a transfer student at Jiangxing University. For some, a promise may be as fleeting as a flick of the tongue, but for Qin Bing, it signified a profound responsibility, a weight upon her shoulders, even manifesting in strands of gray hair and the lines around her eyes. Su Qing consistently excelled academically, yet this did not exempt him from tuition fees. On the contrary, to facilitate his transfer, Qin Bing endured countless unseen struggles. Su Qing maintained a stable routine. Regardless of how pressing his studies were, he would retire to bed by midnight. Undeniably, he possessed a natural aptitude for learning, typically studying no more than 2 hours a day, dedicating the majority of his time to exploring various subjects: appliance repair, computer programming, culinary arts, and bartending. In his own words, he was a super storage box, believing that the more knowledge he accumulated, the more it would eventually prove useful, transforming into currency that would allow his sister-in-law to sleep on a bed of cash. Upon returning home, Qin Bing gently opened the door, her brow furrowing deeper as she discovered Su Qing engrossed in his computer, the screen displaying a lively black penguin adorned with a red scarf, bouncing merrily. This was a popular chat application known as QQ, simple and practical. Su Qing, oblivious to Qin Bing's approach, was typing away, his screen revealing a conversation with a user named Seeing Through the Mundane, Not Shaving My Head, as they discussed their philosophies on love and values. Seeing through the worldly illusions without shaving one's head. My friend, what is the purpose of a man's struggles throughout his life? Gentle breeze. A man's pursuits are merely career and love. Seeing through the worldly illusions without shaving one's head. Haha. These two pursuits are extremely mundane, even more so than being a monk. Gentle breeze. Mundane? Pray, enlighten me on how career and love can be deemed so trivial. Seeing through the worldly illusions without shaving one's head. Career is merely about making money, and love is just, well, you know. Are these two pursuits not trivial? Gentle breeze. You are indeed more audacious than one could imagine. Seeing through the worldly illusions without shaving one's head. With a smirk, a successful career equates to earning great wealth, and an ideal love is simply about enjoying oneself. Men are inclined towards these matters, and after a lifetime of striving, one cannot escape these two mundane pursuits. Behind them, Qin Bing could no longer suppress her laughter, startling Su Qing, who turned around abruptly, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. A hint of displeasure surfaced on Qin Bing's slightly gaunt face as she furrowed her brows, pointing at the computer on the table. Where did this come from? For her, a computer was undoubtedly a luxury item, and her younger brother-in-law's sudden acquisition of one left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Is it fixed? Qin Bing inquired, her eyes fixed on the incessantly bouncing red-collared penguin in the bottom right corner of the screen, asking a rather foolish question. Could he discuss a man's views on love and values if it were not fixed? Well, it can earn $30 with 10 prepaid, and upon delivery, an additional 20. Su Qing instinctively replied, immediately regretting it, wishing he could slap himself across the face for his careless words. Just as he was about to take out the $10 for the deposit to hand to Qin Bing, a sudden thunderous sound startled him, and he turned to see Qin Bing's eyes redden as she began to sob. Who says you need to earn money? Qin Bing cried, her voice rising an octave, all her grievances and sorrows erupting at that moment. Su Qing was utterly bewildered, standing there with the $10 bill and pen in hand, lost in confusion. "Sister-in-law, what have I done wrong? Please do not cry." The eloquent Su Qing was transformed into a complete fool, clumsily attempting to console his sister-in-law, yet to his dismay, Qin Bing only cried harder. "Who cares about your money? Who asked you to earn it?" Her wailing was painfully piercing in the stillness of the night, leaving Su Qing feeling increasingly pale. He understood that for the past 2 years, his sister-in-law had borne an immense burden, enduring pressure for the sake of her brother-in-law, which should not have been the case. "I should not have." Su Qing felt profound guilt and regret as all negative emotions surged into his mind, rendering him momentarily blank. In a moment of impulsiveness, he clenched the bill tightly and ran out. Chapter 3. The eccentric old man burning paper. Su Qing wandered aimlessly down the street, savoring the hollow loneliness within. He did not even know where he should go. It was only today that he realized how unfamiliar this city felt. Not far away stood a park, where under the dim light of the street lamps, 2 rows of long stone benches could be faintly discerned. On a row of stone benches, newspapers were laid out with a long, rectangular object sprawled across them. Su Qing, feeling melancholic, slowly approached another long bench and sat down. Turning her head, she noticed, not far away, an old man in tattered clothes lay on a bench, a worn newspaper covering his face, snoring thunderously, reminiscent of a chorus of fervent sows in uproar. Preoccupied with her own thoughts, Su Qing reclined on the stone bench, fatigue overwhelming her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate period, Su Qing awoke to a wave of warmth against her face, followed by a faint scent of sandalwood wafting in her nostrils. Startled, she opened her eyes to see a small fire burning beside the stone bench, the scruffy old man silently sitting near the flames, leisurely tossing a stack of yellow paper into the fire. Positioned downwind, it was no wonder the heat reached her face. What was the old man burning? How could there be a hint of sandalwood? Su Qing pondered, her curiosity piqued, and she felt an inexplicable urge to approach him. The old man squinted, muttering indistinctly, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as he methodically tossed scraps of paper into the fire. Su Qing shook her head, preparing to turn away when she felt a tug at her pant leg. The old man had grasped the hem with a firm grip. "Young man, help this old man burn some paper." His voice was low and unsettling, sending a chill down her spine. Su Qing's heart raced, a thought crossing her mind. Was this old man a runaway from a mental institution? They were mere strangers, and here he was, alive and well, requesting her to burn paper for him. The act of burning paper for the deceased had always been a form of tribute to departed loved ones. It was unheard of for the living to burn paper for themselves. Thus, Su Qing could only categorize the old man as mentally unstable. Seeing that Su Qing remained unmoved, the old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of discolored teeth, his grip on her pant leg unwavering. "Young man, just pity this old soul nearing death. Come and help me burn a few sheets." Su Qing felt a pang of bitterness. Resolutely, she approached the fire, squatting beside it, and took a few sheets of the paper to toss into the flames, her eyes occasionally glancing at the old man's waist, where something bulky was concealed, possibly a dangerous weapon. Naively, she thought that indulging this eccentric man might allow her to extricate herself more easily, akin to how a drunken individual often insists they are sober. The mentally ill rarely acknowledge their condition. Inciting the old man's ire could lead to unfortunate consequences. With Su Qing's participation, the stack of paper was swiftly consumed by the fire, and as the wind blew, black ashes danced into the air like low-flying ink butterflies. "Thank you, young man. Consider this a reward for helping me burn paper." The old man, unfazed, retrieved 2 stacks of crisp bills from his pocket, placing them before Su Qing. They were untouched, sealed, 1 stack worth 10,000. Su Qing reached out and picked up a stack of banknotes, running his thumb along the edge. The genuine currency of the Bank of China, still faintly carrying the scent of ink. $20,000 lay before him. For someone like Su Qing, who was in dire need of money, it would be a lie to say he was entirely indifferent. Even a single stack could alleviate the pressing predicament he faced alongside his sister-in-law. At the same time, he was certain of one thing. This old man was indeed a madman, and a wealthy one at that. Though Su Qing was in desperate need of funds, his moral compass reminded him that to covet even the money of a mentally unstable elder would not signify mere financial need, but rather a profound lack of ethics. After twitching his lips in contemplation, Su Qing ultimately decided to return the money to its original place, murmuring softly, "Old sir, I cannot accept this money. Please keep it for yourself." The old man's murky eyes flashed with a fleeting glimmer, and he casually tucked 2 stacks of bills into his coat. breaking into a smile that spread the wrinkles at his eyes like blooming wildflowers. Bowing his head, he mumbled, "What a fine lad, neither greedy nor rash. A gem in its raw form. I never anticipated that before my golden eyes closed for good, I would encounter such a worthy successor. Truly, the heavens have not been unkind to me." Su Qing could not quite discern the old man's words, and, as he rubbed his aching knees, he intended to rise and depart. However, the mad old man suddenly lifted his head, his pupils gleaming with golden light, locking onto Su Qing's gaze. "Young man, look into my eyes, relax, relax." The old man's voice, laced with an eerie allure, seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul, his ethereal repetition tugging at Su Qing's thoughts. Su Qing felt his mind cloud over, his body stiffening before gradually unwinding, his eyes reflecting only the shimmering golden orbs. Golden. A dreamlike hue, the captivating golden eyes expanded within Su Qing's gaze, and in that moment, all rational thought ceased. The world around him dissolved into a dazzling expanse of gold. He sensed a coolness swirling around his eyes, an indescribably exquisite sensation. Time became an enigma as the golden light in his eyes slowly faded. The instant the brilliance extinguished, Su Qing regained his awareness, only to find himself foolishly seated upon the grass, with no sign of the mad old man, no fire, not even remnants of burnt paper ash. Bewildered, Su Qing scratched his head and rubbed his eyes, finding no discrepancies in his state. Could it all have been an illusion? Surely not. He distinctly remembered helping a crazy old man burn paper the night before. As Su Qing stood to survey his surroundings, an unexpected chill seeped into the nape of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. With little regard for the madman he had been searching for, he hastily fled the scene of uncertainty. Less than a minute after Su Qing's departure, a pile of burnt paper ash suddenly appeared beside the stone bench, along with a disheveled old man, pale as death, leaning against the bench and breathing faintly. A serene smile lingered at the corners of his mouth before slowly solidifying. Shortly after the old man's last breath, two shadowy figures glided in, swiftly seizing his lifeless body and vanishing into the first rays of dawn. Chapter 4. Limitless Noodles. Jiangcheng, throughout history, has always been regarded as a significant hub of the nation, steeped in profound historical and cultural heritage. Here, one can discover artifacts from various dynasties, attracting a continuous stream of treasure hunters and collectors, thereby cultivating a unique culture of antique collection. Antique Street stands out as the most comprehensive collection of treasures in Jiangcheng, drawing numerous collectors and enthusiasts, as well as tourists visiting the city. Alongside the bustling antique shops lining the streets, a distinct street vendor culture has also emerged. With a few newspapers and an old cloth laid upon the ground, one can easily commence business by displaying some vintage items. Although all vendors pay market management fees, the location of their stalls can vary greatly. Those who arrive early secure the best spots, ensuring a few customers throughout the day. Hence, even before dawn breaks, some vendors are already setting up their wares. For Su Qing, it was merely a fleeting moment. He held no interest in the displayed antiques, especially given that he only possessed 10 yuan in his pocket. "Young man, how about buying a book for an old lady?" A silver-haired woman softly peddled her vintage books at her stall, only to be met with laughter from nearby vendors. "Look at this young lad. He seems fresh out of the woods. Perhaps he's run away from home after a quarrel. Does he really have the mind to read? Kvipto vender drast in a keeper coin outfit, sporting o melon hot, resembling of Elsie Lendoner." With that attire, he likely can't even produce a single red note. Su Qing hurried past, dressed in a tank top and shorts, having just stumbled in the park, his clothes speckled with grass and dirt, giving the impression of a person lacking wealth. The old woman chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "These books are only 5 yuan each, not expensive at all. It's a good omen to make a sale early in the day. I think the old lady has lost her mind. Do you really believe those few quotes in Republican-era books are worth 5 yuan each?" Another voice chimed in with mockery. The old lady set up her stall every morning. Yet business was exceedingly slow. It had been a couple of days without sales, prompting her to call out in hopes of good fortune. In an unexpected turn of events, Su Qing found himself pausing, crouching beside the old woman's stall to casually browse through the old books. When he picked up a tattered atlas with a missing cover, his right eyelid twitched abruptly, and he was startled to see a thin square paper within his line of sight, prominently featuring an elephant, alongside inscriptions such as "Qing, Post Office," and 5 Li silver. A postage stamp? Su Qing's heart raced as he flipped through several pages, only to discover that the stamped elephant moved in sync with the pages, as if adhered to them. Attempting to pry at the page with his finger, he found that the stamp remained immobile. The page had a hidden layer. A sudden thought flashed through Su Qing's mind, causing him to gasp in surprise. He quickly closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, the page appeared as it had before, as if it were merely an illusion. Young man, this book has some years on it. If you like it, take it for 10 yuan, and consider it a good start for the old lady, the old woman remarked, noticing Su Qing's apparent interest. How about 8 yuan? That would allow me to save 2 yuan for the bus, he countered. Su Qing set down the atlas, brushed off the grass clippings from his trousers, and rose to his feet. The flower vendor pondered for a moment before taking the atlas and thrusting it into Su Qing's hands, declaring, "All right, take it for 8 yuan. The prospect of closing a deal early in the day was promising. Given this omen, even if Su Qing haggled a bit more, the vendor would likely acquiesce. She had long since had the atlas appraised and knew it was merely an ordinary early printed edition, not a rare ancient tome, and therefore worth little. Su Qing, however, was agreeable. He retrieved a crumpled bill from his pocket and handed it over, casually rolling the atlas and slipping it into his pocket before turning to leave with his change. Opting not to take the bus, Su Qing chose to walk instead, saving 2 yuan, just enough for a modest breakfast to the small eatery downstairs. Upon reaching the breakfast stall, he encountered an acquaintance, the lovely landlord, Zhu Shaoling, who was currently engrossed in slurping her noodle soup, her back turned to Su Qing, yet he recognized her silhouette at once. "Boss, a bowl of 2 yuan noodle soup," Su Qing called softly. Such a price for noodle soup had become rare in Jiangsheng, available only at these obscure stalls, serving as a testament to the principle of low profit and high volume. "All right, 1 bowl of plain noodles coming right up." This establishment was run by a father-son duo. The father handled the cooking while the son, in his 20s, served as the attendant. The shout of the son was notably creative, prompting laughter from 2 young patrons who joined in the banter. "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles with shredded pork." I meant beef brisket." The playful exchange elicited a wave of laughter from the diners, with Zhu Shaoling turning in surprise. Upon seeing Su Qing seated behind her, her brow slightly furrowed. She approached and sat directly opposite him with her bowl of noodles. "Having noodles?" she inquired. "Yes." Just then, the son brought over the noodles and, overhearing their conversation, smiled and added, "For noodles, you need fresh noodles." He gestured towards the dark soy sauce at the corner of the table. Zhu Shaoling recalled a catchy advertisement, her lips curling into a smile as she glanced at her bowl of plain noodles. "Add some spare ribs for him." "No need," Su Qing replied, pinching the 2 yuan in his pocket, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Nonsense. I insist on treating you." Zhu Shaoling seemed to sense his predicament and smiled. "What did you run off to last night? Your sister-in-law was up all night worrying. If it's too much, let us just forget about yesterday. Please, I must handle this myself, but I do need a favor." Su Qing bit his lip. "I promise to do a good job. Just don't mention it to my sister-in-law." Chapter 5. The Secrets Within the Atlas. Qin Bing's lips trembled slightly as she wiped the dryness from the corners of her eyes. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll make something for you." With that, she stood and headed towards the kitchen. "No, I've already eaten outside." Su Qing quickly stepped forward and gently stopped her. Seeing his sister-in-law's weary expression stirred a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Oh, then wash your face and get some rest. I must head to work now." Qin Bing's expression was somewhat dazed as she slowly turned, picked up her small bag, and walked towards the door. There was neither reprimand nor excessive words, as if Su Qing had never departed. Yet her haggard visage unmistakably betrayed a sleepless night. Once Qin Bing departed, Su Qing immediately rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a paper cutter and a new book. With utmost caution, she delicately sliced open the old maps in her layer, revealing a square piece of paper that resembled a postage stamp. Seizing the opportunity before the computer was returned, Su Qing hastily searched the internet for information regarding this paper fragment. After an extensive search, she finally located a stamp identical to the one in her possession on a site called Huayu Network. The Qing Dynasty's Great Dragon Stamp, known as 10,000 Years of Elephants, is one of its mother stamps, depicting a pot of longevity grass atop an elephant's back, symbolizing the cyclical nature of life. Above, 2 bats fluttered, and in the upper left corner, a cluster of clouds appeared. The word bat sounds similar to fortune, and in conjunction with the clouds, it portends immense blessings. When combined with the elephant, it becomes a harbinger of great fortune. Su Qing held her breath, quietly perusing various descriptions of 10,000 years of elephants, her heart racing to the point of nearly leaping into her throat. Ultimately, upon encountering frequent mentions of extraordinary rarity and value, her fingers trembled slightly. After an hour of research, Su Qing was able to ascertain that the 8 yuan scrap of paper in her hand was indeed the Great Dragon Mother stamp, 10,000 years of elephants, in pristine condition, nearly akin to a brand new stamp. Reports from the internet indicated that this stamp had fetched nearly 600,000 Hong Kong dollars at auction, which was the source of her exhilaration. Not to mention, even if it were halved to 300,000, it would be more than sufficient to alleviate her current financial hardships. Su Qing exhaled deeply, extracted a small plastic bag from her drawer, and carefully used the blade to insert the stamp within. She then opened the book's pages to secure the plastic bag and stood up to place the book in her backpack. Just as she completed this task, the small telephone on the desk rang. Su Qing swiftly answered, discovering it was the resident on the second floor, who had requested her assistance with a computer. She casually responded, promptly shutting down the computer, unplugging it, and hurriedly descending the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the resident named Lu stood at the entrance, rubbing his hands in anticipation. He was short and stout, adorned with black-framed glasses, and his profession involved writing online novel scripts, yielding a decent income. However, without a computer, it felt as if a noose was tightened around his neck, leaving him as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, prompting him to start making phone calls early in the morning. Upon seeing Su Qing approach, Lu hurriedly stepped forward to assist in carrying the computer case. Swiftly darting into his room, Su Qing observed Lu's rotund figure wobbling as he hastily moved, unable to suppress a look of astonishment as he chuckled and shook his head while following Lu into the room with the monitor. Although Lu was not adept at repairing computers, he was quite familiar with plugging in cables and powering on devices. Upon hearing a sound from within the case, the display screen immediately responded, causing Lu's chubby face to break into a joyous smile as he exclaimed, "Buddy, you did it. You've trained my little companion overnight." Su Qing paused momentarily, a few black lines appearing on her forehead, wondering what he meant by train the little companion. Lu, beaming with delight, pointed at the computer and said, "This is our little companion. You fixed it when it was malfunctioning, so isn't that training? And to boot, the fan noise has significantly decreased." Su Qing suddenly realized and smiled, saying the CPU fan was covered in dust. "So I took the liberty of cleaning it up for you." Lu Fatty gave a thumbs up and remarked, dedicated, "You are far better than those computer repairmen." He then swiftly pulled a 20 yuan bill from his pocket and pressed it into Su Qing's hand. Su Qing accepted the money and casually asked, "Lu Ge, do you know of any places in Jiangsheng that deal in stamp trading?" Lu Fatty smiled slightly and replied, "Are you into stamp collecting too?" Su Qing nodded and said, "I used to be fond of it and managed to acquire a few stamps. Now I want to sell them for some cash." He believed that even if a stamp was valued highly online, it was worthless if he couldn't convert it into cash. It would be better to sell it at a lower price to secure his university expenses and ease his sister-in-law's burden, implying that if there weren't any valuable items, they wouldn't catch Lu Fatty's friend's eye. Su Qing knew that Lu Fatty had a wide circle of acquaintances. The wealthy friend he mentioned was a well-known coal boss from Shaanxi. It was said that once people turned their money into numbers, they often sought to enrich their cultural knowledge. As long as the goods were good, money was merely a tool. These two were quintessential examples of such individuals. Su Qing's heart raced, but he maintained a calm demeanor and smiled. "To be honest, Lu Ge, that stamp of mine is worth much more than a monkey stamp. If your friend is willing to pay, it will surely surprise him." "Oh." Lu Fatty put down his mouse and turned to Su Qing with a look of disbelief. "Really? Don't let me down. What is the stamp?" "A brand new Great Dragon stamp, worth a lifetime of significance," Su Qing calmly stated. Lu Fatty's face twitched with excitement. Even though he wasn't well-versed in stamps, anyone with a modicum of knowledge in China knew the fame of the Great Dragon stamp. "Are you sure it's the Great Dragon stamp?" Lu Fatty's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he asked again. Upon seeing Su Qing nod, he immediately picked up his phone and dialed a series of numbers. As the phone connected, a gruff voice came through. "What the hell do you want this early in the morning?" The owner of the voice was clearly still struggling in bed, launching into a tirade of complaints. Lu Fatty confidently responded, "I'm not looking for you. It's a brand new Great Dragon stamp, worth a lifetime of significance." "Damn it, are you just messing with me?" came the irritated reply before the call was abruptly ended. Lu Fatty shook his head with a wry smile, baffled as to why the wealthy friend hung up. Perhaps he deserved the scolding for disturbing someone's peaceful slumber so early. Forget it, he might already have that stamp. "I'll head out now." Seeing Lu Fatty in a sour mood, Su Qing also decided not to linger, as he had to clean the hallway of his rental apartment. As for Lu Fatty's mention of a wealthy friend, he paid it no mind. Chapter 6. A lifetime of significance worth millions. Just as Su Qing stepped out the door, Lu Fatty's phone rang. He answered it, and an urgent voice came through. "Lu Ge, What did you say about the Great Dragon Stamp? A brand new Great Dragon Stamp, worth a lifetime of significance. Didn't you just say I was just messing around? Lu, the rotund figure, beamed with the mirth of a Methriya Buddha, having long anticipated such an outcome. Are you certain it is the Eternal Elephant? He inquired. That is an exceedingly rare, limited edition stamp, even more precious than the Great Dragon. If it is indeed authentic, I would offer 800,000, no, 1,000,000. The affluent heir on the other end of the line, bubbling with excitement akin to having received an adrenaline rush, could hardly contain his eagerness to come and witness the marvel in person. Lu chuckled nonchalantly and replied in a leisurely manner, to be honest, I have yet to see the item myself. It would be prudent for you to bring along an expert for verification. Should it prove genuine, do remember to treat me to a sumptuous meal at Heaven on Earth. Before he could finish his words, the call was abruptly terminated. Lu's cheeks quivered momentarily, and then he squinted with a smile, thinking to himself how impatient this fellow was. He hoped the gentleman upstairs would not disappoint him. At that moment, Su Qing was diligently sweeping the corridor with a broom and dustpan. Although this task appeared deceptively simple, cleaning several buildings was enough to leave him drenched in sweat, especially considering he had not slept a wink the previous night. Now, his mouth felt parched and his eyelids drooped heavily. Buddy, open up, I'm here. The voice at the door was quite the spectacle, sounding rather chaotic. Su Qing swallowed the lump in his throat and rolled his eyes before sauntering to the door. There stood an older man and a younger one. The portly figure was none other than Brother Lu from downstairs, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed youth. Appearing to be in his early 20s, tall and imposing, adorned with a gleaming platinum chain around his neck, clutching a laptop bag and exuding an air of urgency. Beside them was a balding elder wearing spectacles, whose thick lenses bore witness to a high prescription. Remarkably, he was clad in a green robe, and despite the sweltering heat, the fabric clung to his back, stuck by sweat, nearly invisible to the unobservant. I've heard you have the Eternal Elephant Stamp for sale. Do show it to Brother Tang. The young man rushed into the room, his words tumbling forth in haste. Brother Tang? When did I take on such a relative? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. His surname is Tang, and he goes by Gobin. He is quite a loyal and forthright fellow, Lu chuckled, dispelling Su Qing's confusion. Su Qing nodded and turned to retrieve the book containing the Eternal Elephant Stamp from his backpack, placing it on the table. He opened it, gingerly pinching the plastic bag to unveil the treasure within his palm. Lo and behold, it is indeed an elephant. This little stamp is worth 1,000,000. It was Tang Guobin's first encounter with this particular stamp, though he possessed 2 complete sets of the Great Dragon Stamps at home. However, the Eternal Elephant eluded him. Completing a collection of what is considered the foremost set of Chinese stamps was a cherished aspiration for him and his father, a matter of great pride. The first complete set of the Great Dragon Stamps consists of 3 cloud dragons, 1 pagoda, and 1 eternal elephant, with the latter being the most coveted. The pagoda and the eternal elephant were never officially released, making their existence exceedingly rare. Thus, assembling the 3 cloud dragons was not overly challenging, but acquiring the entire set was exponentially more difficult. Completing a collection of the Great Dragon Stamps is undoubtedly a monumental achievement in the philatelic world, with significance that transcends mere monetary value. In the words of Tang Guobin, 200 once, and if one were to venture 10 or 8 times a day, it would merely be akin to savoring an appetizer. Upon seeing the stamp in Su Qing's palm, Old Wu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and hastily retrieved a magnifying glass, tweezers, rice paper, gloves, and a small stack of gossamer thin plastic bags from his pocket. With utmost care, he delicately grasped the stamp with the tweezers and placed it onto the rice paper, scrutinizing it intently through the magnifying glass. Su Qing stood in a daze, casting a glance at Lu Fatty, who, like a smiling Methriya, nodded and smiled at him. In a trance, he retrieved an industrial and commercial bank card from the drawer and handed it to Tang Guobin, who skillfully tapped away at the keyboard. Within less than a minute, the transaction was complete, and he passed both the computer and the card to Su Qing. Upon closer inspection, he saw a net sum of 1,000,000. Reflexively, Su Qing glanced at the screen and indeed saw phrases indicating a successful transfer. Just yesterday, he had been a penniless student unable to pay rent. Today, he had become a millionaire. How wondrous fate could be. Su Qing now felt as if he were floating on clouds, with his feet feeling unsteady and his mind clouded. He even felt an urge to cry. If only he had had this 1,000,000 earlier, perhaps his brother's illness could have been treated. With red-rimmed eyes, he found himself shedding 2 tears. What the hell? 1,000,000 could move you to tears? Buddy, you're truly pathetic. observing Su Qing in tears. Tang Guobin found it somewhat unbelievable. For him, a million was merely a fraction of his monthly pocket money, hardly worthy of such emotion. Little did he understand Su Qing's thoughts. To him, a million represented the threshold between life and death. It didn't even require such an amount. Half would suffice. Young Master Tang, this stamp is a genuine piece of Wu Lao's collection, complete and with enduring significance. Yet Tang Guobin had already paid for it long ago. A brand new Dell XPS behemoth, transferred with a single transaction, was casually gifted as if it were a mere brick. Tang Guobin truly was generous. Even Lu Fatty, standing nearby, couldn't he help but admire Su Qing's fortune. 27,000 yuan for a laptop, simply given away. What a waste. Su Qing gingerly tucked the card, now worth $1 million, into his pocket, deliberately holding the bag's opening, as if it might sprout wings and fly away at any moment, prompting Tang Guobin to frown. The well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. The wealthy second generation spends money with such audacity, treating cash as if it were mere clay. Lu Fatty secretly despised this rich kid who treated beans as if they were not food, yet amidst his disdain lay a deeper envy, thinking to himself, humph, in the next life, I shall also be reborn as a wealthy second generation. After much persuasion from Lu Fatty and Tang Guobin, Su Qing finally agreed to dine at a high-end establishment. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered a flashy Jeep Grand Cherokee. This was young Master Tang's vehicle, capable of accommodating 10 or 8 people with ease. Speaking of which, Tang Guobin's taste was indeed exceptional. His laptop was a colossal masterpiece, and even his car boasted a formidable stature. One could only wonder if he would seek a woman from the Samoa Islands to match his grandiosity when it came time for marriage. Chapter 7. 808 Barbecue Sweet Potatoes. In the city of Jiang, the establishment known as Heaven and Earth occupies a preeminent position in all its business ventures. It can be said that anything offered by Heaven and Earth is undoubtedly the finest in Jiang. However, this establishment does not cater solely to the affluent. It is divided into 2 distinct areas, Heaven and Earth, effectively segregating its clientele. While the offerings are largely similar, the expenditure and quality differ vastly. A glass of red wine in the Earth dining area may cost a mere 10 yuan, whereas in the Heaven section, the price could soar to 10,000, or even higher. Tang Guobin, one of the major shareholders of Heaven and Earth, had just parked his vehicle when he was promptly greeted by the staff. Upon stepping out, he casually tossed his keys to the valet and, with an air of confidence, led his entourage into the Heaven dining area. Lu, who had previously visited Heaven and Earth, and Olbu managed to maintain a sense of calm, while Su Qing, a newcomer, appeared somewhat bewildered. The restaurant from the outside resembled a majestic palace reaching for the clouds, yet within, it was nothing short of opulence. The floors were adorned with crimson plush carpets that felt ethereal underfoot, as if even one's bones were lighter. A foam mountain water feature encircled by jade fencing caught the eye, shimmering with the presence of lively koi fish. Diners on either side were dressed impeccably, making Su Qing, in his tank top and shorts, seem rather out of place. Buddy, are you in a daze? Let's head upstairs, Lu said, pulling the still-stunned Su Qing along as they ascended to the second floor. Tang Guobin had already settled into the private room designated as Heaven Number 8 and was busy ordering dishes, his spirits buoyed by the fulfillment of a long-held desire. His appetite was equally robust, as he ordered a veritable feast of over 10 dishes before passing the menu to Su Qing. Come on, buddy. Feel free to order whatever you like, he encouraged. Su Qing took the menu, and upon perusing it, was taken aback by the extensive list of dishes. Not to mention the staggering prices. The cheapest items commenced at 800 yuan, with many exceeding 1,000. He thought to himself, this was not merely a meal. It was an extravagant expenditure. A single dining experience here could easily run into tens of thousands. Noticing Su Qing's furrowed brow and indecision, Lu leaned in and whispered, just order. Our friend Tang is not short on funds. Su Qing, biting his lip, pointed to a dish priced at 888 yuan, exclaiming, I'll have this silver and gold melon. He hastily handed the menu back to Lu, as though he were discarding a hot potato. Tang Guobin chuckled upon hearing Su Qing's choice of the silver and gold melon, draping an arm around Su Qing's shoulder and saying, what a coincidence, my friend. When this place first opened, I instantly took a liking to this dish. Ha ha. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering if there was something extraordinary about the dish. Surely, anything listed on the menu must be edible. Lu, in stark contrast to Su Qing's restraint, ordered a litany of meat dishes, dompa pork, abalone, shark fin, and more, demonstrating himself to be a true carnivore, neglecting to order even a single vegetable dish. The courteous waiter behind him gracefully accepted the menu, retreating through the door while gently closing it without a sound, demonstrating impeccable training. Tang Guobin draped his arm over Su Qing's shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor, playfully squeezing his shoulder blade. "Buddy, I didn't realize you had some substance to you. Your muscles are as hard as a gnarled piece of wood." Su Qing recoiled slightly, shrugging off the hand resting on his shoulder, rolling his eyes with a smile. "Well, even if there is substance, it's not for your groping. Our sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Get lost." Tang Guobin laughed heartily, reaching for Su Qing's shoulder again. Surprisingly, Su Qing sprang up from his seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, swiftly moving to sit beside Lu Pengzi. He playfully shoved the jovial figure towards Tang Guobin and remarked, "Brother Lu has a good touch. Go ahead and enjoy yourself." "Come on, don't demean me like that." Lu Pengzi's eyes bulged, and the flesh on his face quivered dramatically as he feigned a look of sorrow, adding, "If Tang Guobin fancied my physique, I wouldn't mind offering myself." He then timidly glanced at Tang Guobin. "Get lost. Do you still want me to treat you to a meal? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Tang Guobin broke into a sweat, then grinned broadly. Perhaps it was due to his privileged background, but Tang Guobin was perpetually surrounded by a cadre of sycophantic friends. As he put it, friends equated to wealth, and wealth meant indulgence. This group of so-called friends was merely drawn by those two aspects, and spending too much time with them became exceedingly tedious. In other words, Tang Guobin was also lonely. The only individual he could genuinely call a close friend was Lu Youfu, affectionately known as Lu Pengzi. Now, Su Qing brought a refreshing feeling of spontaneity and freedom into his life. Before long, the dishes arrived, and a waitress clad in a qipao approached with a bottle of wine, presenting the label to Tang Guobin. Upon his slight nod, she began to uncork the bottle. Su Qing lifted the small glass of crimson liquid before him, theatrically bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Then, he tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips and frowning. "This wine is turned." Puffed. Lu Pengzi and Tang Guobin, lacking decorum, burst out laughing, thankfully averting their faces. Otherwise, they would have sprayed the wine all over the dishes, ruining at least half of them. This guy was astonishing. Even a 1982 law fight had gone bad. "Buddy, you are simply extraordinary." Tang Guobin laughed until he was nearly doubled over, thinking to himself, "This fellow is truly a marvel. Even more so than that exquisite character in Dream of the Red Chamber." Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had made quite the blunder. Sheepishly scratching his head, he awkwardly remarked, "It seems red wine has a hint of sourness. It's not as invigorating as Erguo 2. Fate is unpredictable. Just yesterday, he was a destitute student struggling to pay rent, yet today he found himself seated in the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing, encountering experiences he had never before encountered, blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved. Indeed, Erguo 2 is far more palatable than this sour concoction. Come, let us try this golden pumpkin." Tang, the young master, suppressed his laughter and nodded solemnly. He picked up an oval object wrapped in golden foil from the plate before him and placed it into Su Qing's bowl. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tore away the foil with his hands, releasing a rich, sweet aroma. The golden squash finally revealed its true form. It was a beautifully roasted sweet potato. A plate of roasted sweet potatoes priced at $880. Su Qing couldn't help but shake his head, realizing he was witnessing something extraordinary. Grabbing the sweet potato, he stuffed it into his mouth, and he had to admit that this humble fare, typically reserved for pigs in the countryside, tasted remarkably sweet after being transformed by the hands of skilled chefs. However, $800 could buy a ton of sweet potatoes back in Su Qing's hometown. Chapter 8. The private auction. The meal lasted nearly an hour, offering Su Qing a glimpse into the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy. Yet, he remained unusually calm. This indulgent life was not what he aspired to. The pressing matter at hand was his ambition to gain admission to a desired university. Young Master Tang had invited Old Wu not only to authenticate the ancient artifact, but also to assist him in acquiring items from the auction. Before Su Qing could respond, Lu, the rotund friend, eagerly agreed, already swept up in the excitement. These so-called small auctions were private transactions, with the items belonging to personal collections, their authenticity relying solely on the expertise of antique appraisers. Even if one were to misjudge an artifact, they could only blame their own lack of discernment. Wealthy individuals often seek thrills, and such auctions catered perfectly to that desire. Truth be told, Su Qing had not slept the entire night and now yearned for a large, comfortable bed to catch up on rest, feeling little interest in the antiquities auction. However, since Liu had already committed, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, planning to find a chair to doze off in if necessary. Tang Guobin, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled out a gold card to settle the bill at the door, guiding the three of them into the elevator to the top floor. Su Qing appeared somewhat weary, his fatigue evident. At the stairwell stood 4 tall guards clad in camouflage, each adorned with earpieces, exuding an air of intimidation. Upon seeing Tang Guobin arrive with guests, they displayed little enthusiasm, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Guobin smiled slightly and led the trio directly into a room down the corridor. Upon entering, they discovered a spacious hall, at least 200 square meters in size, decorated in a style that was both ancient and austere. 5 rows of redwood armchairs with tea tables were arranged horizontally, and at the center of the hall stood a marble table draped in red velvet, strikingly prominent. At first glance, Su Qing felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. It resembled the conference room at his former school. Of course, the auditorium would never have such luxurious redwood furniture. The hall already accommodated about 20 individuals, primarily middle-aged, with a few elderly gentlemen sporting gray hair. Each was elegantly dressed, unmistakably successful and affluent. Ironically, the youngest among them were Tang and his companions. As the group entered, the attendees offered only casual glances in their direction, though the elderly gentleman nodded in silent acknowledgement upon spotting Old Wu. The auction had yet to commence when the 4 individuals settled into their seats towards the back. Presenting a striking sight were 2 elegantly attired waitresses in qipao, who timely served fragrant cups of tea. Before they could engage in casual conversation, the grand entrance swung open. 6 security personnel clad in camouflage uniforms entered in procession, carrying 3 large wooden crates. Bringing up the rear was a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue long robe, who bore a resemblance to the esteemed Mr. Wu. This man was Xiao Gongyun, the proprietor of Gaiansai, a distinguished figure in the antique community of Jiangqing. It was said that securing his presence to preside over an auction would cost no less than 100,000 taels of silver. Dang Da Sha, sitting beside Su Qing, leaned in to softly introduce the man's name. Su Qing stifled a yawn, nodding disinterestedly, his expression one of apathy. Fortunately, the tea served here had a refreshing quality, or he might have succumbed to slumber upon taking his seat. He held little regard for the games of the affluent, feeling no connection whatsoever, merely a bystander in this spectacle. As Xiao Gongyun bent down to open one of the crates, he produced a pale blue and white porcelain vase, standing approximately 15 centimeters tall, with a slender base and a gradually tapering neck, reminiscent of the pure vase held by the Buddhist Guanyin. Having finished his description, Xiao Gongyun seized the vase with one hand and, with a forceful throw, hurled it into the corner behind him. The vase shattered into countless porcelain shards, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. All eyes instinctively turned to the back row where Tang Dasha sat, as they were aware that Tang Jingnong, referred to earlier, was indeed his father. Tang Dasha merely chuckled nonchalantly, lifting his teacup to take a sip. In a voice barely audible to those beside him, he remarked, "What a farce. That was a piece I acquired for 600,000, and now I'm here to witness its destruction." Su Qing, stirred from his drowsiness by the sudden commotion, gazed at Tang Dasha in confusion, unable to fathom why such a valuable item would be shattered before an audience. 600,000. Was this not sheer folly? Tang Dasha blinked and whispered, "That object is a counterfeit. My foolish father paid the tuition, and now he is unveiling it as a spectacle." With this revelation, Su Qing began to comprehend the ruse at play, realizing it was a trap designed to ensnare onlookers. In truth, Xiao Gongyun's actions served 2 purposes. First, to swiftly capture the attention of all present, and second, to convey that should one procure a counterfeit at the auction, it would be a reflection of their own lack of discernment, rather than a fault of the seller. Undeniably, Xiao Gongyun's ploy was effective. As all eyes were riveted upon him, he leisurely donned a pair of white gloves and bent down to retrieve a porcelain bowl with petal-like edges, gently placing it at the center of the stage. The previously mentioned Song Dynasty blue and white vase had been a forgery, and Tang's father had specifically summoned his son to witness the commotion. Was that crisp enough? Xiao Gongyun inquired, casting a glance towards Tang Guobin. Crisp indeed, Tang Dasha replied loudly, eliciting laughter from those around him, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted to one of levity. Chapter 9. The Games of the Wealthy. Xiao Gongyun smiled and nodded slightly, his palm facing the exquisite blue and white porcelain plum blossom bowl on the table. However, his smile quickly faded, and he spoke with solemnity. This blue and white plum blossom bowl from the Song dynasty is undoubtedly genuine, crafted by the Hatian kiln. It is in pristine condition, with a starting price of 2 million. Bids must increase by no less than 100,000. Interested parties may come forward to inspect the piece. The fact that Xiao Gongyan used the term undoubtedly signifies that this blue and white porcelain bowl is unequivocally authentic. The starting price of 2 million is merely a preliminary figure. Such fine specimens of Song ceramics can easily fetch over 5 million at international auctions, if not more. 220,000? Raise it by another 100,000 to 230,000. Finally, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire made a bid, increasing the price by an impressive 300,000 in one go. 260,000 called out a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, raising the bid by another 300,000. 3 million. The latest bid came from silver-haired elder, who offered a neat integer, showcasing the piece's significant value, as just 3 bidders had already elevated the base price by 1 million. In general, at any auction, one should refrain from hastily placing bids on the items presented at the outset, as it is customary for the auctioneers to reserve the finest treasures for the climax. However, this private auction clearly deviated from convention, starting with a prime piece of Hatian kiln Song porcelain, and at an opening price so low that it instilled a sense of serendipity among many attendees. Speculation abounded regarding the concealed intricacies behind this offering. 350,000. The first elder in Tang attire called out again, this time adding 50,000 with a determination that suggested he would not relent until he secured the porcelain. Old Zhuang, you are being rather stingy. Why not let me assist you in raising the stakes? Remarked the silver-haired elder, who had just bid, casting a cheerful glance at the Tang-clad elder while gesturing towards the plum blossom bowl on the table. I bid 5 million. That would be the approximate value even at an auction house. Old son, you are in no position to make demands. With your current demeanor, you are destined to play the subordinate. Gongyun, take note, 8 million. A porcelain bowl had been escalated in value fourfold through the competitive bidding of 2 elderly gentlemen, each over 150 years old. Those who had harbored hopes of a bargain were left disheartened, shaking their heads and voluntarily stepping back from this fierce contest. The 2 elderly men, both nearing the end of their years, were indeed embroiled in a battle of wills. It was a struggle not unlike a duel over a coffin. The most delighted parties were undoubtedly Xiao Gongyun and the owner of the collection, who hoped fervently for these 2 old rivals to continue their fierce competition, ideally driving the price of this Song porcelain bowl to astronomical heights, which would mark a significant success for the auction. Oof, what a bold offer. Do you think you're the only one with a knack for bidding? I raise it to 11 million. Old Zhuang was undeterred, adding another million to his bid. 13 million, Old Sun retorted, glaring and increasing the bid by 2 million. This amount had surpassed the intrinsic value of the antique itself, evolving into a contest of pride between the 2 elders. The anticipation in the hall grew, as most attendees were aware that the Zhuang and Sun families had been rivals in the business world for decades. Their mutual competition in such a setting was entirely reasonable. The organizers had likely invited these 2 fiery old gentlemen with the intention of facilitating such a clash. In a pivotal moment, Old Master Zhuang unexpectedly made the rational choice to withdraw, a result that took everyone by surprise. The old man leisurely reclined with his feet up, sipping tea. A look of smug satisfaction plastered across his face, as if he were the true victor. In stark contrast, Old Master Sun appeared visibly perturbed. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort, swiftly retrieving a checkbook from his pocket and scribbling a few lines before tearing off a slip and slapping it down on the table. Xiao Gongyun smiled calmly, saying, "Congratulations, Master Sun. You have successfully bid on the Song Dynasty Porcelain Plum Blossom Bowl. After the auction concludes, your acquired item will be delivered to your residence." Su Qing, now mostly awake, fixated his gaze on the porcelain bowl, utterly astonished that such an object could fetch a staggering price of 10 million. It was simply beyond comprehension. "Let me share a little secret with you," young Master Tang turned his head, winking at Su Qing with an air of mystery. "What is it?" Su Qing leaned in closer. Young Master Tang covered half his mouth with his palm and whispered, "This Song porcelain bowl was also procured by my father for 600,000, along with a shattered fake vase, totaling 1,200,000. Su Qing felt a jolt in his chest. An item worth 1,200,000 sold for 13 million. How outrageous. The fact that one had been destroyed made it akin to a 20-fold profit. This money was coming in faster than robbing a bank. At that moment, Xiao Gongyun had already instructed someone to remove the porcelain bowl from the table. He then bent down to retrieve an object from a box at his feet, placing it on the table, a 20-centimeter tall, three-legged bronze Jew. Its surface was mottled with verdigris, yet its overall form remained distinct, qualifying it as a rare treasure. Xiao Gongyan spread his palm and pointed with his fingertips at the bronze Jew, speaking methodically. Here we have a bronze Jew from the Yin and Shang dynasties, with a starting price of 300,000, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 20,000. Interested parties may approach to inspect the item. Shall we take a closer look together? Young Master Tang expressed his interest in the bronze Jew, casually inviting Su Qing to join him. All right, let us consider it a visit to a museum, Su Qing replied without hesitation, rising from his seat to accompany young Master Tang to the front of the table. Old Master Wu followed at a leisurely pace, as he naturally wished to verify the authenticity of any item that piqued young Master Tang's interest. 350,000. Before Su Qing and young Master Tang could fully discern the appearance of the bronze Jew, someone nearby had already placed a bid. Chapter 10. The frantic stone. As the two circled the table, Su Qing suddenly felt an itch in his right eyelid. Instinctively, he wiped it with the back of his hand. When he turned his gaze back to the bronze Jew, he noticed a faint azure gas swirling around the rim, resembling a delicate thread wrapped around its surface. To his astonishment, the azure mist gracefully ascended and darted toward Su Qing's right eye. Oh no! Su Qing et Galim, retreating 2 steps while covering his right eye. He distinctly felt a coolness entering his eye, causing his eyeball to feel icy, making him shiver involuntarily. What's wrong? Young Master Tang, startled, rushed forward to inquire. Su Qing lowered his hand, widening his eyes as he said, "Please check my right eye." Young Master Tang, also widening his eyes, scrutinized for a moment before shaking his head. It seems to be double eyelids, slightly larger than mine. Su Qing was both amused and exasperated, urgently exclaiming, "What do you think I'm showing you? Just look into my eyes." Tang, the young master, stared blankly at Su Qing's right eye for quite some time, his own gaze becoming cross-eyed, and ultimately shook his head in confusion. "Nothing's wrong," Su Qing noted, feeling the cool sensation in her right eye dissipate completely. Rubbing her eyelids vigorously, she redirected her gaze towards the bronze goblet on the table, only to be astonished to find that the blue aura once lingering at the rim had vanished without a trace. How peculiar! Could it be an illusion? Su Qing pondered silently, her mind still shrouded in uncertainty. The crowd examining the items momentarily paused, perplexed by the interruption, but soon refocused their attention on the bronze goblet, bidding fervently until the price soared to 500,000. Ultimately, the goblet was sold for 620,000 to a portly middle-aged man. Xiao Gongyun began to extract the items from the wooden boxes for auction, repeating the process diligently. Within less than 2 hours, all items from the 2 boxes had been sold, leaving only an oversized wooden box behind. A wave of evocative rhetoric rekindled the interest of everyone in the hall, all eyes unerringly drawn to the enormous box. Speculations abounded regarding its contents. 1,000 for a chance at 10 million seemed rather outrageous. With a charming smile, Xiao Gongyun clapped his hands, producing 2 crisp sounds that signaled the reopening of the doors. For security personnel entered, transporting 2 devices resembling cutting machines to the center of the hall, swiftly connecting them to a power source. Good heavens, they've even brought in a stone cutting machine. This large box must contain raw materials. Old Zhuang recognized the significance immediately. As a prominent figure in the domestic jewelry industry, he felt an inexplicable fondness for such items. Even a fool knows that $1,000 for a chance at 10 million is akin to gambling with stones. You old chap, have spent half your life in jewelry and still haven't grasped this. Old Sun, another veteran in the jewelry business, seized a moment to deride Old Zhuang's self-satisfaction. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The banter between the 2 seasoned gentlemen was a delightful spectacle, as all present were successful individuals well-versed in the subtleties of their world. Old Sun, momentarily at a loss for words, felt his face flush with exasperation, radiating a vibrant redness. Meanwhile, Xiao Gongyun maintained his smile, once more clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. The 4 security personnel seemed to receive a signal and approached the large wooden box, unveiling stones of various sizes and placing them on the table. There were at least 20 pieces, some as large as basketballs, others the size of 2 eggs, filling the table to the brim. Upon seeing the stones, Old Sun furrowed his brow in discontent and remarked, "A uniform collection of uncut stones. Are we being toyed with?" In the realm of stone gambling, the mines yielding jadeite are referred to as pits, and the stones extracted are known as materials and goods. It is crucial to understand that, As of now, there exists no method to peer inside the stones, meaning no one can ascertain whether the mine materials contain jadeite, let alone determine their grade. This inherent uncertainty is precisely what gives rise to the existence of the stone gambling industry. The art of stone cutting possesses its own intricacies. Any rough stone that has been sliced is collectively referred to as opening a window. Such materials already hint at a glimpse of beauty, akin to gazing upon a lovely figure through a beaded curtain. Seasoned experts can often deduce, based on the characteristics of the window, whether the material harbors jade within. These stones, having been partially revealed, carry relatively lesser risks and are termed semi-gambling materials or semi-transparent goods. In contrast, the stones laid out on the table exhibit no signs of any such openings. They resemble unrefined boulders haphazardly removed from a mountain. Referred to as fully gambling materials or opaque goods, implying a degree of blind luck. The only certainty is that these stones originate from jade mines. Whether they contain jade remains a gamble. The adage goes, one cut can lead to poverty, one cut to wealth, one cut to paradise, and one cut to hell, which encapsulates the essence of the stone gambling industry. Some may find themselves overnight millionaires, while others may lose their fortunes. The allure of stone gambling lies in the sheer thrill of risk-taking. Having spoken, Xiao Gongyun dramatically displayed a jade ring of vibrant green on his finger, feigning anguish as he lamented, "This tiny piece cost me over $1 million. However, having elicited a response from the elderly gentleman, his objective was achieved, and he swiftly changed the subject. Elder Sun is a venerable figure in the jewelry and jade industry, a recognized authority on stone gambling. At this moment, Xiao invited Elder Sun to inspect whether these stones hailed from the old mines of Myanmar. Today, all present are Zhao's benefactors. Acquiring subpar materials would indeed spell disaster. With flattery and praise, Xiao ushered Elder Sun onto the stage, who relished the attention, stroking his goatee as he meticulously examined the rough stones before him. After a considerable pause, Elder Sun raised his head with a satisfied demeanor and remarked, "Indeed, these are materials from the old Myanmar mines. Should we uncover jade this time? I, Sun's jewelry, am prepared to purchase any that are for sale." With that, he produced 2 banknotes from his bag and placed them upon a stone priced at 20,000, declaring, "Let's unveil this piece as a gesture of good luck from the old man." Xiao, with a beaming smile, accepted the banknotes and discreetly signaled to a statue-like security guard. Instantly, the guard stepped forward, cradling the stone, which was the size of a human head, and expertly secured it in the stone-cutting machine, crouching silently as if awaiting something momentous. "Elder Sun, may I inquire how you wish to cut the material?" Xiao asked, exhibiting his meticulous nature. Stone cutting is not as simple as selling watermelons at a roadside stall. There are specific protocols to follow. One must first mark the cutting lines on the stone surface with chalk, ideally commencing with thin slices from both sides, gradually proceeding. If green is revealed, the cutting may shift to grinding, meticulously removing the outer layer until the jade's general outline emerges. The security guard, familiar with the procedures, pressed the power switch, and the stone-cutting machine whirred to life. The guard, evidently trained in stone cutting, swiftly cleaved the material, revealing 2 irregular patches of verdant green upon the stone. "Congratulations, Elder Sun, a fortuitous opening," Xiao exclaimed with delight, as all eyes converged on the enchanting green hues that had emerged. Old Man Sun was also amused. As soon as he settled into his seat, he sprang up and approached to closely examine the 2 emeralds, each the size of a newborn's fist. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he exclaimed, "Haha, although the quality of these materials isn't exceptional, they should at least fetch around 100,000. Today, luck is on my side." The security guard skillfully operated the stone-cutting machine, and soon enough, the 2 emeralds were extracted and wrapped in red silk. Presented to Old Man Sunday. This elderly gentleman, whose wealth was in the billions, received the red silk with a beaming smile. While the value of the 2 emeralds was merely in the tens of thousands, the joy and sense of achievement from winning the gamble were beyond any monetary description. With Old Man Sun's successful gamble igniting their interest, the crowd could hardly contain themselves, rushing to the front of the stage to choose their preferred stones. This kept the security guard, who was operating the stone-cutting machine, quite busy. Fortunately, those who selected their stones tended to choose among the same options, which minimized delays. Eager to join the excitement, Tang Bin pulled Su Qing to the front. He had already picked 2 stones priced at 50,000 each to be cut open, only to discover a disappointing expanse of white inside, effectively losing a total of 100,000. Su Qing meandered leisurely by the stone table, casually glancing over the remnants that others had left behind, occasionally engaging in light conversation with the wealthy Tang, embodying the quintessential bystander. The larger stones had all been purchased, leaving only smaller pieces behind. A few unchosen raw materials priced at 500 each were particularly neglected. After all, they were all speculative goods, and larger pieces often gave an impression of having substance. However, the results were disheartening. Apart from the 2 emeralds unveiled by Old Man Sun at the outset, the subsequent raw materials revealed nothing but a blank expanse of white, devoid of any hint of green. Unconsciously, Su Qing blinked his right eye. When he opened it again, he noticed a wisp of gas swirling around 2 stones, one priced at 3,000 and another at 500, each exhibiting a captivating red and green hue. To his astonishment, he could even see 2 orbs of emerald, one red and one green, suspended in the center of the materials, each the size of an egg. The green stone was transparent and pure, resembling a piece of colored glass, while the red stone was slightly larger and less transparent, appearing like a glistening piece of red ice from a distance. The allure of the emeralds was enchanting, captivating Su Qing's attention completely, rendering him oblivious to the gas from the stone, quietly drifting into the corner of his eye. "Hey, are you thinking of trying your luck?" Tang Gabin noticed Su Qing's unusual demeanor and assumed he had succumbed to the spirit of gambling. To him, it was a given that a man indulges in pleasures such as wine, women, wealth, and gambling, and those who prided themselves on having no vices were often merely pretentious. Su Qing nodded, saying, "Lend me 3,500. I'll pay you back shortly." Tang Gabin rolled his eyes, but retrieved a stack of cash from his bag, placing it directly into Su Qing's hands with a grin. "If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me." With a chuckle, Tang Gabin accepted the cash and tucked it back in his bag, declaring loudly, "All right, I'll have someone bring a bag over for you shortly." Su Qing bent down to pick up the stone priced at 500 and then kicked the larger stone with his toe, sending it rolling toward the stone-cutting machine, exclaiming, "Ha! Truly remarkable. This heavy stone ought to be kicked upon the ground. Just moments ago, I foolishly carried 2 pieces, which was utterly embarrassing." Tang Gabin burst into hearty laughter, realizing that the young fellow he had met today was indeed a heavenly gift, bringing him joy that he had not felt in ages. The security guard operating the stone-cutting machine swiftly secured the stone, not bothering to look up as he inquired, "How do you wish to cut it?" Naturally, he assumed the other would choose to split it down the middle. "Let us slice off a thin piece from here," Su Qing suggested, bending down to pick up a half-used piece of chalk, drawing a line along the edge of the stone. He then squatted beside the piece marked at 500. The guard, taken aback, glanced up at Su Qing, adjusted the stone's position slightly, and pressed the machine's button. The blade sliced into the stone along the chalk line, producing a crisp sound as it efficiently cut a slice from the not-so-large stone without even requiring water. "Red jade truly is red jade," the guard exclaimed, raising the blade and emitting a quivering cry that instantly drew everyone's attention. The 2 elderly men from Sunzhuang raced over, their old limbs moving faster than 2 sprightly rabbits. "Be careful while handling the ice-type red jade. This piece could yield at least a pair of bracelets and several pendants," Old Sun murmured to himself, his eyes fixated on the red jade. "I believe crafting a set of red jade beads would be more prudent. With proper handling, it could fetch at least 5 million. The 2 elderly men, despite their competitive spirits, engaged in calm conversation, their discussion centering on how to maximize the value of this ice-type red jade, oblivious to the fact that this stone did not yet belong to either of them. "Let Brother Tang handle this. We agreed you would have half," Su Qing declared, nonchalantly passing the responsibility to the affluent young Tang. His primary concern was to comprehend why his right eye could perceive the jade within the stone. While the monetary aspect held little significance for him, 1,000,000 would suffice. "All right, as your older brother, I shall reluctantly take on this role," Tang, in high spirits, remarked, placing an arm around Su Qing's shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. Tang Guobin was exceedingly pleased, thinking to himself how delightful it was to have found such a perceptive and loyal young brother. He relished the spotlight and resolved that when they profited, he would take none for himself, dedicating it all to Su Qing as a foundation for his future. Chapter 12. Worth millions like a dream. The enchanting ice-type red jade began to reveal its form amidst the delicate friction of the stone-cutting machine, and beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the guard operating the device. This task required meticulous attention, demanding far more time and energy than any simple cut. As the red jade emerged, a swarm of eager onlookers descended upon the rough stone, only to be met with a haze of white mist upon cutting, leaving them feeling as though they had merely bought a fleeting thrill. All eyes converged on the pebble-sized red jade. Before the jade could be enveloped in red silk, Tang Guobin snatched it up, gleefully examining the exquisite piece. The expressions on the faces of the two elders from Sun Village slightly shifted. They realized that this exquisite item, now in the hands of someone affluent and somewhat knowledgeable about the market, would undoubtedly command a significantly higher price. Tang Guobin, cradling the red jadeite in his hand, boldly positioned himself at the forefront of the stage, clearing his throat before declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, this piece of red jadeite boasts a vibrant color, remarkable transparency, and a gentle luster. It is a rare gem of exceptional ice quality. Today, I am here to generously assist my friend in raising some funds for his future wife. The starting price is 8 million, with increments of 100,000. Those interested, please place your bids." After wrapping the jadeite in red silk and placing it on the table, he stood aside with a sense of pride. Xiao Gongyun wore a peculiar expression. He had not anticipated that the grand finale would be so brazenly seized by this fellow. With a wry smile, he shook his head and decided to let him have his fun. "My friend, you are about to make a fortune. You must treat Fat Brother to a lavish meal afterward, or at least cover his meals for a week," Lu Fatty chuckled, picking up a meal ticket, while Su Qing nodded vigorously in agreement. 8,100,000. Elder Zhuang opened with a bid, grumbling internally about Tang Guobin's high starting price. Although this red jadeite, if properly crafted, could fetch over 10 million, spending too much on the raw material seemed unwise. 8,500,000. I will take this red jadeite. Elder Sun confidently countered, raising his bid by 400,000, clearly determined to secure the piece. 9 million. Elder Zhuang, refusing to back down, increased the offer by 500,000. "Huh, interesting. You old rascal are going up against me today. 12 million. Dare you raise it further?" Elder Sun laughed heartily, casting a challenging glance at his old rival. The onlookers, witnessing the two elderly firebrands clashing once more, found amusement in the spectacle, with several who had initially shown interest in the jadeite opting to watch the unfolding drama instead. Only Su Qing was left in shock. He inadvertently tilted his teacup, spilling tea onto his lap, leaving him embarrassed as he hastily squeezed his legs together. 13 million, Elder Zhuang declared, his eyes fixed on Elder Sun, knowing that at this price, the profit margin from processing the jadeite was already perilously thin. 13,800,000. Elder Sun leisurely sipped his tea, raising the price again, his squinting eyes suggesting that the jadeite was already as good as his. Elder Zhuang's complexion reddened. This price approached his limit, and any further increase would risk turning potential profit into loss. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to concede, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, 14,500,000. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Sun, with a smile, clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, I shall withdraw from this bidding." He then casually crossed his legs, reminiscent of a victorious general. "Damn it, these old foxes have called it even." Lu Youfu could not help but exclaim, secretly pleased for Su Qing. Now, not only would he have funds for his future wife, but he could even afford to keep a mistress. Elder Zhuang, maintaining his composure, pulled out a checkbook and swiftly wrote a few lines before placing on the table. Tang Guobin snapped the check with his fingers, producing a crisp sound, then approached Xiao Gongyun and whispered, "Please arrange for someone to package this and deliver it to Elder Zhuang." "Thank you." Xiao Gongyun nodded slightly without uttering a word. The Tang family, as one of the major shareholders of Tianshang Renjian, would undoubtedly have someone take care of this trivial matter, even without Tang Guobin's intervention. Before long, noon arrived, and Wu Lao had to leave unexpectedly. Tang Guobin led the two companions directly downstairs to a private room, ordered a dozen dishes, and commenced their lunch. He also had a laptop brought in, transferring 14,300,000 into Su Qing's account, while the remaining 200,000 was withdrawn in cash as per Su Qing's request, placed in a portable bag alongside the uncut stone. "Qingzi, consider this meal your treat for us today. May it bring you good fortune," Tang Guobin said, patting Su Qing on the shoulder. "Indeed, I suspect this fellow possesses some kind of supernatural ability." He stumbled upon a pile of stones and ended up with a red jade worth over 10 million. "If I didn't regard you as a brother, I might have thought of snatching it away with a kitchen knife," Lu Youfu exclaimed, shoving a greasy piece of dompa pork into his mouth, his expression one of indignation. "Well then, I might as well help you buy a new computer later and cover your meals for a week, but I must clarify, it can only be street food." Su Qing replied cheerfully, readily agreeing to the computer and a week's worth of meal vouchers. Lu Fatty, being a friend worth having, would not be shortchanged. With Su Qing's wealth now in the millions, gifting a computer seemed trivial, especially with 200,000 still on the table. Upon hearing about the computer, Lu Yofu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly picked a piece of food and placed it into Su Qing's bowl, saying, "Buddy, try this peony prosperity, rich yet not greasy, and utterly delightful." Su Qing boldly picked up the piece and chewed it, finding the taste to be quite agreeable, and casually inquired, "What is this made from?" "It's tender and smooth, with a hint of chicken flavor." Tang Guobin chuckled and tossed another piece into Su Qing's bowl, saying, "If you like it, eat a few more. There's only one of these per chicken, and it's known as Xiao Tian Xiao." After Su Qing finished the Xiao Tian Xiao in his bowl, Lu Yofu leisurely remarked, "There's a human counterpart to this dish, also bearing a floral name. Care to guess? Kidney flower?" Su Qing replied without hesitation. "Incorrect. Here's a hint. It's the youngest among the 4 friends of the gentleman, Lu Fatty feigned profundity, waving his chopsticks." Su Qing pondered for a moment, then grimaced. "This must be made from chicken behinds, right?" "Indeed," the two exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with mischief. "Yet here I am, completely taken in by you two." Su Qing thought, wishing he could hurl the plate of chicken behinds at their faces. He never anticipated that a supposedly 5-star restaurant would serve a dish made from chicken behinds, branding it as peony prosperity. It was utterly ridiculous. Their meal concluded amidst laughter, and when it came time to settle the bill, it only amounted to a little over 8,000, indicating that these two foodies had indeed shown some restraint while ordering. Chapter 13. A post-meal entertainment. After the meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, making even walking feel laborious, as if he were trudging through cotton. Young Master Tang glanced at Lu Fatty and scoffed, "Forget it. With that belly bumping against my thigh, and being so sluggish, bringing him along would be futile." Lu Fatty was not pleased with this remark, retorting, "Cut it out. Do not belittle others in such a manner. My physique exudes an air of prosperity and health, akin to sinking into a premium elastic bed, saving both time and effort." Young Master Tang raised a middle finger and retorted, "Come off it. With your collection of flabby flesh, an elastic bed? I'd wager it's a domestic brand. Lenovo, perhaps?" Lu the Fat chuckled. "So you fancy yourself a bureaucrat, huh? Later, find a charming lady weighing 180 pounds to help you loosen those bones. Indulge however you please." Without further ado, young Master Tang seized Su Qing and led him away, proclaiming, "The guest rooms at Tianshang Renjian can accommodate all creatures from the Jiangxing Zoo that possess tails and wings, so rest assured and follow me." Poor Su Qing, caught in a cottony haze, was dragged into the sauna center on the basement level by young Master Tang. The sauna center at Tianshang Renjian is truly exceptional. It boasts a natural hot spring, a divine treasure that ensures the business flourishes. Additionally, the Turkish fish therapy is a major highlight. Upon immersing yourself in the spring water, a swarm of tiny fish will come to nibble at the submerged parts of your body, creating an indescribably delightful sensation. Of course, the sauna center also offers massages and other treatments. The massage therapists here are exceptional, consisting predominantly of striking young men and women in their 20s. In principle, they do not provide services beyond massage. However, certain unspoken rules persist everywhere, and everyone is tacitly aware of them. Su Qing, with half-closed eyes, was ushered into the changing room by young Master Tang. Observing as young Master Tang and Lu the Fat disrobed completely and wrapped white towels around their waists, Su Qing followed suit, placing his belongings into a locker and securing it with a key, which he then draped over his wrist like a string of prayer beads. Quite an intriguing accessory. After changing out of his clothes, Su Qing glanced around before placing his handbag in the locker, feeling a twinge of concern over its safety, as it contained his entire fortune. He had intended to grab a few towels from the nearby rack for modesty, but young Master Tang stopped him with a smile, assuring him, "Rest easy. The security here is undoubtedly top-notch, and your belongings are safe." Reassured by this statement, Su Qing followed the two into an indoor hot spring, where the grayish-white water was shrouded in a persistent mist with occasional murky bubbles surfacing, evoking the sensation of a bubbling stew. "Step in. There are seats. And if you're tired, you can lay down and nap for a bit," young Master Tang said, as he unwrapped his towel and immersed himself in the spring. He leaned his elbows on the edge of the pool, resting his head against a ceramic pillow and closing his eyes in blissful enjoyment. Su Qing cautiously entered the pool, the water barely reaching his lower back. He reached out and discovered a line of stone benches. Emulating young Master Tang, he reclined with his eyes closed, the warm spring water enveloping him and soothing his pores, eliciting involuntary sighs of pleasure. Before long, he succumbed to a heavy slumber. Soaking in a hot spring while drifting off to sleep pales in comparison to the comfort of a bed. Yet, for the weary Su Qing, it suffices as a form of indulgence. Unbeknownst to him, time flowed by, and a delicate pair of soft hands silently descended upon his temples, gently massaging in soothing circles. Even his head was tenderly lifted, nestled against a velvety, supple surface. At that moment, the enchanting maiden before him was nothing short of exquisite, a fair-skinned beauty, likely no older than 20, with large, glistening eyes that evoked an immediate sense of warmth and familiarity. Upon closer inspection, her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a popular starlet from a certain island nation, one of the few fantasies lingering in Su Qing's mind. "Sir, come here," beckoned the lady in a blue uniform, her voice a harmonious blend of softness, delicacy, and charm, accompanied by a warm smile. Su Qing suddenly realized that he had been resting his head on her thigh while submerged in the water. The thought sent his heart racing, causing his breath to become uneven. Just as he hesitated, the uniformed beauty flashed a radiant smile and began to remove her clothing, her skin, as white as cream, shrouded in the lingering mist, exuding an alluring, dreamlike quality. As she shyly slipped off her short skirt, Su Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. In his youthful vigor, he inhaled sharply and instinctively shut his eyes, his right eyelid fluttering in response. Chapter 14. A heart-to-heart in the fish therapy pool. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, a soft, gentle figure pressed against his back, and a delicate voice whispered in his ear, "Sir, is this your first time at the hot springs?" Su Qing longed to reply that it was indeed his first experience in many aspects, yet he simply nodded in affirmation. "Open your eyes. I am dressed." The beauty seemed to stifle a laugh, her voice trembling slightly. With a start, Su Qing opened his eyes and turned around, his face flushing as he beheld her clad in a snug, creamy white outfit reminiscent of a bikini, adorned with a small organic glass name tag, reading number 9. "Are you number 9? Su Qing asked, somewhat foolishly. Indeed, the sauna center operates with a numbering system. "Would you care to join me in the adjacent Turkish fish therapy pool? I can provide you with a massage," she replied with a professional smile. "Your friend has purchased 5 hours, and I can offer you a comprehensive range of services." Su Qing responded with a non-committal "oh," still unclear about the concept of purchasing time. He took a few steps to the edge of the pool, seized a white towel, and with a splash, water erupted behind him. To his surprise, number 9 followed closely, her service undeniably attentive. Embarrassed, Su Qing managed a sheepish smile and raised the towel, saying, "Could you please turn around?" "Thank you." Number 9 appeared slightly taken aback, yet she smiled and complied, having sensed his discomfort. Su Qing draped the towel over his shoulder, bracing himself against the pool's edge as he swiftly wrapped it around his waist, tying it securely with a knot to prevent any unfortunate slips. Once he completed his task, he called out to number 9, "All right." As she approached, her eyes widened momentarily upon seeing the muscular contours of Su Qing's upper body. With sun-kissed skin, broad shoulders, and naturally prominent muscles on his arms, particularly the well-defined pectorals and neatly arranged abdominal muscles, he exuded an aura of strength and masculine beauty that could evoke an instinctive, primal impulse in the opposite sex. This powerful physique, embodied in a boy who appeared somewhat youthful, presented a peculiar harmony that even the seasoned Miss 9, accustomed to various male forms, found herself momentarily entranced, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Su Qing, noticing the unusual glint in her gaze, swiftly turned away, feeling an urge to disappear into the ground. Miss 9's voice broke the silence behind him, accompanied by the rustling of plastic bags. "Sir, these are complimentary swim trunks provided by our center. Please try them on." "Swim trunks?" Su Qing pivot sapi, grasping the bag and opening it to reveal a pair of red and white striped swim shorts. Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt his eyes misting slightly. This enchanting girl was indeed a timely blessing. Understanding the moment, Miss 9 tactfully turned her back, allowing Su Qing to quickly don the swim trunks, opting to wrap a towel around himself as well. She led him into an adjoining room, which housed a moderately clear pool. Steam did not rise from the water, yet schools of slender fish danced beneath the surface. "Is it permissible to bathe here?" Su Qing pondered the peculiarities of this Turkish fish therapy, questioning whether it involved catching live fish in the water. Of course, the kissing fish can nibble away dead skin and impurities from your body, providing a soothing massage and beautifying effect. "You should try it. It's quite delightful." Miss 9's voice brimmed with an unmistakable excitement, as discussions of beauty often transformed her tone. "Well, today I shall experience what it feels like to be nibbled by fish," Su Qing said, loosening his towel and stepping into the pool, only to discover the water was pleasantly warm, leaving him astonished. Previously, he had only witnessed frogs boiled in water or loaches burrowing into tofu. He never imagined fish could thrive in such warmth. Miss Nine instinctively approached, playfully squeezing Su Qing's exposed shoulder. Noting his robust muscles, she applied a bit more pressure, eliciting delighted exclamations from him, who had never encountered such a pleasurable experience, promising to seek her out for massages in the future. The little fish in the hot spring were unafraid of human presence. As Su Qing settled in, they swarmed towards him, gently nibbling at his submerged skin, their mouths delivering a delightful, tickling sensation. Indeed, an unconventional pleasure. Such indulgences reserved for the affluent were markedly different. He mused that he ought to bring his sister-in-law to experience the hot springs as well. Reflecting on his past days weighed down by financial struggles, he felt a tinge of melancholy. For being destitute to now possessing millions, it seemed like a dream. Miss Nine's laughter chimed behind him. Are you not wealthy? Su Qing shook his head, replying, Not at all. I am merely a soon-to-be graduate, the kind of poor student who can barely afford rent. With a playful increase in pressure from her fingers, she teased, a poor student who spends thousands on saunas, yet never asks to borrow money. Su Qing understood that she would not believe him, nor did he feel inclined to explain. He closed his eyes, relishing the massage and the gentle pecking of the fish. The events unfolding around him were too extraordinary for the average person to comprehend. Fate itself is inherently imbued with wonder. In truth, I am also a student. At Jiangxing University, perhaps I will be your senior in the future. The young lady, referred to as Number 9, felt an inexplicable fondness for this youthful, bashful boy, and her words began to flow more freely. Is that so? By this time next year, I too should be a student at Jiangxing University. Su Qing turned his head and smiled, his sunlit grin causing Number 9's fingers to pause momentarily. Humph, the wealthy simply throw down hundreds of thousands to gain admission. Unlike us who burn the midnight oil, nearly hanging ourselves to study. Number 9 was convinced that this lad was the scion of a wealthy family, destined to coast through university with little effort. Su Qing chose not to dispute this notion and shifted the conversation, asking, What is your name? When I come again for a hot spring, I shall look for you. Número 9 Ismail Squitli, Sain, Ansue. But since you are here and it's hard to find names, calling me Number 9 is simpler. Hanshue? That name sounds as if it carries a grievance waiting to be avenged. Su Qing chuckled lightly, playfully engaging with his future senior. Grievance? You are the one with a grievance waiting for snow. You wouldn't happen to be surnamed Jia, would you? Han Shui retorted, omitting even the habitual honorifics. Why Jia? Su Qing turned in surprise to gaze at Han Shui, who playfully wrinkled her nose and said, pretending to be poor. My name is Su Qing. Those who know me call me Qingzi. Su Qing laughed, almost adding that he was of age and still unmarried. Unexpectedly, Han Shui stuck out her tongue and asked Qingzi, Have you been identified? Identified? Why would I need to be identified? Su Qing was perplexed, struggling to keep pace with her whimsical thoughts. Paternity test, abbreviated as DNA. If conditions allow, one could also get an A ultra and a B ultra. Han Shui explained earnestly, her lips twitching slightly as she stifled a laugh. Are you teasing me? It's the Su of Lin Zexu and the Qing of Greengrass. Chapter 15. The Yellow-Haired Young Master. The two exchanged dialogue, and time slipped away unnoticed. Through their conversation, Su Qing learned that Han Shui worked as a massage therapist at the sauna center due to financial necessity. Her family was not well off. Both her parents were laid-off workers, with a younger brother in school. They relied on odd jobs and small businesses to make ends meet and support the siblings' education. With school now on break, Han Shui had taken a full schedule, hoping to earn several hundred with good luck each day. After a month, she could potentially earn 10 to 8,000, and today was her lucky day, as she had landed a 5-hour job in the VIP pool, earning her over 1,000 in commission for just this one assignment. In Han Shui's eyes, Su Qing was undoubtedly a young master from a wealthy family, yet his genuine simplicity was something that could not be feigned. After chatting for a while, they both felt a pleasant connection. To speak candidly, Han Shui had encountered numerous men of varying heights, weights, and appearances, handsome and unattractive alike. Initially, she approached them with a sense of admiration, keenly observing each one. However, as time passed, she became somewhat face-blind, perceiving all visitors simply as customers. Ultimately, they were merely her clients. She adopted a nonchalant attitude, engaging in conversation with those she found appealing, while dismissing those who did not meet her standards as one would disregard dough being needed at a bun shop, waiting for the clock to signal her departure. Just as she was engrossed in conversation, the door was suddenly flung open with a bang, and 3 men barged in. At the forefront was a young man in his early 20s, with slick back hair, dyed a golden hue cascading over his shoulders. Clad in a flamboyant plaid shirt with a few buttons undone, revealing a gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger. Behind him, two burly young men in black tank tops and jeans exuded an air of menace, clearly not of the virtuous sort. The young man with golden hair rushed to the edge of the pool, unceremoniously grabbing Hans Schwerer by the arm, cursing as he did so. "You little vixen. Why should I ask nicely? 5 hours? That's nothing. I can offer you 10. No, a whole year if you wish." Deeply repulsed by the golden-haired man, Hans Schwerer wrenched her arm free, losing her balance and nearly falling into the pool. In that moment, a pair of strong hands reached out, securing her waist and lifting her effortlessly, depositing her directly into the water. Su Qing, feeling disgruntled, couldn't comprehend how even a sound visit could lead to such trouble. Hans Schwerer stepped back 2 paces, glaring angrily at the golden-haired man lurking by the poolside. The young man cast a cold glance at Su Qing, pointing and sneering. "Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Come here if you dare. I'll give you a taste of what is to come." Su Qing clenched his jaw, fist tightening. In his previous, more reckless days, he would have charged at the man without hesitation. However, life's tribulations had softened his edges, and the once reckless Su Qing had learned the virtues of patience and restraint. Seeing Su Qing's silent fury only emboldened the golden-haired man, who bent down to scoop water and splashed it directly onto Su Qing's face, mocking him. "What is the matter? Not happy? Come on and take me on if you dare." Just as Su Qing was about to explode, 3 women in blue uniforms entered. 2 were in their 20s, looking quite attractive, while the leader, a stunning young woman in her 30s, hurried to the poolside. She glanced at the standoff and smiled at the golden-haired man. It's you, young Master Lai. There are still 2 hours until the 9th hour. Why don't you head to the lounge for some tea? I'll call her over when the time comes." "Not a chance. I want her now. I'll pay 5 times the rate if I must." The golden-haired man rudely interrupted, pointing at Hans Schwerer and shouting, "Are you deaf? Come here." Seeing Su Qing remain silent, Hans Schwerer assumed he did not intend to defend her and defiantly replied, "Humph. Even if you pay for 100 hours, I one tea serve you. I'd rather leave than cater to a pretentious foreigner like you." Her words instantly inflamed the golden-haired man, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he pointed at Hans Schwerer, menacingly declaring, "You, acting all innocent while selling yourself? Today, you will serve me." With a turn of his head, he addressed the young woman, saying, "Sister Hua, this young master has purchased timepieces worth 10-fold more than this inferior one. Bring that little wench over here." Sister Hua furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Young Master Lai, a guest is a guest, and there ought to be a sense of order. Perhaps I could introduce you to someone else, a beauty with exceptional skills." Young Master Lai waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her. "I'll pay her 15 times more. Move this inferior one out. I bought his ticket as well, so he should scram. If he lacks money, he ought not to linger here." Upon hearing this, Sister Hua donned a professional smile and crouched down to address the silent and expressionless Su Qing. "Sir, might I invite you to the adjacent VIP room? I can arrange for 2 highly skilled technicians to come over, and your expenses today will be waived. Consider an apology from Sister Hua. What do you say?" In the realm of business, where charm and amiability foster prosperity, Sister Hua was particularly adept. Most individuals, when faced with her persuasive approach, would likely choose to avoid conflict. However, Su Qing was evidently not one of them. "Sister Hua, kindly escort that barking mad dog out. I cannot abide die dogs, and that yellow-haired lunatic is even more intolerable." Su Qing raised his palm and slapped the water surface, startling a school of small fish that had been nibbling at his waist. This slap also landed squarely on young Master Lai's face. Sister Hua inwardly lamented, realizing that this young man was equally obstinate. She needed to quickly alert security. If a brawl broke out, this inexperienced fellow would undoubtedly suffer greatly. With this thought, she feigned rising and discreetly signaled to the 2 technicians at the door. Chapter 16. Who is more ruthless? Young Master Lai's expression darkened as he pointed at Su Qing, exclaiming in exasperation, "Drag this fellow here." Before the last word could escape his lips, it transformed into a startled gasp as Su Qing seized his outstretched arm and pulled him into the pool. With a splash, young Master Lai, with his yellow hair, plunged into the water, and Su Qing seized the back of his head, forcefully pushing him down. Bubbles rushed to the surface as Lai struggled beneath the water, unable to free himself from the hand pressing down on his head, choking on mouthful after mouthful of water. 2 associates in black vests rushed forward upon witnessing Lai's predicament. But before they could leap into the pool, Su Qing had already yanked Lai's head above water, gripping his neck fiercely as he shouted, "If anyone dares to come down, I will strangle him." The two black-vested henchmen were instantly at a loss, helplessly watching as Lai's eyes rolled back. These thugs had been hired by Lai from a martial arts school. Tough in brawls, but completely at a loss when faced with someone who exuded true ferocity and could turn deadly in an instant. With his neck in a vice grip, young Master Lai found it difficult to breathe. He could not even muster the strength to cry for help, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Meanwhile, Han Shui stood by, stunned. She had not anticipated that the previously silent individual would resort to such an astonishing act. Watching Lai's eyes glaze over, she felt a pang of concern. If someone were truly harmed, the consequences could be dire. "Brother, please release Lai. Everything can be negotiated. Taking a life will lead to severe repercussions." Sister Hua was in a state of panic, her forehead damp with sweat. Faced with such a reckless youth, she had no further plans and could only continue to plead. Su Qing initially intended merely to teach the arrogant yellow-haired man a lesson, not to cause him any real harm. Upon hearing Sister Hua's words, he inadvertently eased his grip. With a cough, Lai Xiao felt relieved and finally managed to cough a few times, but his cough signaled a tacit understanding among the two black vests by the pool, who then lunged towards Su Qing. Su Qing had been monitoring these two fools. Seeing the move, he quickly pulled Lai Xiao back a few steps, causing the two imbeciles to miss their target and frighten away countless small fish. Splash! The two drenched black vests emerged from the water, only to be met with two fists. With a thud, the punches landed squarely on their noses, rendering them dazed and bloodied. Before they could regain their footing, they were struck by two well-placed kicks, leaving them in excruciating pain. Sitting in the pool, Lai Xiao could not help but cringe at the sight of his subordinates clutching their groins and wailing in agony. He thought to himself that having been choked earlier was a stroke of luck. Had this madman kicked him a few times, it would have been a disaster. He lamented his misfortune in encountering such a lunatic. Meanwhile, Sister Hua felt a sense of relief, knowing that at least Lai Xiao had escaped serious danger. Being roughed up was far better than being choked. At that moment, a group of security guards armed with batons burst in, rushing to the pool's edge. The leading burly security guard tipped his hat back and leaned closer to Sister Hua, feigning concern as he asked, "Nana, are you all right?" Sister Hua, whose full name was Hua Lina, had divorced her husband 2 years prior. Women of her allure, post-divorce, often attract a multitude of suitors, and the burly security chief was no exception. Sister Hua shook her head to indicate she was fine, expressing her concern. "First, help Lai Xiao and his subordinates out of the water. Let us see if they are injured." However, the burly man misinterpreted her intent. With two men groaning and clutching their groins, one sitting dazed in the pool, and a man and woman seemingly unharmed, it was evident who had done the beating. "First, get that shirtless one out of the water," he commanded, pointing his baton at Su Qing, eager to assert his authority, especially with Hua Lina watching. The other guards, hearing their leader's orders, were eager to act, while Lai Xiao shot Su Qing a venomous glare, wishing he could urge the guards to punish him severely. "Who the hell dares to touch my brother? Get the hell out," came a louder, more domineering voice as Tang De Xiao entered with a dark expression, followed closely by the sweating Lu Youfu. Upon seeing Tang De Xiao, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him, while the expressions of everyone else shifted dramatically. The guards, poised to act, now silently congratulated themselves for holding back. Provoking the vengeful Tang De Xiao was not a trivial matter. "Xiao Huzi, pack your things and get out immediately. We 1T harbor traders here," Tang De Xiao coldly declared, pointing at the burly guard and sealing his fate. Who was Tang Bin? In the realm of heaven and earth, it was but a trifling matter for the young master to dismiss an unobservant security captain with a mere utterance. Poor Qiu, caught in a surge of hormones, flaunted himself like a peacock only to find himself ensnared in a fiery predicament. Regret came too late. He could only shake his head in dismay and prepare to depart. "Young master, Qiu Shirkwan was unaware that this gentleman is your friend. I bear some responsibility in this matter as well. Please, show him some mercy." Hua Jie mustered the courage to intercede on Qiu's behalf. She lamented her lack of foresight, recalling the technician's account of the furious Lai seeking out Han Shui in the VIP room, prompting her hurried arrival without verifying the guests' identities. Her handling of the situation had inadvertently implicated Qiu Shirkwan. Young Master Tang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had summoned Su Qing for a sauna, and now found himself embroiled in this troublesome affair, nearly assaulted by those inept security guards. How could this not be seen as a slap in his face? Su King, with a casual leap onto the pool's edge, remarked nonchalantly, Brother Tang, let it go. They haven't done anything too severe to me, right? Xiao Shirquan, taken aback by this unfamiliar youth's defense, swiftly seized the opportunity to express his gratitude. He bowed deeply to Su Qing, saying, Thank you, young sir. My apologies for the earlier offense. One should not underestimate the role of a security captain in heaven and earth, where one could earn a comfortable 6,000 yuan monthly without a care. Finding a similar establishment elsewhere would indeed prove challenging. Su Qing nodded, no worries. Just ensure these ruffians are thrown out. They are quite the eyesore. Chapter 17. The Countenance of Relatives. Xiao Shirquan complied and called out to the security personnel by the poolside. What are you all standing there for? Toss those two fools out. The guards sprang into action, roughly ushering the three dazed individuals away from the pool. The two in black vests, still reeling from their earlier punishment, received further blows, while even the blonde was dealt a few painful strikes, eliciting cries of anguish. Seeing Su Qing speak up, young Master Tang felt no inclination to dwell on Xiao Shirquan's predicament. However, as the guards pushed the blonde towards the exit, Tang dashed forward, seizing Lai by the collar and delivering a series of resounding slaps, swelling his cheeks to the size of dumplings. You got some nerve. From now on, every time I see you, I'll teach you a lesson. After delivering a precise side kick to Lai's chest, Tang sent him tumbling out the door. Having dealt with Lai, Tang Guobin turned to Xiao Shirquan and the others with an indifferent expression. Aren't you all going to leave? Standing around like fools? The group exhaled in relief and hurriedly made their exit, with only Han Shui casting a complex glance at Su Qing before biting her lip and retreating. Once they had departed, Tang Guobin relaxed his demeanor and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Qingzi, you were quite fierce. Just look at those three clowns. It's clear you were behind this. Lu Youfu approached playfully, poking Su Qing's muscular chest with his finger, exclaiming, impressive. Larger than mine. You're almost rivaling the renowned Akio. I can't help but wonder if you've used some enhancement products. Su Qing, caught between laughter and exasperation, rolled his eyes. Get lost. What man needs breast enhancement? This is all hard work, all right? Tang Guobin approached as if he had discovered a new continent, playfully pinching the sinewy flesh of Su Qing's arm, then reaching towards Su's chest. Su Qing felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly leaped back to evade Tang's grasp. These two troublemakers were truly exasperating. He wished he could immediately don his clothes. Sometimes being overly endowed as a man could indeed be a burden. Go ahead and shout, if you dare. No one will heed your cries, no matter how hoarse your voice becomes. Lu Youfu adopted a sinister demeanor, inching closer to Su Qing, left utterly speechless. Su Qing opened the door and bolted, darting to the changing room to retrieve his garments. After soaking in a hot spring, slipping into these filthy clothes felt somewhat uncomfortable. He patted the cash in his pocket, contemplating a wardrobe change. After all, he still had to gift Lu a computer, and it wouldn't hurt to purchase a couple of decent outfits as well. Yundu Commercial City was a modest, comprehensive trade center specializing in various electronics and apparel, with clearly marked prices and commendable quality. The first floor was dedicated to an array of electronic storefronts, boasting an overwhelming selection of computer brands. The most captivating were the newly released all-in-one desktops, exuding simplicity and elegance. However, Lu Youfu seemed disinterested in such relatively low-cost items. He opted to assemble his own computer. He found a shop that represented the Lenovo brand and casually picked up a configuration sheet from the table. A charming saleswoman approached him enthusiastically, quickly discerning that he was a potential buyer. With an overly sweet demeanor, she persistently promoted Lenovo machines to Lu, and when she learned he intended to build his own setup, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face, although it was soon replaced by her professional composure. For a high-spec assemble machine would still yield a considerable commission, adhering to the principle of spending another's money without remorse. Lu chose only the finest components: a Core i7 CPU, an Asus motherboard, an Arctic cooling system, a WD 1TB 7,200 revolutions per minute 64 MB hard drive, an 8 GB Corsair Vengeance memory kit, a Hi-Fi Wooden Deluxe sound system, a Samsung 19-inch LCD monitor, a Corsair GS power supply, and a waterproof keyboard and mouse from A4 Tech, with even the most basic case costing $480. Altogether, the computer amounted to a staggering $12,800, even at the so-called discounted price. The saleswoman beamed with delight, promptly sealing the deal by offering a bundle of cameras and microphones, along with a promise of home delivery. Lu Youfu nonchalantly scribbled down his address and phone number, then turned to Su Qing extending his hand. Pay up. What are you waiting for? With a sweet melon beauty accompanying him, Lu genuinely treated Su Qing as if he were an ATM standing at the bank. Su Qing, smiling, retrieved a stack of cash from his bag, counting out 13,000 with utmost respect before handing it to Lu, allowing him his moment of pride. Lu's eyes narrowed in glee as he followed the sweet melon beauty to complete the transaction, leaving Su Qing to wander aimlessly, relishing the fact that he now owned a massive laptop, merely taking in the sights. Before long, Lu, jovial and cheerful, approached with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, whispering to Su Qing, "My friend, a second spring is upon me. That girl named Yang has invited me for a stroll this weekend." With a triumphant flourish, he brandished his phone, revealing a string of numbers and the name Yang Jing. "Yang Jing? This woman must excel at laundry. You are indeed fortunate." Su Qing teased with a smile. "Don't be absurd. I'll treat you to drinks tomorrow," Lu retorted playfully, throwing an arm around Su Qing's shoulder as they exited the shop, hailing a taxi. It was then that Su Qing remembered his shopping plans, but as the vehicle started, he resigned himself to forego them, noting that the clothes at home were still wearable. By the time he returned to his rented room, it was already 6 in the evening. Su Qing carefully stowed the money and the jade material into a large suitcase beneath his bed. However, feeling a twinge of unease, he decided to transfer the stone and his bank card into his backpack, leaving only the bag of cash in the suitcase. Just as he completed this task, his sister-in-law, Qin Bing, opened the door. Behind her stood a short, stout, middle-aged woman, an acquaintance of Su Qing's, his sister-in-law's uncle's wife. Previously, in her desperation to finance Su Bin's medical treatment, Qin Bing had borrowed over 100,000 yuan, 5 of which came from her uncle's household. It was clear that her aunt had come to press for repayment. "Qingzi, bring a stool for your aunt and brew her a cup of tea." "I'll just change my clothes." Qin Bing, weary from a day's labor, yearned for a moment of rest. Today, her aunt had come to the factory to demand repayment, and this change of clothes provided her a moment to concoct some excuses. "Forget sitting down or drinking tea. I'm here for a straightforward inquiry. When you plan to repay the 50,000 yuan you owe?" Her aunt interjected without granting Qin Bing a moment to gather herself. "Aunt, I've been transferring 1,000 yuan to your account each month, haven't I? It's been almost 2 years. How could there still be 50,000? Are you mistaken?" Qin Bing protested, having scrimped and saved to repay the debt, only to realize she had already paid nearly 20,000 without reducing the principal. Her aunt scoffed. "Wasn't it agreed upon that interest would be 2% monthly? The amount you've repaid merely covers the interest. Today, I demand the principal. It's all clearly documented in black and white, and you even left your fingerprint." With that, she boldly withdrew a folded piece of paper from her pocket, unfolding it and presenting it to Qin Bing. Upon reading it, Qin Bing felt a wave of shock wash over her. Biting her lip, she scrutinized it repeatedly before stammering, "Aunt, we clearly agreed on 2% interest annually when I borrowed the money. Why has it changed to 2% monthly on this note?" Her aunt snatched the document from Qin Bing's hands, her voice icy. "In this day and age, the one in debt is the master, while the lender is the servant. Little Bing, I don't mean to scold you, but a young woman like you shouldn't remain in mourning for a deceased husband you never even had. If you agree to my earlier proposition, this debt can be dismissed as if it were nothing, allowing you to live a life of comfort. Enough. I currently have no money to repay you, and I cannot agree to what you proposed. From now on, I will increase my monthly payments by 500 yuan. Is that acceptable? This is how it will be." Qin Bing was infuriated by such a nearly fraudulent act. It was initially agreed upon as an annual interest, yet it had inexplicably transformed into a monthly one, which she found utterly unacceptable. This was her dear uncle's wife, who could stoop to such opportunistic behavior in times of vulnerability. Amidst her anger, a profound sense of betrayal by a family member filled her heart, and tears began to well up in her eyes, yet she valiantly restrained herself from letting them fall. Chapter 18. The sister-in-law, as concerned beside her, Su Qing, who had remained silent until now, was also filled with indignation. He swiftly approached the bedside, bent down to retrieve an old suitcase, and produced a black leather bag filled with money. Turning to Qin Bing, he spoke softly, "Sister-in-law, how much do you owe her? I shall repay it." The gentle words of her younger brother-in-law sent a tremor through Qin Bing's heart. The tears that brimmed in her eyes shimmered momentarily, nearly cascading down. She did not believe that Su Qing could settle this debt, yet his comforting words warmed her heart. 50,000. In fact, I have already repaid 20,000 over the past 2 years. Before Qin Bing could finish her sentence, her aunt-in-law interjected with a sarcastic tone, "You good for nothing. How can you repay? with a bag full of worthless paper? Su Qing, with an impassive expression, unzipped the bag and tipped its contents onto the floor. With a cascade, stacks of red bills fell to the ground. In the astonished gaze of the plump ant, Su Qing calmly used his toe to nudge 5 stacks of bills directly in front of her. 50,000. Count it and get lost. A relative like you is not needed by my sister-in-law. Ignoring the astonished ant, he turned to the equally surprised Qin Bing and reassured her. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Every penny of this money has been earned honestly. I will explain the details to you shortly. I, Su Qing, guarantee that from this day forth, you will lead a good life. Tears streamed down her face as Qin Bing broke into loud sobs. This strong woman finally found an outlet for all her grievances and pain in that moment. She threw herself into Su Qing's embrace, and her tears flowed like a fountain. At that moment, crying seemed to be the only language. The plump ant picked up the 5 stacks of bills at her feet, rubbed 2 of them between her fingers to confirm their authenticity, and then fixed her gaze greedily on the scattered bills on the ground, inching forward cautiously to get closer to the pile of money. Just as the ant was about to bend down to collect 2 nearby stacks, Su Qing suddenly turned his head, his dark eyes mocking as he looked at her, and said lightly, "If you've taken the money, why don't you leave? Are you hoping to stay here for a meal?" With one arm gently holding the weeping sister-in-law, Su Qing extended his other hand towards the ant's nose, coldly commanding, "Hand over the IOU." The ant, reluctantly glancing at the money on the ground, gritted her teeth and handed over the IOU. Su Qing crumpled the note into a ball and sneered, "Thank you. Now you may leave." The ant, her face flushed with anger, shot Su Qing a fierce glare before turning and slinking out the door. The heavy thud of the wooden door closing echoed, as if she were attempting to vent her dissatisfaction in this futile manner. "Sister-in-law, please do not weep. It is all in the past. Tomorrow, I shall repay all debts, and I will assist you in acquiring numerous exquisite garments, along with a grand residence, so you will no longer have to worry about financial matters." Su Qing gently patted his sister-in-law's shoulder, offering solace in his unique manner. In his embrace, Qin Bing trembled, breaking free and sobbing. "Qingzi, you must clarify the origin of this money to me." Qin Bing gazed at Su Qing in disbelief, aware that her younger brother would never utter a falsehood. However, the shock within her remained profound. 1 million, a sum that many would not witness in a lifetime, was now firmly within her grasp, making the card feel heavy with significance. "Qingzi, is what you say truly authentic?" "Sister-in-law, every word I utter is genuine. Feel free to utilize this money without concern." Su Qing bent down to gather the banknotes scattered on the floor into his wallet and softly suggested, "Shall we first go to the food stall downstairs for a bite? I find myself rather hungry." Qin Bing wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, "There are ingredients at home. I will prepare a meal right away." With that, she rose and entered the kitchen, and soon the sound of knives striking the chopping board echoed from within. Su Qing opened the colossal laptop and began to search for information regarding jade gambling stones. He had resolved to leverage his inexplicably acquired ability of perception to amass further wealth, and the captivating realm of gambling stones appeared to be a shortcut. In his view, this venture was both reasonable and lawful, not contravening moral integrity. He had no intention of utilizing the funds allocated for his sister-in-law. The 100,000 on the table would suffice. He believed that it would not be long before wealth would accumulate like a rolling snowball. And even if he were to lose his perceptive ability later, he would have no regrets. Su Qing commenced his online exploration into various aspects of jade gambling stones, from differentiating raw materials to understanding the pricing of various jade qualities. An incessant flow of information poured into his mind like a gentle stream, and he even took out a notebook to record what he deemed useful. He became so engrossed that he momentarily disregarded his hunger. "Qingzi, dinner is ready." A cheerful Qin Bing brought forth 4 dishes and a soup: fragrant crispy pork ribs, braised Crucian carp, stir-fried meat, a fried egg, and a mushroom and black fungus soup. The enticing aroma stirred Su Qing's appetite, prompting him to promptly cease his activities and hurriedly approach the table, seizing a piece of rib and popping it into his mouth. "Wash your hands. You are grown and should practice some hygiene," Qin Bing playfully scolded, raising her chopsticks as if to strike. Su Qing quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your wishes are my commands." He then turned and dashed to wash his hands, filling the small apartment with a joyful atmosphere. Qin Bing's culinary skills were superb, and Su Qing relished every bite, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your cooking surpasses that of any fine establishment. Those so-called golden melons and peonies should be discarded." Qin Bing shot him a glance and retorted, "What nonsense! Where are golden melons and peonies? Are those even names of dishes? Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Eyes. Qin Bing was momentarily taken aback, her brow slightly furrowed, musing to herself that the 1982 law fight could not compare to Erguo II. Her younger brother-in-law was indeed talented. His ability to amass such a fortune was a stroke of luck. However, she could not allow him to associate with those affluent second-generation heirs, lest they squander his money and jeopardize his studies. Qingzi, would you promise your sister-in-law one thing? A look of worry suddenly appeared on Qin Bing's face, and her eyes involuntarily turned red. Su Qing, upon seeing her demeanor, grew anxious. Sister-in-law, just say what you need. As long as it is within my power, I will comply, whether it be one thing, 10, or even 100. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Qin Bing replied earnestly. Your sister-in-law urges you to prioritize your studies and avoid mingling with those wealthy young masters. With only half a month until school begins, focus on your studies at home. Can you do that? Su Qing nodded vigorously. I never intended to spend all my time with young Master Tang. We are merely ordinary friends. Rest assured, my grades will not suffer. I can assure you that I will secure a place at Jiangxing University. Seeing Su Qing's confident demeanor, Qin Bing felt a sense of relief. She pulled out a bank card from her pocket and gently slid it across the table towards Su Qing. Keep this card. Tomorrow, I will use the money in this bag to pay off the debts and also settle the rent. Su Qing was taken aback by Qin Bing's decision. Knowing her stubborn nature, once she made up her mind, it was difficult to change it. Without refusing, he accepted the card and placed it in his pocket. All right, just let me know if you need any money. Qin Bing responded, beginning to tidy up the dishes, while Su Qing resumed his online research. At that moment, his pocket phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by an unusual voice. After listening closely, he realized it was his beautiful landlord. Qingzi, could you come over and talk with Sister Zhu? Su Qing was taken aback, his mind racing with speculations about why Sister Zhu would summon him at such a late hour. Surely, she wasn't calling to demand rent, was she? Regardless, he had money now, so he could simply pay her if necessary. Qingzi, are you listening? Zhu Xiaoling's voice on the other end began to quiver, and Su Qing quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts. Yes, I'm here. As her sobs continued, after a long pause, Zhu Xiaoling finally choked out the reason for her distress. My home was robbed. Can you come over? Without a second thought, Su Qing replied, Sister Zhu, don't panic. I'll be there right away. Upon hearing this, he could no longer sit still. He hastily pulled out a small stack of cash from his bag, pocketed it, and called out toward the kitchen, Sister-in-law, Sister Zhu needs me. I'm taking the rent to pay. Qin Bing responded. But Su Qing had already dashed out the door. Zhu Xiaoling's residence was in a 4-story building not far from the rental, and although Su Qing had visited frequently, this would be his first time going there at such a late hour. Hastily ascending to the second floor, he found the door to Zhu Xiaoling's apartment ajar. Pushing it open, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. The beautiful landlord sat on the floor, her eyes vacant, as various items lay strewn about haphazardly, indicating that the place had been ransacked. Su Qing furrowed his brow and stepped forward, speaking softly. Sister Zhu, have you called the police? Zhu Xiaoling, with tears welling in her eyes, lifted her head and choked out. I just informed my cousin. She will come over immediately. Su Qing was already aware that the beautiful landlady had a cousin who worked as a detective in the municipal police department. Their relationship was akin to that of intimate friends. The room was adorned with numerous photographs of the two of them together. Did something valuable go missing? Su Qing frowned as he surveyed the disheveled room, inwardly cursing the thief repeatedly. There was just over 20,000 in cash, along with some jewelry. But the most regrettable loss was the 5-colored jade pendant left to her by her mother. At the mention of the pendant, tears streamed down Zhu Xiaoling's face once more. She nodded in response, grasping Su Qing's outstretched hand. Yet despite her efforts, she remained seated on the floor, crying until her feet grew numb. Su Qing tightly held her icy little hand and, with a firm pull, helped the beautiful landlady to her feet, guiding her to the sofa to sit down. Sister Zhu, allow me to fetch you a glass of water. Noticing her continued despondency, Su Qing rose to pour a glass of water from the dispenser. As he inadvertently cast his gaze toward the equally chaotic bedroom, his eyelids fluttered, and his left eye suddenly sparkled with insight, conjuring peculiar images in his mind. 2 men in light blue uniforms rummaged through the room, with a pile of women's jewelry and cash scattered across the bed. Among them lay a palm-sized jade pendant. Its surface shimmered with vibrant hues, intricately carved with a phoenix gazing skyward, the natural colors skillfully shaped into the bird's feathers, a truly exquisite piece. After a thorough search, The men seemed to find nothing further of value and turned to stuff the cash from the bed into their bags, allowing Su Qing to glimpse their faces clearly. At that moment, Su Qing felt a chill on the back of his foot, abruptly diverting his attention, and the images in his mind ceased. Looking down, he realized he had unknowingly tilted the cup in his hand, spilling all the water onto his foot. Raising his gaze back to the bedroom, it remained as disorderly as before, devoid of any trace of the two men. Qingzi, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Zhu Xiaoling, taking a sip from the water, misinterpreted Su Qing's bewildered expression as a sign of illness. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well last night. Su Qing replied dismissively, his thoughts consumed with unraveling the capabilities of his eyes. Could his right eye see through jade and stone, while his left eye perhaps restore images of past events? Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. Resolving to suppress his racing heart, Su Qing forcefully blinked his left eye, and indeed, another scene unfolded in his mind. The two uniformed men were causing a ruckus in the living room, eventually stealing 2 fine cigarettes and several bottles of Feiqian Mitai from the liquor cabinet. They donned rubber gloves and had plastic bags over their shoes. Clearly seasoned professionals in their illicit craft. It was not until the two men, wearing triumphant expressions, exited the door that the images in Su Qing's mind began to blur and fade away. He confirmed that 3 individuals had participated in the theft. 2 had entered the premises while 1 stood guard outside, with one of them distinctly marked by a prominent black mole at the corner of his brow. As Su Qing endeavored to imprint the facial features of the 3 individuals in his memory, a flurry of police officers burst in from outside, led by a strikingly attractive female officer. Her features bore a resemblance to Zhu Xiaoling's, infused with a touch of vivaciousness and professionalism, while lacking the latter's mature allure. She was Jiang Siyu, Zhu Xiaoling's cousin, exuding an air of vibrant energy. Jiang Siyu rushed to Zhu Xiaoling's side, inquiring with urgency, "Cousin, are you all right?" Zhu Xiaoling managed a bitter smile, replying, "I've lost the colorful phoenix pendant," her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Siyu frowned slightly, fully aware of the pendant's significance to her cousin. She tenderly reassured, "Do not worry. I will call for an investigation at the scene. As long as that thief remains in Jiangcheng, I will surely unearth him." With that, she promptly turned to organize her colleagues, who began to meticulously examine the area and gather all pertinent clues. Chapter 20, Covert Assistance. Siyu's words seemed to instill a sense of resolve in Zhu Xiaoling, her demeanor softening considerably. However, Su Qing, standing beside her, remained skeptical about the efficacy of the officers in uncovering valuable information. The 3 thieves had clearly defined roles and demonstrated proficiency. Thus, the scene likely bore few traces. Honestly, he had expected them to bring a tracking dog, as a dog's sense of smell far surpasses that of a human's, potentially enabling them to follow the scent. Here's the overdue rent. I might as well settle it. Su Qing retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket, counted out a portion, and gently placed it on the sofa before turning to leave. Upon exiting, Su Qing blinked his left eye, and the images of the 3 thieves resurfaced in his mind. He followed their route down the stairs and finally spotted them boarding a white van, speeding away less than 200 meters from the entrance. He noted the license plate number with precision. Su Qing pulled out his mobile phone, intending to share his findings with Zhu Xiaoling, but hesitated, realizing that revealing his extraordinary ability would inevitably draw unwanted attention. Such an unfathomable talent, if made public, could lead to unforeseen complications, perhaps even resulting in him being caged like a laboratory subject. Lost in thought, Su Qing stood still, yearning for a solution that would serve both his interests and those of others. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, a public telephone, ubiquitous along the roadside. By purchasing a phone card and calling from a location distant from his residence, it was likely that even the police could not trace the source of the tip-off. Elated by his newfound plan, Su Qing swiftly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to Jiangxing University. He recalled that several public telephones were situated not far from the university's entrance. 15 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a newsstand at Jiangxing University. Su Qing disembarked, procured a public phone card, and approached a nearby telephone booth. Throughout the process, he kept his head down to obscure his face, and after cautiously surveying his surroundings, he picked up the receiver with a heart full of trepidation and dialed Zhu Xiaoling's number. Beyond the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretched to meet the sky. Zhu Xiaoling's ringtone was indeed unique, a vintage farewell melody. She answered the call after only a few notes. Su Qing cleared his throat and, with a voice that sent shivers down his spine, stated, "To find what you have lost, Listen carefully. A white Jinbei vehicle. License plate, Jiang A58XX. There are 3 thieves. One has a black mole at the corner of his left eyebrow, and another has a horse-like face. The door to the inner room was already shut, and Qin Bing had gone to bed. Su Qing took a moment to calm his excited heart, then went for a shower. Afterward, he returned to his desk to continue his research, casually logging onto QQ. He had just recorded 2 entries regarding the grading of jade when a notification pinged in the lower right corner. Upon opening it, he saw it was that person named Seeing Through the World, but not shaving his head. Hey buddy, I ended my single status last night. What a pity for my pure body. I wanted to preserve it until graduation. Su Qing replied, what a cheeky fellow. Huh, I finally experienced it, came the response. Come off it. What do you think you experienced? You little kid wouldn't understand. I'm diving back into the nightlife, he said before his profile picture disappeared, presumably off to seek more pleasure. Su Qing shook his head with a smile, feeling a flutter of unrest within himself. After a brief period of research, weariness washed over him, prompting him to shut down his computer and retire for the night. The following days passed in tranquility. Su Qing spent his time either studying or browsing the internet, living a leisurely life. He took the opportunity to open several bank accounts, each containing 2 million. However, despite multiple attempts to locate the mad old man in the park, he found no trace. Even using his left eye to search yielded no results, leading him to reluctantly give up. The matter of the beautiful landlord's theft remained unresolved. Su Qing had not seen her in days. Whenever he passed her door, it was tightly locked. He refrained from calling, as their relationship was merely that of landlord and tenant, and excessive familiarity could be detrimental. Su Qing believed he had done all he could, and whether the authorities would apprehend the thief based on the clues he provided was beyond his control. In short, he felt that as long as he acted with a clear conscience, he had done enough. Chapter 21. The Market Incident. One day, while Su Qing was engrossed in the delightful game Plants vs. Zombies, a sudden notification chimed. Upon checking, he found that the young master of the Tang family had sent a friend request, accompanied by a message. Good brother, do you remember the spoiled law fight? Su Qing smiled slightly and promptly accepted the request. The other party quickly sent a message. Looks like I owe you a phone. This cursed little communicator is such a pain. Following that, he sent a custom expression of the god of wealth and added, hey buddy, are you interested in accompanying me to Yunnan for a few days? Su Qing responded, the communicator is off. What do you plan to do in Yunnan? Tang's young master replied, to buy stones, of course. It's all your fault for revealing that ice-red jade last time. My father and a few major shareholders believe that hosting a stone gambling event at Tianshang Rinjian would provide guests with an exciting new experience. So, this unenviable task of purchasing stones has fallen to me. In truth, this task was a venture that Tang Guobin had willingly taken upon himself. Yunnan was indeed a splendid destination, and using the pretext of sourcing raw materials was a perfect excuse to enjoy a few days of leisure. A gentle breeze. Why have you summoned me? Is Lu Gu coming along? Young Master Tang, you are indeed my fortune bringer. I shall cover all expenses. Initially, I intended to invite Fatty, but alas, he is currently as inert as a spring pig, unable to be roused even with a whip. A gentle breeze. How many days are we likely to spend there, and when do we depart? Su Qing has long harbored the desire to venture to Yunnan for stone gambling, and this opportunity is truly irresistible. However, he must devise a way to secure his sister-in-law's approval first. Young Master Tang, I shall pick you up at 9 tomorrow morning to head to the airport. We will first stop in Kunming to explore a bit, then proceed to Tangchong to purchase stones. We shall return within 3 days. But if you wish to extend your stay, that is also permissible. In the afternoon, Su Qing made a special trip to the market, intending to procure fine ingredients for a sumptuous dinner as a bribe for his sister-in-law, hoping to persuade her to allow his journey to Yunnan. As for the gambling aspect, that would have to remain a secret until he returned triumphantly from Yunnan with his bounty. The Jilong market may not be vast, yet it boasted a plethora of produce. Su Qing ventured to the seafood section, purchasing 5 plum crabs and 2 kilograms of sizable shrimp, both of which were favored by Qin Bing. Prior to his visit, Su Qing had meticulously researched recipes for these delicacies online, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Approaching the poultry section with the intention of acquiring a black chicken for soup, Su Qing was taken aback upon closer inspection. The chickens and ducks in the cages appeared lethargic and despondent, their wings drooping. Even after checking several vendors, the sight remained unchanged. Su Qing, unfamiliar with the process of selecting poultry, was puzzled by the evident malaise of the birds. Was it due to confinement? With a subtle blink of his right eyelid, the scene before him left Su Qing speechless. Every chicken and duck seemed to be stuffed with pebbles and coarse sand. some even filled with rusty iron filings. Fluid visibly coursed beneath their skin, indicating that these birds had not only been gorged with foreign objects but also saturated with water. It was no wonder they appeared in such a pitiful state. Su Qing shook a bag of baby squid he had purchased and murmured, "These creatures thrive in water. Their flavor must surely surpass that of waterlogged black chicken." The vendor selling the squid, a middle-aged woman, noticed Su Qing's murmurs and her expression shifted slightly. She cautioned him softly, "Young man, some things are better left unsaid. Be wary of the words you speak." Su Qing, unperturbed, chuckled and replied, "I have money in my pocket. I shall not waste it on substandard goods. Annie, please also assist me with 2 kilograms of clams." Intrigued, Su Qing continued to listen when suddenly a heated argument erupted behind him. A familiar shrill voice pierced the air. Turning to investigate, he spotted a girl in a floral long dress passionately debating with a vendor in the poultry section. With keen eyes, Su Qing quickly recognized the girl as Yang Jing, Lu Youfu's girlfriend. At that moment, Yang Jing's cheeks flushed crimson as she fearlessly exchanged barbs with the burly vendor, holding her own in the exchange with equal fervor, her demeanor reminiscent of an enraged hen. At that moment, the vendor had neatly prepared 2 pounds of clams, glistening with moisture and contained within a plastic bag. Su Qing fished out a crumpled banknote to settle the payment, then placed the clams, along with the shrimp and crabs he held, onto the stall, saying, "Auntie, I'll leave these here for now. My friend has encountered a situation, and I shall return shortly." With that, he strode purposefully towards the bustling poultry stall. The vendor stood momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in resignation, muttering, "What is this young man doing in such a ruckus? The Sun family is not to be trifled with. He will surely regret it." Chapter 22. The Rampage of Lu Fatty. The burly vendor slammed a plucked chicken onto the counter with a resounding thud, sending a spray of pale red droplets into the air, reminiscent of a water-filled balloon bursting. It was evident to the discerning eye that this chicken had been injected with a considerable amount of water, as even the cut revealed a paleness. "Damn it. Had it not been for the fact that you're merely a second-rate hustler, I would have slapped a few teeth out of your mouth. Regardless, whether you want this chicken or not, you are still obligated to pay," the vendor growled, his face contorted in a fierce expression. Despite her delicate appearance, Yang Jing was no pushover when it came to verbal confrontations, and, as the vendor resorted to bullying, she stood her ground. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she declared, "I will not pay a single cent for this water-injected chicken. I am leaving now. If you dare to stop me, I will call the police." With that, she brandished her phone as if it were a grenade, conveying her determination. The vendor, rather than becoming enraged, chuckled mockingly, "You little brat. Feel free to call the police right now, and tell them you're at the Sun Stall in Yuxing Market." Yang Jing hesitated, ready to press the button on her phone, when suddenly a large hand reached out from the side, snatching the device away. In the next instant, she was forcefully shoved from behind, her chest colliding painfully with the edge of the marble counter, eliciting a cry of pain. The burly vendor smirked coldly, seizing the cleaver from the counter and raising it high before bringing it down with a decisive chop onto the neck of the lifeless chicken, its bloodied head rolling to rest directly in front of Yang Jing, who had rushed to the stall. "Su Qing," she exclaimed, as if she had spotted a savior, her voice filled with surprise. Su Qing shook his head, tucking his small communicator into his pocket. He had also called the police earlier, but unfortunately, it had proven ineffective when needed most. Seeing Yang Jing in such distress, he felt compelled to intervene for the sake of their friendship with Lu Fatty. He could not simply turn a blind eye. With a swift turn, he grasped the shoulder of a lean man, his voice cold, hand over the phone. He had observed closely that this individual was the one who had snatched Yang Jing's phone and had also pushed her amidst the chaos. The lean man, confronted by a mere youth, adopted a menacing demeanor and retorted, "Which eye of yours saw me? Take the phone. Let go, or I'll make you regret it." Just as he finished speaking, his pocket emitted a melodic tune. Surprisingly, it was Sweet Honey. Turning to look, he saw Yang Jing holding another phone, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at the lean man's pocket. Su Qing swiftly pulled back his arm, causing the slender man to stumble. Yang Jing, bold and audacious, seized the moment while he was momentarily distracted, taking 2 steps forward to snatch a pink phone from the man's pocket. The slender man forcefully shook off Su Qing's grasp and, pointing a finger at him, growled, "You little brat, I swear I'll make you regret this today." However, his threat was abruptly cut short by a pained yelp as Su Qing deftly twisted his outstretched finger, causing him to crouch down in agony. The burly stall owner, witnessing his companion's misfortune, brandished a cleaver from the chopping board and lunged forward, threatening, "You little rascal, if you don't let go, I'll chop you into pieces." Yet, despite his bluster, his voice lacked conviction, though he was accustomed to intimidating others in his daily dealings. He faltered at the thought of wielding a knife in front of such a crowd. He merely wished to intimidate Su Qing with a few empty threats. With a swift kick, Su Qing sent the slender man sprawling to the ground. Lowering his body, he grabbed the stall owner's leg and forcefully lifted, toppling him backward. The back of the man's head struck the concrete slab in front of the stall, causing the cleaver to clatter away from his grasp. As they fled the market, the sound of shouts erupted behind them. Su Qing turned to see a group of men armed with clubs and knives rushing towards them. Just then, a taxi approached, and Yang Jing waved it down, and both quickly hopped inside. "Drive fast." Yang Jing urget. The driver, having noticed the commotion behind them, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away, leaving the pursuers in a cloud of exhaust fumes. The driver, a sturdy middle-aged man, shook his head upon seeing the two drenched in sweat. "This market isn't safe. There are too many bullies. Just a few days ago, a young man was beaten at the entrance, and I had to take him to the hospital." Yang Jing, indignant, replied, "Those water-inflated chickens force people to buy, and if you refuse, they resort to violence. They are nothing but a bunch of thugs. I'm going to report them." Su Qing chuckled ruefully. "You seem quite gentle, but when you get angry, it's ferocious. Just don't end up in trouble before you become a heroine." "What will Lu Ge do then?" Yang Jing bolted. "If it weren't for that fat guy wanting to eat boiled chicken, we wouldn't have encountered this mess. Luckily, I ran into you, Su the hero." Su Qing waved his hands dismissively. "Enough of that. I was terrified, nearly wetting my pants while being chased by a gang. It's all thanks to this driver that we escaped." The driver grinned. "It's not my concern. I just happened to pass by. But I advise you to forget about reporting them. Without backing, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly." Noticing Yang Jing's disheartened expression, Su Qing took out his phone and dialed Lu Youfu. "Lu Ge, I have unfortunate news regarding your sweetheart," Su Qing began, only to leave the sentence hanging. On the other end, Lu Youfu panicked, his voice booming throughout the car. "Spit it out already. Don't toy with me. You owe me half a month's meal tickets." Su Qing stuck out his tongue. "I just happened to run into your sweetheart at the market, and she was being attacked." "What? Repeat that." Lu Youfu over there was truly agitated. Upon hearing the words vegetable market, he could ascertain the veracity of the situation. Wasn't Yang Jing supposed to be buying chickens? Yang Jing had been assaulted by a scoundrel selling watered-down poultry at the Jilong market, and had I not fortuitously arrived, who knows what might have transpired? Lu Youfu was in a fit of rage, his voice booming through the microphone. "These rascals dare to strike my wife. I will summon someone to deal with them immediately." Chapter 23. Changing Phones. Su Qing responded affirmatively and promptly ended the call, turning to the anxious Yang Jing with a reassuring smile. "If Lu Ge calls later, just tell him the truth. He'll find a way to avenge you." Yang Jing, with a hint of skepticism, bit her lip. Before she could utter a word, the phone rang. Upon answering, she began to lament her woes. Su Qing smiled faintly. He was aware of Lu Youfu's capabilities. No matter how brazen the market thugs were, they were no match for young Master Tang. And the two were the closest of friends. It is often said that the bonds between men are forged through shared experiences, sharing a roof, enduring hardships together, visiting brothels, and dividing spoils. Lu Youfu and Tang Guobin had certainly experienced at least half of these, and due to this camaraderie, the market's unscrupulous characters would not benefit from their friendship. Su Qing had fortuitously found himself in a chivalrous position, and he felt a need to leave some room for his brother to act gallantly in defense of the fair maiden. The taxi directly arrived at the base of their apartment building. Yang Jing hastily paid the fare, and the two ascended the stairs together. However, Su Qing politely declined Yang Jing's request for him to accompany her into the apartment, and he quickly dashed upstairs to begin preparing dinner. "Sister-in-law, wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Su Qing efficiently served 4 dishes and a soup, cheerfully inviting Qin Bing to the table. This gesture left her pleasantly surprised. After changing into a fresh outfit and washing her face, she gracefully took a seat at the dining table. Su Qing, with great attentiveness, offered her chopsticks, and then, using his own, placed a large crab in her bowl, saying, "Sister-in-law, sample my culinary skills." Qin Bing smiled slightly, responding, "You're being overly attentive. What do you want? Speak plainly." Su Qing scratched the back of his head, replying, "It's nothing much. I just wish to travel to Yunnan with some friends for a few days." Qin Bing, lifting the crab shell, said leisurely, "It's evident that you are eager to go, isn't it?" Su Qing nodded vigorously, having diligently studied the intricacies of gambling stones in the past few days. hoping to seize this opportunity for profit. He was filled with uncontainable joy, never expecting his sister-in-law to agree so readily. In gratitude, he continued to serve her more dishes. Sister-in-law, try this shrimp. The scallops are sautéed with green onions, and this crab is particularly succulent. Bing's bowl soon resembled a small hill, prompting her to use her chopsticks to block further servings. Enough, I'm currently on a diet. After tidying up, Qing settled at the bedside with a book. His small phone buzzed with a message from Zhu Shaoling. The following morning, Qing rose early to engage in physical exercise, performing 200 sit-ups and 300 push-ups, his daily routine. It was this rigorous regimen that sculpted his robust physique. After sweating profusely, he felt invigorated, and his mind was exceptionally clear, contributing to his consistently high academic performance. After a refreshing 5-minute shower, Qing donned a short-sleeved shirt and equipped himself with an old leather wallet containing his ID and bank cards. He settled at his desk and powered on his computer. Just as he logged on to QQ, a message from the flamboyant Tang, the scion of the Tang family, popped up. Brother, the tickets are booked for a flight at 9. If you don't show up, I'll have to give you a beating. Glancing at the clock, Qing noted that it was just past 8, allowing him ample time to turn off his computer and head downstairs for breakfast. He dashed to a nearby snack stall, spending 10 yuan to satiate his hunger. Afterward, he poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it until 10 past 9, when a roaring Jeep Grand Cherokee pulled up. The bespectacled Tang exited the vehicle, his hair slicked back as if groomed by a dog's tongue, exuding an air of flamboyance. The SUV parked beside the snack stall, and upon disembarking, accompanying him were 2 imposing figures clad in black suits and sunglasses, reminiscent of characters from The Matrix, clearly bodyguards. Their unusual attire in the sweltering heat startled the patrons of the snack stall. Huh, you're living the good life? Coming here for tea so early? I haven't tea even at breakfast yet. Tang laughed heartily as he took a seat across from Qing, while his 2 bodyguards stood attentively behind him. Qing downed his tea in one go, smiling. If you're hungry, just order. It's entirely up to you. Are you trying to annoy me this early? Be careful, or I might just kick you out of the plane later. With a grand gesture, he summoned the stall owner. 3 bowls of beef noodles, please. In a short while, 3 bowls of beef noodles arrived at their table. Tang beckoned one of his bodyguards to take a bowl each, while he eagerly began to slurp his own. His manner of eating was less than refined. With a swift motion of his chopsticks, he devoured the beef. And in mere moments, his bowl was empty, soup and all. Qing, taken aback, instinctively reached for his wallet to settle the bill. Tang, unbothered, wiped his mouth and produced a hard paper box from his bag, sliding it across the table to Qing. This is for you. Don't use that old phone anymore. Opening the box, Qing discovered a brand new Nokia X7. He shrugged off any pretense and pocketed it, pushing the box back toward Tang. You hold on to this for now. I didn't bring a bag. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them piled into the car, heading straight for Jiangxing Airport. The 2 bodyguards occupied the front seats while Qing and Tang shared light-hearted banter in the back. Yesterday afternoon was an eye-opener for me. Did you see Liu Fatty's furious display? He was more ferocious than any action star. It's a pity for those poultry vendors. They looked like they were beaten to a pulp. Tang chuckled mischievously, recalling how he had rallied 100 people to tie up the thugs who had been bullying others, sparking Liu Fatty's wrath. Qing scoffed, lifting an eyebrow. Come on, you didn't really have someone catch a few dead dogs for him to beat up, did you? Tang snapped his fingers, laughing. Bingo! That hefty fellow used them as human punching bags. And guess what happened next? Qing replied nonchalantly. What else? He must have tired himself out. Given Liu Youfu's physical condition, he is undoubtedly the type to sweat profusely after throwing a single punch. Tang Dasha shook his head and said earnestly, You are mistaken. This hefty fellow intentionally consumed 2 pills of whey go before engaging in a brawl. Yet he ultimately displayed a rather undignified demeanor. Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at the airport security checkpoint, where a middle-aged man awaited them, dressed in a black suit. He received the car keys before following Tang Dasha into the security area. Chapter 24. An unexpected encounter by the embankment. The rather displeased Qing accompanied Tang Dasha onto the airplane, his seat positioned quite a distance from Tang Bin. Perhaps due to the favor of Sister Peach Blossom, Qing found himself seated next to an exquisite young lady, likely around 17 or 18 years old. Adorned in a tasteful purple dress that accentuated her fair skin, she radiated an enchanting allure. What made her even more captivating was a small red mole on her forehead, elevating her from merely beautiful to dangerously enticing. However, Su Qing evidently lacked the courage to strike up a conversation. Unlike Liu, who could at least have the beauty nestled in his embrace, Su Qing foolishly opted to ignore her presence entirely. It was not that Su Qing had issues with his sexual orientation. Rather, the girl exuded an aura that suggested she was not to be trifled with, akin to a fragrant purple lotus. As Zhou Dunyi once expressed, one can admire it from afar, but must not dare to play with it. Around 3 in the afternoon, the airplane landed at Kunming Airport. As the four disembarked, they were greeted by a flamboyantly dressed, short, stout man who approached them. This man, in his 40s with dark skin, greeted Tang Dasha with a beaming smile, his teeth flashing but his eyes concealed. "Tang Dasha, it has been a long time. You still possess your former charm," exclaimed the stout man, enthusiastically shaking hands with Tang Guobin. Tang Guobin smiled and replied, "I hope to trouble Menggu once again during this visit." The stout man, Meng Shicheng, was a well-known jade rough merchant from Tengchong. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was a man of considerable wealth, having amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. Years ago, he had invested in coal mines in Shaanxi, where he crossed paths with a young Master Tang. Thanks to the Tang family's assistance, he had firmly established himself in Shaanxi. And upon learning of Tang Dasha's procurement trip to Yunnan, he naturally came to offer his personal welcome. Feigning displeasure, Meng Shicheng remarked, "What trouble are you speaking of? You are being overly formal. Here in my territory, you should simply enjoy yourself. Leave the procurement of materials to me, and I assure you will be satisfied." Tang Guobin shook his head, saying, "That will not do. I have come to relish the thrill of stone gambling. If I leave everything to you, I would surely be bored to death." Meng Shicheng, with a warm smile, replied, "Very well, but today you must heed my advice. Allow me to treat you first." The group of 5 exited the airport, where a silver, extended Hummer awaited them. Meng Shicheng personally opened a car door for everyone, and they were driven directly to the Lakeside Grand Hotel. Meng Shicheng had reserved 3 suites facing Dianqi Lake, with a splendid view of the Xishan Mountains across the water, providing a remarkably pleasant environment. He also booked a lavish banquet in the private room number 8 of the restaurant downstairs, ready to serve a sumptuous feast as soon as Tang Dasha and the others took a moment to rest. The rooms were already equipped with various clean garments, and seizing the opportunity, Su Qing quickly took a shower before joining Tang Dasha at the dining table. The dishes served are rich in local flavors, including steamed pot chicken, crossing the bridge rice noodles, green pepper matsutake, Ilyang roast duck, and London milk cake, accompanied by authentic bamboo tube rice wine. Su Qing, indifferent to the pleasantries exchanged between the two, immersed himself in the culinary delights, consuming 3 bamboo tubes of rice wine, his face flushed like a monkey's backside, eliciting hearty laughter from young Master Tang. Although Meng Shicheng had never met Su Qing before, he could easily discern the depth of the friendship between Tang Guobin and Su Qing from Tang's demeanor, and thus greeted him with a warm smile. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Qing patted his swollen belly and said to young Master Tang, "You two carry on. I'll take a stroll outside." Tang Guobin nodded, asking, "Shall I accompany you?" Su Qing shook his head, replying, "No need. I'll just wander nearby. Who knows? I might even encounter some serendipity. If you come along, it would spoil the fun." Tang Guobin jokingly retorted, "Go on, but remember to take your room card." Su Qing raised the room card in his hand and turned to leave the hotel. In truth, his intention to take a walk was partly an act of avoidance. He knew that Tang Guobin and Meng Shicheng would soon check out the scene, and he had no desire to join in their revelry. Instead, he preferred to admire the scenery of Dianqi Lake. Also known as Kunming Lake, it boasts vast waters, with willows swaying along the banks. From afar, one could catch a whiff of a fishy aroma, indicative of the rich aquatic life within. Su Qing strolled aimlessly along the embankment, relishing the moist breeze as the sun slowly descended behind the western hills, casting a shimmering red glow upon the water's surface, which rippled gently in the wind. As he continued walking, his gaze fixed on the western hills, he was suddenly confronted by a person rushing towards him, colliding with him forcefully. A waft of fragrance masked the fishy scent in the air, and before Su Qing could discern the stranger's face, a pair of soft lips unexpectedly met his own. Buzz! Su Qing's mind went blank, his eyes widening in shock at the woman who had stolen his first kiss. The beauty mark on her forehead was unmistakable. It was her, the girl in the purple dress who had sat beside him on the plane. "Focus," the girl said, her icy tone tinged with an undeniable hint of panic, as she leaned closer to Su Qing, attempting to conceal her face. Being chastised for his lack of attentiveness after such an encounter was quite the misfortune. Had she not been an enchanting beauty, Su Qing might have leaped into Dianchi Lake to escape the embarrassment. You think I'm not focused enough? Su Qing, feeling a slight blow to his pride, resolved to concentrate. Some things in this world come naturally, without the need for guidance. The girl in the purple dress suddenly stiffened, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed back at him. Yet she found herself unable to resist. The potent masculine aura enveloped her, causing her breath to quicken. Out of the corner of her eye, however, she noticed 5 men in tight black clothing sprinting towards them, the leader bearing a menacing scar that stretched from his forehead to his jaw. These men, clearly armed, were oblivious to the peculiar situation of the faux couple and ran past them without a glance. Chapter 25. A girlfriend delivered to your door. Ouch. Suking sudeli etkalim. Retreating 2 steps while clutching his bleeding lip, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the girl, who had unexpectedly turned hostile. Bah, scoundrel! The girl in the purple dress, her face flushed, spat with indignation and exclaimed in anger. Su Qing, feeling a deep sense of grievance, retorted, "Are you a dog? You came running to kiss me like a lunatic, and now you bite me." The girl bit her lip and stamped her foot, her charming demeanor causing Su Qing's heart to flutter. He thought to himself, this woman is nothing short of sprite, albeit a rather peculiar one. Feeling a surge of frustration, he shook his head and turned to walk towards the hotel. However, just a few steps later, the girl in the purple dress caught up with him, her face aflame as she wrapped her arms around his elbow and softly inquired, "Was that your first kiss?" Su Qing stiffened, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. His mind was in a haze, unable to comprehend the vast contrast in her behavior. One moment she was kissing him, the next she was biting him, and now she was behaving like a delicate bird. What could she possibly be thinking? A mischievous smile appeared on the girl's face as she asked, "Do you stay at the Lakeside Grand Hotel?" Su Qing was taken aback. "How do you know?" The girl raised her hand, revealing a golden room card between her fingers. Su Qing snatched the card from her grasp, exclaiming, "How can you just take someone else's things?" The girl, still clinging to his arm, shook it gently and pouted, "Weren't you just doing the same?" At that moment, a taxi approached from behind. The girl waved it down and, without hesitation, pulled Su Qing into the car, instructing the driver, "Lakeside Grand Hotel." The driver, puzzled, noted that the hotel was only a few hundred meters away, a 10-minute walk at most. Yet, reasoning that it would be foolish to turn down a fare, he started the meter. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The girl tugged at Su Qing's arm, saying, "Pay the fare? Why are you just standing there?" Once inside the room, she immediately released his arm, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Ignoring the flustered Su Qing, she darted into the bathroom, shutting the door with a decisive click, followed by the sound of running water. Seeing her enter the bathroom, Su Qing's mind began to clear. Surely, she intended to freshen up for their encounter. Her kiss by the Dianchi Lake must have been a tactic to attract customers. And with her looks, her price would undoubtedly be steep. If it was to be, then so be it. No one here would know. With his heart racing, Su Qing decided to shed his inhibitions. He stripped off his clothes and began doing push-ups in the living room, resolved to abandon the title of a mere bureaucrat. He was reluctant to waste his abilities on mere peering, preferring to prepare himself first. Standing up, he cast a quick glance at the girl's ample figure and said softly, "You watch some television. I'll take a shower." As he entered the bathroom, the girl swiftly searched the room, but to her dismay, found not a single coin. Su Qing had taken his wallet and phone with him, not trusting the woman outside, who had so freely approached him. Disappointed, the girl sank onto the sofa, turning on the television and idly flipping through channels. She never imagined that in her attempt to escape an arranged engagement, she would end up in such a predicament. In her haste to leave, she had left everything behind except for the clothes on her back, which was one of the reasons she felt so tethered to Su Qing. There exists another reason. Su Qing confessed that the earlier moment was indeed his first kiss. The girl in the purple dress naively assumed that being with someone from whom she had taken her first kiss was certainly safer than wandering alone outside. Had she been privy to Su Qing's true thoughts at that moment, she would likely have fled in terror, for his mind was consumed with the desire to apply the theoretical knowledge he had accumulated over the years to this, his first real encounter. The young woman in the purple dress had undeniably stirred his heart. Regardless of her motives, he felt compelled not to let this opportunity slip away. Creak! The bathroom door swung open, revealing Su Qing clad only in his underwear, with clothes in hand. His physique, resembling that of a bodybuilder, momentarily stunned the girl in the purple dress, causing her to blush and avert her gaze, softly chastising him. "Rogue, quickly put on your pants." Su Qing, taken aback, mumbled, "Since they're going to come off anyway, why bother with the hassle?" His voice, though quiet, clearly reached her ears. The girl's thoughts rapidly shifted, and she realized what was brewing in his mind. He had likely mistaken her for an easy conquest, ready to indulge in her without restraint. This notion embarrassed her to the core, her face flushing as if it might bleed. Fleeing a marriage only to find herself in the abode of a stranger was indeed a peculiar tale. It was no wonder he would regard her as a lady of the night, and feeling a wave of grievance, she began to weep softly. Seeing the girl in the purple dress weeping like a wilting flower, Su Qing felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. Awkwardly donning his clothes, he approached her and said, "Do not cry. To be honest, I'm not that eager either." The girl's sobs intensified, leaving Su Qing in a state of helplessness, seated silently beside her. After a spell of crying, she turned to the dazed young man and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Qing, feeling dejected, shook his head. In recent years, he had been transient, changing schools multiple times, leaving no room to seek a girlfriend. The girl in the purple dress pouted, "Am I pretty?" Without hesitation. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are beautiful." He then added, "But that has nothing to do with me." She managed a reluctant smile and inquired, "Then, may I be your girlfriend?" Su Qing grimaced, "Forget it. I don't even know your name. It will be better for you to leave sooner." Today's encounter left him both embarrassed and annoyed, wishing to promptly rid himself of this eccentric woman. Good looks were of little consequence if her mind was not right. Chapter 26. Lu Inxue. Telling me this is futile. I came to Yunnan with friends to purchase stones. I cannot assist you in any way, Su Qing responded, half skeptical. Lu Inxue's eyes brightened. "You are from Jiangsheng, aren't you? We met on the plane." The reason she chose to kiss Su Qing by the riverside stemmed from a preconceived notion. During the flight, this youthful lad had not even glanced her way, indicating he was at least a decent person, and moreover, he was not unattractive. Had she been forced to kiss a lecherous old man, she would have preferred to dive into Dianchi Lake to keep company with the turtles. Su Qing, unaware that he had been granted a good guy card, nodded and said, "If you have something to say, please be direct. I do not favor beating around the bush." Lu Inxue's mother passed away early, and now the only one who can protect her is her grandfather, who resides at the Longquan Mountain Sanatorium in Jiangxing. He is one of the few remaining veterans in the country. Although he is retired, his loyal subordinates wield considerable power. To put it bluntly, when the old man coughs, the ground trembles, and even the current rulers must show him a modicum of respect. Su Qing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, "If you can prove your affiliation with Jiangxing University, I will believe you." Lu Inxue thought for a moment and responded, "I'll give you a landline number. It's my homeroom teacher, Lu Zhiru's. You can call to verify if there is a student named Lu Inxue." Su Qing took out his phone and dialed the number Lu Inxue provided. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep female voice answered, "Hello. Who are you looking for? Are you teacher Lu Zhiru?" Su Qing Ingui. "Yes, I'm Lu Inxue's uncle. May I ask when the new semester starts at Jiangxing University?" "Classes officially begin on August 31st. Doesn't T Xiaoxue know?" Su Qing smiled faintly, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then hung up the phone. Turning to see Lu Inxue rolling her eyes at him, he asked, "Now do you believe me, uncle?" Su Qing shook his head. "I believe half of it." "How old are you this year?" Lu Inxue casually replied, 20. She was puzzled by what he meant by believing half. Su Qing tapped the armrest of the sofa with his finger. "Are you in your first year of graduate school?" Lu Inxue wrinkled her nose nonchalantly. "I skipped 2 grades in elementary school." Su Qing continued, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Inxue's face flushed, and she shook her head. "All right then, from today onward, I shall reluctantly be your boyfriend," Su Qing said with a smile, pulling Lu Inxue into his embrace. Flushed, Lu Inxue struggled a bit, but found his grip too strong to escape. She leaned against his sturdy chest and whispered, "But I don't even know your name." Su Qing relished the sensation of holding her close, gently stroking her slightly damp hair. Su Qing, as in Su from Lin Zexu, and Qing meaning clear sky. Lu Inxue responded with a soft hum, a bittersweet smile emerging on her lips. She finally understood that escaping an unwanted marriage was merely a transition from one man's embrace to another's, shifting to find a more comfortable position. She gazed at Su Qing's handsome and somewhat youthful face, inhaling a subtle masculine scent. For some reason, she felt no aversion. Rather, there was an inexplicable thrill. At least this young man was her own choice. A sudden rumble from her stomach interrupted the moment. Su Qing glanced down to see Lu Inxue blushing brightly, embarrassment evident in her eyes. He chuckled softly and gently patted her back. "Perfect timing. I'm a bit hungry as well. Let us go downstairs to the restaurant for something to eat." In truth, He had tea fully digested his dinner. But indulging in another meal for this unexpected girlfriend was a small price to pay. Lu Yinxue nodded, standing up straight obediently. She hadn't eaten a single bite since taking a flight that morning and was now feeling quite famished. As the two descended to the restaurant on the ground floor, Su Qing deliberately chose the private room designated for dinner. The waiter approached with a menu and refreshments, momentarily taken aback by the expression on Su Qing's face before quickly regaining composure. The waiter mused to himself. This patron has dined less than 2 hours ago and has returned already. Clearly, their appetite is quite commendable. Su Qing took the menu and handed it to Lu Yinxue, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you desire. Do not deny your stomach." Lu Yinxue, unfazed, ordered 5 dishes and a soup, then returned the menu to Su Qing. "Let's have 2 tubes of bamboo rice wine. That should suffice." The waiter finally grasped that this time the roles had shifted. He recalled Su Qing's voracious eating style and chuckled as he exited the room. Before long, the dishes were served. Su Qing kindly instructed the waiter to remain outside and to be called only if needed. His intention was not to spare the waiter from the sight of Lu Yinshue's eating habits, but rather to allow her the freedom to indulge without restraint. Lu Yinxue was quite hungry, yet to Su Qing's surprise, she exhibited delicate eating manners, chewing her food as if she were an elderly woman without teeth, hardly making a sound while sipping her soup, a habit likely cultivated over many years. What was most exasperating was her approach to eating the bridge rice noodles. Logically, one would expect a single mouthful to suffice, yet she painstakingly bit the lengthy noodles into 10 segments before consuming them. If Su Qing had been inclined to measure, he might have found each piece precisely 1 inch long. He silently vowed never to order noodles or similar dishes again when dining together. The wait would surely be excruciating. Chapter 27. A Face Full of Porridge. The meal extended nearly 2.5 hours, during which the waiter outside leaned against the wall, stifling countless yawns. Upon hearing the call for the bill from within, he breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. When settling the bill, he realized that the prices at a 5-star hotel were not exorbitant, certainly far less than those at certain extravagant establishments. The total for 5 dishes and a soup amounted to only 800 yuan, a mere fraction of the price of a single plate of chicken, but, after all, that dish was what one might call peony prosperity. As Lu Yinxue glanced around, she began to walk more slowly, as if fearing to crush any ants beneath her feet, her gaze now flickering. Upon reaching the door to their room, she felt a surge of anxiety. Although she did not harbor any aversion towards Su Qing, their relationship had only blossomed from a serendipitous kiss. She acknowledged a budding affection for this young man, though it had yet to transcend into love. More so, it was rooted in reliance. Su Qing had already used the room card to unlock the door and stepped inside. Noticing Lu Yinxue hesitating at the threshold, he chuckled. "What is the matter? Do you intend to stand outside all night?" Only then did Lu Yinxue lower her head and step into the room, her demeanor far less carefree than on their first encounter. With a lone man and a woman sharing the same space, she couldn't help but worry that should he lose control, the innocence she had preserved for over a decade might vanish in an instant. She once heard a close friend remark that during the day, men are as refined as professors, but by night, they transform into ravenous beasts. The 3 plays starring Good Daxian epitomized the 3 states of a man throughout the day. By daylight, the majority of men adopt a demeanor that suggests they are not to be trifled with, but by nightfall, they become reckless, leading to numerous tales reminiscent of the Zhao family orphans. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Yinxue sat silently on the couch, acutely aware that this 1-bedroom suite contained only a single bed. Even if she were to suggest sleeping on the couch, it would not guarantee her safety, especially considering his past intentions. Just then, Su Qing emerged from the room, clutching a comforter, and yawned at the dazed Lu Yinxue. "Hey, what are you pondering? Hurry and get to bed. I'll take the couch tonight." Upon hearing Su Qing's somewhat impatient words, Lu Yinxue let out a long sigh, her troubled expression instantly lifting. She cast a grateful glance at him and swiftly entered the room. With a sharp sound, the door closed, and Su Qing unexpectedly noticed that her steps had become light as she entered. The following morning, an unusual ringtone jolted her from a pleasant dream. "When I am alone, it is not that I do not think of you. Rather, I fear the thoughts of you," echoed the final notes of a song, ushering in the end of July. The month of Leo. The soft, melodious voice sent shivers down Su Qing's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and answered. "Hey buddy, it's time to rise. Let us meet at our usual spot for breakfast," shouted Tang, abruptly hanging up, sending a jolt through Su Qing's ears. He quickly sprang from the couch and approached the door, knocking a few times while calling out, "Girlfriend, rise and shine." Upon hearing a response from within, he dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Once Su Qing had completed his morning routine, a bleary-eyed Lu Yinshu entered, and they exchanged smiles. Su Qing pointed at her wrinkled dress and urged, "Hurry up, we'll have time to buy you a couple of outfits later." Lu Yinshu nodded in agreement, stepping aside to allow Su Qing into the bathroom. 15 minutes later, they descended the stairs, arm in arm. As they entered the private dining room, Tang, who was sipping millet porridge, dropped a spoon directly into the bowl. "Goodness, you rascal!" Tang Gobin exclaimed, pointing at Su Qing. A mouthful of porridge lodged in his throat, causing him to choke and cough violently. Meng Shiqing quickly handed him a cup of warm soy milk, which Tang gulped down, finally catching his breath. Su Qing promptly took a seat and patted Tang Guobin's back, saying, "Brother Tang, no need to get so excited. If anything were to happen, you must ensure to share your bank card and password with me first." Tang Guobin rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're quite the character. Now, hurry and introduce me." Even a seasoned player like Tang was taken aback by Lu Yinshu's presence, recognizing immediately that she was a high-caliber gem. This foolish lad was indeed fortunate. Su Qing smiled and waved at Lu Yinshu. "Xiao Xue, come over and greet Brother Tang." Lu Yinshu gracefully moved to sit beside Su Qing, nodding and smiling at Tang Guobin. "Hello, Brother Tang. I am Su Qing's girlfriend, Lu Yinshu. You can call me Xiao Xue from now on." Tang, with a broad grin, remarked, "Tang Guobin, Brother Qingzi. By the way, how did you two come to know each other?" Lu Yinshu smiled brightly and replied, "On the flight to Kunming yesterday. Qingzi and I were seated in the same row." Su Qing, seizing the moment, slid a bowl of slightly cool millet porridge in front of Lu Yinshu and said, "Here, have some porridge, it's getting a bit cold." Tang gave Su a thumbs up, and in a tone only they could hear, mused, "Brother has now grasped the meaning of good cabbages being nibbled by pigs." Su Qing, taking a bite of a Lijiang rice cake, feigned indignation and retorted, "Are you slyly calling me a pig?" Tang chuckled softly. "You admitted it yourself, I never said it. I was merely expressing my sentiments." Su Qing quickly swallowed a piece of the rice cake and humorously reassured himself, "At least we belong to the realm of those with ideals and culture." Tang laughed heartily and gave Su a hearty slap on the back. "Your eating style is one that would make even pigs feel ashamed." Su Qing, who was engrossed in drinking millet porridge, was startled by the slap and ended up spraying porridge everywhere. The porridge splattered back into the bowl, leaving Su Qing with a face full of it, and Lu Yinshu sweetly offered him a tissue. Thus, their breakfast concluded amidst laughter and playful banter. Meng Shiqing personally drove the group to Tengchong County, and along the way, Su Qing and Tang engaged in spirited conversation, filling the journey with joy and laughter. Chapter 28. A Variety of Flavors. Tengchong County, located in western Yunnan and bordering Myanmar, has historically been a hub for jade and gemstones. It has been bestowed the title of China's Emerald Capital by the Asia Gemstone Federation. This place has birthed countless legends surrounding jade, where stone gambling has become a cultural phenomenon, carrying the dreams of many who aspire to riches overnight. Yet unbeknownst to them, many have faced devastating losses behind those dreams, all overshadowed by the captivating allure of the stones. Meng Shiqing owns hundreds of warehouses in Tengchong filled with rough jade materials, along with a complete set of jade processing workshops. This is also where his journey began. Initially, he intended to handle all the gambling stones Tang Guobin required. But since Tang insisted on personally experiencing the thrill of jade gambling in Tengchong, Meng could only assume the role of a temporary guide. According to Meng Shiqing, a medium-sized jade gambling trading fair is set to take place in Tengchong tomorrow, attracting merchants and jade carving masters from across the nation, including Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. The fair will last for 3 days, with live stone unveiling and trading, and the organizers charge a single fee. This was also a primary reason for Tang's eagerness to visit Tengchong, to join the excitement and indulge in the thrill. At 2 in the afternoon, the car halted in front of a luxurious villa in Tingyue Town, one of Meng Shiqing's properties. He seldom resides here, but it is regularly maintained, and its proximity to the trading venue, merely a 3-mile walk, made it the most suitable arrangement for Tang Guobin and the others. Su Qing smiled and said, "Don't worry about borrowing anything. I'll help you buy some clothes, and while I'm at it, I'll pick up some fresh outfits. I heard Tang mention we would be staying here for at least 4 days. Look at you. You're wrinkled like a dried eggplant." Lu Yinshu beamed. "I saw a supermarket and a few specialty shops by the roadside when we arrived." Su Qing bent his arm and sidestepped forward, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." It is only natural to accompany one's girlfriend while shopping. Just as they were about to leave, Tang De Xiao caught up with them, pulling out 2 stacks of bills from his handbag and placing them in Su Qing's hands. "Would you like Lao Meng to drive you?" he inquired. Tang Xiao nodded, adding, "Let a Luo and a Bao accompany you as well." This place is not like Jiang City. A Luo and a Bao were the 2 bodyguards brought by Tang Weibin, both of whom were tough veterans from special forces. Given that Tengchong is close to the border and has a significant population of ethnic minorities, the public safety situation is indeed concerning. Hence, even Tang Weibin brought along 2 bodyguards for this outing. Tang Xiao smiled slightly and no longer insisted, saying, "Call me if you need anything. And remember to bring me back a couple of packs of green arrow chewing gum." Su Qing nodded, turning to leave with Lu Yinxue. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at a roadside supermarket. The establishment was not large, only 2 stories, but like a small bird with all its vital organs. It boasted a considerable variety of goods. They filled their shopping cart with an assortment of snacks and drinks, eventually pushing it towards the personal care section. As Lu Yinxue deftly maneuvered the cart into a passage, Su Qing's expression suddenly stiffened upon glancing around. To his left were shelves stocked with diapers, while to the right were neatly arranged sanitary pads. A few women were standing in front of the shelves, carefully selecting their items. Upon noticing the 2, they turned their heads slightly. Su Qing quickly adjusted his gaze 90 degrees upward, staring blankly at the fluorescent lights on the ceiling, gripping the cart handle tightly. Eager to exit the passage swiftly, Lu Yinxue chuckled mischievously, casually tossing 2 packs of Safi into the shopping cart. As they transitioned from one aisle to another, Su Qing finally exhaled in relief, only to overhear a hushed conversation behind them. "This young man is quite commendable, accompanying his girlfriend for shopping. If it were my husband, he would have vanished the moment he saw this. Men are like that. They frown when the monthly visitor arrives, but are all smiles when she departs." The voices were not loud, yet clear enough for both of them to hear. Lu Yinxue stuck out her tongue and hurriedly pushed the cart forward, not forgetting to grab 2 bags of chips to place atop the sanitary pads. Suddenly, they spotted a lanky man in glasses hesitating in front of a row of shelves. As they approached, their expressions turned peculiar. The shelves across from the lanky man were filled entirely with condoms. At that moment, a cheerful salesgirl approached, her demeanor warm and inviting. "May I ask what brand you are looking for?" she inquired. The lanky man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Perhaps Durex." The salesgirl then asked, "What color do you prefer?" After a moment of bewilderment, he responded, "White, I suppose." The salesgirl, displaying remarkable patience, finally asked, "What flavor do you like?" The lanky man blushed, responding timidly, "I have never tried." Su Qing was utterly taken aback, but fortunately, Lu Yinxue reacted promptly, suppressing her laughter and pushing the cart away. After wandering for a while, they unexpectedly encountered the lanky man again at the checkout. Chapter 29, A Slight Embarrassment. The supermarket was unusually busy today, with long lines forming at several checkout counters, and there were 5 people between Su Qing and the lanky man. Su Qing Duka Mitstievo, leaning closer to Lu Yinxue's ear and whispering, "Can you guess what flavor he will ultimately choose?" Lu Yinxue shot him a mock glare, feigning anger as she retorted, "How would I know? If you're so clever, why don't you ask him yourself?" Su Qing blinked playfully and replied, "If I manage to guess." You must pucker your lips and make a kissing gesture. The man with the bony physique was carrying a shopping basket, and its contents remained a mystery until he approached the checkout. Observing Su Qing's smug demeanor, Lu Yinxue felt a twinge of annoyance and countered, "What if you can't guess?" Su Qing shrugged nonchalantly, "Then I'll let you." He smirked mid-sentence. "All right, no backing out." Su Qing casually glanced at the man's back and said slowly, "Rose fragrance. Go check it out." With a slight bite of her lip, Lu Yinxue indeed walked over, pretending to be passing by just as the man was paying for his items, placing a small box from the basket on the counter. As she strolled past, she caught a glimpse of the small print on the box, and to her astonishment, she saw the words "Rose Fragrance" inscribed below. She found herself momentarily dazed, unable to fathom how Su Qing could have predicted the flavor labeled on the box. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Having completed his transaction, the man left, leaving Lu Yinxue still standing in a daze. At that moment, Su Qing leisurely approached, pushing a cart filled with their items to the checkout, and as the cashier busied herself, he leaned close to Lu Yinxue's ear and whispered, "You concede, don't you? Let us find a place to cash in on the wager." The 2 exited the supermarket, laden with plastic bags, and entered a nearby Gloria Jean's store. Upon entering the boutique, Lu Yinxue's demeanor transformed entirely. She eagerly began to sift through the clothing. Although the store contained a few flamboyant men's outfits, Su Qing found little interest and opted to observe from the sidelines. It was undeniable that Lu Yinxue possessed an admirable figure, akin to a natural model. As she tried on various outfits, she flitted about like a colorful butterfly before Su Qing, captivating him immensely, though after a while, he felt a hint of aesthetic fatigue. After more than half an hour, Lu Yinxue finally selected 5 outfits, complemented by a pink leather handbag, and with satisfaction, she instructed the attendant to package her purchases. The total came to less than 6,000 yuan, a reasonable price. Su Qing readily paid in cash, and the two of them, burdened with bags, made their way to a neighboring restaurant named Tropical Rainforest. Seeking a tranquil setting, Su Qing specifically requested a private room, partly to provide Lu Yinxue the opportunity to fulfill her wager. After casually ordering several dishes, he sent the server off to prepare their meal. Once Lu Yinxue finished her meal, Su Qing immediately moved closer, wrapping his arm around her waist as their eyes locked in an intimate gaze. "What are you doing?" Lu Yinxue's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation. A gasp escaped her lips, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. The temperature in the room seemed to rise with their passionate kiss, and Su Qing instinctively placed his hands on her waist. Lu Yinxue's body shivered slightly, and then it seemed as though she had instantaneously lost all her strength. Her hazy eyes fixated upon Su Qing's fiery gaze, her cheeks blushing as if droplets of water were about to cascade down her face. In that moment, both were enveloped in a daze. Lu Yinxue herself could not comprehend why, after fleeing from her wedding, she would willingly accept the company of a boy she had only known for a day. In her stupor, a large hand began to rove around her waist, and a loud buzzing filled her mind as she hurriedly pressed down on it. "Qingzi, please don't." Lu Yinxue gently retreated, shaking her head repeatedly, as a glimmer of moisture welled up in her eyes. Su Qing responded with a heavy grunt through his nostrils. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the private room. The two seemed as if they had been jolted by electricity, instantly parting from one another. Su Qing, crouching slightly to ease his awkwardness, approached the door and opened it. A waiter entered, bearing a pot of hot tea, cheerfully pouring each of them a cup. It was a well-understood custom that after a meal, offering tea was a subtle hint that it was time to settle the bill. Su Qing retrieved his wallet, paid the bill, and then produced a 100 yuan note, saying, "Please give me a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and a disposable lighter. Keep the change." The waiter's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he thanked him and quickly exited. In such small restaurants, it was rare for patrons to leave tips, so earning an extra few dozen yuan was quite fortunate. Su Qing usually did not smoke. He had only asked the waiter to buy cigarettes in order to calm himself. Before he could finish his tea, the waiter returned, exuberantly presenting the cigarettes and lighter, then discreetly withdrew. Su Qing took a cigarette, unwrapped it, and lit it. After just a couple of puffs, Lu Yinxue covered her nose and complained, "I don't understand why men like to smoke. The smell is terribly unpleasant." Su Qing chuckled wryly, "It's not my fault. Do you see how I look? I got like this." He glanced down, and Lu Yinxue cast a quick look, her cheeks flushing slightly. She playfully scolded him and fell silent. Chapter 30. Young Master Tang has skills. "Qingzi, come over for some tea. Genuine old pu'er from Yunnan." "Meng Saitian Vit Su Ging Wam Li." Su Qing raised the plastic bag in his hand with a wry smile. "Let us first find a room to put these things down and take a shower." Meng Shichang chuckled, picking up a small keychain-like device from the table and pressing it. In less than 10 seconds, 2 young women dressed in maid outfits entered from the inner room, standing with hands at their sides before Meng Shichang. He stepped forward, placing the small device into Su Qing's pocket, saying, "You hold on to this call button. If you need anything, just press it. Don't hesitate. Treat it like your own home." Turning to the 2 women, he instructed, "Take young Master Su and Miss Lu to the guest rooms upstairs." The young women immediately approached, taking the bag and leading the 2 upstairs. However, when arranging the rooms, Lu Yinxue requested a separate room, and Su Qing did not object, allowing her to proceed. After arranging the room, Su Qing remembered to call his sister-in-law to report his safety. He dialed the number, and, after 2 beeps, the call connected. Qin Bing's familiar voice came through, laced with urgency. "Is it you, Qingzi?" The anxiety in her tone revealed how worried she had been these past days without news from her brother-in-law. "Yes, it's me." Su Qing felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, a wave of guilt washing over him. "Are you doing well out there? Why didn't you call yesterday?" Qin Bing's voice trembled slightly. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "I promise, starting tomorrow, I will call on time." After a heartfelt admonition from Qin Bing, he hung up the phone and dashed into the bathroom. Once he finished his shower, he grabbed the phone and dialed Tang Guobin's number. After a long wait with no answer, Su Qing was about to give up when the phone rang. Tango Bin's breathless voice came through. Qingzi, what is up? Rolling his eyes, Su Qing replied, where you up to? I'm at the gym downstairs, getting ready to spar with a luo and a bao. Interested in coming down to watch? Don't forget to bring gum. Su Qing's eyes lit up. He hung up and quickly grabbed a pack of gum from the plastic bag, eager to indulge in his passion for martial arts, which he had never had the chance to explore before, having only focused on physical training. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Qing was surprised to see Meng Shicheng still sipping tea. He hurried over and asked, Brother Meng, where's the gym? Meng Shicheng pointed towards a side door on the left. Before he could say anything further, Su Qing dashed inside. The gym was a spacious hall, easily over 200 square meters, adorned with plush white carpets. Numerous indoor fitness equipment lined the walls, and several punching bags hung from the ceiling. A large open area remained in the center, serving as the perfect arena for Tango Bin and a luo sparring session. At that moment, Tango Bin, shirtless, faced off against a luo, while a bao stood aside as an observer. Su Qing naturally joined the ranks of spectators. Tango Bin sao that, muscles bulging as he lunged forward, soaring into the air, his right leg raised high as he aimed a powerful kick at a luo's chest. A luo narrowed his eyes, sidestepping the kick, and countered with a solid, unadorned punch aimed at Tango Bin's knee. The blow was fierce and unyielding. If it landed, Tango Bin would surely be rolling on the ground in pain. However, if a luo insisted on landing that punch, he would inevitably be struck by Tango Bin's flying kick. With impressive precision, Tango Bin executed the kicks flawlessly, even causing a bao to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Hey! A luo did not evade. Instead, he lowered his body and absorbed the kick with his broad shoulder. In a swift motion, he grasped Tango Bin's knee with his hand, pulling him down as if uprooting a weed from field. Tango Bin suddenly lost his balance and fell into a perfect split on the ground. With a swift motion, he swept his left hand across, delivering a sharp knife hand strike towards a luo's calf. Su Qing, with his keen sense of hearing, could almost feel the wind generated by the strike, indicating its formidable power. Had it connected, a luo would likely have fallen on the spot. A luo recognized the threat, leaping over a meter high to evade the strike, and brought his fists crashing down like Mount Tai descending upon Tango Bin. Tango Bin rolled on the ground and quickly sprang to his feet, lifting his leg to sweep at Arrow's shoulder. Arrow, caught off guard, was struck squarely and fell backwards 2 meters, landing on his back. He swiftly twisted his waist and sprang back to his feet, lunging forward with fists that rained down like a tempest upon his opponent. Tango Bin, taken aback by Arrow's impressive resilience, responded with a flurry of kicks. The sound of fists and legs colliding resonated with a dull thud. However, Tango Bin, utilizing his feet, clearly held the advantage. After fending off Arrow's fierce onslaught, he crouched and swept his leg, striking Arrow's ankle with a resounding smack. Arrow fell to the ground in a sprawled position, the force of the blow rendering him unable to leap up as he had moments before. In that fleeting instant, Tango Bin's fist was already poised at Arrow's nose. The outcome was evident. Tango Bin had the upper hand in skill. Yet, Su Qing, with a keen eye, noticed Arrow's calves quivering slightly, indicating that his opponent was indeed formidable, and that blow had considerable power. The fight was a raw exchange of blows, devoid of any pretense. And Su Qing found himself enthralled, completely reassessing his impression of Tango Bin. This young man was not merely a frivolous dandy, but rather someone who could take pride in his martial prowess. After witnessing such a captivating battle, Su Qing felt that his own fighting techniques paled in comparison. Akin to child's play, should he encounter an adversary of this caliber, he feared he might be knocked out before even landing a hit. Indeed, competition breeds humility. One must recognize their own limitations. Hey, Qingzi, how was my fighting? Tango Bin asked, wiping his face with a towel handed to him by a bao, wearing his usual carefree grin. Not bad, though perhaps a bit flashy, Su Qing replied, gesturing towards Arrow. If you were to fight for real, you might be in trouble. Arrow and a bao exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. Both were elite veterans of special forces, adept at lethal techniques, emphasizing a single decisive move. During his bout with Tango Bin, Arrow had held back, only utilizing about 70% of his strength. In a life-or-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. Tango Bin Yuke. Truth be told, my forte isn't martial arts. The Japanese often favor flashy techniques. Su Qing retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket and tossed it to him, sighing, regardless, I'm no match for you. If you have time, teach me a few moves. Is that for real? How good are you? Su Qing's eyes widened in surprise at Tango Bin, thinking that if such a master existed, he would certainly want to learn a few techniques. Though he questioned whether Tang Wubin was merely teasing him. Tang Wubin smirked, very skilled. I'll take you to meet him. With your luck, you might just acquire something valuable from that old master. Su Qing's curiosity was piqued, and he incessantly inquired about this master. However, Tang Wubin seemed to enjoy keeping him in suspense, offering vague responses before excusing himself, leaving Su Qing in a state of eager anticipation. The following day, Su Qing rose early and rushed to the gym, spending nearly 2 hours cycling through all the equipment, working up a vigorous sweat. Qingzi, hurry up and get ready to accompany me to buy some stones, and don't forget to invite your beautiful wife. Upon hearing this, Su Qing felt a surge of excitement. He flicked the cigarette butt away and hurriedly knocked on the door next door. Bang! Bang! After just 2 knocks, the door swung open, making him wonder if the woman had been waiting right there. Let us tidy up and head to the stone gambling trading fair. If we manage to find some exquisite jade, I'll help you get a matching bracelet. Su Qing eagerly expressed his wishes. Lu Yinxue responded with a calm smile. You all go ahead. I will stay in a room and watch television. Familiar with jade and precious stones, she merely smiled at Su Qing's promise of a jade bracelet, thinking to herself how naive he was to believe that exquisite jade was as common as cabbage, easily found by merely breaking open a stone. It has always been the case that those drawn to gambling are predominantly men, perhaps fueled by an inherent desire for speculation and the thrill of excitement. Since Lu Yinxue was disinterested in attending the trading fair, Su Qing naturally did not press the matter further. He joined his male companions and drove directly to the venue. The trading fair was held in a vast temporary structure, sprawling over thousands of square meters, somewhat reminiscent of large agricultural trade fairs. The area was enclosed with metal fencing, leaving only a 3-meter gap as the entrance. Inside the temporary structure, various raw stones were neatly stacked, the majority belonging to private owners. There were also tools available for stone analysis. If one selected a raw stone, they could choose to have it opened on-site. Should jade be revealed, the attending jewelers could bid on the spot, with the highest bidder winning. The organizers only charged the stall owners a venue fee. Hundreds of raw stone merchants congregated, each boasting eloquently about the origins of their materials, claiming that purchasing from them would guarantee the discovery of jade. Among the fervently promoting merchants, Meng Shicheng remained composed, while Su Qing and Tang Wubin displayed keen interest, occasionally pulling out flashlights to examine the raw stones, much to the amusement of the nearby experts, who recognized them as novices. As Su Qing strolled about, his eyes darting over the numerous raw stones, one might think he had sand in his eyes. To his disappointment, after visiting 3 stalls, he found no trace of jade amidst the seemingly endless piles of raw materials, leading him to question whether these merchants had simply gathered some worthless stones to fill their displays. Their group continued to browse, reaching a stall marked with a number 6, where 2 bespectacled young men greeted them enthusiastically. Su Qing recognized one of the slender men and couldn't help but chuckle, recalling their encounter at the supermarket just the day before. Esteemed guests, here we have authentic Pakong old pit materials. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. If you select something, we offer free stone analysis. For the first 5 transactions, we provide a 50% discount, applicable only to all gamble materials. The bespectacled man, oblivious to Su Qing's recognition, continued to promote his raw stones. Are they really offering discounts on such things? Tang Daxiao appeared to be somewhat intrigued, casually tapping on a rough piece of raw material. Naturally, at 600 yuan per kilogram, the first 5 pieces, regardless of size, were priced at 300 yuan per kilogram, ensuring they were indeed from the esteemed Pekin Old Pit. The bespectacled man puffed out his chest, as though he had offered an extraordinary discount. Very well, I shall purchase 2 pieces for amusement, declared Tang Daxiao, nudging the raw material he had just touched with the tip of his shoe. This one will do. Let us weigh it. In his excitement, he even neglected to shine his flashlight, casually kicking aside a piece weighing at least 100 kilograms. A flicker of joy crossed the face of the bespectacled man, who had not anticipated that commencing business would be so effortless. For merchants, the start of a transaction signifies auspiciousness. Being quick off the mark suggests that the day's business will be prosperous, with profits being a secondary concern. Meng Shicheng stepped forward, producing a bright flashlight to examine the surface of the raw material, nodding in affirmation. This is indeed old pit material. Su Qing also approached to inspect it, blinking his right eyelid in surprise as a hint of astonishment crossed his face. The bespectacled man quickly collaborated with another associate to hoist the raw material onto the electronic scale, which registered a weight of 120 kilograms. At 300 yuan per kilogram, The total amounted to 36,000 yuan. Tang Daxiao promptly retrieved the money from his bag, paying without hesitation, and waved dismissively. Take it away and cut it. His demeanor exuded a sense of grandeur, reminiscent of a commanding general from ancient times. Suking stut momenta dazet. He had also examined this piece of raw material. Its exterior was unremarkable, a dull gray. Yet a group of pearlescent white mist was conspicuously located slightly to the left of the center, encasing a vibrant green essence. Was it jadeite? Perhaps a vivid, sunlit green jadeite, albeit a shade darker with less transparency? The term transparency refers to the clarity of jadeite. Those with high transparency are described as having long waterheads, a phrase that also conveys a sense of liveliness and spirit. Brother, do you think the stone I've chosen contains jadeite? Tang Daxiao asked, hooking his arm around Su Qing's shoulder, a hint of excitement in his voice. It must. Su Qing replied without a moment's hesitation, though he immediately regretted his words, adding, because I believe in your incredible luck. A hearty laugh erupted from Tang Guobin, while Meng Shicheng and the others could not help but join in the mirth. The two bespectacled men struggled to lift the raw material to the nearby stone-cutting machine, and one of them whispered a few words to the middle-aged, burly man operating the machine. The first roar of the stone-cutting machine resonated throughout the venue, instantly drawing a crowd to observe, and stall number 6 became the focal point of the event. Having received instructions, the middle-aged man deliberately slowed the cutting process, aiming to amplify the sound of the saw against the stone to attract even more onlookers. The sound of cutting echoed as fragments flew, and a small piece of stone was sliced away, revealing a blank whiteness within, eliciting soft sighs from the gathered crowd. Tang Daxiao, with his arm around Su Qing's shoulder, stood at the forefront, casually pointing and joking, maintaining an air of composure as if the weight of the world was inconsequential. For Tang Guobin, 30,000 yuan is merely a fleeting thrill. Now, witnessing the throng of onlookers surrounding him, he feels a swell of pride. With a swift motion, yet another slab of stone, thick as a palm, is cleaved away. A third of the stone has already been excised, yet no significant revelation has transpired. The burly man performing the extraction glances up at young Master Tang, seemingly awaiting a cue. Patience, Tang chuckles. Take your time. Just a couple more cuts, and it will be split in two. The harsh sound of the saw blade, grinding against the stone, pierces the air. The strong man ladles water from a nearby bucket onto the stone. With another decisive cut, gasps of astonishment ripple through the gathering crowd. Mist begins to rise. There is indeed something within. Before long, a delicate layer of white mist, akin to fine crystals, unveils itself. Flecked with a hint of green, an unmistakable harbinger of jade. The extraction expert pauses momentarily, casting another glance at young Master Tang. Continue. Let us unveil this treasure. Tang Guobin exclaims, his smile reminiscent of lines from Dream of the Red Chamber, silencing several merchants poised to bid with his casual dismissal of the stone. The muscular man wipes his brow with a towel draped around his neck and begins to tenderly polish the stone. Finally, a resplendent green emerges, revealing a stunning visage akin to a bashful maiden unveiling her beauty. As the stone is further revealed, the vibrant green captivates the attention of all present. What a remarkable find! Pure imperial green. An eager voice breaks the silence. I offer 800,000. Let this exquisite piece be mine. One among the crowd, unable to contain his excitement, humorously echoes Tang's earlier words. Beside him, Meng Shicheng squints with amusement, remarking, I must admit, one can seemingly kick a stone and unearth jade. Brother Tang, your footwork rivals that of Sonogram. A hefty man, with considerable strength, nearly sends Su Qing stumbling, who grimaces, Brother Tang, take it easy. Don't let a mere trinket for charming women scatter our ranks. I bid 1 million. Let this delightful piece be mine. A portly man, his face round and cherubic, pushes his way to the front. Ha! Jiang Nan, have you come to partake in this fortune as well? Meng Shicheng can't suppress his laughter, immediately revealing the man's nickname. Su Qing glances at the stout figure, his expression shifting. The man, in his 40s, possesses a countenance reminiscent of a young girl, round and rosy, thus earning such an endearing moniker. Jiang Shengnan, the rotund man, chuckles, and you, Meng, are not here merely for the company. Wherever jade is found, you're sure to follow. Jiang Shengnan, a well-known jeweler from Yunnan, shares a long-standing camaraderie with Meng Shicheng, their banter a testament to their deep friendship. Nonsense. I am here solely to accompany Brother Tang in selecting stones. This piece, once revealed, could be valued at around 2 million. If you genuinely desire it, you should make a respectable offer. Chapter 33, Ex-Wife. At this moment, the jadeite within the rough material had been largely extracted. Meng Shicheng candidly revealed its value, causing many merchants who had hoped to find a bargain to reluctantly fall silent. Among the onlookers, several recognized Meng Shicheng, indicating that those accompanying him in selecting stones were evidently not short of funds. Attempting to intercept profits from such individuals would yield relatively meager returns. Thus, many spectators chose to depart, while a portion hastily rushed to stall number 6, eagerly sifting through the rough materials. At this juncture, a burly man handed the extracted jadeite to Tang Guobin, who casually pulled out a stack of cash, tossing it to the robust figure without counting, and with a faint smile remarked, "Here's your reward." The stone extractor grasped the money tightly, beaming as he bowed to the young master Tang, expressing gratitude. Tang Guobin waved his hand and began to examine the jadeite. Indeed, the freshly revealed jadeite was smooth and lustrous, offering a delightful tactile experience. 1,800,000. Let your brother sell it to me, Jiang Shengnan insisted, her gaze fixed on the jadeite in Tang Guobin's hands. Meng Shicheng, observing Tang Guobin with a stoic expression, quietly remarked, "This price is quite reasonable, though the profit after processing will be slim." Tang Guobin smiled slightly, nonchalantly handing the jadeite to Meng Shicheng, saying, "You handle it. I wish to find 2 more valuable pieces." Following this, he took Su Qing's arm and headed straight for the next stall. Meng Shicheng shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how Tang Guobin truly regarded jadeite as common fare, casually left at a street vendor's stall for anyone to pick. The money earned through such methods could easily dissipate. Unbeknownst to him that the previous incident where Su Qing invested 3,000 to win nearly 10 million in ice-type red agate had already ingrained a preconceived notion in Tang Guobin's mind, making his own investment of 30,000 for 180,000 seem unremarkable. Tang Guobin's stone selection process could be likened to an old song, following his instincts. Under the glow of fortune that seemed to accompany him, several jewelers trailed behind, perhaps genuinely believing in the invincible luck that Tang Guobin had just mentioned, hoping to share in some of the sweetness. After perusing over 10 stalls of rough materials, Tang Guobin made 5 more purchases, spending nearly 100,000 on a series of stone-cutting performances, without even catching a glimpse of jadeite. Su Qing, frequently straining his right eye, felt a slight dryness and contemplated taking a break. He pointed to stall number 18 ahead, swallowing hard, and said, "Brother Tang, how about we stop here for a drink after checking this one out?" Tang Guobin, with a hint of apology, patted Su Qing's shoulder and replied, "All right, let us check this one, and later I'll treat you to a grand meal." At that moment, Meng Shicheng hurried over from behind, clutching a plastic bag that contained chilled Red Bull. Su Qing and Tang Guobin each grabbed a can, popping them open simultaneously and letting out a burp in unison. "Let us finish here and then enjoy some turtle stew," Tang Guobin exclaimed, tossing the empty can far away as he strode confidently into stall 18. This time, the attendant was a 30-something woman of striking figure, clad in a low-cut black dress. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with allure, and her slim waist swayed gracefully as she walked, leaving a captivating impression. Tang Guobin could not help but whistle softly. Such a sight would stir the heart of any man. However, when the young woman caught sight of Meng Shicheng, who was trailing behind, her smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression as frigid as frost. The crowd was taken aback, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Meng Shicheng, silently speculating whether he had abandoned her after a fleeting romance. The resentment emanating from him was palpable. Meng Shicheng stepped forward awkwardly, forcing a strained smile as he stated, "This is my wife." The young woman, with her brows furrowed and teeth clenched, retorted, "Ex-wife. Xiao Xiao, haven't we cleared up our misunderstandings? Why must you?" "There is no misunderstanding. We share no connection now," she coldly interrupted, then turned to Tang Guobin and the others, saying, "If anyone wishes to purchase rough materials, please come in to view the goods. I will treat you all the same." Seeing Meng Shicheng's uncomfortable demeanor, Tang Guobin felt a pang of sympathy and considered leaving. However, Su Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, walked inside, flashlight in hand, illuminating 2 pieces of pitch-black rough material. Tang Guobin could only smile wryly and said, "Old Meng, why don't you step aside for a while? Wait until Qingzi finishes examining the stones before we head out for a meal." Meng Shicheng resolutely shook his head, remaining rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with bitterness as he gazed at his ex-wife's retreating figure. Su Qing set down 2 pieces of black rough material at his feet and brushed the dirt from his hands, asking boss, how much for these 2 stones? Fong Piapiao approached to take a look. The rough materials were marked with red paint, indicating 64 and 44. She understood that any material with such numbers would lack both texture and color on the surface, categorizing them among the cheapest varieties. Yet, as they were brought by Meng Shircheng, she resolved not to disclose the pre-established price. Moquanji old pit material, 3,000 per kilogram, Fong Piapiao stated matter-of-factly. The 2 pieces of black rough material weighed at least 100 kilograms combined, meaning they would fetch around 400,000 if priced accordingly. While the chance of uncovering jade within such unremarkable exterior stones was not non-existent, the odds of failure were significantly higher. Su Qing hesitated slightly, asking, "Can I pay with a bank card?" He had already scrutinized the stones with his right eye. One piece contained a semi-transparent, vibrant green jade beneath the surface, while the other housed a smaller, yet remarkably pure glass-like green jade, free from impurities and meeting the standards of color intensity. He was determined to acquire both pieces, regardless of the cost. Fong Piapiao, noticing the youthful determination in Su Qing's eyes, felt a fleeting pang of guilt and nodded. "That's fine. I will have someone weigh these 2 pieces." Before her words had fully settled, 2 burly men stepped forward, lifting the rough materials. After weighing, the total came to 109 kilograms, priced at 327,000. Su Qing pulled out an industrial and commercial bank UnionPay card from his pocket and handed it to Fong Piapiao. It contained 2 million in cash, more than sufficient for the transaction. Fong Piapiao turned and approached the desk, sliding her card through the card reader. Su Qing entered his password, and the transaction was completed. "We have a stone-cutting machine here, free of charge, should you need it on-site," she said. Fong Piapiao's smile brightened, and her voice softened considerably. Su Qing had intended to agree to the on-site cutting, but Tang Guobin, standing nearby, patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Old Meng's stall is at number 56, just ahead. Why not have someone take the stones there first? You can return after lunch to have them cut." Su Qing nodded and addressed Fong Piapiao. "Could you arrange for these 2 pieces to be sent to 56? I can have someone cut them when I return." Fong Piapiao nodded and immediately called for someone to comply. Since the payment had already been made in full, she was obliged to follow the client's requests regarding the packaging and shipping of the rough materials, and per regulations, could not charge any extra fees. Still somewhat uneasy about the 2 pieces, Su Qing wanted to speak with Meng Shircheng, who was standing outside, lost in thought about his ex-wife. He made a point to inform him in advance that these 2 pieces needed to be well cared for. "Brother Meng, I purchased these 2 pieces and would like your stall staff to help keep them safe." As soon as Su Qing spoke, he felt something amiss. Upon observing Meng Shircheng's expression of frustration, he realized that the man was merely a lifeless statue, his eyes only following Fong Piapiao's movements. Tang Guobin, feeling a bit annoyed, stepped forward and shouted at Meng Shircheng, "Are you dazed? Qingzi is calling you." Chapter 34. The Emperor Shows Green. Meng Shircheng shook his head with a sigh, took out his phone, and made a call, solemnly instructing his staff to ensure the rough materials were well guarded. His mood had soured, and his tone had become significantly harsher. Just as he hung up, a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Boss Meng, what a great presence you have." A middle-aged man with a fair complexion strolled over. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a well-proportioned figure and a slicked-back hairstyle, followed by 2 burly men in camouflage vests. Upon seeing this man, Meng Shircheng's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he coldly remarked, "What brings this scoundrel here?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly, and a feigned smile crept onto his lips as he approached Meng Shircheng, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Thank you for delivering such a treasure to me. Piapiao's skin is so smooth, it's quite delightful. Bai Shengjun, you beast." Meng Shircheng's face turned ashen, and he spat the words through clenched teeth. Bai Shengjun was also a renowned jeweler within Yunnan, possessing assets 10 times greater than Meng Shircheng's, and was a consummate hypocrite. He had been coveting Fong Piapiao's beauty since their university days, while outwardly maintaining a facade of propriety. Meng Shircheng's divorce had a direct correlation with this man. Upon seeing him, Meng Shircheng's hatred boiled, and hearing his shameless words pushed him over the edge. He lunged forward and seized Bai Shengjun by the collar. The 2 bodyguards behind Bai Shengjun swiftly stepped forward, ready to retaliate, but unexpectedly, a luo and a bao blocked their path, their fierce eyes radiating authority without a hint of anger. Su Qing and Tang Guobin also readied themselves, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. "Meng Shircheng, what do you intend to do?" Fong Piapiao hurriedly rushed forward, forcefully tearing away the hand that clutched by Shengjuan's collar. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spat with disdain. I never expected that after 2 years, your suspicious nature remains unchanged. Leave, you're not welcome here. Bai, who bore the surname of the man she addressed, began to speak, his voice tinged with bitterness as he attempted to utter the name Meng Shicheng, but faltered, unable to continue. Fong Pia Piao, her eyes shimmering with emotion, coldly interjected, I do not wish to hear your explanations. I am now the business supervisor at Bai Corporation. If you do not want to jeopardize my position, I suggest you depart. This woolen materials stall belonged to Bai Shengjun, and, as the business supervisor, Fong Pia Piao was responsible for all transactions at the trade fair, which included not only the sale of wool, but also the procurement of premium jade materials for the company. This arrangement was not solely a scheme devised by Bai Shengjun, it was also a testament to her exceptional business acumen. Meng Shicheng sighed, refraining from further explanations, and turned away, his stooped figure exuding an indescribable melancholy. Su Qing and Tang Guobin hastily followed him. The unpleasant encounter had dampened everyone's spirits, and the dejected Meng Shicheng made his way directly to stall 56, sitting in silence atop a block of black woolen material. Ironically, this block was one of the 2 pieces he had just purchased from Fong Pia Piao, with the other resting nearby, its glaring red-painted number, 44, particularly jarring. Damn it, I really want to punch that pale-faced guy. Who wouldn't want to hit such a scoundrel? Tang Guobin fumed, his discontent palpable. If they were in Jiangsheng, he would have certainly delivered a solid blow to that by fellow's face. Gurgle. Ha! I almost forgot about that jerk in my anger. But thankfully my stomach has a good memory. Tang Guobin grinned, thinking that this lad truly was a source of joy, always managing to do something refreshing at crucial moments. Box lunch, crossbridge rice noodles, Yunnan rice wine. A melodious female voice resonated from outside the stall. Su Qing's eyes brightened instantly, and he dashed out. Moments later, he returned, pushing a white metal food cart, beaming as he announced, it's time to eat. Following him was a middle-aged woman, counting money. There remained over 10 box lunches, 5 servings of rice noodles, and 6 bamboo tubes of rice wine in the cart, which Su Qing eagerly claimed, scattering the boxes and tubes across the ground. In this makeshift stall, there was only a single desk. Eating directly on the ground was much more comfortable. Come on, everyone who hasn't eaten, join in. Su Qing enthusiastically called out, grabbing a boxed lunch and digging in ravenously. Tang Guobin and the 2 bodyguards naturally did not hold back, each taking a portion to fill their bellies. Meng Shicheng's mood also lightened as he quickly finished a serving of rice noodles and downed 2 tubes of rice wine, a flush creeping onto his face. To Su Qing's surprise, Meng Shicheng had remained seated on that block of black woolen material from the moment he entered until he finished his meal. Qingzi, why don't you drag that worthless stone you fiddled with for 300,000 out and chop it up? I'm getting quite anxious waiting, Tang Guobin remarked, patting his stomach. Su Qing rolled his eyes in response, saying, what's the rush? Can't you let old Meng sit for a bit longer? Tang Guobin gestured at the woolen material where Meng Shicheng sat. If old Meng accidentally lets one rip, the jade inside might scatter, and that would be a disaster. The staff at the stall could not help but chuckle, but only Su Qing understood that this was an attempt to lighten the mood. He smiled and nodded, saying, all right, let us first crack the piece that old Meng is sitting on, but it must be done gently. 30,000, and we can also enjoy a little thrill. Young Master Tang burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, doesn't tea that mean we're just wiping old Meng's backside? Meng Shicheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in the laughter. The banter between the 2 alleviated much of his pent-up frustration, prompting him to rise and arrange for the stone to be cracked. If these 2 pieces of rough material turn out to be jade, it would serve as a resounding slap to the face of the Bai family. Stalls 56 and 57 were somewhat isolated and had yet to sell a single piece of rough material. The sound of the stone-cracking machine instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers, while Su Qing and his companions settled onto the front row of seats. The saw blade gradually approached the stone, producing a series of jarring friction sounds. Following Meng Shicheng's prior instructions, these 2 pieces of rough material had to be handled with care, and the operator of the machine was particularly cautious, spending several minutes to peel away a palm-sized shell, revealing a stark white interior. The spectators nearby began to murmur discontentedly. What kind of material starts off being handled with care? Do they truly believe there's something valuable inside? Perhaps the owner arranged this deliberately to draw us in for entertainment. They scoffed. It's unlikely this material will yield anything. The surface bears no markings at all. What a scam. As the saw blade whirred, a layer of pale green mist emerged at the cut, hinting at the jade within. As the thin fog was removed, A vibrant and captivating green burst forth, captivating the eyes of all present. It's rising significantly. They gasped. Pure green, imperial green. The increase was not merely substantial. It was explosive. A single piece could fetch around 400,000. The man who'd been speaking fell silent. Only the sound of gasps remained. Su Qing was equally astonished that this piece was indeed imperial green. It seemed he had much to learn about professional knowledge. Just as he was reflecting, someone nearby could no longer contain their excitement and called out, 20 million. Let me buy this piece. 25 million. Another immediately added 5 million. Determined to acquire it. 26 million. Stop the gentle handling and just sell it. Let us settle at 28 million. If it collapses, it won't be worth this price. Su Qing now felt surrounded not by a crowd, but by a pack of wolves with gleaming green eyes, all raising their bids. Completely oblivious to who the Jade owner was, they were simply caught up in the frenzy of gambling on stones. Regardless of the bids being placed, the stone-cracking machine roared on. The operator's face was tinged with green, appearing somewhat eerie, yet his eyes sparkled with intense excitement, completely disregarding the sweat pouring down his forehead. To personally unveil a piece of exquisite jade was akin to a powerful stimulant for those who operated the machine. As the layers of dark skin were peeled away, the revealed imperial green jade left many price inflators speechless. Most merchants, initially hoping to seize a bargain, began to abandon their intentions, realizing that the owner had decided to fully unveil the piece. Without an appropriate price, it was clear that it would remain unattainable. Tang Guobin playfully punched Su Qing on the shoulder and exclaimed, "You lucky rascal. I've only managed to acquire a chunk of jade the size of an egg. Yet you come in swinging like a bowling ball, and it's imperial green to boot." Su Qing grimaced, rubbing his sore shoulder, and replied, "Could you ease up a bit? Do I look like a human punching bag to you? Once this material is revealed, it won't be enough to buy any medicinal wine. 35 million, how about that?" Their conversation undeniably exposed their identities as jade owners, prompting some affluent jewelers to initiate a new bidding round. 40 million, a rather respectable offer. Care to consider it? The voice was somewhat familiar. Su Qing turned to find it was Jiang Shengnan, who had just purchased Tang Guobin's material. She had squeezed through the crowd with great effort, flashing a friendly smile as she approached Meng Shiqing. "Old Meng, the people you brought today are truly impressive, winning 2 bets in a row. Such luck is extraordinary. How about you let me have this piece as well? 40 million? Aren't you being a tad stingy, trying to snag a bargain?" By this time, the material had been mostly polished, revealing windows on all sides, indicating it was a transparent piece. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could estimate the jade's size, especially someone as seasoned as Meng Shiqing, who, with a single remark, extinguished all hopeful notions among the onlookers. "How about we go halves at 25 million each? Let us not let the good fortune flow to outsiders." Meng Shiqing's pupils constricted, feeling quite tempted, and he turned to Su Qing with a questioning gaze. Su Qing shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "This gentleman has already stated that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Old Meng, it's up to you." His meaning was clear. He was an outsider when it came to jade pricing and preferred to leave it entirely in Meng Shiqing's capable hands. "All right, I'll take this piece together with Jiang Nannan. Hand over your account details." Meng Shiqing decisively concluded, buoyed by Su Qing's trust. Su Qing extracted a bank card and handed it over, subtly signaling to Meng Shiqing by pursing his lips and gesturing behind him. Meng Shiqing glanced sideways, his mouth twitching slightly. Through a narrow gap in the crowd, he spotted Bai Shengjun standing at the back, wearing a grim expression. The news of the imperial green jade discovered in Lot 56 had spread like wildfire and had already reached his ears. Upon seeing that it was the very rough material he had just lost, the implications were unmistakable. "Old Meng, the material you intended to use as a cushion is already worth 50 million. Why not reveal this piece as well? Who knows? We might even earn enough for a late-night snack." Su Qing deliberately raised his voice, kicking the remaining black rough material to draw Bai's attention. He harbored intentions of giving Meng Shiqing a chance to vent his frustrations, curious about Bai's reaction upon seeing the glass-like jade revealed. "All right, consider this a workout. I'll personally handle the unveiling of this piece." Meng Shiqing complied with a nod, bending down to lift the rough stone and walking over to the jade cutting machine. Su Qing hurriedly approached, taking a piece of chalk from beside the machine to draw a circle around the rough material, smiling as he said, "Cutting the stone is too troublesome. Let us do as Tang Gu suggested and slice it cleanly." He then squatted down and whispered a few words into Meng Shiqing's ear. Meng Shiqing frowned, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he nodded emphatically, deftly securing the stone in place on the machine. Donning a pair of clear glasses, inhaling deeply, and flipping the switch. The saw blade whirred to life, shards of stone flying as it made a steady cut. With a crisp snap, the stones split apart, revealing a surface marred with a hint of mud. Meng Shurqing called out, "Water!" A man squatting nearby immediately scooped a ladle of water and gently poured it along the cut surface, causing a crystalline mist to rise into view. Meng Shurqing's heart raced, and he turned to Su Qing, giving him a thumbs up as the onlooker's attention sharpened once more on the cut surface. This time, silence reigned. Only anticipation lingered in the air. Hundreds had gathered, with the majority of merchants from the trade fair converging here, including prominent figures from the jewelry industry. Suddenly, a voice cried out in excitement, "It's green! It's a big one!" Another voice, trembling with exhilaration, exclaimed, "It's ice jade!" The true owner of the jade remained shrouded in uncertainty, feeling a tinge of disappointment, as he had hoped for glass-type jade, but had to concede to the classification of ice jade. With a slight pause, the saw blade came to a halt. Meng Shurqing feigned displeasure and turned to address the crowd, who mistook a cow for a rabbit. "Clearly, this is glass-type green jade. Yet you insist it's ice jade. What a scam." Chapter 36. No negociation. The tension in his expression lasted barely 10 seconds before Meng Shurqing burst into hearty laughter. "Glass-type green jade. It's been years since I've seen such a thing. Quickly, bring out the whip from the stall and light it up. This trade fair's finest jade has been unearthed by me, Meng." The man squatting beside him responded and dashed toward the stall, accidentally kicking over the water bucket and splashing Meng Shurqing. The man froze in place, paralyzed by fear. After all, no matter who unearthed the jade, he was now drenched, jeopardizing his job. Meng Shurqing, sensing the man's anxiety, jested, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, don't be a fool." Seeing the boss's lack of anger, the man felt a sudden rush of relief and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd back to the stall. Soon, the air was filled with the crisp sounds of firecrackers as Meng Shurqing immersed himself in polishing the jade. Strangely, no one bid on it this time. Glass-type green jade, a pinnacle among jades, was an asset of fluctuating value. No one could estimate its price before it was fully revealed, so they opted to wait until it was entirely unveiled before making an offer. An hour later, Meng Shurqing carefully extracted the entire piece of green jade, unscathed, and presented it before Su Qing. Su Qing waved his hand and said, "It's the usual arrangement. You handle it. After all, it's in your pocket. If it comes down to it, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, even the wealthy Tang was displeased, delivering a playful slap to Su Qing's head. "You're quite generous. Even I know this piece is worth at least 100 million. Is a single dinner sufficient? 100 million? The price left Su Qing astounded. While he was unaware of the true implications of such immense wealth, he realized that suddenly possessing such a fortune rendered a mere dinner utterly insufficient. Indeed, over the past 3 days, this lad had covered all expenses himself. "I estimate this glass-grade emerald is worth no less than 200 million. We owe our gratitude to that white-faced wolf." Upon concluding his statement, Meng Shurqing cast a glance towards Bai Shengjun, who stood nearby, as if to imply a criticism veiled in jest. The price Meng Shurqing announced was undoubtedly more tangible, prompting the onlookers to begin bidding. The baseline was set at 200 million, and naturally, the final bid would surpass that figure. 220 million. How about this material for our Gao's jewelry? 230 million. DeFu Jewelry is eager to acquire this piece. If you agree, we can transfer the funds immediately. Such exquisite jadeite prices deterred more than 70% of the merchants present, as casual increments were in the millions, an expense far beyond the reach of ordinary mid-sized jewelers. Only those truly affluent could afford to participate in the bidding. 240 million. Desheng Jewelry has its sights firmly set on this material. 300 million. A calm baritone commanded the attention of all present. The sudden increase of 60 million took even Su Qing and his companions by surprise. Meng Shurqing scrutinized the bidder's appearance. He looked to be in his 40s, with an unremarkable face that left no impression on Meng. However, when his gaze fell upon a small embroidered emblem on the man's lapel, his heart skipped a beat. The emblem depicted a small knife, dark as ink, seemingly an ordinary detail. Yet Meng Shurqing was among the few who understood its profound significance. This small knife symbolized an ancient family, revered in the jadeite realm as divine. For this family, money was merely a sequence of digits devoid of significance. It would not be an exaggeration to describe their wealth as rivaling nations. A mysterious lineage that had endured for 4 centuries, with an almost fanatical pursuit of superior jadeite. 300 million. Before such an exorbitant price, the earlier boastful bidders fell silent. Very well, this glass-grade emerald belongs to this gentleman. Meng Shicheng decisively confirmed, the swiftness of his approval leaving many astonished. I shall take the item now. The funds will be delivered shortly. The middle-aged man extended his palm naturally, expecting to take possession of something valued at 300 million, a request that would seem absurd to anyone else. Very well, safe travels. Not only one person felt as if they had been kicked by a donkey. Meng Shicheng respectfully handed over the priceless emerald to the middle-aged man. Next time you have glass-gray material, call me. The man accepted the jadeite, a glimmer of delight evident in his eyes, and produced a cream-colored business card from his pocket, presenting it to Meng Shicheng. Meng Shicheng took the business card, which further confirmed the man's identity. This was no ordinary card. It was delicately carved from mutton-fat jade, emanating a unique coolness upon touch. Who, other than the enigmatic family, would choose to sculpt a card from jade worth more than gold? The middle-aged man turned to leave, uttering not a single polite word, as if claiming this exquisite jade was a matter of course. Among the crowd, a few aged individuals recognized the man's status and smiled knowingly, secretly lamenting Meng Shicheng's fortune. Only Bai Shengjun, standing at the back of the throng, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed on Meng Shicheng, flickering with a hint of malice. With both pieces of jade now claimed, the crowd began to disperse. However, the rough stones stored in booth 56 were quickly snatched up. Everyone believed that the exceptional jade had originated from there, and they sensed an opportunity still lingered. Observing the chaos at booth 56, Bai Shengjun, who remained motionless, clenched his teeth and whispered a few instructions to his two subordinates, who nodded in understanding and hurried to the entrance of booth 56, raising their voices. Ladies and gentlemen, the rough stones that just soared in value were purchased from booth 18 for a total of 327,000. They are authentic old pit black sandstones. Feel free to take a look. Upon hearing this, many stone enthusiasts turned with puzzled expressions, while several glanced at Su Qing, who stood nearby. It was well known that this young man was today's greatest victor. If those two pieces of rough stones had indeed been acquired elsewhere, why would they bid so high for what seemed like worthless material? Su Qing smiled slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Shicheng. Meng Shicheng, with a cold smile, waved his hand, prompting his employees to bring forth two pieces of black sandstones, boldly marked with the numbers 44 and 64 in red paint. The rough stones were placed directly before Su Qing, who maintained a smile, speaking leisurely. I do not deny that these two pieces were indeed purchased from booth 18. However, they have yet to be unwrapped. Who knows if they contain jade? Since there are doubts, let's take them outside to be cut, lest we attract the attention of envious fools. With that, he turned to his companions, a luo and a bow, and said with a grin, kindly take these two stones outside to be cut. Understood. They replied in unison, each carrying a piece of rough stone and striding out, followed by a throng of onlookers. Su Qing, Meng Shicheng, and Tang Guobin remained composed at the booth, enjoying the amusing spectacle of three wooden chickens not far away, their faces adorned with playful smiles. Chapter 37. Micro-carved Ziga Jade. The sound of the saw blade against the stone echoed once more, soon followed by a chorus of sighs from the gathered crowd. It's over. It's completely over. Booth 18 wouldn't dare sell stones from the latrine, would they? What a scam. How could such material even be displayed for sale? These seemingly respectable jewelers and master carvers had transformed into a group of fervent gamblers, their adrenaline spiking to its peak. Many cursing loudly, even resorting to trendy internet slang. From a distance, Bai Shengjun observed with a grim expression, the relentless jeers of the onlookers striking him like harsh slaps across the face. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration and departed, leaving behind the sound of three hearty laughs. Qingzi, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. From today onwards, you are my dear brother. Everything I possess is now yours, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Tang Guobin's voice. Oh, come off it. Those few worthless pieces of coal you flaunt are hardly treasures. Qingzi is my brother, and no one can take him away from me. Su Qing touched his nose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. All right then, both of you are my dear brothers. Who's picking up the tab for dinner later? In unison, Tang Guobin and Meng Shicheng pointed at a certain individual, exclaiming, you rascal. Su Qing shook his head with a sigh. What a misfortune to encounter such people. Even acquaintances are eager to take advantage of their brothers. Half an hour later, a cash check of 300 million was delivered to stall number 56 by a rosy-cheeked little girl, no older than 10. Accompanying the check was a red velvet box. After delivering the items, the girl skipped away, leaving a group of astonished men behind her. Meng Shicheng was about to hand the cash check to Su Qing, who waved his hand dismissively. Please, old brother, could you deposit this into my card? If I accidentally put it in my pocket and use it to wipe my nose, it would be quite the disaster. Goodness, a 300 million cash check used for wiping your nose? Why not just use it as toilet paper? Tang Guobin exclaimed, raising his fist to strike Su Qing. Fortunately, he sensed the impending blow and dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding a comical disaster. However, not only did Qingzi earn 300 million, but he also acquired a remarkable item. Meng Shicheng, with a mysterious smile, opened the red velvet box. All eyes were immediately drawn to it as he leisurely revealed a pristine, lustrous white jade guanyin pendant, approximately the size of a thumb. A red cord adorned the top, and at first glance, it appeared to be a delightful trinket. Tang Guobin, slightly disappointed, remarked, "Is this tiny piece just a mere accessory to a 300 million jade? That fellow must be rather stingy." Meng Shicheng scoffed, scrutinizing the exquisite pendant with a discerning eye. The guanyin held a pure vase, her gaze distant, exuding a sense of compassion. What was most astonishing was the three-dimensional quality of this small pendant. Even the jade vase in Guanyin's hand possessed a unique depth, with the slender willow branches appearing almost lifelike and the leaves distinctly visible upon closer inspection. After a careful examination, Meng Shicheng's face finally lit up with ecstatic joy. "Micro-carved Zigan jade. Quick, fetch me a magnifying glass," he exclaimed. A nearby staff member swiftly provided him with one, as a magnifying glass is an essential tool in the stone gambling trade, with several available at the stall. Holding the magnifying glass in one hand and the guanyin pendant in the other, Meng Shicheng focused intently for a while before solemnly passing the pendant to Su Qing. "Brother, men wear guanyin, while women wear Buddha. To possess a pendant hand-carved by the Jade Master Lu Zigan is an immense honor. Cherish it well. This is a treasure that even wealth cannot easily procure." Su Qing took the pendant and placed it directly around his neck. He had no concept of the jade pendant, but merely regarded it as a fine object. A pendant is meant to be worn. Only through its use can it realize its true value. "Old Meng, how much do you estimate this piece is worth?" Tang Guobin inquired, pointing at the jade guanyin. Meng Shicheng smiled gently and replied, "Those who recognize treasures are few and far between, while the ignorant would not accept 100. Brother Meng, are you implying that I belong to the latter category?" Su Qing teased, scrunching his nose. "Ha ha, you are a fortunate fool favored by the goddess of luck." Meng Shicheng laughed heartily, offering Su Qing a sincere evaluation. Indeed, this lad's luck was extraordinary. He would later need his assistance in selecting a few stones. Tang Guobin nodded gravely, adopting a pose that suggested he would blame Su Qing if he failed to find any quality stones. A total of 327,000 worth of rough material yielded 355 million of jade, an astounding increase of over 1,000 times. Such incredible luck left Tang Guobin and the others feeling a twinge of envy. The sales of all rough materials at Booth No. 56 had exceeded the expected prices by several multiples, and Meng Shicheng was so delighted that he could hardly contain his joy. He quickly instructed his team to finalize the transactions and arrange for a new batch of rough materials for tomorrow. Su Qing, not wishing to see Tang Guobin suffer any losses, repeatedly shook his head and expressed a lack of optimism, urging him to abandon the endeavor. After visiting 10 stalls, they had yet to find a single decent gambling stone, indicating how astonishingly rare jade was within the rough materials. Suddenly, the familiar sound of cutting reached their ears, reigniting Tang Guobin's excitement. He pointed toward the crowd and exclaimed, "Someone is cutting stones. Let us go join the excitement." He dashed towards the stone-cutting machine, prompting Su Qing to follow closely behind. They arrived at the cutting machine, where thankfully the crowd was not overly large, allowing them to easily secure a good vantage point. The cutter was a short man, accompanied by a robust elderly gentleman with graying hair, who observed calmly as the saw blade descended along the pre-marked cutting line. With a crack, the black-skinned rough material was split in two. The short man began to pour water along the cut surface, and a mixture of stone dust and water flowed down as a grayish-white slurry. Only a few flecks of green were visible on the cut surface, signaling a failed attempt. The short man glanced back at the elderly man, who smiled and suggested, "Let's make 2 more horizontal cuts to see." A piece of material typically requires 3 cuts to be fully assessed. If no green is revealed inside, it is deemed a total loss. Most would not choose to continue cutting, and this block, weighing at least 200 kilograms, had transformed into a pile of worthless stone. The short man repositioned half of the stone and secured it with iron clamps for a horizontal cut. With a decisive slice, he washed it with water. Yet only a few scattered hints of green appeared, worthless if extracted. Most would choose to abandon such a piece. As compared to the hundreds of thousands for the black-skin gambling stone, a mere 100 was inconsequential. Chapter 38. Bet? The remaining half of the stone was repositioned for another horizontal cut, and Su Qing began to feel anxious, his eyes fixed intently on the position of the cutter's blade. He only relaxed when the saw blade grazed the midpoint of the stone, feigning nonchalance as he turned his head away. Upon his arrival, he had observed with his right eye that the interior of this half-slab of stone was rather peculiar. If the incision were to shift 2 centimeters to the upper left, it would yield mist upon wiping away the white haze. One could extract a fist-sized piece of translucent eggplant purple jadeite. The crowd of onlookers dispersed swiftly, leaving only Su Qing, who pondered how to secure this precious jadeite for himself. Suddenly, with a crack, the entire rough stone split into 4 pieces, an inevitable outcome in the eyes of the ordinary, including the elderly gentleman who had purchased the stone. He shook his head with a sigh, placing his hands behind his back, preparing to turn away, while the discarded stones would naturally be dealt with by someone else. Would you sell me the stone? Su Qing finally mustered the courage to stop the departing elder. The elder was momentarily taken aback, noticing that the individual before him was still youthful, and chuckled. It's just a few scraps. If you fancy them, take them for your amusement. The 200 kilograms of rough material, if one had the patience to excavate slowly, could still yield a few pieces of scattered green jadeite, potentially fetching a couple of hundred when sold. The elder surmised that the young man was only interested in that small possibility. Su Qing shook his head, asserting, "No, it's better to have a clear conscience after payment. Please, name your price." The elder, sensing the young man's insistence on purchasing the scraps, felt a surge of irritation and replied coolly, "I acquired this material for 450,000. If you wish for it, it's yours for 20,000. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qing turned to Tang Guobin, extending his hand. "Brother Tang, hand me 20,000. Without a word, Tang Guobin retrieved 2 stacks of cash from his bag and handed them directly to the elder. The transaction complete, the scraps now belonged to Su Qing. The elder pocketed the money without counting, stating, "Young man, these scraps are yours now." Su Qing smiled at the shorter man still standing nearby, and asked, "May I use the stone-cutting machine here?" The short man nodded, "Of course. Would you like me to assist you in extracting these fragments?" Purchasing the remaining scraps and directly acquiring the stone are essentially the same. And should Su Qing request further assistance, it would be expected, as it is an unwritten rule in the stone gambling trade. "No need. I wish to experience the thrill of cutting the stone myself." With that, Su Qing lifted the piece containing the purple jadeite and placed it in the cutting machine, activating the device. To Su Qing's right eye, this material appeared entirely transparent, and he swiftly located the cutting point, firmly pressing down on the handle. With a soft hiss, a palm-sized thin slice of stone was severed. Su Qing extended his arm, pouring a ladle of water over the cut surface. Meng Shicheng was the first to notice the white mist emerging from the cut, his eyes brightening instantly. "Brother, let me handle the polishing," he urged, keen to prevent Su Qing from proceeding, as the appearance of mist signified something well understood among them. Even the slightest damage to a potential treasure would be a loss. "It's fogging up. This scrap might appreciate in value." Remarkably, the refuse stone was indeed emanating mist. As the thin veil of haze was wiped away, a lustrous and enticing purple hue came into view, stirring excitement among the gathered crowd. Eggplant purple? Judging by the luster, it could very well be high-quality ice-type violet. The anticipation was palpable. It had indeed appreciated significantly. An unknown individual, unable to contain their excitement, shouted out, causing those who had not wandered too far to gather once more. The elderly man who had just sold scrap materials brightened his eyes and approached Su Qing, exclaiming, "Young man, you are fortunate. This piece requires no further analysis. I will offer 3 million for this violet gem. Will you sell it to me?" Su Qing shook his head, replying, "I'm afraid not. I intend to keep this piece for myself, regardless of the price offered." The high-quality ice-type violet was exceedingly rare, and he planned to commission someone to carve it into several exquisite pendants, intending to gift one to Lu Yinxue. After all, he had the means to afford such luxuries and preferred to retain good treasures for himself. Beside him, Tang Guobin clasped Su Qing's shoulder, chuckling, "You rascal. I now suspect that Lady Luck is your relative. In this venture, we all share in the spoils. I shall claim half of the violet once it is carved." Su Qing responded, "No problem, but I must stipulate that if only one pendant is made, it shall be a gift for Xiao Xue." Su Qing was aware that the piece contained a significant quantity of violet jade, so giving him half was not an issue. Although he felt compelled to assert a boundary verbally to avoid raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Meng Shicheng, who was polishing stones, turned with a look of feigned resentment at Su Qing, saying, "Qingzi, I wanted to." Su Qing teasingly retorted, "Get lost. There's no share for you this time. I promise you half the next time we uncover an ice-type gem." His words left the onlookers speechless. These two young men were undoubtedly novices, mistakenly believing that finding ice-type jade was as simple as picking up common stones. They would surely learn a lesson in due course. Seeing that his attempt to acquire the ice-type violet was futile, the elderly man smirked and proposed a bet. "You boast with great confidence, young lad. How about a wager?" Su Qing chuckled at the oddity of the offer, shaking his head, thinking that the old man, feeling resentment over the revealing of the violet, was attempting to ensnare him. Since the gem was already his, he had little inclination to indulge the man. Tang Bin, however, was less amused and mockingly inquired of the elder, "What exactly are we betting on? You're not suggesting a contest on who lives longer, are you?" The elder remained unperturbed, replying, "It is quite simple. Did you not say this young man could unveil an ice-type jade? Let's wager on that." "Oh, and how would this wager work?" Tang Bin, intrigued by the elder's words, pressed further. The elder smiled lightly. "Earlier, this young man claimed he could reveal an ice-type jade. We shall wager on that. If he manages to extract an ice-type jade from the raw materials before the trading event concludes, I will pay him double the market price and additionally assist in crafting the violet pendant. However, if he fails to do so within 3 days, he must sell the violet piece to me at the fair market value." At first glance, this wager appeared to heavily favor Su Qing. Even if he failed to extract the ice-type jade, he would suffer no loss, as he could simply sell the violet at its market price. Tang Bin's eyes lit up as he rubbed his nose and said, "What if he reveals a glass-type jade instead?" The elder replied with seriousness, "That would certainly count as a win. We can draft a written agreement to ensure fairness." Tang Bin, visibly intrigued, leaned closer to Su Qing, saying, "Brother, given your luck today, this should be a sure win. Let us make that old man weep when you extract an ice type." Chapter 39. Yellow Jade Amidst Floating Clouds. Su Qing hesitated as Meng Shicheng, the stone carver, had already extracted a fist-sized piece of violet jade, brushing off the stone dust as he approached. "Are you Elder Shui?" Meng Shicheng inquired softly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the elderly man before him. The elder furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you recognize me?" Upon confirming the elder's identity, Meng Shicheng's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. This elder was a towering figure in the global jade carving community. Any piece bearing his signature could fetch astronomical prices at auction. It was rumored that he had an eccentric disposition, having established a rule of spending 3 years on a single piece of jade, resulting in a scarcity of works, yet each was a masterpiece. Meng Shicheng had merely glimpsed this elder once at a jade carving conference and was astonished to encounter him here. "Elder Shui, is there a specific material you desire to carve? Why must you insist on this piece of violet with the younger generation?" Realizing the elder's stature, Meng Shicheng could only smile wryly and play the peacemaker. The elder, however, was unyielding, declaring, "Since you recognize me, there is no need for formalities. As long as this young man agrees, the wager shall commence immediately." Master Tang, feeling displeased, shot a glare at Meng Shicheng and remarked, "Old Meng, we brothers do not turn our elbows outward. The decision to wager on the violet lies with Qingzi. You should refrain from meddling." Caught in the middle, Meng Shicheng thought to himself, "This elder behaves like a stubborn mule. Given Qingzi's luck today, he is bound to lose. If you wish to lose money, I won't stop you, but it is not worth offending a brother over such trivial matters." At that moment, Su Qing leisurely stated, "I agree to the wager, but I have an additional condition." A glimmer of delight appeared on Elder Shui's face as he urged, "Do tell." Su Qing toyed with a piece of violet jade in his hands, speaking slowly, "If I win, this material must be carved into a pendant within 2 days, specifically for a woman. As for the price, I need not mention double. I am not in want of money at the moment." Elder Shui's interest was piqued, and he promptly asked, "Is that all?" Su Qing nodded affirmatively, "Just that. If you agree, I shall choose my material now. If not, then so be it." Elder Shui chuckled. The young man possesses admirable spirit. "I agree, and I shall add a condition of my own. Even if you lose, I will ensure that a pendant is made from this material and gifted to you." "Excellent. Feel free to take a stroll. Once I select the stone, I shall summon you to observe the carving." Su Qing responded with enthusiasm. Turning to depart, confident in his right eye's ability to select an icy jade without taking days. An hour later, after browsing over a dozen stalls, Su Qing finally settled on a piece of oddly shaped yellow sand jade. The jade was slender and wide at the base, resembling an inverted funnel, adorned with naturally formed spiral patterns. A long, dark crack spiraled upward, nearly penetrating the entire surface of the jade. Su Qing gently scratched the crack with his fingernail, feeling no gap. However, under the scrutiny of his right eye, he discerned a cylindrical piece of high-quality yellow jade inside, its transparency akin to that of glass, with a bright yellow hue reminiscent of chicken fat. The vibrant hue of chicken oil yellow ignited a wave of excitement within Su Qing as his imagination conjured vivid imagery. Remarkably, the surface fissures of this piece of yellow jadeite did not mar its essence. Instead, they seemingly gave rise to lively cloud patterns at the base, as if the stone rested upon ethereal clouds. While marveling at the wonders of nature, Su Qing resolved to acquire this exquisite jadeite. In the realm of jade craftsmanship, there exists an adage: flawlessness is essential for jade. Indeed, no piece of jade is absolutely perfect. The finest jade merely possesses a dense and smooth internal structure that renders it nearly flawless. How much for this piece? Su Qing finally averted his gaze, pointing at the yellow sandskin to inquire about the price. 5,000 per kilogram, and we can offer free stone splitting, replied a wiry old man with a handlebar mustache, his eyes glinting with shrewdness as he spoke. Su Qing frowned and remarked, "That's too expensive. The black wuxia material I purchased earlier was only 3,000 per kilogram. Could you lower the price?" This yellow sand skin weighed at least 200 kilograms, with the yellow jadeite occupying less than 1/10 of it. He estimated that he could extract around 15 kilograms of chicken oil yellow, so a reduction in price would be preferable. Very well. Lippy 3,000 per kilogram, the old man conceded with unusual promptness. He picked up a small notebook from the table and read aloud. Longtang Old Pit Yellow Sand Skin, net weight 232 kilograms at 3,000 per kilogram. Total 696,000. Su Qing retrieved his wallet, pulled out a bank card, and handed it over, saying, "No more delays. Let us process the payment." The old man smiled broadly as he accepted the card and swiped it on the POS machine. Su Qing entered his password, and the transaction was completed swiftly, leaving Meng Shicheng beside him, shaking his head in disbelief. Is this piece truly of ice variety? Tang Guobin, seemingly skeptical of the unremarkable yellow sand skin, couldn't resist voicing his doubts. Su Qing chuckled, "Who knows? But I find this stone pleasing to the eye. It may contain valuable material." Tang Guobin tuka mitstievo. Your taste is quite peculiar. You have an eye for such oddities. Perhaps tomorrow I should find you an African beauty to accompany you. Su Qing rolled his eyes. "Let us not. That's your affair. It's far more important to have old Shui come and take a look at the stone." Tang Guobin gestured casually behind him. That old man is right behind us examining stones. Once the splitting machine roars to life, he dash over quicker than a rabbit. Meng Shicheng was thoroughly amazed by these two. One was willing to spend hundreds of thousands on a flawed stone simply because it caught his fancy, while the other treated a world-class jade sculptor with such casualness. There were truly no words to describe their audacity. Su Qing requested a thick marker from the wiry old man, casually drawing a couple of circles along the edge of the yellow sand skin, and said, "Please, take it away to be cut." The old man chuckled, enthusiastically instructing his workers to secure the hefty raw material on the splitting machine, continuously praising Su Qing for his discernment and expertise. Meng Shicheng secretly scorned him, thinking, "This old fox is too cunning. If the stone crumbles, I'll be sure to give him a piece of my mind." As the stone-cutting machine roared to life, an increasing number of onlookers gathered, among whom was Master Shui, who arrived with remarkable speed. Upon seeing the uniquely shaped yellow sandstone, a peculiar expression crossed his face, as if he had been thoroughly taken aback. The blade sliced deftly along the black lines marked on the rough stone, while Su Qing, crouched nearby, began to wash the cut surface with water. Observing the stark, unremarkable white surface, he nodded in apparent satisfaction. On the other side, another cut was made, allowing for the polishing of the stone. The stone-cutting machine was operated by a burly man in his 30s, whose features bore a slight resemblance to the elderly man collecting payments. Hearing Su Qing's comments, he muttered with visible displeasure, "If this worthless stone yields jade, I'll eat it." Though his voice was low, Su Qing, who was splashing water beside him, heard him clearly and replied with a laugh, "If you want to eat it, I wouldn't want to deprive you. How about if it turns out to be jade? You can nibble on some scraps?" The burly man chuckled awkwardly, repositioned the rough stone, and pressed the blade down steadily along the marked line. With a sharp sound, another piece of waste was sliced away, revealing nothing but a stark white expanse, while the dark cracks became increasingly discernible. The man scoffed, tilting his mouth derisively. In his view, the stone was undoubtedly a loss, and continuing was merely a fool's errand. Su Qing, quick and nimble, washed the cut surface and urged, "Change the grinding wheel, let's polish it." The burly man, the son of the stall owner, felt a surge of annoyance at this remark and retorted, "How can a dull stone be treated as semi-transparent? Do you even understand stone gambling?" Su Qing replied coolly, "It's none of your concern whether I understand or not. I spent 600,000 on this stone. How I choose to cut it is entirely up to me." A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd, with some jesting. "He can't even handle a baby." Tang Guobin chimed in playfully. "Isn't there a milk bottle?" More laughter erupted, leaving the burly man awkwardly scratching the back of his head, smiling wryly as he said, "Is polishing not enough?" With that, he quickly switched the grinding wheel and adeptly began to polish the rough stone. His eyes lit up, and raising the handle, he excitedly shouted, "Quick, pour some water." Su Qing smiled serenely, scooping a ladle of water and pouring it along the cut surface. As the grinding wheel parted the white mist, a warm, golden hue emerged, igniting excitement among the onlookers. "What a beautiful butter yellow!" exclaimed Meng Shicheng, rushing forward to grasp Su Qing's shoulder. "I knew you had a connection with Lady Luck. If you don't help me pick a good piece later, I might just have to take you down." Tang Guobin's face beamed with joy, his features contorted in delight. Master Shui, with intense focus, gazed at the enchanting butter yellow and could no longer resist reaching out to touch the stone. The outcome of their wager had become inconsequential, as this piece was already bound to be sold to him according to their agreement. The burly man, startled by the old man's sudden reach beneath the grinding wheel, exclaimed, "Old man, please step aside. I still need to continue cutting." The elder conceded defeat, stating, "According to our agreement, I'll pay double for this stone once it's cut." Su Qing rubbed his nose and chuckled. "I've already mentioned I want to sell it for double. Have you forgotten the conditions I laid out?" Old Shui's eyes dimmed. He had indeed agreed to the conditions. This young man had previously asserted that he was not short of money. Old Shui, with his eccentric character, was nonetheless renowned for his integrity and trustworthiness. He sighed and said, "Very well, hand me the violet material and your phone. I shall come to find you with the items the day after tomorrow." Su Qing, his smile fading, replied earnestly, "I mentioned I wouldn't sell it for double the price, but if you could offer a fair price, I would still be amenable. For this material can only manifest its true value in your hands." Old Shui was momentarily taken aback, and then he understood. The young man was clearly facilitating his own intentions. At his age, he found himself somewhat weary of carving, leading to thoughts of retiring his tools. His visit to the trading fair was to select a few exquisite pieces of jade for his final work. The genuine and open-hearted demeanor of this young stranger stirred a wave of warmth in his heart. "Thank you, young man," Old Shui expressed sincerely, a word he had not uttered in over a decade, and this young man was certainly deserving of Master Shui's gratitude. As the polishing work neared completion, a piece of pure high-grade ice jade, resembling a rich yellow, revealed its alluring form. When the final base was deftly removed, Old Shui, pointing at the vivid cloud patterns on the jade, exclaimed with trembling excitement, "The golden Buddha treading upon clouds. It is indeed the golden Buddha treading upon clouds." The grinding wheel came to a halt, leaving everyone perplexed as they gazed at Old Shui, whose eyes were reddened with emotion. None knew what the golden Buddha treading upon clouds truly was, but it was evident from the old man's tears of joy that this high-grade yellow jade was far from ordinary. The golden Buddha treading upon clouds. Who would have thought that in his lifetime, the old man would be fortunate enough to carve such a rare treasure? "No regrets in retiring my tools. It is fate," Old Shui murmured, gently caressing the yellow jade with trembling fingers, tears streaming down his cheeks. Wiping away his tears, Old Shui stood, a bitter smile gracing his face as he shook his head, saying, "If I were to say I couldn't afford this material, would you still carve it for me?" This statement astonished not only Su Qing, but also Meng Shicheng, who stood nearby, mouth agape. For someone of Old Shui's stature, a world-class jade carving master with a fortune exceeding 100 million, to claim he could not afford material spoke volumes about the rarity of this yellow jade. Old Shui's shoulders trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, "Good lad, I won't take advantage of you. This is not the place for discussions. If you trust me, come with me for a moment, and we can talk then." Su Qing, unabashed, shrugged and replied, "If you're providing a meal, I'll go." "Ha ha ha." I can feed you for a lifetime. I've finally thought of something that can buy this material, haha. Old Shui laughed heartily, tears flowing once more. When he looked back at Su Qing's face, a glimmer of affection shone in his eyes. Feed you for a lifetime? Su Qing was momentarily bewildered, pondering the old man's audacity. Given his age, 10 or 8 more years would be a stretch. Would he have to ask the old man's son for meal tickets in the future? Meng Shiqing approached and patted Su Qing on the shoulder, chuckling, "Brother, why don't you hurry and apprentice with him? Even learning just 30% of old Shui's jade carving skills would ensure you a lifetime of comfort." Apprentice? Su Qing was not a fool. As soon as he heard the mention of it, he instantly grasped Mr. Shui's intention. He thought to himself, this old gentleman intends to offset the price of this piece of yellow jade with the technique of carving jade. However, even if he is willing to teach me, I may not have the time to learn. Never mind. In any case, this piece of yellow jade will not be wasted in his hands. A slightly lower price is of no consequence. Su Qing nodded. All right, we shall come to your home for a meal. Mr. Shui pulled out his mobile phone and made a call, then tenderly cradled the piece of chicken fat yellow jade, reluctant to let it go. After chatting for about a quarter of an hour, a long red flag sedan approached from a distance and halted before Mr. Shui. At the trade fair, vehicles were only permitted to park in the outer lot, although exceptions could be made for those with sufficient influence. One could even drive a tank into the venue if they had the clout. The door of the flag car opened, and a middle-aged man with a square face emerged, striding directly to Mr. Shui and stating, "Father, the car has arrived. Let me assist you with your belongings." Mr. Shui shook his head, saying, "I prefer to carry this treasure myself. Please open the door for our guests to enter the car." A quarter of an hour later, the car drove into a secluded courtyard, which bore a striking resemblance to the Sihuan of the capital. The spacious courtyard was adorned with various flowers, plants, and trees, and a small pavilion stood on the left side, with the surrounding environment serene and elegant, truly an ideal place for enjoying a leisurely life. Upon entering the main hall, a strong and ancient aura enveloped them. All the furnishings were made of natural materials, either wood or stone. The octagonal table, wicker chairs, and bluestone tea table, aside from a few hanging lamps, were devoid of modern appliances. Even the light switch was discreetly concealed, making one feel as though they had stepped back in time by a century. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Mr. Shui casually remarked, then turned to his son, saying, "Guiqiang, keep our guests company." With that, he placed a piece of yellow jade gently on the tea table and began to examine it closely, completely ignoring the presence of others. Su Qing and the others found themselves in an awkward situation. They had come for a meal, only to be left on the sidelines by this old man. Not only had they not been offered food, but even a sip of plain water had not passed their lips. Fortunately, his son, Shui Guiqiang, noticed the guests' embarrassment and introduced everyone, engaging them in lively conversation. "My father has this temperament. When he encounters exquisite jadeite, he disregards everything else. Please do not take offense." Meng Shiqing chuckled. "Mr. Shui, you are too modest. Had this been 400 years ago, your father would surely be akin to Lu Zigong." Shui Guiqiang suddenly interjected. "That is incorrect. Even if he were born 400 years ago, my father would not dare to compare himself to Lu Zigong, unless he possessed 2 Kunwa jade knives." Meng Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, smiling but falling silent. He felt an intangible pressure in front of Shui Guiqiang, akin to a dialogue between superior and subordinate, perhaps due to the latter's status. Su Qing, hearing the mention of Lu Zigong, casually tugged at the pendant hanging from his neck and said, "Old Meng, is the person who gifted this item related to Lu Zigong?" Meng Shiqing nodded with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, that person must also share the surname Lu." Su Qing chuckled dismissively. "Oh, no wonder, spending 300 million and throwing a piece of Zigong jade as a bonus. It seems the Lu family is quite wealthy." 300 million? And included Zigong jade? Old Shui was also captivated by the conversation, approaching with one hand, cradling a piece of yellow jade. He pointed to the pendant on Su Qing's chest and said, "Little Su, take that down for me to have a look." Su Qing rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Don't rush to examine the objects. If there's no meal, I'll have someone take everything away, and I'll have Old Meng find someone to carve it." "You dare?" Old Shui glared, but his expression soon darkened. With a huff, he pulled out a call button and pressed it. Moments later, 2 tidy middle-aged women briskly entered the hall. Old Shui commanded, "Prepare a sumptuous meal and bring some beverages as well." After finishing, he shot a glare at Su Qing, saying, "You only remember to arrange for meals, yet you fail to appreciate the golden Buddha here, which is a treasure worth its weight in gold." Su Qing shook his head and replied, No matter how valuable jade or emerald may be, to me, they are merely products of nature, essentially just prettier minerals, not much different from coal. Their worth stems solely from their rarity and the number of admirers. Shui Guoqiang smiled and remarked, "Well said, it strikes at the essence of the matter. Because of these luxurious products sculpted from nature, countless officials have succumbed to their allure, losing their integrity and becoming transgressors against the people." Old Shui interjected, "What are you getting all riled up for? I've supported you three brothers by carving these worthless stones. Now you want to sever ties with capitalism?" Seeing that his father had turned the focus onto him, Shui Guoqiang forced a smile and said, "That's not my intention. I'm merely stating facts." Old Shui snorted, then shifted the topic. "You lot in the system have only honed your verbal skills. When is the transfer to Jiangsheng happening?" Shui Guoqiang softly replied, "We'll set off in 2 days. I'll stay here to accompany you for these 2 days, and once things settle down, I'll bring you over." Old Shui nodded, took out a checkbook, and wrote a few figures, placing in front of Su Qing with a serious demeanor. "In these years, I haven't earned much. For this golden Buddha, I'll give you 100 million. If you're unwilling to learn the art of jade carving, in half a month, I'll find a way to come up with this sum again. However, if you agree to learn my craft, the subsequent amount will merely serve as your tuition." 100 million? Shui Guoqiang's brow furrowed slightly. This figure stirred something within him, given that he understood well the wealth his father had accumulated from decades of jade carving. 100 million in cash nearly exhausted all savings, excluding the valuable items displayed in his father's studio. Each piece represented countless hours of dedication from Old Shui, and, if converted to cash, would exceed 200 million, making his father's claim of selling off his possessions seem exaggerated. Su Qing took the check and handed it directly to Meng Shicheng, pondering before saying, "I still need to study. I fear I won't have time to learn jade carving." Su Qing began to hold Old Shui in disdain, as it seemed that if he agreed to study jade carving, the additional 100 million would be off the table. A tuition fee of 100 million for learning jade carving seemed exorbitantly unreasonable. Su Qing was not alone in this thought. Even Tang Guobin and Meng Shicheng's expressions turned peculiar, while only Shui Guoqiang remained silent with a smile. Old Shui seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and calmly stated, "Do not rush to push. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. If it were anyone else, even if they offered more money, I would not teach them, unless they possess extraordinary talent." Su Qing, intrigued, inquired, "What constitutes extraordinary talent?" Old Shui pointed to the base of the yellow jade in his arms and said, "It is quite simple. Observe the patterns on this piece. You have a quarter of an hour. If you can discern correctly, you will become my sole disciple, inheriting my craft. Should you misjudge, then this apprenticeship shall cease, and we shall simply lack the fate of master and disciple." With a smile, he turned the yellow jade over and presented it to Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing suddenly understood that Old Shui truly did not wish to exploit him. If he were to become the old man's disciple, he would not only gain a fortune and mastery in jade carving, but also the finished piece crafted from this very yellow jade. A windfall indeed. Su Qing took the yellow jade and examined it briefly, declaring, "There are a total of 9 patterns, 5 long and 4 short, with 2 overlapping." Having meticulously counted the patterns while still in the stone, he realized that a mere glance was merely a formality. Old Shui was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! A student worthy of teaching indeed. A student worthy of teaching." As he laughed, tears streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 42, The Apprenticeship. The patterns on the yellow jade were faint and ethereal. Without exceptional eyesight and meticulous attention, one could discern at most 6 patterns. Even Old Shui had required more than 15 minutes with a magnifying glass to ascertain their number. Yet, Su Qing had accurately identified them in under 5 minutes. Truly a prodigious talent destined to inherit the craft. How could Old Shui not be elated? How could he not weep? "Young one, do not delay. Bow to your master," urged Tang Guobin, quick-witted as ever, giving Su Qing a hearty pat on the shoulder. Su Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. In this modern age, must he kneel and bow his head? Old Shui, perceiving Su Qing's hesitation, wiped his tears and smiled. "Dear disciple, let us forego the customary kneeling. Quickly, fetch me a cup of tea." Su Qing glanced around and realized that there was not even a drop of water in sight. At that moment, a middle-aged woman brought forth a tray of beverages. Su Qing picked up a bottle of green tea, opened it, and presented it to Old Shui, saying, "Master, perhaps this will suffice." Very well, today I shall make do with this. It seems I have initiated a new tradition of receiving disciples over drinks." Old Shui replied, in high spirits. He took the green tea and drank deeply, thus accepting Su Qing as his cherished disciple. Su Qing exchanged a glance with Meng Shicheng, who promptly retrieved the still-warm check and placed it on the sofa. Given that Old Shui had established the rule that all items carved from yellow jade would be inherited by his sole disciple, it was imperative that this money not be accepted. Old Shui, with a fierce glare, declared, "Take what I have given you. I do not wish to have my integrity questioned, nor to be seen as exploiting my disciple." Su Qing, unable to argue, reluctantly accepted the check, thinking to himself that this stubborn old man would eventually be honored with exceptional jadeite gifts in the future. Observing the rather comical expressions of both the elder and the youth, Shui Guoqiang chuckled. "If you find money excessive, why not donate it to the Ho Project? Upon arriving in Jiangsheng, I shall wholeheartedly support this endeavor." He added, "However, in these times, donating money can often lead to misappropriation. 1,000,000 donated might well be reduced to a mere 100. Su Qing, harboring resentment towards charitable contributions, recalled a time during his middle school years when he had donated his meager 20 yuan to aid disaster-stricken areas. He learned that each class had contributed approximately 1,000 yuan, and the entire school had collectively donated tens of thousands. Yet one day, while casually browsing in the school office, Su Qing stumbled upon a thank you letter addressed to a certain school, expressing gratitude for a donation of 500 yuan. The address matched that of the disaster zone, and the date was less than 10 days apart. Shui Guoqiang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Every situation has two sides. The misappropriation of charitable funds is, after all, an exception." Shui Lao interjected sternly, "The issue arises when there are too many exceptions, transforming them into a common ailment. Many individuals treat charitable funds as an easy source of sustenance, leaving scant resources for those genuinely in need." Noticing the palpable discontent from his disciples, Shui Guoqiang could only manage a wry smile, remaining silent. Shui Lao immediately recognized that the exquisite pendant was crafted by Lu Zigong. The jade guanyin exuded an aura of compassion, captivating all who beheld it. Remarkably, the leaves inserted at the top of the clean vase appeared to curl or extend, depending on the angle, showcasing an impressive range of techniques and thoughtfulness that rivaled any renowned piece by Zigong. The meticulous craftsmanship alone justified Lu Zigong's esteemed reputation among jade artisans. Inspired by the guanyin statue, Shui Lao envisioned that the piece of chicken oil yellow jade would be best sculpted into a golden Buddha stepping upon clouds. The serene and benevolent expression of the guanyin seemed to impart a profound revelation, rendering him momentarily entranced. As the meal was prepared, two middle-aged women entered to announce that it was time to dine. Yet, Shui Lao remained lost in admiration of the guanyin statue, oblivious to the world around him. Su Qing, feeling hunger gnawing at him, boldly snatched the jade guanyin away, declaring, "Master, it's time to eat." The others chuckled at this sudden transformation of the obedient disciple into a mischievous rascal, finding the shift rather amusing. With Shui Lao's prior instructions, the dinner was sumptuous, featuring an array of dishes that tantalized the senses. Su Qing nearly swallowed his tongue in delight. Hunger can render even the most mundane food extraordinarily delicious, and this feast, rich in flavor, could only be described as a culinary delight. During the meal, Meng Shicheng recounted Su Qing's remarkable achievement of winning 4 consecutive bets in a single day, leaving the Shui family in awe. A staggering profit of 450 million yuan in one day was an astounding rate of wealth accumulation, one that even the world's richest would envy. Ultimately, everyone attributed this success to Su Qing's extraordinary luck. Shui Lao took a sip of wine, a look of concern settling on his face. He turned to Su Qing earnestly, "My young friend, while luck may outweigh foresight in the gambling stone industry, the risks are immense. Many have fallen into despair following a single stroke of luck, ultimately losing everything. As the saying goes, a little gambling brings joy. You are still young and must not become too entranced." Su Qing felt a warm surge of emotion, gratitude shining in his eyes as he nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Master." Shui Lao smiled with a sense of comfort and remarked, "Sometimes, luck is indeed a form of talent. Furthermore, you need not address me as Master any longer. Simply call me Teacher." "Very well, Teacher it is," Su Qing responded smoothly, although he hesitated, his eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty about his residence in Jiangsheng. "No time, is it?" Shui Lao said leisurely. "I will purchase a house in Jiangsheng within half a month at the latest. At that time, you must dedicate at least 2 hours each day to learn the art of carving. Can you manage that?" "Yes, I can definitely manage it," Su Qing exclaimed joyfully, thumping his chest in assurance, then raised his glass, declaring, Teacher, I toast to you. Ha! Excellent. Let us partake together. After dinner, Su Qing declined Shui Lao's invitation to stay, leaving his contact information and a piece of ice-grade violet jade, agreeing to meet again on the final day of the trading event. Chapter 43. The Stone Gambling Competition, Part 1. Upon returning to the villa, it was already 9 in the evening. Su Qing ascended the stairs and heard faint sobbing from the adjacent room. Anxious, he quickly blinked his right eye and peered through the door. The sight before him momentarily stunned him. Lu Yinxue, clad in pajamas, was weeping profusely while watching a Korean drama, a large pile of tissues beside her. Her delicate, tear-streaked visage stirred an overwhelming urge within Su Qing to rush in and embrace her tenderly. Knock, knock. Su Qing rapped on the door, his gaze fixed intently on the interior. Startled by the sound, Lu Yinxue looked toward the door with a wary expression. Who is it? It's me. Su Qing's breath was heavy, his heart racing with impatience. Noticing the unusual tone in his voice, Lu Yinxue yawned exaggeratedly and whispered, "Let us talk about it tomorrow. I'm already asleep." Su Qing felt an impulse to burst through the door, but seeing Lu Yinxue's timid demeanor caused a strange tremor in his heart. He replied in a deep voice, "Get to bed early. Don't let the drama take your tears." After shaking his head, he turned and returned to his own room. Inside, Lu Yinxue was momentarily stunned, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as she murmured to herself, "Oh no, he must have heard me crying." She took a few steps to the door and peered through the peephole, only to find the corridor empty. Having indulged in a deep slumber fueled by a hint of inebriation, Su Qing awoke to the sound of knocking that roused him from his dreams. Groggy, he opened the door to reveal a beaming Meng Shiqing. "Awake, are you? Hurry and get ready for lunch. There's a stone gambling competition, and we should join in the excitement." Meng Shiqing handed Su Qing a bank card, whispering, "A total of 450 million. I can hardly resist. The bank clerk has surely cast countless flirtatious glances my way." Su Qing thanked him, pocketing the card, then hurriedly washed up before descending with Meng Shiqing. Upon entering the dining area, he realized Lu Yinxue was absent, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Tang Guobin immediately discerned his thoughts, teasingly scolding. "Your girlfriend went shopping with a Meng family-s girl early this morning. You're being rather stingy, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. You can't even spare a penny for your girlfriend. A classic case of neglecting the upper mouth while caring for the lower." Tang Guobin leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Fortunately, I used your name to give her 20,000. Let's see how you will thank me later." Su Qing finally regained his composure from the turmoil and smiled wryly. "Brother Tang, could you please refrain from speaking so breathlessly? You're nearly giving me a heart attack. You deserve it. Hurry over for dinner. Today, Old Meng has enlisted you to participate in the stone gambling competition. If you don't win the championship, you'll have to deal with the consequences." Tang Guobin gazed at Su Qing with a half-smile and suddenly dropped a bombshell. "What?" Su Qing could hardly believe his ears as he quickly walked over to the dining table and sat down. "Brother Tang, please explain how this stone gambling competition is connected to me?" Tang Guobin placed a piece of chicken into Su Qing's bowl and replied, "It's quite simple. Every year, the Stone Gambling Conference holds a competition the following day, where all stalls select 3 pieces of raw material to be publicly opened by the organizers. They will choose the jade with the best quality to advance to the semifinals. The ultimate winner not only claims all the revealed jade, but also receives an additional 2 million in prize money. This time, the responsibility for selecting materials at stall 56 is entrusted to you." "Entrusted to me? Do you really think I'm some kind of expert?" Su Qing retorted with a hint of irritation. Tang Guobin laughed. "You have extraordinary luck. If you don't do it, who will?" "Fine, I'll select the stones. My luck has been decent. Whether I can choose well remains to be seen." Su Qing replied nonchalantly, biting into a chicken leg. Meng Shiqing poured a glass of beer for Su Qing and said with a faint smile, "I heard that the gentleman with the surname by has hired a high-priced stone gambling expert to select materials and has proclaimed that he must take first place. His audacity is comparable to the Great Wall's twists and turns. Ha! With Qingzi around, what does a stone gambling expert even matter? It'd be best if that guy could play some private bets. We can make a substantial profit." Tang Guobin had unwavering faith in Su Qing's luck. This fellow was known for his astonishing fortune, consistently creating miracles from the Stone Gambling Conference to the jade transactions. Just make sure not to sell any worthless stones. Even with good luck, it would all be in vain. Su Qing crunched on a large red shrimp, making a loud noise, and cast a quirky smile at Meng Shiqing. "Rest assured, this time I've made a significant investment, all premium old pit materials, totaling 600 pieces. I've already instructed that not a single piece should be sold before we go." Meng Shicheng was brimming with confidence, proudly thumping his chest. Why not sell? Su Qing casually asked as he discarded the shrimp head. Tang Guobin smirked. Aren't we waiting for you to choose the leftovers before selling? If we win the stone gambling competition, the remaining materials will be like a princess not worrying about marriage. Su Qing raised a greasy middle finger at the two and said nonchalantly, if we win, the three of us will split it evenly. All right, I'll be your cheerleader. I'll take care of the celebrations when we win. Tang Guobin declared with bravado, though the phrase sounded a bit awkward. Old Meng, you're truly impressive. A phantom must cost around 8 million, right? You could also help me secure one. Tang Guobin drives a Grand Cherokee. Yet this does not imply a lack of admiration for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which undoubtedly offers a far more exhilarating driving experience. Without delving into his championship accolades, the mere prospect of shattering that white chrysanthemum would prompt Lao Meng to immediately order 2 Phantoms. Meng Shicheng has recently developed an affinity for the mighty Kong, frequently pounding his chest with his fists, almost on the verge of letting out a roar. Su Qing, invigorated, devoured his lunch with fervor, gnawing on half of a roast chicken while on the move. Unless Meng Shicheng's stall lacks a single piece of jade, it is certain that 2 out of 3 materials will triumph without a doubt. Chapter 44. The Stone Gambling Competition, Part 2. The stone trading venue was remarkably close, such that Su Qing had barely finished gnawing on his chicken when he arrived. Reluctant to discard the remnants, he ambled towards stall number 56, still clutching the greasy chicken. Inside the stall, a plethora of rough materials awaited, and even the staff had moved their tables outside. Just as Su Qing finished the last of his chicken, he wiped his hands on his clothes and cast a keen gaze over the mound of rough stones. A spark ignited in Su Qing's eyes, and a smile graced his face. This substantial heap of materials was indeed as Meng Shicheng had described, an investment of considerable value from an old pit. Among 10 pieces, 2 contained jade, predominantly of the flower green and bean varieties, but after some searching, he finally unearthed a commendable golden silk variety. The golden silk variety is characterized by a distribution resembling fine threads, rather than a solid green. The presence of color in jadeite is particularly significant. When the color bands are extensive, vivid, and well hydrated, the price naturally escalates, whereas the opposite results in a marked decrease in value. The piece Su Qing discovered exhibited excellent color and texture, and most importantly, it was sizable, with at least 50 kilograms of material, 2/3 of which consisted of jade. This alone ensured he could at least break even if he entered it into the competition. After circling the mound of rough stones and occasionally shifting some, he found himself somewhat disheartened. He had not encountered even a single piece of glass-type jade, much less ice or egg-white types. Su Qing also realized that his right eye's ability to see through the stones extended only about a meter. Beyond that, all was obscured, requiring the relocation of overlapping stones to proceed. Thus, selecting rough materials became quite the physical endeavor for him. Thankfully, a Luo and a Bao stepped in to assist, and after half an hour, the 3 of them were drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from water. Old Pit, what a deception! Su Qing, in frustration, moved aside a large stone, revealing a piece the size of a basketball, causing him to spring back in surprise, shaking his hands vigorously. What happened? Tang Guobin hurried over to investigate, and Su Qing grimaced, clutching the back of his hand, his expression reflecting a hint of pain. Darn it, he had been bitten by a bug. Su Qing chuckled ruefully as he released his grip. The back of his right hand was swollen and red, resembling a steamed bun in no time. Meng Shicheng glanced over and pointed at a curled-up yellow-green flatworm on the ground, exclaiming, "That's a hairy leech. How did it crawl onto the stone?" Stung by the caterpillar, Su Qing endured an unbearable sting, as if his skin were being seared by fire. In that moment, he found little solace in selecting materials, wishing only to plunge his entire hand into the fridge to numb the pain, standing aside with a bitter expression. Tang Guobin redirected his seething anger towards the offending caterpillar on the ground, raising his foot to crush the source of his ire. However, Meng Shicheng, with quick reflexes, intervened just in time. Hold on, this creature is the best remedy for stings. If you crush it, where will we find another? After saying this, Meng Shicheng swiftly picked up the caterpillar and approached Su Qing. He pressed the creature against the injured area on Su Qing's hand, squeezing it until its insides burst, allowing the pale green liquid to drip onto the wound. Once I apply some universal oil later, it will be just fine. Remarkably, after applying the green liquid extracted from the caterpillar, Su Qing felt a considerable alleviation of the sting, though regrettably, the caterpillar was too small, and the amount of liquid it yielded was barely sufficient to cover the affected area. At that moment, A quick-thinking staff member brought over a box of universal oil. Meng Shiqing opened the box and scooped out a generous amount of the oil to apply onto Su Qing's hand. Once he completed this task, he exhaled a long sigh of relief and sat down on a piece of rough material. "Shall we take you to the hospital now?" Meng Shiqing shrugged, a glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. After all, Su Qing had only just chosen a piece of material, and judging by his ongoing search, it seemed he was not entirely satisfied with his selection. Opting for the hospital would essentially mean forfeiting this gamble. "You're not running a fever, are you? Is a trip to the hospital necessary for a mere caterpillar sting?" Su Qing rose and walked toward the pile of materials again. As he passed by Meng Shiqing, he inadvertently glanced at the piece of material beneath him, and his expression instantly morphed into one of incredulity. The glass-grade imperial green was being used as a seat by Meng Shiqing. Su Qing was left speechless, fixated on the piece of material beneath him. "Old Meng, move your plump posterior from that August 15th piece and place it alongside the one I selected," he said with a smile, pointing at the material Meng Shiqing was sitting on. "What?" Meng Shiqing was taken aback, momentarily stunned and unwilling to shift his position. Tang Hebin approached and patted Meng Shiqing on the shoulder, sighing, "Old Meng, I could truly envy your fortunate behind. Do you remember yesterday?" Meng Shiqing suddenly understood. He recalled that his casual sitting had unexpectedly revealed a $5 million imperial green. It dawned on him that Su Qing was hoping to replicate that stroke of luck. Having selected 2 pieces, Su Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided against personally selecting the final piece, instead taking a large marker to inscribe the traditional characters 2 and 3 on the materials, drawing circles around them and marking the cutting lines to minimize waste. "Tang Yi, why don't you choose a piece? Just be careful not to get stung by the caterpillar," Su Qing suggested, seeing Tang Guobin's eagerness to select the last piece. Tang Guobin cheerfully approached the pile of rough materials, energetically rummaging through it until he finally selected a piece adorned with several serpentine patterns in yellow sand. With a thud, he tossed the rough material onto the ground, grinning mischievously as he said, "Qingzi, take a look at this big, round piece. It reminds me a bit of old Meng's August 15th. Haha." Su Qing squinted at it, a sudden realization striking him. Within this rough material lay a fist-sized glimmer of verdant green, the quality undoubtedly rivaling that of the violet jade unveiled the previous day. It appeared that the luck of the young Master Tang was indeed extraordinary. "Indeed, let old Meng's August 15th take the lead," Su Qing nodded with a smile, inscribing the character 1 in traditional script on the rough material. He chose to use traditional numbers to distinguish it from other pieces while also indicating the order of unveiling, ensuring that the grand finale of the glass jade would be revealed last for maximum impact. Su Qing and young Master Tang shared a tacit understanding, both momentarily gagging in unison. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated through the venue via a loudspeaker. "Attention all stallholders participating in the stone gambling competition. In 10 minutes, the organizing committee will collect the participating rough materials. Please hurry and select your pieces." The announcement repeated 3 times before fading away. Seizing the brief window of time, Su Qing called his sister-in-law to assure her of his safety. Upon mentioning his apprenticeship under Master Shui to carve jade, Qin Bing's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, asserting that in this day and age, a university diploma pales in comparison to the value of a skilled craft. 2 pickup trucks gradually approached from a distance, their hoods adorned with a conspicuous banner that read Material Collection. As the vehicles reached stall number 56, Meng Shiqing and others were already waiting with a cart loaded with rough materials. 2 individuals disembarked from the truck, a burly man and a short, balding middle-aged man. The balding man held a paint marker and inscribed the words 56 Meng on 3 pieces of rough material before gesturing for the burly man to load them onto the truck. He then produced a triplicate form and a ballpoint pen, quietly inquiring, "Boss Meng, how many pieces do you plan to purchase this time?" This man was an old acquaintance of Meng Shiqing, surnamed Huang and given the name Bowen. He was one of the financial backers of this trading event. Besides being a formidable gemstone dealer, he also held another significant role as one of the operators of the underground betting for the stone gambling competition. All stalls participating in the stone gambling contest would have their odds set by the underground betting operators based on past performance in the competition, wagering on which stall would claim the championship title. For example, if stall 56 had odds of 1 to 5 and the championship had 10-fold odds, then Meng Shiqing could bet 1 million on his stall to win. If stall 56 indeed triumphed, he would stand to gain a staggering 50 million. There is also another betting format known as invitation betting. For instance, the odds for stall number 56 are set at 5 to 1. with unwavering confidence in securing the championship. The proprietor may choose to list their stall number separately for wagers. Should stall 56 triumph after the event concludes, all bets placed will, after deducting a 10% fee for the illicit gambling operator, belong entirely to the owner of stall 56. Conversely, if they do not win, payouts will adhere to the established 5-to-1 odds. The minimum bet for casual gamblers is no less than 100,000, with a cap of 2 million, whereas for invited gamblers, the minimum bet is 5,000, with no upper limit. The risks associated with invited gambling are considerable. Typically, stall owners lack the audacity or necessity to engage in such ventures. Only those stall owners with less favorable odds, yet possessing exceptional raw materials, dare to take the plunge. Others wishing to place substantial bets must seek the consent of the invited gambling stall owner. Once both parties agree, the wager is deemed valid, thus mitigating potential complications. Meng Shicheng produced a checkbook, inscribing a few figures before tearing off a 2 million cash check and presenting it to the balding man. Naturally, I'm betting on my own victory. By the way, what are the odds for stall 56 this year? Huang Bowen accepted the check, exclaiming, "Boss Meng, you certainly have a bold hand. If stall 56 indeed claims the championship, I shall owe you 100 million." Although his words bore a hint of resignation, Huang Bowen's heart brimmed with joy. Given Meng Shicheng's past performances, this 2 million would likely be akin to tossing it into the abyss, producing no sound in return. Swiftly, he recorded the betting amount on a triplicate form, tearing off a copy for Meng Shicheng. "By the way, is there any invited gambling this time?" Meng Shicheng inquired leisurely. Huang Bowen appeared somewhat perplexed. In previous years, Meng Shicheng had typically wagered no more than 100,000 and had never expressed interest in invited gambling. Today, his behavior seemed rather unusual. Nevertheless, he replied, "There are two invited gamblers, stall 18 and stall 26. Meng Shicheng pressed further. "What are the odds for stall 18? 3-to-1. This time, Bai Shengjun has enlisted a highly skilled gemstone expert to assess the raw materials. I must say, the materials received from stall 18 indeed performed quite well," Huang Bowen casually remarked, eager to return to his vehicle, as numerous stalls awaited material collection. And time was of the essence. "Old Huang, please contact the gentleman named Bai. I will wager 50 million that he will not secure the championship. If he has the guts, he should accept it." Meng Shicheng's bold statement startled even Huang Bowen, who quickly deduced the reasoning behind it. "Old Meng, why squander your money in frustration?" Huang Bowen advised with a wry smile. Seeing that his counsel was in vain, he retrieved his phone, made a brief call, and upon hanging up, hesitated before saying, "Old Meng, Bai Shengjun has taken the bait. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time." "Withdraw? If I win, I'll treat you to drinks," Meng Shicheng retorted, shoving the check into Huang Bowen's hand, his smile unwavering, as if he were offering a mere scrap of worthless paper. "No need for that. Just the 10% fee would suffice to treat you for 10 years. Regardless of the outcome, the treat is on me," Huang Bowen replied amiably, pocketing the check, patting Meng Shicheng on the shoulder before turning to depart. "Goodness, old Meng, you're dropping 50 million like it's nothing. It's no wonder I will be left reeling from this." Tang Guobin chuckled, stepping forward to deliver a playful punch to Meng Shicheng, sending him staggering back a couple of steps. "Take it easy. My old limbs cannot withstand too much strain. Now let us settle our accounts clearly, dear brothers. First, let us pay this sum." Meng Shicheng, rubbing his sore arms, approached the desk and began to calculate on the computer. The cost of the three materials is insignificant. In total, it amounts to 52 million, and after deducting 100,000, each person is to share 17,300,000. Scoundrel! Was it not agreed that the winnings from the stone gambling competition would be shared equally among the three of us? Why are we also sharing the losses? Tang Guobin could not help but glare, feeling that Meng was being rather unscrupulous by including the gambling losses in their share expenses. Su Qing, however, perceived no wrongdoing and tossed a bank card to Meng Shicheng. "Use this to swipe. I will input the password." Meng Shicheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and replied, "Hold on. Let us not rush to swipe the card. Let us consider it as shared for now." Tang Guobin also produced a gold card and threw it over, saying, "Take it. Do not say I'm being stingy." Meng Shicheng accepted both cards with a knowing smile. In truth, he had already resolved that regardless of the outcome of the stone gambling competition, he would not touch a single penny from either of them. His principle was simple. If they won, all profits would be equally divided among the three, ensuring no one harbored any resentment. As the stone gambling competition was about to commence, Meng Shicheng draped an arm around Su Qing's shoulder. Unfortunately, he was significantly shorter. making the gesture appear less brotherly and somewhat comical. "Ha! You, with your second-degree disability. If we win, I shall give you a pair of height-increasing insoles," Tang Guobin teased, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, his earlier displeasure dissipating like smoke. Chapter 46. The unfortunate stone cutter in the center of the trading venue. A temporary platform over a meter high had been erected, upon which 50 stone-cutting machines were arranged in 3 rows. At the southern end was a long table draped in red velvet, behind which sat 6 judges, 5 men and 1 woman. A middle-aged man in a white shirt held a microphone, standing straight with a professional smile on his face. Few were qualified to enter the trading event, and several rows of plastic stools had been placed in front of the stage. Su Qing and his companions deliberately sought a good vantage point, though regrettably, they had not brought any snacks to pass the time. The stone cutting commenced with stalls numbered 1 to 50. The 50 machines roared to life simultaneously, the cacophony piercing the air, prompting the judges to urge the cutters to use water. All the raw materials had pre-marked cutting lines, thus expediting the process. Any losses incurred could only be attributed to the stall owner's miscalculations during marking, leaving no blame on others. With meticulous precision, the stone cutters diligently worked, skillfully slicing through the raw materials. Within less than an hour, the first batch was nearly complete, with only 3 machines still whirring, as a mixture of stone dust and clear water flowed down in a grayish-white stream. The last 3 stalls contained rough jadeite, among which the jadeite from stall 26 and stall 18 were evidently of exceptional quality, showcasing exquisite high ice-type yellow-green jadeite. The remaining stall also featured a piece of golden silk jadeite, albeit lacking vibrancy and possessing a considerably inferior water quality compared to the former 2. The gambling stone competition required all participating stalls to submit 3 full rough materials, aiming to evaluate them comprehensively based on water quality, volume, and value, thus determining the ultimate victor. The high ice-type yellow-green jadeite from stall 18 was impressively large, measuring over 2 fists, significantly surpassing the volume of stall 26. A piece of glass-type jadeite the size of a fingernail could not hold a candle to a fist-sized high ice-type jadeite, making the final assessment favor the latter. The judges present were all esteemed experts in the gemstone industry, ensuring a fair and just evaluation process. The probability of extracting jadeite from this batch exceeded 50%, indicating that the stall owners were indeed presenting their finest materials in this gamble. However, there could only be one champion who would receive all extracted jadeite free of charge, amounting to a staggering fortune. The gambling stone competition undoubtedly represented a pinnacle of risk-taking. 50 million, a substantial sum indeed. It seemed at this time, gratitude was owed to Boss Meng. A sinister voice slithered from behind Su Qing and the others, sending chills down spines even in the sweltering heat, indicating the arrival of that person, surnamed Bai. Meng Shiqing's gaze was fixated on the stage, anxiously observing stall 18's continuous jadeite reveals, with 3 bets and 3 rises. In addition to a piece of high ice-type yellow-green jadeite, there were also 2 pieces of commendably high water-quality oil-green jadeite, placing it far ahead in the first batch of stone reveals. Even stall 26, which had also participated in the invitation gamble, suffered a crushing defeat. The stakes of this gamble were indeed precarious. His mind was a whirlwind, and Bai Shengjuan's mocking remarks were effectively drowned out by the abrasive sound of the grinding wheel against the stone. Tang Guobin, feeling repulsed and covered in goosebumps, turned to glare at Bai Shengjuan, exclaiming, "Are you an idiot or just plain stupid? Boasting over 2 pieces of trash. Open your bulging eyes and watch closely. You'll have your moment of sorrow soon enough." Bai Shengjuan, caught off guard by Meng Shiqing's blatant disregard and then confronted by this foul-mouthed individual, found himself in a predicament. He had to maintain composure, especially with Fang Piapiao standing nearby, as his previously pale face began to mirror the hue of the oil-green jadeite on stage. "Sir, how can you speak so carelessly?" Fang Piapiao interjected, clearly taking the side of her boss. Tang Guobin replied with a cold smile, "Sister-in-law. This Bai is hardly a decent person. If I waste my breath reprimanding him, he should be thanking the Virgin Mary. Otherwise, my old temper would have made me trample him like a donkey." Fang Piapiao, unable to contend with such unreasonable characters, angrily approached Meng Shiqing, saying, "Old Meng, I never anticipated that after all these years, I would be surrounded by such uncouth individuals. It is truly disappointing." The last 2 words escaped her lips with a slight tremor. Fang Piapiao's expression shifted, and her eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. Biting her lip, she lapsed into silence. She had long been aware of Meng Shiqing's wager of 50 million against Bai Shengjun, and within her heart, an indescribable aversion towards the Bai family began to take root. Despite their past, she found herself leaning toward Meng Shiqing in matters of sentiment. At least she understood that her ex-husband's involvement in this extravagant gamble was solely for her sake. At that moment, the first batch of rough stones had been entirely processed, with all the extracted jadeite marked and presented before the 6 judges. Following a brief discussion, the judges reached a consensus. The host took up the microphone to announce the victor, with stall number 18 unsurprisingly taking the lead. The second group, comprising stalls 51 to 100, had their rough stones elevated onto the platform. Su Qing was unexpectedly taken aback to discover that the robust man responsible for processing stall 56's rough stone was the very same who had tackled the chicken oil yellow stone the previous day. It appeared that the 50 on-site stone processors had been summoned from various stalls, proving to be an astute approach for mutual benefit. As the stone processing machine roared back to life, Su Qing stepped closer to gain a clearer view of the proceedings. The burly man indeed began slicing the stone according to the marked number, and with a resounding crack, the first cut revealed a misty white fog. The man's expression shifted, and he muttered in discontent. The first cut yields fog. Isn't this just tormenting? Polishing stones is a meticulous task, demanding far more time and energy than merely cutting them. The man had spent an additional half hour on stall 26's rough stone, and now, with the first cut producing fog, his frustration was palpable. As he wiped away a layer of mist, a brilliant green hue emerged, captivating to behold. The burly man smirked, intentionally shifting his body to obstruct the view of the spectators below. However, 2 sharp-eyed judges on stage had already spotted the vibrant green, their expressions suddenly brightening. Chapter 47. A complete victory and joyful dividends. The thunderous roar of the stone processing machine continued to assault everyone's eardrums. The burly man, having invested twice the time of others, successfully extracted the first fist-sized, high-quality, icy green jadeite. Yet, he played a trick, covering the jadeite with a red velvet cloth, saving it for a grand reveal at the end. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he secured the rough stone number 2, this time drawing the line down the center, making it evident whether jadeite was present or not. Such rough stones were indeed the easiest to process. As the saw blade descended, slicing straight through, the rough stones split apart with a snap, revealing 2 large sections of evenly distributed green. A sizable piece of golden silk jade was revealed, and judging by its size, it likely weighed several dozen kilograms. Below, spectators began to comment on the extracted jadeite. This piece of golden silk jade has excellent quality. In terms of value, it is comparable to the icy jade extracted from stall 18. We'll just wait for the auction to conclude. If we can secure a few pieces of good quality jade, this trip will not have been in vain. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, stall 18 and 56 were inadvertently regarded as the frontrunners for the championship. In comparison, many believed that stall 18, with its base of high-quality icy jade, held a significant advantage, largely due to the burly man's deliberate concealment of a piece of high-quality icy jade. The robust man appeared to relish the sensation of being in the spotlight. After extracting 2 pieces of jade with golden threads, he leisurely took several sips from a bottle of mineral water. At that moment, the stone-cutting machines on the stage gradually came to a halt, while beside the man lay another uncut piece of rough jade. Having quenched his thirst, he took a deep breath, deftly secured the final piece of rough jade, and skillfully sliced it along the marked line. With a crisp snap, a thick slab of stone separated from the raw material, revealing a layer of glistening white mist. The man rinsed the cut surface clean with water and slowly switched to a grinding wheel to polish the stone. All eyes, both on and off the stage, were fixated on the last piece of rough jade. Even Bai Shengjun was no exception. He had grown anxious after witnessing the extraction of a substantial piece of jade with golden threads. Fortunately, he had not paid much attention to the first piece that had been revealed. Now, as he watched the man polishing the stone, his heart raced, hoping that this time, the outcome would be a piece of mid-range jade. Meng Shiqing secretly wiped his brow, his eyes glued to the junction of the grinding wheel and the rough jade. When a hint of intoxicating green entered his vision, he finally broke into a smile. A voice of astonishment erupted, exclaiming glass-type Emperor Green. This revelation utterly extinguished any flicker of hope within Bai Shengjun. His body swayed, his pale face devoid of color, lips trembling as he murmured, "Impossible. How could it yield glass-type jade? It cannot be. What a remarkable find. This truly deserves the title of Emperor Jade," came the collective gasps of admiration. Everyone was captivated by the stunning presence of the Emperor Jade. Witnessing a piece of exquisite jade emerge from a rough stone was a deeply gratifying experience. Numerous jewelers began to discreetly assess its value, contemplating how to secure this exceptional jade in the upcoming auction. As the glass-type Emperor Green was revealed, the stonecutter felt that concealing the first piece of jade had become unnecessary. Seizing the moment while watering the stone, he removed the red velvet cloth, unveiling a stunning display of 4 jades of varying sizes, each shining brilliantly. High ice-type vibrant green, 2 dazzling large pieces of golden thread jade, along with the emerging glass-type Emperor Green, formed an unparalleled ensemble that had never been seen in previous stone gambling competitions. Regardless of what the remaining 50 stalls might unveil, the victory of stall 56 was already a foregone conclusion. The stone I selected is quite exceptional. Isn't it? Far superior to those so-called experts. Tang Guobin exclaimed, laughing heartily as he approached and enveloped Meng Shicheng in a bear hug. Meng Shicheng gasped for breath, rolling his eyes. You're quite the character. Are you really saying you're better than any expert? Let go, you're nearly squeezing the life out of my old bones. Tang Guobin reluctantly released him, retorting, your words are rather forced, lacking in charm. Su Qing glanced at the two with a knowing smile, rubbing his stomach as he said, I'm hungry. Which of you is treating me to a meal? Tang and Meng exchanged a knowing glance, and, in perfect harmony, raised their middle fingers toward someone. Even nearby, Fong Piapiao couldn't contain her laughter, turning away to cover her mouth. Piapiao, let us go, by Shangjun called out with a composed expression, turning to leave. He understood that the outcome was sealed, and remaining here would only bring embarrassment. Moreover, the losses incurred needed to be settled swiftly with the illegal gambling boss, or else dire consequences would follow. Bai Shangjun departed with a sense of defeat, leaving Meng Shicheng gazing vacantly at the retreating silhouette of his ex-wife, engulfed in a profound sense of loss, devoid of any elation from his victory. The last 50 stalls had yielded commendable jadeite, with stall number 109 producing 2 exquisite high-grade green jade pieces. However, it still fell short of the triumph achieved by stall 56. Following a brief deliberation among the judges, the outcome of the stone gambling competition was decisively established. Stall 56 claimed the championship, while stall 109 settled for second place, helplessly watching as 2 high-grade jade pieces were taken away by others. All jade unearthed during the competition was auctioned on-site by the organizers, with the proceeds, minus a 10% handling fee, awarded entirely to the champion. The fervor of this auction surpassed that of previous years. Surprisingly, the most significant victor of the stone gambling contest had already departed early, now indulging in a sumptuous feast with 2 friends of disparate ages at a modest hotel not far from the venue. This small establishment, though unassuming in appearance, offered delightful dishes that authentically represented the flavors of Tengchong, a variety of local specialties including dajiuji, black 3-chop, stir-fried beef with pickled bamboo shoots, spicy ribs, pot dishes, and grilled fish from the border town, complemented by servings of soft, glutinous pineapple rice and bamboo tube rice wine, creating an exuberant dining experience. After spending several days in Yunnan, this meal proved far more genuine than any 5-star hotel dining, and at a mere cost of less than 300 yuan for 5 people, it was both satisfying and economical. As they prepared to leave, the warm-hearted proprietor generously offered each guest a tube of homemade rice wine for the journey. With a serene smile, Meng Shicheng ascended the stage, where the host promptly handed him a microphone, inquiring, as the champion of this stone gambling competition, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Meng?" With a smile gracing his face, he brought the microphone to his lips, only to be overtaken by a surge of alcohol-induced belch, which resonated through the venue speakers, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. Tang Guobin doubled over, clutching his stomach in mirth, while Su Qing inadvertently sprayed the rice wine he had just sipped, fortunate that no one was directly opposite him. Unfazed, Meng Shicheng chuckled lightly and remarked, "I took advantage of the time while you all were busy auctioning jade to grab a quick meal. As a friend of mine once said, no matter how exquisite jade may be, it is still merely stone. No matter how beautiful, it cannot serve as sustenance, correct? The allure of stone gambling is enticing, but becoming overly engrossed is perilous. Out of 150 stalls, only one has profited tremendously. Such is the brutal reality of stone gambling." A momentary silence enveloped the room before scattered applause began, gradually swelling into a crescendo. The host presented a beautifully crafted jade box to Meng Shicheng, containing a cash check, accompanied by a few insipid pleasantries. before announcing the successful conclusion of the stone gambling competition. With the box in hand, Meng Shicheng descended the podium, where Huang Bowen awaited him, wearing a wry smile. "Old Meng, you are quite the scoundrel." Huang Bowen discreetly extracted a cash check from his pocket and subtly slipped it into Meng Shicheng's pocket, accompanied by a meaningful smile as he murmured, "Fortunately, I also placed a bet with Bai Shengjun. Otherwise, I would have incurred a significant loss." Meng Shicheng, taken aback, inquired, "How much did you wager?" Deep down, he understood that the figure Huang mentioned was missing a crucial unit, implying that a 30 million wager would necessitate Bai's payout of 90 million, coupled with the winnings of 150 million he had amassed. This meant Bai Shengjun would endure a loss of at least 200 million in this stone gambling competition, not accounting for the lost jade materials. Regardless of Bai's substantial wealth, losing 200 million at once would undoubtedly cause him considerable distress. It was no wonder that people remarked how rare it was to find those who provide timely assistance, while many more are eager to kick someone when they are down. Nevertheless, Meng Shicheng couldn't help but admire Huang Bowen's keen insight and courage. This competition alone had yielded a prize pool of 310 million, in addition to a secondary lottery win of 250 million, resulting in a net profit of 540 million after deducting fees. Meng Shicheng generously transferred 18 million to Su and Tang, promptly arranged for 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, and announced a bonus of 10,000 for each employee at the stall, declaring an early closure for the day, with the boss treating everyone to dinner. Chapter 48. Shameful? While the stalls 50 and 60 were basking in joy, stall 18 was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Bai Shengjun, his face a deep shade of anger, sat in the boss's chair, facing a balding middle-aged man with a broad smile, none other than Huang Bowen, who had recently won 90 million from him. Huang Bowen's audacity in placing a hefty bet against Bai Shengjun stemmed not from his belief in the victory of stalls 50 and 60, but from his unwavering confidence in the stone gambling expert he had brought in for stall 109. However, an unexpected contender had emerged, seizing the championship, and witnessing his wealth evaporate was undeniably disheartening. "Boss Bai," Huang Bowen cheerfully remarked after tonight's appreciation banquet, "there will be several rounds of D games. If you're interested, you might find unexpected rewards." He placed a gilded invitation on the table. Bai Shengjun, maintaining a stern demeanor, glanced at the invitation and replied coolly, "Are you implying that I haven't lost enough money to you, Mr. Huang?" After a brief contemplation, a stern visage flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to brighten as he asked, "What are the rules of the game?" Noticing Bai's newfound interest, Huang Bowen responded with a smile, "We play poker, dice, pai gao, and flower guessing, with a minimum bet of 5 million and a maximum limit of 100 million per round. I assure you, it will be entirely safe and fair. We will charge a 5% service fee from the winner each round, but most importantly, everyone should have fun." Bai Shengjun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he asked, "If I am not adept at playing, may I have someone play on my behalf?" Huang Bowen chuckled. "Just as expert can assist in the stone gambling competition, they may do so in our games as well. However, per the rules, each invitation allows only 4 guests besides the bearer. We can arrange for safe transportation. You need not worry." Bai Shengjun smiled faintly, "For individuals will suffice. Lest it be said that the Bai family is merely there to partake in a feast. However, I have a small request." Huang Bowen replied with a grin, "Please, Mr. Bai, share your request. I shall do my utmost to accommodate it." Bai Shengjun leaned forward, lifting the invitation from the table and proclaiming, "The champion of this stone betting competition must be present. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for Bai to attend without worthy opponents." Huang Bowen, fully aware of Bai's intentions, understood the challenge. However, Meng Shicheng had always shown little interest in such gatherings, making it quite difficult to persuade him. This thought caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Noticing the hesitation in his counterpart, Bai Shengjun smiled lightly and continued, "I believe many are eager to witness the prowess of the stone betting champion. I assure you, I will wager several 100 million. Huang Bowen, smiling, replied, "It is rare to see Boss Bai so enthusiastic. Leave this minor matter to me. I shall await your esteemed presence at 7 this evening." With that, he stood and departed, heading straight to booth 56. Upon arrival, he found the stall deserted. Promptly, Huang Bowen dialed Meng Shicheng's number. At that moment, Meng Shicheng and his companions were seated at a small hotel, engaging in lively conversation over drinks, while the stall's employees had also been summoned to join their table. The owner of the establishment was delighted and discreetly instructed the kitchen to increase the portion sizes. As Meng Shicheng was conversing, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Huang Bowen's voice. "Old Meng, where are you?" Meng Shicheng relayed the hotel's address. just as he was about to inquire about the purpose of the call, only to find that the other party had already hung up. The hotel was not far from the venue, and within 5 minutes, a beaming Huang Bowen entered, his balding head glistening. "Old Meng, you treat people to this after making some money? That seems rather stingy." Huang Bowen began to chide as soon as he sat down. "Ha! The dishes here are truly authentic. You'll see for yourself." Meng Shicheng waved for the owner to bring an extra set of chopsticks. Scooping some of the notable dishes into his bowl, Huang Bowen, not one to hold back, sampled the food and found it indeed delightful, unable to resist indulging further. "Isn't it good? How about some rice wine?" Meng Shicheng chuckled, handing over a bamboo tube of rice wine. Huang Bowen tilted his head back and took a few swigs. It was sweet and smooth, far superior to what one might find in the grand hotels. "Now, speak up. Why the urgency to find me?" Meng Shicheng regarded Huang Bowen with a knowing smile, aware that this old friend was not one to approach without substantial reason. "Let us not beat around the bush. You know I detest such gatherings. It's merely a bunch of wealthy individuals gathering to drink and gamble. You know me, Meng Shicheng, aside from stone betting, I keep my distance from such affairs." With a calm smile, Meng Shicheng interrupted Huang Bowen's tirade. Huang Bowen chuckled and said, "Old Meng, consider it a favor to me. Just attend, play a few hands. If you lose, it's on me, and if you win, you keep the winnings." Meng Shicheng scrutinized Huang Bowen and frowned. "Is someone pressuring you to invite me? We've been friends for over a decade. Let us speak plainly, no need for subtlety." A hint of embarrassment crossed Huang Bowen's face as he nodded. "Yes, Bai insisted that if you came, he would wager several $100 million. Even if I take a cut, I could earn millions. It would be a disgrace to let an opportunity for profit slip away." Huang Bowen continued with a smile. "You're right. Winning luck at the stone betting championship would be advantageous against Bai. Once you're at the table, no one would dare to play tricks, I assure you. I have enough skill for that." Huang Bowen cast a cheerful glance at Tang Guobin, confidently thumping his chest in assurance. Meng Shicheng, caught in a dilemma, was then addressed by Su Qing, who remarked nonchalantly, "I have no objections. Receiving money is never excessive." Su Qing, though averse to provoking trouble, was certainly not afraid of it. The repeated provocations from a man surnamed Bai ignited a nameless fury within him. To him, as long as Bai did not resort to cheating, receiving money was akin to a fair game. "Ha! It is indeed disgraceful to forego wealth. The three of us are men of lethal prowess. Let us not be underestimated." Tang Guobin boisterously laughed, adeptly employing Huang Bowen's classic line. Chapter 49. The Grand Gamble Continues, Part 1. Meng Shicheng glanced at the composed Su Qing, feeling a newfound sense of confidence. Just as Tang Guobin had said, with Qingzi present, Bai would be left in a compromising position if they lost. Let us proceed. Let Qingzi engage in a few rounds with Bai, but remember to know when to stop. Meng Shicheng felt a surge of bloodlust, yet maintained his inherent composure. "Rest assured, my fortune has always favored me. This time, let Bai witness what it means to have auspicious luck." Su Qing replied with a serene smile, inadvertently raising his head a notch, his words imbued with a hint of arrogance. "Indeed, it would be splendid to leave him utterly defeated. My vehicle awaits outside. Shall we depart at once?" Huang Bowen, sensing the time was ripe, proposed taking Meng Shicheng to the gathering, lest he entertain any further notions. "You lead the way. I shall settle the bill first." Meng Shicheng said with a smile, summoning the shopkeeper to settle the payment. As they prepared to leave, the warm-hearted shopkeeper generously offered each of them a bamboo tube of rice wine, including Huang Bowen, who had arrived later. Such a quaint establishment exuded warmth and hospitality, evoking a sense of homeliness. It appeared they would undoubtedly return for another meal the following day. The group, not opting for Huang Bowen's vehicle, afforded him the opportunity to inform Bai Xingjun of Meng Shicheng's attendance. The gathering was hosted in an opulent European-style villa nestled against the hillside, with no other structures in sight. The estate was encircled by a high white stone wall, exuding an air of grandeur, clearly indicating that its inhabitants were of considerable wealth. At the entrance stood two impeccably dressed men in suits, who slightly bowed as Huang Bowen's Land Rover approached. Both vehicles entered the gates sequentially. Upon entry, the first impression was one of vastness. Lush green lawns, meticulously arranged ornamental trees, rockeries with fountains, and a garden pool contributed to the villa's impressive and luxurious ambience. Through the car windows, Su Qing noted several men clad in black suits with earpieces, patrolling with wolfhounds, a testament to the villa's high security. Huang Bowen parked the vehicle in the garage at the rear of the villa, where several luxury cars were already stationed, indicating that others had arrived earlier. After securing the car, the group, under Huang Bowen's guidance, entered the villa. The foyer was exceedingly spacious, reminiscent of a lavish ballroom, with several tables adorned with white tablecloths at the center, laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies. White-clad attendants glided through the hall with trays of beverages. A mere gesture would summon them, or one could wait for them to approach. Meng Shicheng and his companions found themselves devoid of any appetite for the delectable dishes before them, having already satiated their hunger at a quaint little hotel, leaving them somewhat overindulged. Instead, they merely cradled their glasses of wine, savoring the moment slowly. Su Qing, a novice in such gatherings, appeared somewhat uneasy. As the soiree progressed, an increasing number of flamboyantly dressed women began to appear. Tang Guobin, embodying the essence of a debauched young master, approached with a wine glass in hand, engaging in flirtation and fortuitously encountering a stunning woman with whom he instantly connected. The surge of adrenaline rendered the allure of the opposite sex far more compelling than that of the same. Fortunately, Meng Shicheng did not stray too far, and their conversation drifted along until a graceful figure entered from the hall. It was none other than Fang Piapiao and Bai Shengjun, accompanied by a man in his 30s, whose penetrating gaze exuded a chilly demeanor, creating an aura that discouraged approach. Su Qing cast a casual glance toward the entrance. Today, Fang Piapiao donned a striking black low-cut evening gown, captivating the majority of the male attendees with her voluptuous form, a quintessential embodiment of mature allure that undoubtedly stoked the flames of masculine conquest. Upon Bai Shengjun's arrival, the long-absent Huang Bowen unexpectedly emerged from shadowy corner, warmly extending greetings. Boss Bai, punctual as ever. I hope tonight is filled with merriment, he said with a smile. Bai Shengjun, noticing Meng Shicheng seated in the hall, leaned forward, nearly touching Huang Bowen's nose with his lips. Boss Huang, why not invite that gentleman for a few rounds of gambling? I'm feeling a tad restless. Huang Bowen thought to himself, restless? Why not take that itch and feed it to the dogs? Yet he chuckled and replied, very well, if Boss Bai is interested, I shall arrange it immediately. Please proceed to the VIP room upstairs and wait. With a discreet nod to the waiter behind him, he made his way toward Meng Shicheng's table. Meng Shicheng gently nudged Su Qing's shoulder and whispered, Qingzi, have you ever gambled with anyone before? He chuckled. Surely you know how to play dice? Su Qing Bao said, then laughed. Counting points is child's play. If we're truly gambling on dice, I am confident I shall never lose. Huang Bowen approached the two, grinning. The money has arrived. Why not go and seize it? Meng Shicheng downed his drink in one gulp, declaring, very well, let us gamble on dice. You must procure a container that makes no sound when shaken. Otherwise, we shall leave at once. While Meng Shicheng was not particularly fond of gambling, he was certainly knowledgeable about it. If a silent shaking container was employed, the game would rely purely on luck, and in that regard, he held no doubt that Su Qing would outshine all. Huang Bowen nodded, readily acquiescing. From Bai's tone earlier, it was clear he had something to offer, and Meng Shicheng's request was entirely reasonable. Luck would dictate the outcome, and fate would take its course. Let us go. It's time to collect the winnings. Meng Shicheng, in a straightforward manner, patted Su Qing on the shoulder, and the two followed Huang Bowen upstairs. Before ascending, Su Qing glanced back at the dashing Tang Guobin, who was engrossed in a lively exchange with a beautiful married woman, likely to engage in a friendly match before concluding the evening. Meanwhile, A Luo and A Bao stood behind him, unable to find solace, their minds in disarray. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Su Qing followed Meng Shicheng up to the third floor. At the stairway stood two burly men clad in black suits. Upon seeing Huang Bowen leading the two, they posed no inquiries. As the three prepared to move forward, Su Qing's phone vibrated in his pocket. Halting to retrieve it, he confirmed it was indeed the raucous voice of Tang Guobin on the line. Where the hell are you? At the third floor entrance. A decisive click signaled the abrupt end of the call. Su Qing turned to Meng Shicheng with a smile, remarking on the fellow's disregard for friendship in favor of romance. Meng Shicheng chuckled in response. Haha, with him around, we have a bit more confidence. At least that fellow by 1T gained any advantage over us. Just as the words left his lips, Tang Guobin appeared on the third floor, surprisingly accompanied by a recently acquainted young woman. His charm in courting women was indeed commendable. With a broad grin, Tang Guobin introduced her. Allow me to present Han Xian, the business manager of Han's Jewelry. Su Qing nodded and almost instinctively greeted, hello, Manager Han. Meng Shicheng extended his hand with a smile, saying, a pleasure to meet you. Han Xian gracefully reciprocated the handshake, stating, the pleasure is mine. Both of your Guobin's friends, and I hope for your kind support in the future. Tang Guobin patted Meng Shicheng on the shoulder and whispered, I just purchased several tons of raw materials from Manager Han. You don't mind, do you? Meng Shicheng quickly shook his head. Not at all. Han's jewelry is quite reputable domestically. I'm sure their materials are excellent. Huang Bowen, noticing the endless chatter among the trio, could not help but interject, Gentlemen, why not proceed to the room and continue our conversation while enjoying ourselves? Indeed, it would be a shame to forego potential profit. Tang Gubin half finished his sentence, causing everyone to stifle their laughter. Chapter 50. The high-stakes game continues. Part 2. Huang Bowen led the group to a room at the far end of the corridor. Upon opening the door, a rush of cold air greeted them. The first to step inside, Tang Gubin instinctively recoiled, then bellowed in frustration. Damn it. Which cold-blooded creature set the air conditioning? They might as well hide in a morgue. Su Qing chimed in. In this place, it's hard to even think about gambling. It's freezing. His eyes quickly surveyed the interior. The lavish hall spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with a deep red carpet. At its center lay a long, felt-covered gambling table, flanked by 2 mahogany armchairs. Upon entering, 2 rows of genuine leather sofas were occupied by Sheng Jun and Fang Piao, while a stern-faced man sat beside them at the gambling table. In the corners, 2 waitresses in short skirts stood with trembling lips, and a middle-aged dealer in white gloves stood by the gambling table. Perhaps due to the frigid temperature, the waitresses were visibly shivering. Meng Shicheng furrowed his brow. Expressing his displeasure, Old Huang, you promised absolute fairness upon our arrival. What's this charade? Huang Bowen felt the pressure mounting, internally lamenting, what do I know? This must be one of Bai's tricks. I feel utterly vexed. With determination, Huang Bowen strode across the hall, reprimanding the 2 shivering waitresses. What are you doing? Raise the temperature immediately. A timid waiter murmured. It is at the request of the guests, and we are powerless to change it. Tang Gubin, with a smirk, replied, Some guests are akin to butterflies. Do not emulate their whims, but rather stand firm in resistance. Butterflies? The waiter gazed in confusion, his eyes inadvertently darting to the stoic man seated at the gaming table. Tang Gubin nodded solemnly, saying a butterfly begins life as a caterpillar and eventually grows wings. Boss Meng, we are here to enjoy ourselves, and it is unnecessary to quibble over trivial matters that waste everyone's time. Would you be interested in a little wager? Meng Shicheng glanced at the man beside the gaming table, realizing, you wish to challenge me personally, Boss Bai? Bai Shangjun, his teeth clenched in frustration, forced a disingenuous smile. I, Bai, am not a gambler, but to ensure Boss Meng's enjoyment, I have brought someone skilled to play on my behalf. Meng Shicheng shook his head, responding earnestly. I'm afraid I do not gamble either. You may ask Piao if you doubt my words. Bai Shangjun was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the unexpected behavior of his counterpart, feeling as if he were striking at cotton with no purchase, and thus turned his gaze to Huang Bowen beside him. At that moment, another waiter had adjusted the temperature, prompting Huang Bowen to whisper, Old Meng, even if you do not gamble, you can have someone bet for you. He then subtly gestured with his eyes. Meng Shicheng feigned reluctance. In that case, let my brother join the fun. What do you think, Boss Bai? Bai Shangjun nodded eagerly, smiling broadly. Excellent. We shall merely observe and relish the thrilling spectacle. With that, he gestured invitingly, and Meng Shicheng, unabashed, proceeded to sit beside Fang Piao. Tang Guobin patted Su Qing's shoulder and whispered, Qingzi, play freely. Lose until he pulls his pants down. Su Qing not dead? Sauntering leisurely to the gaming table, and seated himself with an imposing demeanor, a small pile of chips before him. He idly picked up one and toyed with it between his fingers. The stoic man remarked expressionlessly, Dice or cards, you decide. This man spoke sparingly, his eyes flashing with disdain, as if he did not regard Su Qing as a worthy opponent. How does one play with dice? Su Qing turned his gaze to the middle-aged dealer, continuing to manipulate the chip between his fingers. The dealer smiled slightly, explaining, there are 3 ways to play with dice, betting on high or low, betting on odd or even, and guessing the total points, typically using 3 or 5 dice. He spread his palm, lightly tapping the patterns on the felt, the array of points dazzling to behold, with the characters for odd, even, and high or low standing out prominently. Shaking the dice seems entertaining. Why not have you shake while I guess, and then I'll shake while you guess? With the winner being the one who guesses correctly, we shall play just 3 rounds. Su Qing casually picked up the dome-shaped dice box, peering inside to find it lined with a thin layer of plush fabric, ensuring that even when shaken, it would not produce a loud sound. As for whether the opponent could guess correctly, that remained uncertain. The cold-faced man's expression subtly shifted, This method of play was the most complex, and he had already examined the dice box. The felt lining inside severely impeded auditory perception, and even with his professional training, his chances of accurately guessing would not exceed 50%. He now found the young man across from him somewhat inscrutable. Could it be that the opponent was also a master of gambling techniques? Very well, let us settle this in 3 rounds, he declared. The loser shall forfeit their money. The dealer, hearing their exchange, was momentarily bewildered. After a decade in this profession, he had never encountered such a gambling method. He had believed it to be something only depicted in films. Was it possible that someone in reality could discern the points of the dice by sound? At this thought, even he felt a surge of excitement. Meng Shicheng and Tang Gobin exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes. This young man was taking reckless risks. Did he intend to hastily lose his chips and rush downstairs for a meal? Each of the two held 5 million in chips. Who will roll the dice first? They inquired. Su Qing boldly pushed all his chips forward, stating as agreed, he rolls, and I guess. The cold-faced man's pupils constricted. He thought to himself, if he fails to guess correctly, all the chips will be mine. This arrogant lad truly believes himself to be a gambling prodigy. Let him await his monetary demise. Clack, clack, clack. The 3 dice were placed into the box by the cold-faced man, who swiftly shook it with fervor. The dice collided against the felt, producing a series of delicate sounds. Su Qing did not even spare a glance at the opponent rolling the dice. Instead, he turned to wink at Tang and Meng. Damn it! Tang Bin unceremoniously responded with a middle finger, while Meng Shicheng shook his head with a wry smile. Inwardly resolving to walk away after losing the 5 million given away, as continuing in this manner would surely lead to a total financial debacle. Chapter 51, Disciple of the Gambling King. With a resounding slap, the dice box was forcefully placed upon the table, a rare smile gracing the cold-faced man's lips. Make your guess. Su Qing, as if awakening from a dream, turned his head nonchalantly toward the dice box, casually tossing a chip he held between his fingers. Clack! The chip landed precisely on a set of numbers on the felt. 4, 4, 6. Su Qing's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, I guessed this. 4, 4, 6. The cold-faced man gritted his teeth, clear lines forming on his cheeks. He could not fathom that this young man would utilize such a method to guess the dice. It was nothing short of an affront to his intellect. Just moments ago, he had considered him a gambling expert, but it turned out he was merely relying on luck. The dealer stood agape, momentarily forgetting to unveil the dice box. This method of guessing was unprecedented, but today he bore witness to it. Ha ha! Well done. This lad is truly gifted. Tan Gubin Lauget Upodio Silis. Enveloping Han Xian in an embrace, Meng Shicheng could hardly contain his mirth, thinking to himself that even if they lost, it would be akin to delivering a slap to Bai's face. Su Qing appeared intent on embarrassing them, hastily losing his chips to leave. At that point, they would have no reason to continue gambling. The dealer took a deep breath and opened the dice box, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the 3 dice. Indeed, they showed 4, 4, and 6. Su Qing feigned surprise, a look of unrestrained joy illuminating his face. He raised his fist and vigorously swept it through the air, lunging towards the table to gather all the chips before turning his gaze towards the dealer with a bright smile, requesting assistance in collecting the chips from across the table. As they were beyond his reach, Bai Shangjun let out a cold laugh, finally grasping why Meng Shicheng had entrusted this inexperienced youth with the task of gambling. Indeed, fortune could be a skill at times, but it could not persist indefinitely. Losing the first round would surely make the game more intriguing. The stoic man observed Su Qing with an impassive expression, calmly stating, You shake, I guess. Su Qing obedini note that, mimicking the gesture by placing 3 dice into the shaker sequentially, covering it with the base. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he horizontally positioned the shaker, shaking his head as he remarked, You have no chips left. Why gamble? The stoic man, prepared to listen intently to the sound of the dice, was taken aback by such an absurd question. Unfazed, he retrieved a check from his pocket and placed it on the gambling table. Here is a check for 50 million cash. If I guess correctly, in addition to the chips on your table, I want 40 million more. Su Qing casually righted the shaker, smiling as he inquired, Are you certain you wish to raise the stakes? The stoic man nodded, almost certain that his opponent was a novice utterly ignorant of gambling techniques, believing that the previous round was merely a stroke of luck. A novice shaking the dice would inherently increase the odds of guessing correctly by 20%. Thus, a bet seemed worthwhile, especially since he had 9 checks for 50 million in his pocket. Su Qing turned to Meng Shicheng, calling out, Lao Meng, bring me a 100 million cash check. Meng, Shicheng, grinning, retrieved a check from his pocket and placed it on the gambling table. Su Qing picked up the check, rolled it between his fingers, and tossed it into the center of the table. I too raised the stakes, betting on this check. The audacity of his words left everyone astounded. To demand 100 million and throw it down without batting an eye was either the act of a fool or that of a cunning player masquerading as an innocent. Only Tang Guobin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stoic man's brow furrowed slightly. Throughout his career, he had never encountered an opponent who played so unpredictably. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Qing for 2 seconds before a cold, curved smile crept onto his lips as he detected a flicker of unease in Su Qing's gaze. With 2 checks placed at the center of the table, the stoic man waved his hand, declaring, "As you wish, shake the dice." He then held his breath, ears attuned, awaiting the shake from his opponent. Su Qing smiled, pushing the shaker to the center of the gambling table, perfectly covering the 3 checks, then seated himself steadily. Shrugging as he stated, "It has been shaken. Now guess." The hall fell abruptly silent. Meng Shicheng and Tang Guobin exchanged glances, both wearing broad smiles. This round was undoubtedly Su Qing's to win. Bai Xingjun could not help but rise, pointing at Su Qing and exclaiming in a most undignified manner, "This kid didn't even shake the dice. He's cheating." Huang Bowen responded coolly, "He has already touched the shaker, according to the rules. It matters not whether he shakes or not." Not only did he roll the dice, but he also tossed in 3 of them, initially placing the dice box horizontally before standing it upright for the stoic man to retrieve the betting slip. These 2 steps had been meticulously planned. Though he did not anticipate a windfall of 90 million, the stoic man suppressed his rising excitement, expressionless, giving Su Qing a thumbs up and bluntly stating, "I concede. I hope you retain your previous stroke of luck." With that, he gestured for the dealer to retrieve the dice box, producing 5 checks, each worth 50 million, clearly signifying his intent to wager all of Su Qing's money in the final round. The dealer slid the dice box within the stoic man's reach, then glanced at the checks on the table, looking at Su Qing with a questioning gaze. "For the final bet, 250 million. Will you match it?" Su Qing glanced at the checks on the table, fiddling with a chip between his fingers. After a prolonged silence of 10 seconds, he weakly asked, "May I choose not to match?" The dealer shook his head seriously, responding, "It was agreed before the game that there would be 3 rounds, according to the rules. You may only choose to match or raise the bet." Su Qing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the stoic man, clearly seeing 2 additional checks worth 50 million tucked in the opponent's shirt pocket. He swallowed hard and asked, "Could I take a moment to drink some water before deciding?" The dealer nodded. "Certainly. There will be a 10-minute intermission, but you must remain within the hall. Otherwise, if you are unreachable after the time limit, it will be considered a loss." Su Qing leisurely strolled to sit beside Meng Shicheng, whispering, "Old Meng, lend me another 100 million. I'm prepared to go all in for the final round." The progression of the gambling game had exceeded Meng Shicheng's expectations. With nearly 500 million on the table, he was reluctant to yield so easily. After all, he still had checks from the stone gambling event in his pocket. And with a resolute expression, he pulled one out and handed it to Su Qing, apprehensively asking, "Brother, do you have confidence?" Without even glancing, Su Qing tucked the check into his pocket, hesitating before replying softly, "To be honest, I am merely relying on luck. If I lose, then this money will rest solely on my shoulders." This statement was overheard by Tang Guobin, who was beside them, and he shot a disapproving glare, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Since the 3 of us entered this place together, the wins and losses should be shared equally among us. Don't try to play the big shot in front of me." Meng Shicheng laughed and playfully punched Su Qing, saying, "You're just asking for trouble. Just guess freely later. Your consecutive wins have already brought us honor." A warm feeling surged within Su Qing as he nodded vigorously. "All right, as long as luck is on my side. They'll be the ones in trouble." Huang Bowen cheerfully handed over a bottle of green tea, giving a thumbs up and praising impressive. To have won against the disciple of the Southeast Asian gambling king twice, this young man is indeed a prodigy in the gambling world. Meng Shicheng frowned, coldly interjecting, "Huang, clarify this for me. What do you mean by the disciple of the Southeast Asian gambling king? You and Bai are in cahoots to deceive me, aren't you?" Chapter 52. Perhaps victory? Huang Bowen inwardly cursed his loose tongue and quickly explained, "Old Meng, don't be angry. I just learned of that person's identity. We've been friends for over a decade. Do you really doubt my integrity?" "Oomph." Meng Shicheng, with a stern expression, let out a cold snort and remarked, "Is friendship merely a commodity to be traded?" Huang Bowen wore a bitter smile, silently holding the bottle of green tea, realizing that no explanation would suffice, especially with a disciple of the Southeast Asian gambling king seated at the table. Huh, just as I was feeling parched, thank you. Su Qing abruptly snatched the green tea from Huang Bowen's hand, tilted his head back, and gulped down a couple of swigs. He leisurely continued, Brother Huang, while we still have time, enlighten me about the Southeast Asian gambling king. Huang Bowen, forcing a smile, succinctly recounted the gambling king's exploits. The Southeast Asian gambling king, surname Gao and named Shun, hailed from Jinan, Shandong. His gambling skills were unparalleled, having consecutively claimed victory in all major gambling competitions for 5 years. And he won the Southeast Asian Gambling Championship 5 times in a row. His forte lay in dice and poker, with the rumor that when the dice box was in his hands, he could roll any number he desired. He was also renowned for his remarkable ability to listen to the dice. His disciples had undergone rigorous training in these 2 gambling arts from a young age. Had Su Qing not employed extraordinary tactics, it was likely that his opponent would have discerned the dice's value. Gao Shun, now rumored to be in his 70s, had swept the Southeast Asian gambling scene without a single defeat. After several years of reigning as champion, he gracefully retired, vanishing from the gambling world. Legends about him continue to circulate among renowned casinos, with some claiming he possessed extraordinary abilities, others asserting he was a master of psychology and hypnosis. There are even whispers that he was defeated by a mysterious figure and subsequently retreated into seclusion. The veracity of these tales remains uncertain. Yet Gao Shun has become a legendary figure in the gambling realm, with his life story adapted into films under pseudonyms. Reliable sources indicate that the cold-faced man seated at the gambling table is one of Gao Shun's direct disciples, known as the cold-faced phantom hand. As for why he was invited by Bai Shengjun to assist in the game, that remains a mystery, given Bai's willingness to stake billions on his participation. This man's identity is probably legitimate. Upon hearing Huang Bowen's narrative, both Meng Shiqing and Tango Bin were taken aback, their faith in Su Qing's luck diminishing. Luck is not a constant companion. Whereas gambling skills are cultivated through years of diligent practice, the preference for one over the other is self-evident. Huang Bowen shook his head with a wry smile, stating, There are rules in gambling, and money spent is like water spilled. I cannot halt the game midway. At that moment, the dealer shouted towards them, The break is over. Please take your positions. Su Qing drained the last of the green tea, discarded the empty bottle onto the ground, crushing it underfoot, and declared with determination, regardless of the so-called phantom hand, Everything is inconsequential before me. With that, he strode confidently towards the gambling table, exuding an air of unyielding resolve. What a fine young man. He truly embodies the spirit of my brother, Tango Bin. Tango Bin exclaimed, throwing a powerful punch as if to strike the cold-faced phantom hand. I have a premonition that Qingzi will triumph, he mused, watching Su Qing's retreating figure. At this moment, winning or losing had become irrelevant. The sheer courage displayed stirred his blood. Su Qing settled into the armchair, a chip clenched between his teeth, and with a decisive push of his palms, he sent all the chips before him cascading towards the center of the gambling table. From his pocket, he extracted a check and with a swift flick of his wrist, tossed it forward. An increase, 150 million. This check was the prize won from Bai Shengjun in the stone gambling competition, yet it had yet to be cashed. With this addition to his existing 210 million, a staggering total of 360 million was now laid upon the modest gambling table, a fortune that would leave many affluent individuals in awe. The cold-faced man's pupils narrowed like needles. With this wager, he was short by 10 million despite his confidence in winning. This marked his first foray into such a high-stakes game since his debut, and he could feel every cell in his body electrified with excitement. 7 checks were discarded like scraps of paper onto the gambling table, and the cold-faced man retrieved a checkbook, swiftly scribbling a few lines before tearing off a check and blowing on it lightly. The last check, worth 10 million, floated down onto the chaotic pile of chips. He clasped the bottom of the dice box with both hands and raised his arms, shaking it vigorously. The rapid clattering echoed like a torrential downpour against the tiles of the roof. The dice box, in sync with his movements, became a blur, darting left and right, elusive. Even the dealer found it challenging to discern the box's precise position, having never witnessed such a method of shaking dice in over a decade of service. Astonishment left him speechless. With the chip still lodged in his mouth, Su Qing rested his chin on his hand, captivated by the cold-faced man's performance. He too struggled to track the arc of the dice box's motion and squinted, choosing to observe the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the dice box landed, revealing a fine sheen of sweat on the cold-faced man's forehead. He leaned forward slightly, pushing the box toward the dealer, and exhaled, coolly stating, "Take a guess." Su Qing's right eyelid twitched. The three numbers inside the box flashed before his eyes, causing a brief change in his expression before he regained his composure. Internally, he mused, "Impressive, the disciple of the gambling king indeed possesses skill. Such numbers can be rolled. However, encountering me now, they are but fleeting clouds." Slowly, his fingers extended to his lips, pinching the chip, and with a subtle upward curve of his mouth. He leisurely placed the chip on a set of numbers before the dealer. 3 sixes, a triplet. The declaration resonated through the hall, and the cold-faced man's eyes sparked with intensity. His lips quivered slightly, as if words were on the brink of escaping, yet ultimately, he remained silent. "This fool is throwing money to the wind," Tang Guobin exclaimed, while a peculiar smile crept onto Meng Shiqing's face. He discerned a hint of uncertainty from the cold-faced man's expression. Perhaps, just perhaps, Qingzi had won. Chapter 53. A Gamble with a Woman? The dealer stifled his excitement, trembling hands unveiling the dice box, revealing numbers that ignited a fervor within him. 3 sixes, a triplet. The dealer's quivering voice echoed through the hall, sealing the outcome. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Tang Guobin sprang to his feet, lifting Su Qing into the air, roaring with laughter. "Ha! If you want to give it to me, I'll take it." Su Qing, seizing the moment, stuffed the entire stack of checks into Meng Shiqing's embrace, struggling to exclaim, "Let go, or you shall truly receive nothing." Meng Shiqing extracted a check worth 10 million, swiftly followed by a 5 million check, which he handed to Huang Bowen with a smile, saying, "Old Huang, I appreciate your insider information. Here is your due. Do not forget to keep me informed of such opportunities in the future." The man surnamed Bai, with a grim expression, retorted, "What did the man surnamed Meng say about insider information? Are you two conspiring against me?" Huang Bowen, feeling cornered, shook his head in explanation. "Boss Bai, you are mistaken. I merely informed him about the cold-faced ghost matters. Winning relies solely on luck." "Umph." Bai Xingjun scoffed, unleashing his pent-up wrath upon Huang Bowen. "You initiated the gambling game, and you know full well if there is any trickery involved." Huang Bowen's temper flared, his demeanor growing icy as he replied, "Boss Bai, the dealer did not intervene in the dice roll. If you do not believe it, you may inspect the gaming equipment yourself." With a loud bang, Huang Bowen slammed the door behind him, leaving Bai Xingjun and the cold-faced man in a somber silence. Both aware that the gambling game bore no deceit, the true influence lay with the enigmatic young man named Qingzi. As the group settled in, Meng Shiqing's phone rang. Upon checking the message, his smile abruptly vanished. The man surnamed Bai is cornered and desperate for the next couple of days. Let's be vigilant and try not to separate. Meng Shiqing placed the phone on the coffee table, gesturing for everyone to read it. Tang Guobin picked it up, casting a peculiar glance at someone. Su Qing snatched the phone, reading the content. "Bai Xingjun seeks vengeance. Be cautious in your movements." Signed, Fong Pia Piao. Meng Shiqing then dialed 2 numbers, and 10 minutes later, a commotion of footsteps echoed outside the villa. 2 robust men in camouflage vests entered, one holding a folder. "Boss Meng, Hui Yuan from the Golden Shield Security Company reporting for duty." The man with the folder stepped forward and offered a crisp salute. The ironclad demeanor of a soldier caught the attention of a Luo and a Bao, who straightened their postures. Meng Shiqing nodded. "How many personnel have you brought?" Hui Yuan replied, 25 security personnel. Meng Shiqing smiled as he pulled out his checkbook, scribbling a figure before tearing off a check and handing it over. 200,000 for 15 days, paid in one lump sum. Additionally, I will add 30,000 as a bonus upon completion. Hui Yuan accepted the check, saluting once more. "Thank you, Boss Meng." Without further ado, he turned and exited. Tang Guobin gave a thumbs up. "Well done, old Meng. These individuals clearly possess substantial capability, and the 20-odd thousand spent will be worth it." Meng Shiqing replied with a gentle smile. The Golden Shield Security Company consists entirely of veterans. While their numbers may be few, their skills are formidable, and most importantly, they are reliable. Just then, 2 young maidens entered, laden with bags. One was Lu Yinxue, and the other, a youthful version of Fong Pia Piao, was none other than Meng Shiqing's daughter, Meng Yan. Upon catching sight of Su Qing, Lu Yinxue's cheeks were instantly adorned with a rosy hue, and her gaze involuntarily flickered away. Meanwhile, the maid from Meng family was also observing Su Qing with her sparkling eyes. Recently, she had been inseparable from Lu Yinxue, resembling the old tortoise enjoying flowers, and she was eager to understand the character who had captured Shue's heart. "Yin Yin, come here. Let me introduce you," Meng Shiqing said with a smile, beckoning his daughter to sit beside him. Lu Yinxue, obediently setting down her bag, took her place next to Su Qing, while Tang Guobin grinned, having already anticipated the unfolding events. Meng Shicheng patted his daughter's shoulder and introduced, "My dear, this is Uncle Su Qing, who has made quite a name for himself today by winning the championship of the stone gambling competition and defeating the disciple of the Southeast Asian gambling king. A true delight for all." Meng Yin cast a sidelong glance at Su Qing, shaking her head vigorously like a rattledrum, pouting as she said, "He is Shue's boyfriend. Since Shui and I are close friends, calling him uncle seems rather absurd, doesn't he it?" Meng Shicheng found himself momentarily speechless. Earlier, he had smoothly had her call Tang Guobin uncle, yet when it came to Su Qing, she adamantly refused. Perhaps it was simply because this young man appeared a touch too youthful. Tang Guobin chuckled, "Our niece is a point. This lad hardly seems fit for the title of uncle. I say he is more suited to be called a younger brother." Su Qing shot Tang Guobin a sidelong glance and nonchalantly replied, "No matter, let us just address each other as we prefer." Meng Yin smiled with a hint of satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. "Did you really win against the disciple of the Southeast Asian gambling king, as Dad mentioned?" Su Qing Honsti note that I was fortunate to win a few rounds. Whether he is truly the disciple of a gambling king, I cannot say for certain. Meng Yin blinked her eyes, "So, does that imply your gambling skills are quite impressive? If that is the case, calling you Uncle Su wouldn't be a problem." Su Qing rubbed his nose. "You're not thinking of challenging me to a game, are you?" At the mention of this, Meng Yan's face lit up with excitement. She quickly retrieved a brand new deck of plastic playing cards from her small bag, tore it open, and slapped it onto the coffee table. "You shuffle and I'll draw. If you can guess the card I draw, I'll call you little Uncle Su from now on." As Su Qing scanned the room, his eyes landed on something behind Meng Yan, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He casually shuffled the cards and said, "One card is too few. Let us go with 3. He then boldly moved to the opposite side of the coffee table. Meng Yan, filled with skepticism, drew a card and held it up to her eyes. Before she could speak, Su Qing casually declared, "10 of hearts." Meng Yan's expression shifted slightly, and without showing any signs of surprise, she placed the card face up on the table. Indeed, it was the 10 of hearts. Furrowing her brow in frustration, she hastily drew 2 more cards from a pile. Just as she raised them, Su Qing chimed in with a laugh. "Your luck is quite good. One is an 8 of spades, and the other a joker. Together, we have a turtle. What? How is that possible?" The atmosphere in the living room instantly became lively. Tang Guobin eagerly pulled Su Qing onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Quick, tell us how you pulled off this trick." Su Qing smiled enigmatically without responding, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the astonished Meng Yan, clearly waiting for her to call him uncle, as such matters of seniority should not be taken lightly. "Uncle Su," Meng Yan called out brightly, unable to fathom how Su Qing could see through the cards. Could such miraculous gambling skills truly exist? Tang Guobin, now devoid of any desire to ascend the stairs and indulge with Han, insisted on understanding the circumstances. For mastering this trick could prove to be an invaluable asset in many situations. Su Qing, unable to evade his persistence, leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Tang Guobin, his face a mask of skepticism, turned to glance at Su Qing, chuckling oddly, before rising to assume Su Qing's previous position. "Come now, dear niece, would you kindly draw another card for Uncle Tang to try?" he said, arms crossed, grinning broadly. Meng Yin furrowed her brow and drew a card, recognizing the design upon it. To her astonishment, less than 2 seconds passed before Tang Guobin exclaimed excitedly, "5 of diamonds." She flipped her card to reveal, indeed, it was the 5 of diamonds, deepening her confusion. Within merely 10 minutes, yet another adept at reading cards had emerged. How could this be so astonishing? This trick is effective. Tang Guobin beamed with pride, while Su Qing stifled a considerable yawn, eyes glistening with fatigue. "You all take your time. I'm heading upstairs to sleep," he declared, wrapping an arm around Lu Yinshua's shoulders as they ascended the stairs. Initially, the young lady seemed reluctant, squirming slightly, yet she eventually acquiesced and followed him upstairs. Whenever Su Qing was with Lu Yinshua, he found himself easily swept away by impulse. "Qing, please don't act like this," Lu Yinshua said, holding down one of Su Qing's restless hands. With an unexpected surge of courage, he grasped her delicate hand and lowered his voice, confessing, "I feel a bit unwell." Lu Yinshua gazed into Su Qing's eyes and extended her own hand. "Go take a shower. You're filthy," she playfully scolded, gently nudging him toward the bathroom. Just as he was about to step inside, a voice, rich and slightly commanding, echoed, "Don't go over tonight. Sleep with me instead." "Huh, if you dare to go, I'll smash the door," Lu Yinxue retorted, rolling her eyes and stamping her foot before hastily retrieving a tissue to clean her hands. After a moment's hesitation, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. Inside the bathroom, Su Qing quietly observed Lu Yinxue's every movement until the moment she softly closed the door behind her, at which point a barely audible sigh escaped his lips. The following day was the day he had arranged with old Shui to collect the pendant. Su Qing had completed his morning routine early and spent an hour exercising in the gym, emerging drenched in sweat. He dashed upstairs for a quick rinse, only to find Meng Shiqing already in the hall, sipping on kung fu tea. "Old Meng, hasn't tea Brother Tang come down yet?" Su Qing approached, lifting a small purple clay cup to drain it. The tea was delightful, though somewhat lacking in quantity for quenching thirst. Rolling his eyes, Su Qing remarked, "Let him be. When are we leaving?" Meng Shiqing replied, "We'll depart after breakfast. First, we need to go to the bank to deposit the check." Upon hearing those words, Su Qing nearly spat out the tea in his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp and muttering softly, "You, old man, are exceedingly lewd. What do you mean by abducting respectable women? We are engaging in the freedom of love. Mind you, spare me the absurdity. These days, it is fashionable to get on the bus first and buy a ticket later. Just having met my aunt, one is already treated as a mother. To quote our esteemed predecessors, the occurrence of deaths is all too frequent." Seeing that this fellow was becoming increasingly outlandish, Su Qing hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and forcefully stuffed it into Lao Meng's mouth, thus halting the lecherous old man's lengthy discourse. Chapter 55, Longtang Old Mine. After breakfast, the two drove straight to the bank, accompanied by two vehicles from the Golden Shield Security Company. The journey was smooth and uneventful. However, Su Qing had a keen interest in driving, and regrettably, on the main road, he could not indulge his desire. Otherwise, he would have borrowed Lao Meng's car to satisfy his craving. In his youth in the countryside, he had even driven a hand-operated tractor. Surely, handling an extra wheel would not pose much difficulty. The car stopped in front of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, where Meng Shiqing alighted to deposit a check. Leaving Su Qing inside the vehicle, he casually dialed a number for old Shui, but to his surprise, upon connection, he was met with a scolding from his teacher, who complained about his oversleeping, having made him wait for over an hour. Su Qing offered an explanation, attributing his tardiness to exhaustion from moving stones the previous day, deliberately omitting mention of his attendance at last night's gambling event, as he still held a modicum of reverence for this teacher he had only recently met. "Here, your card. You rascal, you are a billionaire now. I recall, when I was your age, I was still an apprentice in a jade carving workshop. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening." Meng Shiqing sighed, handing Su Qing the bank card before starting the car and heading towards the trade fair venue. At booth 56, a substantial amount of rough material had been replenished, exceeding the total from the previous days, indicating that Meng Shiqing had prepared well in advance. Su Qing immediately spotted old Shui lingering before the pile of rough material and quickly approached to greet him. "Teacher, are you selecting materials?" As Su Qing drew closer, he noticed a rather rare piece of rusted skin material, entirely golden as though enveloped in a layer of scorched rust, with several streaks of rust watermarks on the surface. At first glance, one might mistake it for a crack. Its weight appeared to be no more than 50 kilograms. Yet it was astonishingly priced at 120,000. "This is genuine old Pakong rust skin material. I placed a few pieces here to showcase. If you wish to take it out and cut it, go ahead," Meng Shiqing generously offered, regarding the 100,000 yuan material as a mere trifle compared to the wealth Su Qing had brought him in recent days. Su Qing shook his head, saying, "Just because it looks appealing on the outside does not guarantee that it contains fine jade within. It would be better to save this for selling to someone else." Meng Shiqing, however, appeared somewhat unconvinced, murmuring, "This piece is authentic old Pakong material. I've kept it hidden for several years, reluctant to part with it. Do not underestimate its worth." Su Qing smiled and pointed to the edge of the rough material. "Old Meng, first take a look at this." Meng Shiqing and old Shui instinctively leaned closer, noticing a small patch of moss at the spot where Su Qing's finger had touched, which looked like a streak of rust. The moss extends radially downward, yet is perfectly obscured by a rust stain. If one does not observe closely, it is easily overlooked. Those with some experience in stone gambling are aware that such moss poses a fatal threat to the jade concealed within the raw material. In other words, the integrity of this seemingly promising stone has been utterly compromised. Su Qing had already surveyed the merchandise on the rack. Apart from a piece with a cluster of oil green jade the size of a baby's fist in the center, the rest were merely scattered fragments of jade. The jade within this rusty skin yielded not a single intact ring face, rendering it a quintessential piece of waste. Meng Shiqing's expression shifted dramatically as he gained a newfound appreciation for Su Qing's good fortune. It seemed that this young man possessed not only luck but also an extraordinary keen sense of observation. Combined, these qualities explained his repeated successes in gambling. Old Xuan nodded in satisfaction and tossed Su Qing a palm-sized brocade box from his pocket. Upon opening it, Su Qing beheld 3 exquisite violet pendants, 2 Mithriya Buddha figures, and a crystal-clear jade leaf, each pendant exuding a vibrant aura. The 2 Mithriya figures, each with distinct expressions, seemed to radiate joy that emanated from deep within, irresistibly contagious to any who gazed upon them. After a long moment, Su Qing reluctantly closed the box, his smile deepening, for at that instant, he developed a profound interest in jade carving. How could he not feel elated at the prospect of studying under a master artisan with such astonishing skill? Young man, how do you find the old man's craftsmanship? Old Xue inquired, stroking his beard with a confident smile, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. Su Qing replied, "It is not a matter of whether it is adequate. I can only say that your jade transforms from mere stone into something alive in your capable hands." Ha ha ha. Whom did you learn your flattery from? Trying to please the old man, are you? Old Xue laughed heartily, relishing such simple compliments. Su Qing smiled. There will be many more opportunities for flattery. As long as you provide me meals, I wouldn't mind doing it daily. You rascal, are you simply after the old man's meals? Old Xue feigned a look of distress, narrowing his eyes. Hurry and select a few good materials. I won't have an abundance to offer you when we reach Jiangcheng. At your command, just watch. Su Qing's eyes sparkled at the thought of selecting materials. The quantity needed for his jade carving studies would undoubtedly be considerable, and he must seize this opportunity to procure quality stones. Old Meng, you stay here and chat with the master. I will call for the selected materials once I have made my choices. Su Qing shoved the brocade box into Meng Shiqing's arms and dashed toward the stalls ahead. Alas, this lad is quite the one to turn his elbow outward. He neglects the piles of materials here and rushes to do business with others. Meng Shiqing sighed, watching Su Qing's retreating figure, lamenting his ill fortune. Su Qing's pace in selecting raw materials was astonishing. He darted from stall to stall, rummaging through the heaps of raw stones. He disregarded the half-opaque materials that had been opened and focused solely on the closed goods. The selected raw materials were swiftly paid for and arranged for delivery to stall 56, with little haggling involved. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had selected around 50 pieces of rough material, with only the last 10 stalls remaining to be examined. At that moment, a call from Meng Shiqing urged him on. Su Qing answered the phone while stepping into stall number 140. Perhaps due to its remote location, the selection of rough material here was significantly sparser than at other stalls, with most pieces displayed prominently on shelves, thus facilitating Su Qing's selection process. Only 2 lethargic staff members were present, and not far from them, the stone-cutting machine stood unattended, suggesting that the individual responsible for operating it had taken a leisurely stroll due to the lack of business. The rough materials on the shelves were relatively small, typically weighing between 20 and 30 kilograms, with none exceeding 50 kilograms. The pricing was remarkably low, with the most expensive piece costing only $500 per kilogram, and some as cheap as $300. Compared to the million-dollar pieces displayed at stall number 56, the materials here could be considered quite affordable. As Su Qing casually examined the rough materials, he noticed a piece from Longtang Laoking. One staff member yawned and greeted him before slumping back onto a stool to doze off, while the other didn't even bother to glance his way, as if the sales performance had no bearing on him whatsoever. The rough materials from Longtang Laoking primarily featured yellow sand skin and gray-white fish skin, characterized by coarser textures and lacking the captivating allure of the black iron rust skin. While the more impressive materials were fervently sought after, those less eye-catching often went unnoticed. As Su Qing's gaze slowly swept across the rough materials, a smile crept onto his lips, and he found his fingertips involuntarily twitching, yearning to embrace the pieces before him. The reputation of Longtang Laoking's rough materials was indeed well-deserved. Among the 10 pieces, at least 3 concealed jadeite, with the majority being of the coveted imperial green variety. He spotted at least 3 pieces of glass-type jade, 2 of which were imperial green, and full green ice jade was abundant. The probability of finding jade within this batch surpassed that of all the other stalls he had previously visited combined. After 2 days of examining rough materials, Su Qing was finally struck by a sense of astonishment, as the richness of this particular batch was simply staggering. His heart raced uncontrollably, fixated on one singular thought. He must acquire this batch of rough materials at all costs. Struggling to contain his excitement, Su Qing spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. I wish to purchase the rough materials. Please bring the card over. With the prospect of a sale, the previously sleepy staff perked up, one of them pushing a cart towards him, while the other retrieved a folder meticulously documenting the weight and total price of the rough materials. Customers simply needed to match their selections to the records, making the process exceedingly convenient. After processing his card payment at the POS machine, Su Qing instructed that his chosen pieces be sent to stall number 56. Just then, his phone rang again, and upon answering, he was greeted by the excited voice of Shuai Lao. Kid, hurry over. The old man can barely handle it anymore. A cacophony of noise erupted from the other end before the call abruptly ended. As Su Qing approached, he noticed that the stone-cutting machine was surrounded by a throng of people, and he had to maneuver through the crowd to squeeze in. There, he found Meng Shicheng and Shuai Lao wearing expressions of wry amusement as they explained something to the gathering crowd. Beneath their feet lay 3 blocks of jade freshly unearthed, one exquisite golden silk variety with remarkable translucence, and 2 ice-type vivid green specimens, each weighing no less than 5 kilograms. Exuding an enchanting hue, Su Lao wiped the perspiration from his brow and remarked, how was I to know that Brat would possess such extraordinary fortune? 3 gambles, 3 surges, all substantial gains. I was merely waiting for someone to alleviate my boredom. Old Meng, open the door for business. Let us set a price for these 3 pieces. The speaker was none other than Jiang Xingnan. Indeed, for these 3 stones, our Han S jewelry offers 50 million. Is it a fair price? An elderly man with graying hair chimed in with a generous bid. I offer 52 million. What say you? Let us conclude this transaction. The bidding escalated, with voices rising in fervor, leaving Meng Shicheng and Su Lao in a quandary. They were hesitant to make a decision, anxiously awaiting Su Qing's appearance, as being the center of attention was rather uncomfortable. 55 million. Whoever desires it can take the check. No further negotiations. A calm voice emerged from the left corner of the crowd as Su Qing approached the jade extraction machine with a smile, winking at Su Lao. Master, the stones I selected seem satisfactory, don't they? He was aware that the suggestion to unveil the rough stones came from Su Lao, and his earlier discontent dissipated in an instant. Brat, just unveil these 3 stones while the old man has been surrounded for nearly an hour. He is nearly swollen. Su Lao chuckled, playfully scolding him, having even adopted some modern vernacular. 55 million. Here, as a cash check. The elderly representative from Han S Jewelry was the first to present the check to Su Qing, cheerfully calling for the collection of the stones. Meng Shicheng nodded, assuring, rest assured, the stones you selected are securely stored at the adjacent stall. The shipping arrangements will be finalized by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Su Qing's expression shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, why were my stones placed in the neighboring stall? Turning his gaze, he noticed the onlookers had shifted their attention to the rough stones at the stall, though the chaotic frenzy of the previous days had noticeably subsided. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man who had initially selected some rough stones approached the jade extraction machine, requesting, please cut it in half for efficiency. The jade extractor secured the rough stone and activated the machine. As the blade sliced through, a burst of green emerged from the stone, revealing a substantial piece of exceptional oil green jade. Ha! It's risen! It's risen! The middle-aged man exclaimed in exuberance. For the rough stone he had purchased for over 200,000 had multiplied in value at least tenfold with that single cut. How could he not be overjoyed? The onlookers, initially spectating, were invigorated as if fueled by renewed energy, marking the commencement of a fierce competition for rough stones. Within less than an hour, the entire stock at stall 56 was nearly depleted. Even the $1 million rough skin piece was taken away, leaving only a few small fragments weighing mere pounds. A significant harvest indeed. Su Qing swiftly intercepted 2 large shipments of rough stones en route, directing them to Jiang Nan's stall, only to discover that aside from the batch he had chosen, there were no other stones available. Meng Shicheng was seated with Su Lao and Jiang Nan, enjoying tea, with several plates of fruits adorning the tea table. Brother Su, come join us. Old Jiang intends to honor you with tea in place of wine today. Jiang Shengnan beamed with an exuberant smile, reminiscent of a well-cooked dog's head, as he warmly stood to greet Su Qing. Su Qing felt a mix of surprise and confusion, uncertain of the intentions behind this fellow's jovial demeanor. Bewildered, he settled onto a chair beside the tea table. Jiang Shengnan personally poured a fragrant cup of tea and handed it to Su Qing, exclaiming, if it weren't for my brother's fortunate luck today, How could I, old Jiang, indulge in the pleasure of an early closure? Truly delightful. With a sudden realization, Su Qing pondered that it made sense why Meng Shicheng had confidently asserted that the stored materials would pose no issues. Evidently, this rascal had sold all of Jiang Nanin's raw materials together. What a cunning trickster! After finishing his tea, Su Qing pointed outside to 2 carts brimming with raw materials and asked, "Where shall we place these? I'll take care of the arrangements. You should enjoy your tea and nibble on something." Jiang Shengnan promptly called for assistance to unload the goods. Gathering all the materials Su Qing had selected and covering them with a plastic sheet inscribed with the words "Not for sale." One must commend his meticulousness in handling affairs. At that moment, a staff member from stall number 56 approached with a folder, beaming as he reported to Meng Shicheng, "Boss, we have only 5 small leftover materials remaining. Stall 55 is completely sold out, totaling 5,230,000. Chapter 57. The teacher is also formidable. Meng Shicheng listened to the briefing with a smile. Gesturing towards the pile covered by plastic, "Move all the remaining materials there and gather everyone quickly. Our esteemed boss Jiang is treating us to a meal." Jiang Shengnan nodded cheerfully. Having earned a considerable sum over the course of the day, a meal was merely a trifle. Meng Shicheng immediately signed a check and handed it over, grumbling, "Stop grinning, we're off to eat. I haven't even had a drop of water all day." Upon receiving the check and glancing at it, Jiang Shengnan replied, "Let us go. The choice of venue is yours." Leaving a few individuals to watch the stall, the group made their way to a small restaurant, where the owner greeted them with a beaming smile. Jiang Shengnan displayed unprecedented generosity, ordering an abundance of dishes, and Meng Shicheng invited the staff from the Golden Shield Security Company to join them. Why not share the bounty? That day, the small restaurant featured a new dish, steamed stonehead fish, commonly known as horsehead fish. This species possesses a suction cup on its chest, allowing it to cling to stones or tree trunks, earning it the nickname tree-climbing fish. The flesh is notably tender and delicious, devoid of fine bones, though rather pricey at 180 per pound, comparable to wild soft-shelled turtles. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Su Qing indulged in 3 jars of rice wine, 2 bottles of beer, a plate of stir-fried beef with pickled peppers, and a platter of assorted delicacies, all consumed solely by him. Even Su Lao couldn't help but jestingly chide him for being a glutton. Unfazed, Su Qing retorted after this meal, "Who knows when I'll have the opportunity to relish such authentic Tengchong cuisine again? I must make the most of it." As the drinks circulated and the dishes were savored, 5 uniformed public security officers entered, led by a stout figure with a prominent mole on his forehead, whose stern gaze locked onto Meng Shicheng. "Are you Meng Shicheng?" he demanded. Meng Shicheng instinctively nodded. "I am Meng Shicheng. What brings you here?" The officer with the mole scrutinized him for a moment before waving his hand, commanding, "Arrest him and take him away." Behind him, the police swiftly produced handcuffs and advanced menacingly. The security personnel from Jindun Company began to waver, for the officers were in uniform, and they dared not intervene recklessly. "Hold on. Mr. Meng is a legitimate businessman. On what grounds do you apprehend me?" Meng Shicheng protested while reaching for his phone. 2 uniformed officers seized his arm, preparing to snap the cuffs onto his wrist. Suddenly, 2 beer bottles crashed against their heads, causing an eruption of blood. One officer collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while the other clutched his head, howling in agony. The assailant was Su Qing, who, sensing the ill intent of these uniformed figures, swiftly identified the subterfuge. Upon witnessing their attempt to cuff Meng Shicheng, he decisively struck them with a bottle from the table. The small hotel was thrown into disarray, including Meng Shicheng, who was well aware that assaulting police officers was no trivial matter. Su Qing quickly snatched a chair and delivered a powerful kick to the fallen officer's midsection, causing a long blade to clatter to the floor. The onlookers were bewildered. Had they ever seen police officers brandishing knives while making an arrest? Su Qing shouted fiercely, wielding the chair against a man with a prominent mole, delivering a fierce blow that sent shivers down spines. The man with the mole reacted swiftly, leaping backward to evade the chair. The chair shattered upon impact with the ground, and he drew a machete, menacingly pointing it at Su Qing. "Today, I must be cursed to encounter a wretch like you," he snarled, evading the chair's remnants and swinging his blade towards Su Qing's shoulder, disregarding the 2 batons approaching from behind. Su Qing was caught unarmed and had no time to evade, watching helplessly as the blade descended towards him. Just then, Shui Lao, seizing a leftover pot, hurled it at the assailant's face. The man was taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the elderly man, the scalding pot struck him squarely, spilling its contents of hot soup, causing him to drop his weapon and scream in pain as he covered his face. He then received 2 solid blows from the batons and collapsed to the ground. Su Qing bowed deeply to Shui Lao, expressing sincere gratitude. "Thank you, master." Shui Lao chuckled. "What is there to thank? It is only natural for a master to assist his disciple. However, you, my boy, have a fierce fighting spirit. You've stirred up the old man's temper." Su Qing delivered a fierce kick to the man with the mole and demanded, "Who sent you to impersonate the police and apprehend Mr. Meng?" The man's face was blistered from the heat, and the mole on his brow appeared less prominent. Nevertheless, he remained defiant, refusing to utter a word. Su Qing's anger flared. He dashed to another table and seized a steaming pot, declaring, still keeping silent, "It seems 1 pot isn't enough. Let us ensure you're well fed today. There are 2 more over there." He raised the pot above the man's head, poised to pour its contents down. The man with the mole, having recently endured the torment of the pot, was utterly petrified by Su Qing's seemingly deranged actions. His hair standing on end. The defiance he had maintained for less than 2 minutes dissipated like smoke, and cold sweat trickled down his spine. "Don't spill," I insisted. "It was Boss Bai who instructed us to capture Meng Shicheng and take him to the old house in the eastern suburbs." Panic surged within him, prompting him to seal his lips tightly. Su Qing tilted the pot slightly, scalding liquid cascading onto the man's head, eliciting pained cries. "Next, I shall pour the entire pot over your head, and the subsequent will flow down your collar." Su Qing's icy words shattered the last remnants of the mole man's resistance. He realized the stakes were dire. If he did not speak the truth, 2 more pots would surely be emptied upon him. "I won't spill a word." The mole man trembled, his voice quivering. "Boss Bai instructed us to drag him to the old house for a thorough beating, extracting every last penny from him by any means necessary." By any means necessary? Meng Shicheng, seething with rage, kicked the mole man and cursed, "What a despicable Bai Shengjun! He seeks to take my life." Chapter 58. The Carved Tooth of Wei Ta. Old Shui pulled out his phone and placed a call to his eldest son, recounting the events that had transpired. On the other end, Shui Guoqiang remained silent, listening intently until he finally responded with a measured tone. 5 minutes later, 3 police cars sped onto the scene, and over 10 armed officers stood guard at the entrance of the small hotel. A middle-aged man in police uniform emerged from a white Santana, hastily entering through the door. The officer glanced at the 5 individuals handcuffed on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached Old Shui with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Old Shui, I apologize for the distress caused. I am Lu Guangliang, the director of the County Police Bureau. Rest assured, this matter will be thoroughly investigated, and those responsible will face severe penalties." Old Shui waved his hand dismissively, irritation evident in his tone. "There's a man named Bai Shengjun pulling the strings behind this, impersonating the police, engaging in kidnapping and extortion. I cannot fathom how such criminal elements can run rampant in Tingchong. Were it not for my fortunate circumstances, today would have marked the end of this old man." A sheen of sweat broke out on Lu Guangliang's forehead. Old Shui was clearly implicating him in negligence. He realized that failing to placate the old gentleman could lead to serious repercussions from higher authorities. His anger mounting, he shot a fierce glare at the 5 men on the ground, thinking, "You fools have walked right into the line of fire. Regardless of who supports you from behind, I shall ensure your downfall." "Old Shui, who exactly is this Bai Shengjun you mentioned?" Lu Guangliang feigned humility, while Meng Shicheng interjected. "He is the owner of the stall at the gambling stone trade fair. Bring him in," Lu Guangliang commanded sternly, calling out to the entrance. A group of officers immediately rushed in. The officers escorted the 5 pitiful impostors of the police out of the establishment. Bai Shengjun's fate was sealed. Wealth could not shield one from the law, and one must bear the consequences of their actions. In a quaint hotel, a chaotic brawl erupted, shattering the diner's appetite. Apart from settling the bill, Jiang Nanan also paid an additional 200 yuan for the chairs. As customary, the proprietor offered each patron a tube of homemade rice wine. Upon returning to the trade fair, Meng Shicheng received a text from his ex-wife confirming that Bai Shengjun had been taken away by the police, alleviating a lingering worry. Meng Shicheng promptly arranged for the transportation of the selected raw materials, which Su Qing had chosen, ensuring delivery within 5 days at the latest. He covered all expenses in advance, additionally gifting 2 stone-cracking machines. After completing these arrangements, the duo made another trip to the bank, depositing the 55 million yuan earned from selling jadeite. Meng Shicheng, through an acquaintance, purchased 3 tickets for a direct flight from Tongcheng to Jiangcheng. then accompanied Su Qing to an antique tea house, steeped in charm, nestled beside the Tengchong Antique Market. This tea house had become a vital venue for collectors to exchange ideas, savoring tea while discussing antiquities, a most fitting endeavor. While Meng Shicheng reveled in the art of tea drinking, Su Qing found himself unable to discern its subtleties, opting instead to wander downstairs to the antique market. The Tengchong Antique Market, grander in scale than that of Jiangcheng, boasted a diverse array of items, enriched by its unique geographical position and ethnic culture, showcasing the characteristics of both China and Myanmar. Strolling leisurely through the market, Su Qing was trailed by two security guards from the Golden Shield Company. While he possessed some knowledge of jade gambling stones, antiquities remained a mystery to him. His true fascination lay with the colored gases that clung to the antiques. The cool sensation he experienced after absorbing the gases still lingered pleasantly in his memory. The market was bustling with shops, and numerous vendors had set up stalls, leaving little space to be found along the pathways. Merchants, their faces adorned with smiles, eagerly beckoned passers-by, showering compliments upon anyone who paused. Even those utterly ignorant of antiques were hailed as connoisseurs, merely to coax them into making a purchase. Vendors at such stalls could sustain themselves for several days with just a sale or two. Su Qing wandered through the market, his eyes casually darting over the displayed items. Yet after exploring much of the market, he had yet to discover a single piece infused with colored gases, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Inside one shop, two female attendants lounged behind the counter, their enthusiasm noticeably lacking upon the arrival of a young man. The items on the shelves were clearly priced. If something caught one's eye, one could simply pay and take it away. Su Qing, not wishing to waste the air conditioning, resolved to purchase something intriguing if he encountered it in this shop, considering it a fond memento. This establishment primarily dealt in miscellaneous items and porcelain, naturally featuring jade carvings, as nearly every shop in the Tengchong Antique Market displayed a few jade sculptures, creating a regional signature. Approaching the counter, Su Qing scrutinized the items on the wooden shelves from top to bottom, when suddenly, a particular object on the lowest shelf captured his attention. Before him stood a weathered statue of a Veracana, its hue a sickly yellow, approximately 20 centimeters in height and as thick as an adult's arm. The statue bore a significant indentation on its nose, and one of its standing feet was broken. Even the vajra held upon its shoulder was reduced to a mere fragment. It was an archetypal example of a defective piece. However, what captivated Su Qing was not the statue itself, but the delicate strands of pale, golden energy that enveloped it, far denser than the bronze goblet he had encountered previously in the realm of celestial beings. At first glance, the entire statue appeared shrouded in an ethereal golden mist, evoking an irresistible impulse to prostrate in reverence. Beneath the statue lay a small card inscribed with the words Myanmar tooth carving, priced at 5,008. Su Qing stifled his inner joy and gestured toward the carving, requesting, "Please, allow me to examine this piece." A young female attendant promptly brought the Veracana statue to the counter. As Su Qing leaned closer to scrutinize it, he was taken aback as the golden energy adhered to the statue seemed to be drawn inexplicably towards his eyes, splitting into two streams that swiftly floated toward him. At the moment the golden energy entered his pupils, Su Qing felt as though he were transported into a grand temple. His mind enveloped in a resonant chants of sacred sounds, instilling an extraordinary sense of tranquility and peace. The earlier restlessness that had troubled his heart dissipated entirely, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. The female attendant across from him was momentarily entranced by his smile, pondering, "What is this fellow smiling at me for? Does he harbor any interest in me? It seems his intent to purchase is merely a pretext. Perhaps he is genuinely interested in me. He is quite handsome. Were he not a three-nosed saint warrior, I might not mind engaging with him." Chapter 59. A lazy morning. Su Qing, lost in the sacred chants, wore a serene smile, oblivious to the shy gaze of the attendant directed at him. He stood there for approximately 5 minutes until the golden energy from the statue was completely absorbed. The attendant lowered her head and remarked, "Could you please refrain from staring so intently? Perhaps we might go out after your shift." Suddenly, her expression darkened as realization dawned upon her. It was not her allure that had captivated him, but rather the shabby tooth carving. Embarrassment washed over her, akin to a peacock in Zishuangbana, misinterpreting the situation. 5,008. If you wish to purchase it, then pay up. The attendant's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice as frigid as Arctic ice. Su Qing quickly retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket, counted out 5,008, and placed it upon the counter, cradling the Veracana statue. The attendant furrowed her brow, took the cash, and ran it through the counting machine twice before stating coolly, "Would you like a receipt?" Su Qing nodded, and the attendant efficiently issued a receipt along with a certificate of authenticity. Grabbing the documents and tucking them into his pocket, Su Qing turned to leave, feeling a sense of peace that made the sun outside seem less harsh than before. Unfortunately, two diligent security guards from the Golden Shield Company, donning sunglasses, were now fully exposed to the blazing sun, becoming quite the spectacle. Upon returning to the tea house, Meng Shicheng was leisurely sipping hot tea. Su Qing slammed the tooth carving onto the tea table with a thud, causing the teapot to tremble. "Qingzi, where did you unearth this shabby tooth carving? With its crooked appearance, it can hardly be worth much." Meng Shicheng possessed a keen eye, instantly discerning that the item before him was an aged ivory carving, albeit of rather poor quality, a rather unremarkable trinket. Su Qing, sipping his tea with a leisurely demeanor, remarked with a smile, "To each their own. I find this piece quite appealing. 5,800 yuan is rather reasonable. In truth, even if it had been priced at 500 times that amount, Su Qing would have purchased it without hesitation upon discovering its latent golden aura. After all, he was not financially constrained at present. He sensed that the faint golden mist emanating from the carving could enhance his vision, though he had yet to uncover its true potential. Earlier, Su Qing had attempted to peer into the carving with his right eye, only to be met with an inability to see through its depths. Instead, he was greeted by a veil of pale golden fog, as if something were ensconced within. "Old Meng, is this item permissible for air travel?" Regardless of whether it was an antique, he understood that such ivory artifacts breached certain taboos, and the inability to bring it aboard would certainly be a vexing predicament. Meng Shicheng smiled reassuringly, "No problem. As long as the item is acquired through legitimate channels and is not contraband, you should be fine. This ivory carving ought to have an invoice and a certificate of age, correct?" Su Qing suddenly recalled these two documents and hastily retrieved them. The certificate only stated that it was a 1989 Burmese ivory carving, vague in its specifics, while the invoice was impeccably formal. With these in hand, he could not only board the plane, but also take it abroad without issue. Upon returning to the villa, night had already fallen. To their amusement, they found that Tang Guobin had fallen asleep once more. Meng Shicheng shook his head, chuckling, "This fellow is destined to succumb to the allure of women." The following day, a sharp knocking at the door roused Su Qing from his slumber, and he quickly realized that time was slipping away. If he lingered for another hour, he might miss his flight. He rolled out of bed and opened the door to find Tang Guobin standing outside, his eyes resembling those of a panda as he peered into the room, exclaiming, "Oh, you slept alone last night?" Su Qing, standing at attention, saluted, saying, "Reporting to you, Chief Panda, I was simply resting in my room last night." Tang Guobin paused momentarily before understanding, then playfully punched Su Qing's shoulder while scolding, "You little rascal. Are you mocking me?" Su Qing had anticipated this and deftly dodged the blow, retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. "Hurry up, and don't forget to bring your girl along. I wager she is still in bed." After hastily completing his routine, Su Qing dashed to the next room to assume the role of the door knocker. Peering through the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Meng Yin and Lu Yinxue were sprawled across a bed, and to his astonishment, Meng Yin appeared to have a penchant for sleeping in the nude, her splendid figure exposed to prying eyes. "Good heavens! Is this a plot to end my life so early in the morning?" Amidst his lament over the unfairness of fate, Su Qing couldn't resist stealing another glance. Gritting his teeth, he knocked on the door in frustration, his anger boiling over, but unfortunately, his raps were too faint to be heard, even by himself. Chapter 60, Returning Home. Women possess a remarkable capacity for slumber, particularly when relatives visit. This is especially true for Meng Yin. Despite the incessant knocking at the door by Su Qing, managed to rise from her slumber, donning her nightgown while still blinking sleepily. In contrast, Lu Yinxue merely turned over, clutching a pillow to her head, determined to continue her deep slumber. This infuriated Su Qing, who, in a fit of desperation, began to kick the door and shouted loudly, "Open the door. If you don't, I shall kick it down." Meng Yin rushed to open the door, and Su Qing strode into the room, raising his hand to deliver two sharp slaps to Lu Yinxue's waist. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, she sprang from the bed, her expression one of indignation as she gazed at Su Qing, her pitiful demeanor stirring something within him, causing his raised hand to freeze in midair. "Get up quickly. If you delay, we will miss the plane," he admonished gently, lowering his hand as a note of tenderness crept into his voice. "All right, you go downstairs first. I will join you shortly once I am dressed, Lu Inxue replied, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently, her lips gesturing toward the door, aware that the glaring overhead light rendered any intimate gestures between them utterly impossible. Downstairs, a lavish breakfast awaited them, marking the conclusion of their journey to Yunnan. For Su Qing, this trip represented a significant turning point in his life. Not only had he amassed a wealth that many covet, but he had also unexpectedly found love and entered the tutelage of a world-renowned jade carving master. Life's capriciousness is such that some chase their dreams tirelessly without success, while others find themselves fortuitously blessed by serendipity. And Su Qing was indeed among the fortunate few. Meng Shiqing escorted the five of them to the airport, lingering until their silhouettes disappeared from view before reluctantly departing. The plane ascended into the sky, heading towards Jiangxing. During the journey, Su Qing confided in Tang Wubin about his desire to purchase a home, seeking his assistance in finding one. Upon hearing this, Lu Inxue's heart raced. She secretly pondered. Does he wish to support me financially? While I do have feelings for him, this seems rather precipitous. Her cheeks flushed at the thought of such intimate implications. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Jiangxing Airport. Upon exiting, they found Tang Guobin's impressive Jeep Cherokee waiting for them, alongside a brand-new yellow Beetle. Lu Youfu, beaming with delight, leaned against the car chatting with Yang Jing. Upon seeing them, he hurried over with enthusiasm. Look at you. Not long ago, and you already have wheels, Tang Guobin exclaimed, patting Lu Youfu on the shoulder. Hand over the keys. Let me enjoy some driving. Lu Youfu readily handed over the keys with a smile, suggesting, why don't we switch cars? I don't mind driving your old one. Tang Guobin casually tossed the keys aside, declaring, no exchange. That old car is yours now. And this one is a practice vehicle for Qingzi. Lu Youfu's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you serious? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Guobin had earned billions from the recent trip to Tengchong, rendering the value of the car mere pocket change. Absolutely. Get in. We will discuss it more once we reach our destination, Tang Guobin replied nonchalantly, tossing the car keys in the air before striding confidently into the Beetle. Lu Inxue approached obediently, linking her arm with Su Qing's, which prompted a cacophony of exclamations from Lu Fatty. Qingzi, where did you find such a beautiful lady? Why haven't you introduced her to me? Su Qing chuckled and replied, this is my girlfriend, Lu Inxue. He turned slightly and said, Schwer, this is Lu Youfu, affectionately known as Fatty. Lu Inxue greeted with a bright smile, hello Lu Ge. The address caused Lu Youfu to feel weak in the knees. The flesh on his cheeks twitched with delight as he responded, good. And you are wonderful too. However, joy turned to sorrow as two delicate fingers unexpectedly pinched Lu Youfu's ear, twisting it painfully to the left, which made him yelp dramatically. Oomph, you lecherous pig. Were you so happy about being Qingzi's girlfriend? Get in the car. The seemingly demure Yang Jing unleashed her authority without reservation, forcing Lu Youfu into the Beetle. Su Qing and Lu Inxue exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile, before turning to board the Grand Cherokee. Given Lu Youfu's ample size, the compact Beetle could barely accommodate him, let alone anyone else. Upon arriving at Tianshang Renjian, Tang Guobin had arranged lunch and, as per tradition, opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Lu Youfu snatched the bottle from the waiter and poured half a glass for Su Qing, saying, Qingzi, give this sour stuff a try. Su Qing frowned and replied, upon careful consideration, I have decided to refrain from this sour concoction and instead opt for Ergo 2. Wow, you've learned to think deeply. Shall I help you meet a few mature ladies? Tang Guobin teased, casting a deliberate glance at Lu Inxue. Su Qing rolled his eyes, retorting, leave them for yourself. I have no desire to become a national treasure. He concluded with a playful poke at Tang Guobin's lingering dark circles. Lu Youfu patted his belly and boasted, have you noticed that I've lost weight? Su Qing and Tang simultaneously scrutinized the hefty figure, shaking their heads in disappointment. Lu Youfu scowled, what do you mean by that? I've been getting up at 6 for morning runs these past few days. I feel like I've lost at least 5 pounds. Tang Guobin scoffed with your physique. Losing 5 pounds is akin to a thread dropping from a rag. It's hardly noticeable. Chapter 61, Skewers for Villa. The two erupted into laughter, and even Lu Inxue could not contain herself, covering her mouth as she giggled uncontrollably. Poor Lu Youfu, face contorted in dismay, lamented, wife, we shouldn't belittle our own kind. Yang Jing rolled her eyes and revealed a juicy tidbit. This chubby fellow went for a morning run yesterday and encountered a rather attractive girl. His eyes were practically glued to her chest, and when she scolded him, Guess what he said? Wow, what did he say? Tang, intrigued, leaned in with shining eyes. Yang Jing took a sip of red wine, ignoring Lu Youfu's pleading gaze, and indignantly recounted, this shameless oaf actually shook his 2 rolls of fat and said, Miss, I was merely curious about how your body remains so quiet while you run. This time, Lu Inshua lost her composure entirely, spraying a mouthful of red wine onto Su Qing's shoulder, tragically staining his pristine white shirt with crimson. The talented fellow truly astonishes me. I am utterly impressed. Tang Guobin playfully patted Lu Panzai on the chest, laughter streaming from his eyes. Their lunch concluded amidst joyous banter, and Tang Guobin arranged for Lu Youfu and his wife, along with Lu Inshue, to relax at a sauna center while he and Su Qing drove to the sales office of Huijing Garden. Located less than a mile from Jiangxing University, only the affluent can afford villas here. Those without tens of millions in assets can only gaze longingly at the properties. In Tang Guobin's view, Su Qing had already ascended to the status of a near-billionaire, making the indulgence in high-end housing entirely justifiable. Huijing Garden's proximity to Jiangxing University also offered Su Qing unparalleled convenience for his future studies. As the pair entered the sales office, a smiling saleswoman greeted them warmly. In real estate, one must be perceptive, detail-oriented, and quick to react. Su Qing's attire was unremarkable, yet Tang Guobin's sophisticated designer ensemble exuded an air of affluence that the experienced saleswoman instantly recognized, treating him as a valued client. Gentlemen, may I assist you in viewing the properties? The saleswoman inquired with a radiant smile. Tang Guobin chuckled. You are mistaken. We are not merely browsing. We intend to purchase. The saleswoman's heart leapt with excitement, her smile widening. May I inquire if you have a preferred layout? Or would you like to first view the property models before making a decision? Tang Guobin waved his hand dismissively. No need for models. Take us to your finest villa. If it suits us, we shall buy it. The saleswoman's excitement was palpable. Clients of such caliber were rare, and a successful sale would yield significant commissions. Just as she prepared to lead them to view the property, a familiar voice rang out from behind them with surprise. Tang Xiao, what brings you here? Turning around, they saw a sharply dressed, middle-aged man striding towards them, undeterred by the heat. Tang Guobin raised an eyebrow, recalling the man's identity. It was Gao Mingyang, the general manager of Golden Hair Real Estate Company, a firm in which his father owned a 55% stake, essentially a part of the Tang family's business. However, he had never paid attention to whether Huijing Garden was developed by Golden Hair. He merely knew it as a newly established high-end villa community in Jiangxing. Gao Mingyang approached with a broad smile, extending his hand in greeting. Tang Xiao, are you here to show a friend the properties? Tang Guobin scratched his nose and replied, Indeed, my closest brother is looking to purchase a residence. Is this project part of Golden Hair's portfolio? Gao Mingyang feigned a pained smile. Oh dear, young master, you are indeed a busy man, even forgetting the ventures under your own name. Tang Guobin chuckled. It was not forgetfulness, but rather the sheer volume of properties under his father's name, combined with his disinterest in real estate, that left him unaware. Beside him, Su Qing laughed, playfully draping an arm around Tang Guobin's shoulders, teasing, Well, that works out splendidly. You might as well give me a home outright. In return, I shall treat you to skewers at the entrance of Jiangxing University later. Tang Guobin grinned and said, If you wish to give, I shall gladly accept. If old Meng can generously bestow upon us a Rolls-Royce, I can certainly afford a cozy nest for my brother. I shall present you with the finest villa to pamper your wife later. Ha! It is a shame to pass up a good deal. Let us take the house and indulge in some barbecued skewers. Su Qing, unable to contain himself, quoted a famous saying from Tengchong. The saleswoman and Gao Mingyang nearby were left dumbfounded as the young master casually offered a villa in exchange for barbecued skewers, a display of audacity that was simply astonishing. Who exactly was this young man, stained with red liquid on his clothing? Manager Gao, please assist my brother in signing the contract and ensure it is the best available. Tang Guobin commanded with a wave of his hand as he casually gifted a villa, in comparison to the billions Su Qing had brought him over the past few days. A villa was hardly significant. To him, this brother was an extraordinary stroke of fortune, and their bond could only deepen, never wane. Tang Xiao, should we consult the chairman about this matter? Gao Mingyang inquired, a hint of trepidation in his heart. After all, there were only 8 of the finest villas in Huijing Garden, each costing over 10 million, with a selling price of at least 60 million. If the young master had carelessly given one away, he would bear the consequences if any issues arose. I will call the old man now. Once that is settled, let us promptly head to sign the contract, Tang Guobin replied, nodding as he pulled out his phone to make a call. He casually exchanged a few words before handing the phone to Gao Mingyang. After all, he rarely involved himself in real estate matters, and it was wise to have a word with the elder to ease the burden on those below him. Gao Mingyang respectfully took the phone, spoke a few words, and then handed it back to Tang Guobin. He gestured to the awaiting Su Qing, saying, "Sir, please follow me to sign the contract." Su Qing smiled and accompanied Gao Mingyang to sign the contract. When he presented his identification, Gao Mingyang's face registered surprise, as the age listed was quite unexpected. Upon successfully signing the contract, Gao Mingyang personally took Su Qing and Tang Guobin to view the property. They entered a gated community of independent villas, guarded by dedicated security personnel. Even residents could not enter without permission. Chapter 62, A Farewell Kiss. The villa boasted a private garage, a garden, and an exclusive swimming pool, with a usable area of 1,200 square meters, abundant in natural light. The design encompassed 3 floors, decorated in a lavish and grand manner. What captivated Su Qing the most was the spacious basement and 2 storage rooms, perfect for storing jade roughs and stone-cutting machines in the future. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Would you like me to gift you a complete set of furniture along with a few large beds? Tang Guobin chuckled, patting Su Qing on the shoulder. Su Qing nodded vigorously, expressing his utmost satisfaction with the new house, while Tang Guobin mistakenly thought he was requesting furniture and appliances. He pulled out a checkbook and swiftly wrote a check, handing it to Gao Mingyang. "Manager Gao, please ensure the furniture is of the highest quality. If the funds fall short, do not hesitate to call me." Gao Mingyang glanced at the check and was once again astonished by the amount, 15 million in total. Not only could they furnish the villa, but they could also afford to keep a few guard dogs. "Rest assured, Tang Xiao, I will certainly ensure Mr. Su's satisfaction." Gao Mingyang made this promise while secretly observing Su Qing, pondering the identity of the other party. He resolved to specifically instruct the security and staff of the community to provide exceptional care for the owner of the villa. After inspecting the house, Su Qing received 4 sets of keys, 5 access passes, and a set for moving furniture. Gao Mingyang assured him that he could move in within 3 days with only his personal belongings, while the property deed would take a week to finalize, which was not considered a slow pace. On the way, Su Qing also stopped by a specialty store to purchase 2 sets of shirts and trousers. By the time the two entered the sauna center, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Lu Youfu and his wife were surprisingly still enjoying a couple's bath, while Lu Yinxue sat in the lounge, looking refreshed yet lost in thought. A graceful young woman approached and stopped beside Lu Yinxue, softly saying, "Miss Lu, Mr. Su requests your presence." This woman was Hualina, the manager of the sauna center. The lounge was divided into male and female sections, allowing female therapists in the male area, while men were prohibited from entering the female section. Thus, only Hualina could relay messages. Su Qing casually tucked the jade carving into a bag for clothing and smiled, saying, "Let us go. I'll take you to see your grandfather and help you buy a mobile phone." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yinxue's eyes as she handed her plastic bag to Su Qing and naturally slipped her hand into his arm. Together, they exited the sauna center and hailed a taxi. Su Qing contemplated for a moment and said, "We should be back by 9 at the latest." The driver chuckled. "It's 4 o'clock now. There are 5 hours left. Does 400 work for you?" Su Qing nodded. "That works. First, let us find a mobile phone store, then head to Longquan Mountain." The driver cheerfully agreed and started the car. Such a charter was a rare opportunity, so a longer duration was of no concern. The vehicle soon halted in front of a mobile phone mall. Before exiting, Su Qing handed the driver 100 yuan, instructing him to wait in the car, and then entered the mall with Lu Yinxue. The Longquan Mountain Sanatorium is located at the foot of Longquan Mountain in the northern suburbs of Jiangxing, covering an extensive area with serene surroundings. Most remarkably, it boasts an ancient spring that has not run dry for a millennium, with water that is sweet and refreshing, known to invigorate the mind and body when consumed regularly. After heavy rains, the spring emanates a mist that swirls and transforms into various shapes. It is said that some have witnessed the mist morph into a dragon form, hence the name Longquan. Throughout history, emperors have built palatial retreats in Longquan Mountain, although many have been lost to time. In the early days of the founding of the nation, it became a retreat for many high-ranking officials, with security measures rivaling those of prominent military bases. The taxi stopped 200 meters from the entrance of the Longquan Sanatorium, and Su Qing handed the driver another 100 yuan before he and Lu Yinxue got out, carrying their bags. As they approached the entrance, 2 armed soldiers stood erect at either side of the gate. One young soldier with a cherubic face brightened upon seeing Lu Yinxue exclaiming, "Miss Shui, aren't you on vacation?" "Liangzi, I have come in search of my grandfather, but my identification is left at home. Could you assist me in making a call inside?" According to regulations, all visitors must undergo a check-in process to enter the nursing home. While Lu Yinxue is a frequent guest here, she must still adhere to the basic procedures. Even if the guard is aware of her identity, he cannot permit her entry without following protocol. However, offering a bit of convenience does not necessarily violate discipline. The youthful soldier with a doll-like face replied with a smile, "Of course. Follow me to the booth to make the call." Watching the two enter the booth, Su Qing could only wait patiently at the entrance. For some reason, seeing the lively interaction between Lu Yinxue and the soldier stirred a hint of bitterness within him. 10 minutes later, Lu Yinxue emerged from the booth, adorned with a sweet smile as she approached Su Qing. "Qingzi, my grandfather is sending someone to fetch me shortly," she began, hesitating for a moment, her eyes revealing a trace of regret. Su Qing responded with a calm smile. "Is it inconvenient for me, as an outsider, to go in?" Lu Yinxue shook her head, biting her lip. "You're not an outsider. I promise I will come find you once this matter is resolved. Please don't be upset, all right?" Su Qing gazed at her, his expression serious. "I am not upset. I hope that after this troublesome affair, we can truly be together. I like you, genuinely very much." With that, he retrieved a violet pendant from his bag and delicately hung it around Lu Yinxue's neck, whispering, "Wear this. Don't forget me." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him gently, the faint taste of salt lingering between their lips, until a brief honk from a car interrupted their moment. Chapter 63. The Millionaire Youth. A smiling man in military attire leaned out from a jeep, teasingly calling out, "Oh my, whose daughter is indulging in a kiss in broad daylight? Such a breach of decorum." The man was Guo Huaigong, Lu Yinxue's maternal uncle, who, despite being in his 40s, retained a playful spirit that often led to reprimands from the elder. Guo Huaigong glanced at Su Qing and chuckled, "Well, kid, today is your lucky day. Thankfully, the old man isn't here. Otherwise, he would surely knock out a few of your teeth." Su Qing smiled as he licked his lips and handed a plastic bag to Lu Yinxue, saying, "Go now. Remember to keep in touch." The driver acknowledged and started the vehicle. In the distance, on Longquan Mountain, two cold eyes were observing everything through binoculars, including the couple's passionate kiss. "Old demon, quickly inform a young mistress that she has entered the Longquan nursing home. I will pursue that young man." The voice was shrill, laced with an unnameable malice. The one referred to as Old Demon was a gaunt young man, his eyes sparkling with cunning. "Rest assured, I will keep watch here. You go after that young man. Just remember not to kill him. He is a valuable bait, and whether we can lure the young mistress out depends entirely on him." As Old Demon turned around, he realized that he was now alone, with only the rustling of the dense tree canopy in the wind remaining. "The incessant presence of mosquitoes in this wretched place has nearly drained me dry," the Old Demon muttered under his breath as he retrieved a bottle of medicated oil, pouring its contents over himself. The taxi driver showcased remarkable driving skills, and after traversing a couple of miles, he suddenly smiled and remarked, "Young man, there's a tail following us. Shall I shake it off?" Su Qing turned to glance back and indeed spotted a white Mitsubishi Jeep lingering 100 meters behind. Frowning, he extracted 300 yuan notes from his pocket and placed them beside the meter. "Driver, shake it off." The driver chuckled as he pocketed the money, softly advising, "Buckle up." Just as Su Qing secured his seatbelt, the driver floored the accelerator, and the car surged forward with a whoosh. Caught off guard, Su Qing leaned back heavily against the leather seat. The taxi instantly accelerated to 100 miles per hour, darting away like an arrow, swiftly leaving the pursuing vehicle behind by several hundred meters. Fortunately, they were in the suburbs, devoid of speed cameras. Otherwise, the driver's earnings would scarcely cover the fines. The Mitsubishi, with its superior performance, soon began to close the gap, but the outsider, unfamiliar with the roads, could not match the driver's skill. After 15 minutes, the taxi driver veered into a side road, twisting and turning until he completely lost the Mitsubishi from sight, then steadily drove into the city. Once the speed diminished, the driver, with a sense of pride, proclaimed, "What a little devil's car. It pales in comparison to our Jetta diesel. I'd outpace it any day." Su Qing chuckled, thinking how unexpected it was that this driver harbored such youthful defiance, eager to outdo the foreign vehicles. Regardless of the origins of the Mitsubishi that had been tailing him, Su Qing remained vigilant as he alighted from the taxi, selecting a spot not too distant from home before hailing another cab to take him directly to his doorstep. Upon entering, Su Qing called out and made his way to the dining table, lifting the cover to reveal 4 untouched dishes: oyster sauce beef, braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, and vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes, all his favorites. Although they had cooled, their enticing appearance compelled him to pop a rib into his mouth. "You haven't had dinner yet? I'll heat up the dishes for you," Qin Bing naturally remarked, rising to carry 2 plates into the kitchen, soon followed by the sounds of the spatula at work. "My sister-in-law knows me well." Su Qing smiled as he seated himself at the desk, the chair still warm. Just as he logged onto the WeChat app, Qin Bing emerged with steaming plates of food. "Qingzi, it's time to eat." Su Qing quickly retrieved a small brocade box from a plastic bag and deftly flicked it onto the table. "Sister-in-law, I brought you a little something. See which one you like best." Opening the brocade box, Qin Bing's eyes sparkled as 2 violet pendants caught the light, particularly the laughing Methria pendant, which evoked an inexplicable fondness, compelling her to cradle it in her hands for a closer inspection. "So beautiful. Is this jade? How much did it cost?" As Qin Bing gazed upon the delicate object, her affection for it deepened. The gentle warmth emanating from her palm suggested that this small treasure was indeed of considerable value. "As long as you like it, dear teacher, the trinket you carve for me comes at no cost. Once I'm master jade carving, you may have as many as you desire," she said. Su Qing casually tossed a piece of beef into his mouth, chewing with a delightful crunch, savoring the exquisite flavor. Qin Bing shot him a disapproving glance, swatting his hand away from the braised fish, chiding him, "Go wash your hands. At your age, you ought to have a sense of hygiene." Su Qing chuckled, straightened his posture, and offered an awkward salute, declaring, "As you command," before darting into the kitchen. Qin Bing gathered her long hair and fastened the laughing Buddha pendant around her neck, gently caressing the small trinket against her chest, a knowing smile blossoming on her face. Su Qing, shaking the droplets from his hands, sat down at the dining table with a grin, devouring the spread before him with the ferocity of a tempest. Qin Bing rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing him eat, occasionally reminding him to slow down and not choke. Halfway through the meal, Su Qing suddenly had a thought and inquired, "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to eat?" Qin Bing shook her head, replying, "I've already eaten. If you enjoy it, it's best to finish everything to avoid leftovers going bad. In a few days, we'll rent a place with a refrigerator." Su Qing smiled, pulling a set of keys and an entry pass from his pocket and placing them before her with a certain pride. "We have a place at Huijing Garden. We can move in 3 days. It's fully equipped. Just bring a couple of outfits." "What?" Qin Bing could hardly believe her ears. She grabbed the entry pass and scrutinized it, frowning. "Qingzi, did you purchase a villa?" The entry pass clearly indicated the type of property and its designation, boldly stating luxury villa, area number 6. Su Qing nodded. "I had good fortune in Yunnan this time. I made some money from gambling on stones. We deserved to have our own home, and Huijing Garden seemed quite nice, so I secured a unit." Aware of her unfavorable impression of Tangwa Bin, he deliberately omitted the term gift, opting instead for secured. Chapter 64. Does he have abilities too? Observing Su Qing's triumphant demeanor, Qin Bing felt increasingly uneasy. She knew that maintaining a villa incurs substantial monthly management fees, and although she was unaware of how much Su Qing had earned, her subconscious deemed it a hasty decision. If they could afford the villa but could not sustain living there, it would be quite the embarrassment. "Qingzi, you must tell me the truth about what you did in Yunnan. Otherwise, I will not move into that house," she insisted with a serious expression. A deep furrow of concern etched upon her brow, tightening her grip on a spoon. "Sister-in-law, all my money comes from participating in the stone gambling trade. I can't recall the exact figures, but it's approximately 7 or 800 million. Rest assured, this money is entirely legitimate." Qin Bing was utterly stunned, her spoon clattering onto the table in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Did you just say you earned how much from gambling on stones? 7 or 800 million? Su Qing casually replied, scooping some seaweed egg soup in his bowl. "And the small trinket I brought you is also carved from jadeite material, worth at least a few million." Wealth has now become something easily attainable for him. There is no need for deliberate pursuit. In a nutshell, sufficient is enough. "Sister-in-law, all my money is on this card. Please take it." Su Qing produced several bank cards and gently pushed them across the table towards Qin Bing. Qin Bing shook her head and replied, "No need. I've already settled all debts. You should keep this money for yourself." Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then retracted a few cards, leaving just one behind. "Take this one. You will need it for groceries and such." The password remains the same as before. Unable to refuse, Qin Bing nodded and accepted the card, earnestly advising, "Qingzi, even with money, you must not neglect your studies. The official school term starts in a few days." Spend more time at home reviewing your books. Indeed, the house is not far from Jiangxing University, primarily for convenience in attending classes. Tomorrow, you should quit your job, and we can start a jewelry business together, becoming our own bosses. Qin Bing frowned and responded, you have yet to learn jade carving. You cannot even ensure a steady supply of materials. It will be wiser to wait until you master the craft before opening a shop. Besides, although the current job is somewhat demanding, I find it quite enjoyable. I do not wish to resign and become a burden. Determined to pursue what he had set his mind to, Su Qing planned to discuss the matter thoroughly with Elder Shui once he moved to Jiangxing in a few days. If his sister-in-law was unwilling to assist him, he could simply hire someone to take care of it. After finishing dinner, Qin Bing began to clear the dishes. Bored, Su Qing moved to his desk and logged onto the internet. A message from a user named Seeing Through the Red Dust appeared, prompting him to open it. Upon reading it, his expression shifted slightly. Bro, do you believe in supernatural powers? Seeing Through the Red Dust continued. We've known each other for several years. Haven't we? Su Qing replied. Yes, you were the first friend I made when I learned to chat. Feeling a sense of tension in the atmosphere, he wondered what the other person would say next. Supernatural powers? Seeing Through the Red Dust stated, if I told you I possessed supernatural powers, would you believe me? Su Qing answered, I would, but what kind of powers do you have? That's a secret, but I've decided to share it with you. Su Qing sent a playful smirk emoji. I've discovered that whenever I see a beautiful girl, I feel a surge of energy, sigh. Su Qing was taken aback, thinking to himself, is that really a supernatural power? He scoffed at the absurdity. Seeing Through the Red Dust continued. There is something even stranger that I haven't mentioned yet. Please don't judge too quickly. I was holding a sunflower seed in my hand, and guess what happened? Su Qing rolled his eyes, thinking the person might be concocting something ridiculous. I placed the seed in my palm, and within 10 seconds, it sprouted into a vine and even bloomed. It was incredibly bizarre. The watermelon vine grew 2 meters long. Su Qing frowned, contemplating the plausibility of the events. If true, this individual might possess some extraordinary ability, much like his own eyes. At that moment, Seeing Through the Red Dust sent a photo, depicting a fist with a long watermelon vine grasped in the palm. The image was somewhat blurry, seemingly taken with a phone. Bro, do you believe this? This is undeniably true. I even deliberately purchased numerous plant seeds for experimentation, and within merely 10 seconds, they sprouted and began to grow leaves. It seems that in my next life, I am destined to become an absurd landscaping worker. Su Zukingfeng, you've struck gold, but be cautious. If others find out, you might end up being dissected. Seeing his friend remain unresponsive, Jian Pahongchan Titu couldn't help but feel anxious. It was his first time discussing his abilities with an outsider. Su Zukingfeng, I just want to pour myself a cup of tea. You didn't think I would report you, did you? Jian Pahong Chunbu T2. Ha, go ahead and report me. It's unlikely anyone would believe you. By then, they might just take you for dissection instead. Su Zukingfeng, get lost. Do you think I'm some kind of fool? Gimpel Hong Chenbu Titu, honestly. I've been on edge these past few days. Chatting with you has made me feel immensely lighter. You're truly a confidant. I'm off to sleep now. With that, he abruptly logged off, leaving Su Qing with a bittersweet smile. He powered down his computer and headed to the bathroom for a chaotic bath. Embracing his carved tooth sculpture, he lay down in bed, succumbing to deep slumber amidst the gentle sounds of chanting. After spending 2 tranquil days at home on the 3rd day, Qin Bing took a day off to help Su Qing move. Last night, Gao Mingyang called to inform him that everything in the villa was ready for occupancy. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the entrance of Huijing Garden. Su Qing made a call to notify Gao Mingyang, and within 5 minutes, he appeared with several robust young men, clearly there to assist with the moving. Su Qing's travel bags were equipped with wheels, so he required no assistance. Gao Mingyang subtly signaled to the young men behind him, who promptly vacated the area, resembling indifferent passers-by. Upon entering the villa, Qin Bing, despite having mentally prepared herself, was still taken aback. The opulence and grandeur, blending Eastern and Western styles in perfect harmony, was evident in every piece of furniture and appliance, all of which were top tier. Yet, the two of them residing in such a lavish villa felt excessively lonely. After guiding the siblings through a tour of the villa, Gao Mingyang smiled and inquired, Su Xiao, are you satisfied with the arrangement of the villa? Su Qing nodded, it's quite good. Let's keep it this way for now. Gao Mingyang replied with a grin, Su Xiao, I have also found you a trustworthy and capable housekeeper. If you wish, she can come over right away. With such a large villa, having no one to manage, it would indeed be troublesome. Hiring a housekeeper was a necessity. Su Qing had never employed a maid before. After a moment's hesitation, He inquired, what is her age? What is the monthly salary? Gao Mingyang replied with a smile. She is 45 years old. Her surname is Zeng. And the monthly salary is tentatively set at 1,800. As for the labor contract, I can handle that for you. Su Qing cast an inquiring glance at Qin Bing, believing that such matters were better managed by his sister-in-law. Qin Bing frowned slightly and remarked, in such a large villa, hiring a maid would be beneficial. You would be able to study with peace of mind. However, I wonder if her cooking will suit your taste. Gao Mingyang confidently responded, that is not a concern. Sister Zeng's culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. You can sample her cooking today, and if you are unsatisfied, feel free to call me. Qin Bing relaxed her brow and said, then let us have her come over now. It is nearly lunchtime. Gao Mingyang promptly made a phone call, and after a quarter of an hour, the phone rang. He answered with a smile. It seems I need to go out to greet her personally. The security in the independent villa area was quite stringent. Ordinarily, outsiders could not enter without a pass, unless the villa owner personally escorted them. Of course, due to Gao Mingyang's special status, he had no issues bringing someone in. 5 minutes later, Gao Mingyang entered, accompanied by a middle-aged woman dressed in a sky-blue shirt. Su Qing, seated on the sofa, smiled and nodded. Su Xiao, this is Zeng Xiaoying. From now on, you may call her Sister Zeng. Sister Zeng stepped forward a couple of steps and bowed to Su Qing and Qin Bing, saying, hello, Su Xiao. Hello, Mississippi. Su Qing replied, greetings. I will be relying on you for household matters from this point onward. His implication suggested he was quite satisfied with the new maid. Sister Zeng smiled bitterly and said, Su Xiao, Manager Gao is a good person. To be frank, I've already met 10 employers this month, not including you. Su Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward Gao Mingyang, questioning the meaning behind introducing a maid who had not been hired by 10 others. Gao Mingyang's expression changed, and he awkwardly chuckled. Su Xiao, Sister Zeng is indeed a capable worker, but her family situation is somewhat unique, and she has a small request before starting. Su Qing smiled faintly, his impression of Sister Zeng diminishing. It was unusual for a maid to make requests before commencing work. At that moment, Qin Bing spoke up, Sister Zeng, what is your request? Please feel free to share. After a moment of hesitation, Sister Zeng whispered, I assure you I will not be lazy at work, but I would like to request an advance on 2-year salary. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. An advance on 2-year salary? Su Qing finally understood the reason behind her previous rejections by other employers. It was unreasonable to expect an advance on her wages. Especially for 2 years, no one would agree to such a request. Qin Bing furrowed her brow and gently asked, would you mind sharing the reason for this advance on your salary? With tears welling in her eyes and a look of anguish on her face, Sister Zeng replied, 3 days ago, my daughter was in a car accident and requires surgery. That is why I thought of requesting an advance on my wages. 40,000 for 2 years should suffice, and I can borrow a bit more to cover her medical expenses. Su Qing's heart stirred, and he calmly asked, Manager Gao, is what she said true? Gao Mingyang felt beads of sweat begin to form on his forehead, inwardly lamenting that Sister Zeng was utterly incapable of navigating the situation. She had been instructed to first attend to her duties before seeking an opportunity to clarify matters with young Master Su. Now, it seemed she had entangled him in her quest for goodwill. Before Gao Mingyang could respond, Sister Zeng produced a medical record from her pocket and presented it to Su Qing, exclaiming, Young Master Su, this is my daughter's medical record. Please do not make things difficult for Manager Gao. He is a good man. Su Qing remained silent, accepting the medical record and glancing at the name, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Han Shui. He felt as though he had heard it somewhere before, yet he could not place it. Noticing Su Qing's furrowed brow as he perused the record, Gao Mingyang quickly stepped forward and whispered, Young Master. Her daughter used to work at the Tianshan Run Jian Sauna Center. She is a devoted girl, still pursuing her university studies. Chapter 66. French Cuisine with Hands. Suddenly, a delicate visage surfaced in Su Qing's mind, and he finally recalled who Han Shui was. The medical record in his hand seemed to grow weighty. He lifted his gaze to Sister Zeng, whose expression was one of profound sorrow, and discreetly returned the record, stating, I believe you. How much will the surgery cost in total? Sister Zeng appeared momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes as she replied tremulously. The doctor said it would be at least 80,000. Su Qing turned to Gao Mingyang and inquired, is there any money left from what Brother Tang allocated for purchases? Gao Mingyang candidly responded, there remains 612,000. With a slight smile, Su Qing instructed, give 12,000 to Sister Zeng, and return the remainder to Brother Tang. I do not have cash on hand. Gao Mingyang was overjoyed, hastily pulling Sister Zheng aside and urging, "You should thank young Master Su promptly. In the future, be sure to work diligently." With tears welling in her eyes, Sister Zheng bowed deeply to Su Qing, expressing, "Thank you, young Master Su, thank you." Su Qing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a small matter. You and Manager Gao should go collect the money. There is no need for you to come back today. We can simply go out for a meal." As he watched Sister Zheng and Gao Mingyang depart, Su Qing could not help but exhale a sigh. To be honest, he wished to see Han Shui, yet he felt the weight of awkwardness in his identity. Perhaps it would be better to wait for another occasion. "Qingzi, do you know Sister Zheng's daughter?" Qin Bing inquired, her expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. Su Qing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I met her once before." Qin Bing blinked and pressed on. "Was it at the sauna center?" Su Qing, rather nonchalantly, confirmed, "Yes. It was a legitimate massage. Shall I take you there someday for a treat?" Qin Bing rolled her eyes and stood up, retorting, "No, thank you. You should refrain from frequenting such places in the future. Now, let's go out for dinner." The villa was equipped with every conceivable amenity, save for provisions. Su Qing pulled out his phone and called Gao Mingyang, instructing him to have someone deliver some rice and ingredients, along with a few sets of seasonings for the kitchen, and to fill the large refrigerators. Once he completed these arrangements, he set off on foot with Qin Bing, exiting the Huijing Garden community. Not far from the community lay the bustling commercial pedestrian street, lined with various shops and an abundance of dining options. Su Qing pointed towards an opulent French restaurant ahead and suggested, "Sister, shall we indulge in some Western fare?" Qin Bing nodded with a smile. "Let us go. I have never tried this before. Today shall be a delightful new experience." She was acutely aware that her younger brother-in-law had already ascended into the ranks of billionaires, and thus his attitude towards spending had become rather nonchalant. As the two entered the restaurant and had yet to take their seats, Qin Bing spotted a familiar face, Zhou Junfeng, the business manager from her company. He was a fair-skinned young man with an aura reminiscent of a wealthy heir, often considering himself a heartthrob among housewives. Previously, he had made numerous advances towards Qin Bing, but after being rebuffed several times, he had finally tempered his pursuits. To her surprise, she encountered him here. Zhou Junfeng was engaged in conversation with a woman in a striking red dress, whose beauty bore significant archaeological value, as they sipped red wine. Upon noticing Qin Bing, he raised his glass and offered a polite smile. Out of courtesy, Qin Bing nodded in acknowledgement, only to be met with a scathing glare from the woman in red, who immediately began to interrogate Zhou Junfeng. Su Qing, observing this from the side, felt quite displeased. Zhou Junfeng explained something to the woman, then summoned a tall, prominent-nosed waiter, whispering a few words in fluent French. The woman seemed to comprehend, covering her mouth as she giggled, a sight so ludicrous that even a fly would think twice before approaching. Qin Bing, however, was unfazed by the scene. She guided Su Qing to a window-side table, where the polite waiter presented them with a menu. Upon glancing at it, Su Qing was taken aback, for it was entirely in French, devoid of a single Chinese character. Regaining his composure, he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, all in French. What a rip-off." Qin Bing chuckled softly, saying, "It seems we will need to find a French-speaking translator just to enjoy this meal." Though their conversation was quiet, the woman in red overheard and sneered, "Country bumpkins. Trying to eat Western food." Su Qing, immediately incensed, stood up and pointed at her, exclaiming, "Who are you to judge? I can eat Western food if I please. It has nothing to do with you and your Jurassic appearance. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can frighten people. You should stay where you belong, away from civilized company." His outburst drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, and the woman's face shifted through shades of red and white, a truly remarkable display. Even Zhou Junfeng recoiled, shrinking his neck as if trying to hide, while the bewildered waiter merely shrugged. Having vented his frustrations, Su Qing sat back down, dismissing any notion of French gentlemanly decorum. In his eyes, it was utterly worthless. Dining in a restaurant on their turf was a favor to the French. What did a menu filled with convoluted French dishes mean? Finally, Su Qing understood. The restaurant must have prepared menus in 2 languages, and that insufferable pretty boy had deliberately given him the wrong one. Such petty tricks deserved reprimand. He nonchalantly ordered 2 servings of foie gras, 2 servings of escargot, 2 medium-rare steaks, caviar, a lobster, and a bottle of 1985 Lafite, totaling 18,000 yuan. Indeed, the establishment's prices were not meant for the average patron, though they paled in comparison to those of extravagant venues like Tianshang Renjian. The flavors of French cuisine were quite delightful. Yet the use of knife and fork posed a challenge for young Su, who clumsily made a cacophony as he cut into his plate. The tender steak, perfectly seared on the outside, refused to yield easily, spinning in defiance. Nevertheless, his earlier outburst had rendered the gentlemen of the restaurant speechless, for they were not prepared for the unrefined language of this rural lad. Sue, in a moment of rebellion, cast aside the cutlery, poured some red wine onto his hands to cleanse them, and unabashedly devoured the steak with his bare hands. To wash his hands with a fine 1985 Lafite, and then to feast on steak without ceremony was undoubtedly the most unique spectacle since the restaurant's opening. Many patrons, taken aback, soon raised their thumbs in approval, whispering in admiration about this audacious child, a true marvel. Chapter 67. The Martial Arts Master and the Old Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioner. Barely 5 minutes had passed when Gao Mingyang arrived, accompanied by a group carrying numerous bags. Following closely was Sister Zeng, lugging 2 large plastic bags. Young Master Su, everything you requested has arrived. Please let me know if anything is missing, and I will ensure it is brought to you immediately. Gao Mingyang wiped his brow and casually pulled out a can of Red Bull from the bags. Droplets of condensation glistening on its surface, indicating it had just been retrieved from the refrigerator. Su Qing lazily rose to inspect the items, nodding in satisfaction. This will suffice. With these provisions, I could survive half a year without stepping outside. You have my gratitude. Gao Mingyang smiled. It was no trouble at all. In the future, feel free to reach out directly for any needs. After instructing his men to arrange the items, Sister Zeng efficiently ensured everything was placed in its proper position, fully embracing her role as caretaker. Shortly after Gao Mingyang departed, a call came in from Tang Wubin, announcing his arrival at the entrance of Huijing Garden. Su Qing hurried to greet him, finding Tang leaning casually against the car, smoking a cigarette. Here, have one, Tang Wubin offered, opening his metal cigarette case. Ah, a giant panda. Su Qing unabashedly took the entire case, pinched a cigarette between his lips, and pocketed the rest. Get in the car. I'll take you to meet someone, Tang Wubin said, with a playful reprimand as he flicked away the cigarette. But once inside the vehicle, Su Qing lit a cigarette with the lighter, smiling faintly. Who are we meeting? It's not a blind date, is it? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. Is it that martial arts master? Tang Wubin nodded with a grin. The old man asked me to deliver some items and thought it would be a good opportunity to take you along for a stroke of luck. Su Qing felt a surge of adrenaline, his hand trembling as the cigarette slipped from his fingers. Ever since witnessing the duel between Tang Wubin and a Luo, he had nurtured the desire to learn martial arts, and after conversing with a fellow netizen possessing unique abilities, that yearning had intensified. Noticing Su Qing's enthusiasm, Tang Wubin couldn't help but temper his excitement. The old man is quite eccentric. I cannot guarantee he will take you on as a disciple. Undeterred, Su Qing clenched his fist and declared, I've always had good fortune. As long as the old man possesses genuine skill, I am certain I can impress him. Tang De Xiao's smile faded as he said solemnly, however, let me make it clear from the outset, regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds or fails, you must not utter a single word about what you will witness shortly. Do you understand? Su Qing nodded and replied, rest assured, I am not one to gossip. I wouldn't say a thing, even under duress. The vehicle departed the city and traveled southward for half an hour before veering into a dusty path. The uneven terrain caused the chassis to rattle incessantly, and after approximately 10 minutes, it finally came to a halt beside a compound enclosed by a red brick wall. Upon disembarking, Tang Wubin retrieved 2 bulging burlap sacks from the trunk and approached the gate, knocking firmly. Su Qing blinked in curiosity, glancing at the sacks, and his expression shifted dramatically as his heart began to race. The sacks contained 2 complete skeletons, both human. The hollow, dark eye sockets evoked a chill. Unable to suppress his trepidation, Su Qing instinctively took a couple of steps back and, steadying his nerves, whispered, Brother Tang, what on earth is in those bags? Startled, Su Qing gazed at his companion in astonishment, an impulse to flee surging within him. With a creak, the gate swung open, revealing a tall, emaciated old man with a bronze-hued, gaunt face. Squinting, he surveyed the 2 outside before his gaze settled on the burlap sacks in Tang Wubin's hands. Set the items down. You may leave, the old man stated, showing no intention of inviting them inside. Despite his advanced years, his voice resonated like a bell, powerful and commanding. His eyes never straying from the 2 sacks. Tang Wubin smiled gently, his demeanor respectful, and said, Grandfather Wang, I have brought you another disciple. Why not give him a try? Oh, then come in and try, the old man replied, his expression unflappable, before turning to walk away. The courtyard was expansive, spanning over 300 square meters, with 2 brick houses directly ahead. The vast space was barren, devoid of trees, with only sparse patches of grass growing in the crevices of the laid bricks, lending a touch of greenery to the yard. Tang Bin nudged Su Qing with his toe, irritation evident in his voice. "What are you dawdling for? Close the gate. Can't you see I'm holding something?" "Oh, Su Qing zet ponde," turning to shut the gate before following Tang Bin into one of the brick houses. The room was surprisingly bright, furnished in an exceedingly simple manner: a wooden bed, a long table, a wooden cabinet, and a polished wooden sofa. It seemed that everything was singular in number, save for a pair of old wooden slippers lying on the floor beside the bed. Old Wong sat on the sofa, inexplicably holding a dark leather tube, showing no inclination for the two to take a seat. He lowered his head, meticulously examining the indents on the leather tube. Once he had finished inspecting it, he lifted his gaze to glance at Tang Bin, who responded with an understanding smile. He opened the burlap sack and extracted a ghastly white skeleton, resembling a ragged doll, and deliberately shook it in front of the astonished Su Qing, who staggered back in shock. Unfazed, he chuckled. "It's fake. Go ahead, touch it." Tang Bin handed the metallic skeleton to Old Wong, who nimbly fitted the skin tube over the bones. With a push, a figure resembling a human form thudded to the ground. In Chapter 68, Guardian of the Tang Family, Old Wong solemnly retrieved a stopwatch, casting a glance at Su Qing before pressing it down decisively. "Don't just stand there, draw quickly," Tang Bin urged, his voice laced with urgency. The Tang family had been meticulously searching for a successor for Old Wong, and this seemingly simple test had caused many, including Tang Bin himself, to falter. Su Qing squatted down, swiftly sketching a few strokes on the skin-covered bones with chalk. Rising to his feet, he heard a decisive click as Old Wong stopped the stopwatch, his expression darkening as he coldly regarded Tang Bin. "Young Tang, you must have put a lot of thought into this before coming. Haven to you? Dan Gubin Feigen In Godan. What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Su Qing smiled nonchalantly. "Grandpa Wong's suspects were cheating. Can't you see that?" Realization dawned on Tang Bin, his face contorted in grievance. "Grandpa Wong, that is quite unfair. These bones just arrived from the capital today. How could we have had time to cheat?" Su Qing, tossing the chalk nonchalantly, inquired, "What is the connecting line of the bones? How many are there in total?" Old Wong furrowed his brow. "The connecting lines between the 3 bones, also known as sutures, amount to 2. Let us begin." Without waiting for confirmation, he decisively pressed the stopwatch. Su Qing leisurely retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with casual finesse. After enjoying a couple of puffs, he squatted down and swiftly executed 2 strokes before standing and casting a half-smile at the old doctor. Old Wong's eyes lit up. He sprang from the sofa, brushing his finger across the drawn line, suddenly locking his gaze onto Su Qing, his eyes ablaze as though attempting to pierce through him. The atmosphere in the room turned tense and oppressive. For 2 minutes, Old Wong scrutinized Su Qing before bursting into hearty laughter, his booming voice reverberating, causing even the dust from the rafters to fall. Su Qing, quick to react, covered his ears and darted outside, unable to withstand the old man's bellowing. Meanwhile, the hapless Tang Bin found himself covered in dust, wiping his forehead with a rueful smile. "If you're not satisfied with this apprentice, just say so. No need to torment me like this." Old Wong's laughter ceased abruptly as he shot a fierce glance. "Dare you try to take him out of here? Do you believe I won to break a few of your bones?" Tang Bin chuckled. "So, does this mean you're taking Su Qing as your disciple, Grandpa Wong?" Old Wong squinted with a smile. "You're pretending to be clueless, aren't you? I see you have no desire for that ancient tome, The 18 Falls of Clothing." Upon hearing the title, Tang Bin sprang to life, rushing out to pull Su Qing back in. "You little rascal, you wanted to learn martial arts, didn't you? Hurry up and pay your respects to your master." Poor Su Qing was unceremoniously pushed before Old Wong, bowing 3 times, and with a resigned tone, he called out, "Master," lifting his head to cast a look of deep resentment at Tang Bin, silently lamenting, "I really chose my friends poorly." Elder Wong was thoroughly pleased with his disciple. As soon as the disciple finished bowing, Wong hurriedly helped him up, exclaiming with a smile, "Well, I never expected that in my twilight years I would receive an heir. It seems that fate has been kind to me." Su Qing shot a glance at Tang Bin before respectfully asking, "Master, may I inquire when you will teach me the art of combat?" Elder Wong gestured for Su Qing to take a seat on the sofa and replied with a smile, "Do you know the lineage and school of your master, and what kind of martial arts I practice?" Su Qing was perplexed, thinking that as long as he could learn a technique to defeat young Master Tang, a quick method would be most desirable. After all, he had a score to settle. Elder Wang seemed to sense Su Qing's thoughts and said slowly, "Are you hoping to learn a few swift techniques? The kind that would allow you to deal with Tang right away?" Su Qing's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Is there truly such technique?" Elder Wang, with an enigmatic smile, leaned closer to Su Qing's ear and whispered a few words. Then, giving him a light pat on the shoulder, he encouraged, "Go on. Challenge young Tang." Su Qing, filled with a mix of doubt and determination, glanced at Elder Wang before turning to Tang Guobin and saying, "Brother Tang, shall we step outside for a friendly spar?" Tang Guobin felt a chill run down his spine and forced a smile, saying, "Are you really going to repay my kindness with malice? I had good intentions." Su Qing touched the swollen bump on his forehead and chuckled. "Usually, I settle scores on the spot, but let me try out my new technique this time." Tang Guobin shook his head vigorously, fully aware that Elder Wang's techniques were ruthless and could cause severe injury. He recalled his childhood trauma and knew that even facing a novice like Su Qing, he was already at a disadvantage. "Brother, can't we call this off?" he pleaded, but before he could protest further, Elder Wang shot him a stern look and commanded, "Disciple, make your move." Su Qing circled behind Tang Guobin and raised his left palm, aiming a strike at the back of his neck, a seemingly ordinary chop that could render him unconscious if it struck the right spot. With a sharp intake of breath, Tang Guobin evaded the strike, only for Su Qing to quickly follow up with a right fist, landing a precise blow to the energy point below his navel. Poor Tang Guobin's body went limp, collapsing into Su Qing's arms, unconscious. Staring blankly at the fallen Tang Guobin, Su Qing felt his mind go blank. He turned to Elder Wang and shouted, "Master, please help wake him up." Elder Wang chuckled and suggested, "Why not give him a couple of slaps?" Hearing this, Su Qing felt encouraged. He grasped Tang Guobin by the collar and delivered 2 sharp slaps. However, to his surprise, the latter's head merely tilted without any sign of awakening. "Come on, wake up. There are beautiful women ahead, without clothes." Su Qing shook him frantically, anxiety causing sweat to bead on his forehead. He feared that if anything happened to Tang Guobin, his life would be forever troubled. "Disciple, this method won't suffice. Let me handle it." Elder Wang gracefully stepped forward, swiftly delivering 2 quick slaps to Tang Guobin's shoulder, then pinching a point below his navel. "Ouch!" Tang Guobin cried out, opening his eyes in a daze, and muttered, "Qingzi, did you just chop me with a palm strike?" Su Qing shook his head and replied, "No, you dodged it." Tang Guobin, with a face full of doubt, touched his cheek and muttered, "I distinctly remember dodging. How come it feels as though I've been slapped twice?" Su Qing turned her face away, sticking out her tongue, secretly relieved that this fellow had completely forgotten the incident of being knocked out by a punch. It seemed luck was on her side. Old Wang cleared his throat a couple of times, opening the 8 Immortals cabinet to retrieve a yellow-covered booklet. He turned and approached Tang Guobin, extending his hand. "Here, take it. Make a copy and return the original to my disciple." Tang Guobin received the booklet as if it were a treasured artifact, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. The Zhan E18 Falls, a martial arts gem passed down by ancestors, was certainly superior to any form of karate or judo. Old Wang's Zhan E18 Falls was indeed a genuine manual of internal martial arts. When Tang Guobin was young, he had witnessed Old Wang demonstrate this technique, casually strolling past hundreds of armed thugs, sending those who dared to strike at him flying as if they had touched a spring, leaving at least 70 or 80 with broken arms and legs, all while Old Wang kept his hands behind his back. From that day forth, Old Wang became a guardian deity in the hearts of the Tang family, ensuring that any malevolent individuals who plotted against the Tang family met with a tragically grim fate, some even mysteriously vanishing without a trace. In the eyes of the Tang family, Old Wang was both enigmatic and awe-inspiring. Chapter 69, The Buddhist Essence of Wisdom. Old Wang was a solitary figure, seldom mentioned to have friends or heirs, often spending time in this courtyard, occasionally visiting the Tang family. Tang Guobin had sought to take Old Wang as his master multiple times, but after failing the initial test according to the rules, Old Wang never granted him a second chance. Passionate about martial arts since childhood, Tang Guobin was left to pursue karate and jiu-jitsu instead. 3 years ago, Old Wang made a request to the Tang family, proposing to bring 10 promising young individuals each year for testing, indicating that the aging elder had a desire to take on apprentices. Over the course of 3 years, dozens of young candidates underwent the test, yet none succeeded, including Tang Guobin himself. Holding the Zhan E18 Falls, Tang Guobin's heart surged with emotion, and his eyes became unexpectedly moist. Su Qing, noticing his demeanor, chuckled softly and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's just an old book. Why are you so moved? Stop crying, be good." Old book? Tang Bin and Old Wang shouted in unison, causing Su Qing's eardrums to ring, followed by a shower of spittle. Old book? Bring me a few to take a look at. Unworthy disciple. How dare you call my ancient texts an old book? You shall be punished. Su Qing, with a head full of black lines, silently endured the onslaught of saliva, lamenting inwardly about how he had managed to provoke such a swift change in their attitudes. It was indeed difficult to be a good person in this world. All right, I admit my mistake. It's not an old book, it's the Buddha's palm. The Sunflower Manual, the 9 Yang Manual, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and the 9 white bone claws. Does that satisfy you? Su Qing feigned contrition, yet within, he remained defiant, whimsically recalling various low-tier manuals from memory. Ha! You've got some nerve. Tang Bin gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Wang furrowed his brows and said earnestly, in martial arts, the greatest taboo is to be overly ambitious. Mastering the Zhan E18 falls will benefit you immensely throughout your life. The likes of the Relic Divine Palm and the Sunflower Scripture are merely fanciful and superficial paths. You are not to mention them again. Old Wang had not anticipated that the disciple he had painstakingly accepted would be one who merely followed the lead. He initially intended to scold him, but, upon reflection, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said slowly, "It is not difficult to gain access to ancient texts. If you can cultivate a sense of qi within 7 days, you may peruse the ancient texts in my cabinet at your leisure." Seeing Su Qing's bewildered expression, Tang Bin jested, "You understand inner strength, right? It's akin to the Sunflower Scripture you practice. With a single palm strike, one can blow away a multitude." Su Qing, quick on the uptake, retorted with narrowed eyes, refusing to be courteous to someone attempting to take advantage. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear about this qi sensation either, but I know that achieving it within a week is fundamentally impossible. Tang Bin grinned and winked at Su Qing. Su Qing rolled his eyes and turned to Old Wang, asking, "Master, what constitutes a sense of qi?" Old Wang did not respond verbally, but extended his left palm toward the closed cabinet doors, commanding, "Watch closely." With a swift pull of his hand, the cabinet doors creaked open as if drawn by an invisible force, revealing 2 sheathed short blades and several ancient texts. Before Su Qing could discern the characters on the books, Old Wang thrust his arm forward, and with a resounding clap, the cabinet doors slammed shut, causing the entire cabinet to tremble from a force. With his hand returned behind his back, Old Wang, with a knowing smile, looked at Su Qing and said, "Disciple, this is qi. When you cultivate it to the point of external manifestation, you can strike from 100 paces away and still harm. If after 7 days, you can shake the cabinet door with your palm from a distance, all that lies within will be yours." Having witnessed Old Wang's extraordinary qi skills, Su Qing was now fully convinced that this master was indeed a true recluse of profound skill. It seemed that the 3 kowtows had not been in vain. External manifestation of inner qi? Su Qing repeated thoughtfully, instinctively extending his palm to gently push against the cabinet door. To his astonishment, the door trembled slightly, accompanied by a barely audible sound. Old Wang, suspecting it might be a figment of his imagination, cast a sidelong glance at Su Qing and said, "Try pushing it a few more times." Without hesitation, Su Qing thrust his palms against the cabinet door twice more, producing 2 clear, resonant thuds that echoed in everyone's ears. A glint of brilliance flashed in Old Wang's eyes as he gazed at Su Qing with a gentle smile. "Disciple, you have been practicing internal martial arts for over a decade, haven't you?" Old Wang's left palm, fingers splayed wide, caused the corners of his gray robe to flutter slightly. Su Qing felt an invisible pressure envelop him, making even his breathing somewhat labored. He had the distinct sensation that the master, who had just moments ago been amiable, had now transformed into a cold-faced deity of death, ready to strike him down without hesitation at the slightest provocation. Su Qing felt a sense of grievance, thinking to himself, "Now it seems I've stirred doubts in Old Wang. What a stroke of misfortune." However, the innate pride within him compelled him to take an unexpectedly bold action. He straightened his neck and declared, "I have never practiced any internal martial arts. Believe it or not, it is entirely up to you." Old Wang's gaze turned icy as he calmly replied, "The ability to project internal energy and influence object from a distance is a realm I only attained after turning 20. Young friend, you possess extraordinary talent. Why waste your efforts trying to extract from me this trivial knowledge that is destined for the earth?" This time, he omitted the term disciple, addressing Su Qing directly as young friend, indicating that Old Wang had concluded Su Qing was a schemer with ulterior motives. Su Qing found himself at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance towards Tang Bin. Grandpa Wang, Qingzi just graduated from university this year. Even if he'd been training in internal martial arts since birth, he couldn't possibly be more skilled than you. Besides, it was I who mentioned his desire to become your disciple. He had no prior knowledge of your name. Tang Guobin fervently explained, but alas, old Wang remained unmoved, his expression growing even colder. With a swift motion, old Wang positioned himself in front of Su Qing, raising his left arm and placing his palm against Su Qing's forehead. Su Qing felt a warm current surge through him, and his elevated left foot suddenly froze, leaving him unable to place it down. Alarmed, he instinctively resisted, and a faint golden aura erupted from his eyes, clashing with the energy old Wang was injecting. Thwack! Old Wang's hand was pushed back 2 inches. A look of astonishment flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Where did you learn the Buddhist concept of prajna meditation, boy?" As soon as old Wang removed his hand, the pressure on Su Qing diminished significantly, and his foot finally found solid ground, a comforting sensation indeed. However, before he could steady himself, a loud shout startled him, causing him to stumble precariously. Su Qing was puzzled. What Buddhist scriptures? I have never even crossed the threshold of a temple in my life, though I have encountered a few bald monks. Just the other day, I purchased a broken statue of a bodhisattva. Wait, could it be that tooth-carved statue? I have no connection to Buddhism. Just a few nights ago, I brought home a tooth-carved Wei-Dua statue from Yunnan, and I have been hugging it to sleep since. I even hear the old monk chanting in my dreams, and I sleep so soundly old Wang's eyes lit up with intrigue as he glanced at the receipt, his expression turning solemn. Disciple, where's the Wei-Dua tooth carving now? It's right on my bedside. I was even thinking of turning it into a pillow to enhance my sleep quality, Su Qing replied with a hint of pride. Old Wang chuckled. Hearing you speak of it has piqued my interest in this carving. I wonder if you have a guest room? His implication was clear. He wished to visit Su Qing's residence to see the Wei-Dua statue for himself. We have plenty of guest rooms. If the master wishes to stay for a few days, I would welcome you with open arms. All right, you two wait outside for a moment while I prepare. Old Wang waved his hand, signaling them to step out as he retrieved a wooden box from the 8 Immortals cabinet to organize his travel items. Inside the car, Tang Guobin eagerly flipped through the ancient tome, resembling a child with a coveted toy. Curious, Su Qing attempted to lean over for a better look, but Tang Guobin deliberately shifted his body to obstruct his view. Su Qing curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "So you won't let me see it, huh? If master teaches me better skills in the future, don't be surprised if I share them with my brothers." What? You plan to share what Grandpa Wang taught you with the guys? Tang Xiao suddenly turned around, his eyes wide with excitement. I used to think that way, but not anymore, Su Qing replied, shrugging indifferently as he began to meditate. Tang Xiao, now genuinely anxious, disregarded the ancient text and tugged at Su Qing's arm, pleading, "Good brother, I was just joking. You must teach me the skills that Grandpa Wang imparts. If not, I'll become your disciple right now." He straightened his body, preparing to bow, but forgot he was in the car, resulting in a loud thud as his head struck the roof, causing him to cry out in pain. "Huh? Take it easy, you rascal. This car is mine, and if you break it, you'll have to pay." Su Qing laughed heartily, teasing him further. At that moment, the car door swung open, and old Wang, carrying a wooden box, squeezed into the back seat. "Drive, and also tell your father to send 2 steamed base to my disciple's place," he instructed nonchalantly, closing his eyes to rest. Tang Guobin did not dare to delay, pulling out his phone to make a call before starting the vehicle, heading straight for home. The car sped along, stopping in front of the villa an hour later. As soon as they entered, Sister Zeng warmly handed them several pairs of slippers. Su Qing helped old Wang with the box into the house. Gazing at the villa's opulent decorations, old Wang smiled faintly and said, "Disciple, it is quite remarkable that at such a young age, you have managed to acquire this estate. Moving forward, you must remain humble and avoid arrogance. A martial artist must value trust over material wealth in order to achieve success." Sister Zeng replied with a smile. "Miss Qing is upstairs on the internet. She said she would come down for dinner later." Su Qing nodded, saying, "All right, please make 2 cups of tea." After placing the box down, he dashed upstairs, quickly returning with a statue of Wei-Dua and handed it over to old Wang. Old Wang took the statue and examined it closely, his expression growing increasingly serious. Finally, he sighed and said, "My dear disciple, your fortune is such that even I feel a twinge of envy. Do you know the origin of this Buddhist treasure?" Su Qing and Tang Guobin exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in confusion, eager for enlightenment. Old Wang's demeanor turned grave as he said, "The law is not to be shared with 6 ears. Tang, you go outside and guard the entrance. No one is to enter." A slight misstep in handling this matter could bring catastrophic trouble to your family. Tang Xiao was taken aback, quickly rising to rush outside, forgetting to change his slippers. Su Qing sensed the gravity of the situation, approached Sister Zeng, and quietly instructed her. She nodded, understanding, and ascended the stairs, aware that the secrets of wealthy families should remain confidential. Su Qing sat beside old Wang, his face alight with excitement, and said, "Master, please don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what makes this carving so special." Old Wang clasped the statue on both sides, smiling, "Watch closely. Today I shall allow this Prajnar relic to re-enter the world." With a swift clap of his hands, a resounding crack echoed through the air as the seemingly indestructible ivory carving shattered like decayed wood, fragments of yellowish white cascading down. As Wang Lao withdrew his hands, the remaining shards fell away, and Su Qing looked down to discover several petite, pale golden orbs resting atop the ivory debris. Wang Lao bent down to collect the beads, displaying them in the palm of his hand, a look of elation gracing his features. "Disciple, do you know what these are?" Su Qing scrutinized the 5 irregularly shaped orbs, furrowing his brow in contemplation before replying. Could these be the relics left behind by the old monk? Wang Lao beamed with joy upon seeing the 5 relics. All his previous doubts evaporated like mist. He secretly rejoiced at having a disciple with such a karmic connection to Buddhism, believing that, given time, Su Qing's martial prowess would be boundless. "Master, I once heard that relics are merely stones from the old monk's stomach, possibly even kidney stones. Is it truly worthy of such exuberance?" Chapter 71. The Secrets of Ancient Martial Arts. Su Qing analyzed the composition of the relics from a scientific perspective. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp rap on his head made him wince in pain. Wang Lao leisurely flicked his finger and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these 5 relics are the essence cultivated in the Dantian of the 5th patriarch of Prajna before his enlightenment. Each holds a lifetime of mastery. Possessing even one could allow you to sway the tides of fate. Who would have thought that you, having shattered countless wooden fish in your past life, would possess such a connection to the Buddha?" Rubbing the bump on his head, Su Qing offered a wry smile. "I've never struck a wooden fish, but you've certainly knocked some sense out of me. If you desire them, take them. There is no need to hit me." Wang Lao's expression shifted slightly as he chuckled. "Though the Prajnar relics are extraordinary, I am unworthy of their blessings. Otherwise, a single one could grant me a breakthrough to the Earth realm and extend my life by a century. Why then would I seek a successor to inherit my legacy? Take them." With an outstretched hand, he presented the 5 Prajnar relics to Su Qing. Wang Lao sipped from his teacup with a faint smile and began to recount a little-known secret. The illustrious civilization of China has endured for millennia. However, the history of humanity itself can be traced back millions of years. Perhaps from a moment humanity gained wisdom and learned to think independently, there existed a small group dedicated to exploring the depths of human potential, seeking ways to extend their own lifespans. This group became known as the original martial artists, or ancient warriors. These ancient warriors endeavored to transcend their limits through various means, shunning worldly conflicts as they fervently pursued the power within their hearts. Over countless generations, they accumulated knowledge, acquiring strengths far beyond those of ordinary humans, resulting in significantly prolonged lifespans. Occasionally, an ancient warrior would reveal extraordinary abilities among the common populace, earning reverence akin to that of deities. The so-called immortals are largely reflections of the ancient warriors who walked among humanity. From the era of Yin and Huang until now, thousands of years have passed, during which ancient martial artists have achieved countless glories. Even Master Wang once believed that figures like Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor in history possessed formidable abilities as ancient martial artists. However, due to various unknown reasons, the lineage of ancient martial artists has gradually diminished over time. The only criterion for joining their ranks is the ability to manifest one's internal energy externally. Presently, the cultivation methods across the vast land of Huaxia are divided into 4 realms: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, while the higher saint realm, according to Master Wang, has become a mere legend hundreds of years ago. Master Wang is aware of the name of the last ancient martial artist to enter the saint realm, which startled Su Qing greatly upon hearing it: Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong, the true man of Tongwei. According to Master Wang, the Huang realm manifests internal energy externally. The Xian realm controls objects with qi. The Di realm can split mountains and carve stones. while those who ascend to the Tian realm experience the 5 qi rising to the sun and the initial formation of internal elixirs, traversing between heaven and earth. The Saint realm has become a legendary existence. The breakthrough for each realm is exceedingly arduous, and with it comes an increase in lifespan. Ancient martial artists in the Xian and Huang realms have lifespans similar to ordinary people, while those who step into the D realm can extend their lives by more than 60 years. If fortune favors them and they break through to the Tian realm, their lifespan can increase at least threefold. In his words, the true man of Tongwei, who ascended to the Saint realm, possesses a lifespan beyond estimation, perhaps still residing in seclusion somewhere, leading a carefree life. When a Tian realm ancient martial artist's life draws to a close, they often leave behind an internal elixir that encapsulates their cultivation, possessing a remarkable attribute known as yuan. Those with fate can absorb part of its immense power, thus soaring to greatness, while it is merely an ordinary congealed substance in the hands of the ill-fated. The 5 precious Protagonist relics hidden within the tooth-carved statue of Wei Tuo were once owned by eminent monks of the Tian realm, revered as the 5 ancestors of Protagonist. These monks are said to have lived during the era of Emperor Gaozu of Tang and founded the Protagonist sect within the territory of the Piao Kingdom, present-day Myanmar, gaining unparalleled fame. The tales of the 5 ancestors of Protagonist are widely circulated among ancient martial artists, and since their time, there have been no reports of individuals breaking through to the Tian realm in Myanmar, which explains why Master Wang can immediately discern the origin of any internal elixir infused with Protagonist energy. As for when the 5 ancestors of Protagonist fell, or why their relics ended up concealed within this tooth-carved statue of Wei Tuo, it remains an inexplicable mystery. Regardless, obtaining 5 legendary Tian realm relics is an extraordinary stroke of fortune, a stroke of luck that even Master Wang envies greatly. With a bitter smile, Master Wang remarked, "In my youth, I was bound by a promise, and now I have lingered at the pinnacle of the Xian realm for over a decade. If I cannot achieve a breakthrough, I may only have another 10 or 8 years to live. At that time, it will be you who must lay this old body to rest." Upon uttering these words, Master Wang's expression darkened. Even a revered monk of the Tian realm ultimately cannot escape the fate of decline, let alone he, an ancient martial artist of the Xian realm, who has surpassed 70 and reached the age of understanding destiny, lamenting the fleeting time he has left in this world. "What are you saying, Master?" Su Qing interjected, pointing to the 5 relics in his hand. "Can we not exchange these for an internal elixir that you can use? 2 for 1 is still a fair trade." Master Wang's eyes brightened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his pupils. His shoulders trembled vigorously, and with a quavering voice, he exclaimed, "Good disciple, this method may indeed allow me to break through. Are you truly willing to part with 2 Protagonist relics for an internal elixir?" Su Qing smiled, directly placing the 5 precious Bodhi relics in a Wang Lao's palm, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? Even if it were 2, I wouldn't mind parting with them. With a master of the earth realm to protect me, all I need is for you to help me settle any disputes." Wang Lao's heart surged with emotion, his hand trembling as he grasped the relics. Gaining an additional 60 years of life felt akin to a rebirth for him. He had never considered the possibility of exchanging a formless inner elixir for a fated one, but Su Qing's words awakened him from his reverie, stirring an overwhelming excitement within. Furthermore, many years prior, he had learned that a fated inner elixir was in the possession of a certain ancient martial artist from the Buddhist sect. Surely, trading 2 for 1 was feasible, and perhaps even a 1-for-1 exchange was possible. What? Only 7 days? Su Qing nearly dropped the relics in disbelief. Such a time frame seemed dreadfully brief. Even accelerated courses do not operate under such constraints. Wang Lao, with an apologetic expression, explained, "I have known the whereabouts of fated inner elixir for years and am eager to rush there. The day I break through to the earth realm will be the day we reunite as master and disciple." That ancient martial artist now resided in a secluded temple on Kunlun Mountain, a journey far too long to mention. Even if he were to acquire the inner elixir, Wang Lao would require a tranquil place to absorb and refine it, and without at least 3 to 5 years, a breakthrough would be nearly impossible. Time waits for no one. How could he not feel anxious? Su Qing felt a sense of relief upon understanding this reasoning. And it was no wonder Wang Lao was keen to distance himself from distractions. After all, who wouldn't he wish to live longer? He nodded resolutely. "Then you should go now. With these 3 relics and the book on the 18 fallen clothes, we can certainly teach ourselves." Wang Lao's demeanor turned serious as he admonished. "The world is fraught with malice. You must not let a third party know about these 3 relics, not even that young scoundrel Tang. You should understand the dangers of possessing such treasures. Now go and fetch him. Su Qing carefully tucked the relics into his pocket and hurried outside to summon Tang Guobin. Accompanying him were several attendants in white robes, bearing a metal tray, presumably delivering steamed perch, along with 2 bottles of Moutai from 1979, their labels tinged with yellow. Upon reaching the dining room, the attendants placed the tray on the table, standing politely to the side. Su Qing went upstairs to call Qin Bing, taking a moment to explain his decision to study martial arts. She showed no opposition. In her view, it was indeed necessary for her affluent younger brother to acquire some self-defense skills. Su Qing instructed Sister Zeng to prepare a spacious guest room for Wang Lao's stay over the next few days, ensuring it was arranged comfortably. He decided to personally handle the cleaning and maintenance as a small gesture of filial piety as a disciple. Sister Zeng readily agreed and immediately began tidying up the room, knowing that fulfilling Su Xiao's arrangements promptly was of utmost importance. Leading Qin Bing into the dining room, they found Wang Lao sternly reprimanding Tang Guobin, who looked pitiful, akin to a schoolboy being scolded by a teacher. Tang's demeanor was meek, devoid of any defiance, and upon noticing Su Qing's arrival, he cast a desperate glance for help. Chapter 72. Night Conversations. Wang Lao was infuriated by Tang Guobin's choice to neglect the martial arts of Huaxia in favor of the empty practice of karate. Yet upon seeing Su Qing approach, his anger dissipated like smoke. He greeted him with a smile and invited him to take a seat. Su Qing, returning the smile, made his way to the dining table, respectfully pouring a glass of Moutai for Wang Lao, and introduced, "Master, this is my sister-in-law, Qin Bing." Wang Lao nodded in acknowledgement, while Qin Bing smiled and greeted him. Tang Guobin, feeling a wave of relief, cast a disgruntled glance at Wang Lao, silently lamenting, "When I sought to become your disciple, you dismissed me with your rigid rules. Now that I've taken up karate, you have the audacity to criticize." Thankfully, Qingzi arrived just in time, or I would have been scolded into foolishness. From now on, I shall never dine with him again. Su Qing poured himself a glass of Moutai and raised it in salute to Wang Lao, saying, "Master, I toast to you." Wang Lao clinked his glass and drank it down in one go, leaving Su Qing astounded. This was a cup nearly 4 ounces in capacity, and with a bottle of Moutai containing less than 8 ounces, such a manner of drinking would swiftly drain 2 bottles. The potency of this liquor was no trifling matter. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qing steeled himself and downed his drink, then picked up a piece of steamed base to savor. As he chewed, the flavor burst forth, tender and sweet, surpassing that of the stone base in the small hotels of Tingchong. "How does the 4-guild base taste?" Wang Lao inquired with a beaming smile. Reaching for the fish's eye, Su Qing, relishing a piece of the fish's belly, replied with a mouthful of flavor, "Delicious. This is the most flavorful fish I have ever tasted, even better than the stone bass from Tingchong." Wang Lao lifted his chopsticks and enjoyed the fish eye, exclaiming, "The 4-guild bass tastes its finest in the golden autumn, though the ones caught now are of lesser quality. The flavor of the fish remains unchanged." Su Qing picked a piece of fish gill and placed it in Qin Bing's bowl. He then deftly extracted a small piece of fish liver from the belly, reciting, "From Xiagushan to Penglangji, the old trees sway in the autumn breeze. Who moors their boat amidst the autumn colors, catching 3-foot plump bass." This verse, penned by the Yuan dynasty poet Zhang Yong, though not entirely fitting the occasion, aptly referenced the bass, especially since these fish were nearly 2 feet long. Aligning well with the theme, Tang Guobin gave a thumbs up, remarking, as expected of a university student, "Even eating fish can inspire poetic musings." Wang Lao shot a cold glare at the young master, retorting, "Do you think everyone is as uneducated and frivolous as you?" The protective intent was unmistakable, leaving the unfortunate Tang Guobin feeling dejected and silent. Su Qing placed a hand on Tang Guobin's shoulder and winked, asking, "Are you full?" Once Wang Lao had vanished from sight, Tang Guobin candidly vented, "Full? Not a chance. 3 measly fish, and they were steamed, leaving my mouth feeling as dry as a desert." Su Qing chuckled, "Come on, let's go grab some skewers." Tang Guobin laughed heartily, playfully punching Su Qing on the shoulder. "I almost forgot about that. You still owe me a meal of skewers." The two, now shoulder to shoulder, stepped out and drove their beetle straight to the outdoor barbecue stalls beside Jiangxing University. There exists a renowned barbecue establishment, known as Si Mao, celebrated particularly for its specialty grilled beef skewers and lamb testicles. These delicacies are typically sold out well before nightfall. and those who arrive late find themselves deprived of these manly delights. Tang Guobin had long been aware of this establishment, but had never ventured to try it. Today, however, presented a rare opportunity that he could not afford to miss. He parked directly beside the illuminated sign of Si Mao and, accompanied by a companion, approached the barbecue stall. "Boss, 15 skewers of beef, 15 skewers of grilled lamb testicles, 2 portions of charcoal grilled oysters, and 2 grilled eggplants," Tang Guobin ordered with confidence. Accustomed as he was to the exquisite culinary offerings of both heaven and earth, a change of flavor felt particularly refreshing. The proprietor of the barbecue stall was a middle-aged man with a shaved head, adorned with 4 small braids at the back, creating a rather comical appearance that aptly suited his nickname, Si Mao. Upon hearing Tang Guobin's order, he paused momentarily, surprised by the substantial sum of barbecue ordered, a rare encounter with such a spirited patron. "All right, gentlemen, please take a seat over there. I'll bring your order once it's ready," Si Mao replied with a smile, wiping his hands on his grease-stained apron. He deftly retrieved the marinated ingredients from a nearby plastic basket and set them on the charcoal grill, his movements imbued with skill. As he worked, the small braids on the back of his head swayed gently, adding an unexpected charm to his demeanor. The two men found a low table and had scarcely settled when a beer waitress, clad in a red and white uniform, approached. She was rather attractive, exuding an air of efficiency and professionalism as she smiled warmly. With practiced ease, she assumed the role of server, setting bowls and chopsticks before them and preparing 2 cups of hot tea in disposable cups. After completing her tasks, she graciously presented a plastic advertisement board and began to promote the beer. "Gentlemen, might I interest you in 2 bottles of Jinquan beer? The premium version is 10 yuan for 2 bottles, served chilled, which pairs splendidly with barbecue. Alternatively, the standard version is 10 yuan for 3 bottles. If you purchase 4, there's a complimentary gift, a lighter or a keychain." Unable to resist her hospitality, Su Qing readily paid for 4 bottles of the premium beer, reasoning that one ought to enjoy a drink while indulging in barbecue, especially given the waitress's enthusiasm. Si Mao soon returned, carrying 2 metal trays overflowing with food. The aroma of ginger and garlic from the 2 plump charcoal-grilled oysters wafted through the air, igniting the appetite of both men. These oysters were indeed delightful, tender, and succulent, particularly the rich broth that lingered in the shells after devouring the flesh, an exquisite treat. As they savored the oysters and sipped their beer, they relished the experience. Shortly thereafter, Si Mao presented several plates of skewers. Each lamb testicle was halved and threaded onto a skewer, while the beef was cut into 2-centimeter thick rounds, also skewered with a slender iron rod. Su Qing, pulling one skewer from the grill, noticed it was fashioned from the steel of a bicycle wheel, now dulled from prolonged exposure to the flames. Tang Guobin took a bite of the lamb testicle and inquired with a smile, "Not bad, is it? This is quite nourishing, just what real men enjoy." Su Qing sampled a piece of beef skewer, noting its remarkable chewiness. The flavor reminded him of rehydrated beef tendons, yet it was more tender, and most importantly, it was filling, far superior to any 4-sided perch. "Qingzi, what treasures were hidden in that broken tooth carving? Can you share with me?" Tang Guobin could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to question Wei Tuo about the secrets within the statue. Chapter 73. The Motorcycle Gang. Su Qing seemed to have anticipated this moment. Chewing thoughtfully before swallowing, and with a serious expression, he said, "If I tell you that what you took is not only useless, but could also bring trouble, would you believe me?" A hint of disappointment crossed Tang Guobin's face, and he refrained from pressing further. Grabbing a bottle of beer, he downed it in one go and placed the empty bottle on the table, stating earnestly, "I believe everything you say, but there's one thing you must promise me." Su Qing nodded, "Speak, as long as it's within my capacity." Tang Guobin smiled, patting Su Qing on the shoulder. "From now on, you must teach me the skills that Grandpa Wang has taught you. No hiding or keeping it a secret." Su Qing readily agreed. "Sure, it would be best to record it all on a DV camera so we can study it together." Tang Guobin was taken aback. "Are you joking? If you dare to film Grandpa Wang, he might just break your bones." Su Qing took a piece of chicken, chewing leisurely. "It may have been impossible before, but now it is absolutely doable." Seeing his confident demeanor, Tang Guobin felt a surge of joy and laughed. "If you dare to film, I have plenty of DV cameras that people have gifted me." Su Qing waved his hand. "One is enough. Just bring a few extra batteries and memory cards." Without hesitation, Tang Guobin whipped out his phone and called someone to have 2 of the best DV cameras delivered, along with as many memory cards and batteries as possible. Half an hour later, the outdoor barbecue stall was bustling with patrons. Aluo arrived in a Land Rover, handing a black leather case to Tang Guobin. Tang Guobin patted the case, grinning. Everything you requested is in here. Just film it and upload it online for me. Suking note that. Taking the case and placing it by his feet. He reached for a skewer of lamb when suddenly a black hand reached from behind, snatching the case and fleeing. Aluo's expression turned icy, and he swiftly grabbed a plastic stool, hurling it. A pained cry echoed, and turning around, they saw a lean man on the ground, clutching his head and groaning, crimson blood seeping through his fingers, with a black case lying beside him. The barbecue stall owner, witnessing the commotion, hurriedly abandoned his work and dashed over. Glancing at the injured man's head, his expression turned tense. "Gentlemen, I advise you to leave quickly. This man is associated with the Northeastern gang. If you linger, trouble will surely follow. I can pack up your unfinished food for you." Tang Guobin stopped seeing Mao's actions with a hand, chuckling dismissively. "No need to rush. I happen to feel a bit restless today and want to wait for that Northeastern thug to come looking for trouble." See Mao, genuinely anxious about the reckless attitude, urged. "You guys should really leave. I'll even give you a discount on the food tonight." Su Qing, not wanting to escalate the situation, frowned. "No need for a discount. How much is it in total?" Si Mao quickly replied, 305 yuan in total. Let's call it 300. Su Qing pulled out 300 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the table, saying, "Pack up the rest swiftly." With a beaming smile, Si Mao quickly collected the money and began to pack the items on the table. However, Tang Guobin was not pleased and muttered under his breath, "What's the rush? Regardless of whether they're Northeasterners or Northwesterners, we can handle as many as come." Su Qing, lifting the neatly packed bag with one hand and bending down to grab the suitcase, shot Tang Guobin an exasperated glance and replied, "Is fighting truly so exhilarating? I have no time to indulge your pointless antics." To be honest, he wasn't afraid of brawl. He simply viewed such senseless disputes as a sign of gluttony. He certainly didn't believe he could take on 10 adversaries alone. Tang Guobin, rolling his eyes, decided against further argument and followed Su Qing as they prepared to leave. Just a few steps away, the lean man who had fallen to the ground painfully rose, quickly retrieving his phone to make a call. Gritting his teeth, he hastily approached the three men. The lean man, surnamed Ma and named Ho, had a sharp-featured visage, often engaging in menial tasks such as carrying baskets. The owners of outdoor barbecue stalls were generally familiar with him, yet they dared not confront him, as he had powerful backing. Earlier, a bench had struck him squarely on the brow, leaving him a bloodied mess, yet he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Instead, he defiantly positioned himself before the trio, despite being notably shorter than them, resembling a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Thinking he could simply walk away after striking someone was an absurd notion. Ma Ho regarded the towering figures before him, feeling a pang of insecurity, his speech faltering as he unintentionally mispronounced a word, giving it an incorrect tone. Observing his pitiful state, Tang Guobin lost interest in escalating the situation and signaled to Aluo beside him. Aluo understood the cue, stepped forward, and with a swift motion, pushed Ma Ho aside, who felt like a rootless dog would, involuntarily shoved aside. As the trio prepared to drive away, panic surged within Ma Ho, prompting him to lay across the front wheels of their car. This tactic of blocking a vehicle was a common ploy used by ruffians, often successful, as no one had ever truly run over someone in such a manner. Even if Yao Jiasen were present, he would think twice. Inside the car, Tang Guobin pressed the horn repeatedly, while Ma Ho, determined, clenched his teeth and shut his eyes. His eyelids fluttered, sweat pouring down his face. Stinging his wounds, a hefty price to pay. Aluo, with a stern countenance, exited the vehicle, approached the front of the Beetle, crouched down, and seized Ma Ho's ankle. With a powerful tug, he dragged him 2 meters, then let him fall, coldly stating, "If you dare approach again, I'll break both your legs." Ma Ho, gritting his teeth in silence, struggled to crawl back towards the front wheel. Aluo, frowning, quickly advanced and delivered a chop to the back of his neck. Ma Ho's head tilted, and he collapsed, but curiously, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a peculiar smile graced his lips. For he faintly heard the roar of a motorcycle engine in the distance. A convoy of over a dozen heavy motorcycles roared into view, forming a formidable line before Tang Guobin and his companions. Each rider was a brawny man, bare-chested, and the leader stood impressively tall, towering over 6 feet 3 inches. His arms were adorned with tattoos of fierce blue dragons, the heads of which appeared to be biting into his muscular shoulders, and his countenance bore the unmistakable visage of a formidable adversary. The other hulking figures dismounted their bikes with synchronized precision, retrieving thick pipes from the back seats. lightly tapping them in their palms, seemingly awaiting the leader's command to charge forward and reduce both men and vehicles to rubble. In Chapter 74, the naturally rebellious young Master Tang, Aluo, leaned against the hood of his vehicle, squinting at the menacing group wielding weapons, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Having undergone rigorous training, he felt no fear towards these 10 or so armed individuals. To him, they were merely animated punching bags. While ordinary individuals would have been paralyzed by fear in the face of such a confrontation, Tang Guobin thrived on chaos, his spirit undeterred even when faced with armed opponents. Instead, he began to rub his hands together in excitement. Initially, he thought Su Qing would mention calling Wang Lao, but to his surprise, Su rolled his eyes and said, "Who else could it be? The police, of course." Tang Guobin, now drenched in perspiration, hurriedly grasped Su Qing's hand, exclaiming, "Good brother, if you wish to avoid a fight, just stay in the car. Please do not call the police." The ever-eager Tang Guobin feared that if Su Qing reported the incident, the precious opportunity for action would dissipate. Su Qing Fawen, Guestining. Do you truly think you two can contend against such a large group? You might not even have the chance to call for help later. The leader of the group, known as Zhang Deli, hailed from the remote town of Mo in Heilongjiang. He had served 4 years in the Marine Corps before returning to Jiansheng to make a living. With the skills he acquired in the military and his robust physique, he quickly established a reputation on the streets, rallying a band of fierce fighters beneath him and becoming a significant force in the area. Aside from overseeing his territory, Zhang Deli also employed a group of petty criminals known for extorting money from unsuspecting victims, ensuring a steady income each month. Upon encountering Aluo, Zhang Deli felt a sense of déjà vu. The intensity of Aluo's commanding presence compelled him to take the situation seriously, suspecting him to be a formidable opponent, possibly a former military man. After years of navigating the underbelly of society, Zhang Deli's once sharp edge had dulled considerably, and he had grown more diplomatic in his dealings. He had no intention of personally confronting this situation, but upon receiving a tip from Ma Ho that the target was undoubtedly affluent, he was motivated to seize the opportunity, arriving with his gang in a show of force. All of Zhang Deli's focus was directed towards Aluo when unexpectedly, a brash youth lunged forward with a weapon. Fortunately, Zhang had not neglected his combat skills over the years. He deftly sidestepped the blow and snatched a pipe from a nearby henchman, aiming it at Tang Guobin while cursing in his northeastern dialect. "Who the hell are you to jump in here, you little brat? You want to fight, huh? I'll make short work of you." Zhang Delib was filled with rage, swinging a water pipe towards Tang Guobin's head. It was intolerable for anyone to endure such a humiliation, especially after his underlings had been struck. This confrontation was unavoidable. His followers, witnessing their leader's fury, revealed their ferocity and began to brandish their own pipes at Tang Guobin. Arrow was taken aback by Tang's fierce demeanor. With a stern expression, he leaped into the fray, standing his ground against a dozen adversaries without hesitation. The northeastern fellow battling Arrow gradually found himself at a disadvantage, having received 2 hard blows to his back. Had he not possessed a robust physique, an ordinary person would have already collapsed in pain. It appeared that there was indeed a notable difference between the elite soldiers of the Marine Corps and those retired from Special Forces. The patrons at the open-air barbecue square were treated to an impromptu display of martial prowess. Under some unknown influence, applause erupted, filling the air with cheers that echoed on. Tang Guobin, still unsatisfied, curled his lip and remarked, "A bunch of weaklings, I haven't even had my fill." Su Qing leaned out of the car window and shouted, "Enough dilly-dallying. Finish up and get in the car." Arrow, driving a Land Rover, used the vehicle's bumper to shove aside the motorcycles blocking their path, and they sped away, leaving behind a cacophony of groans from the thugs. Tang Guobin dropped Su Qing off at the entrance of Huijing Garden, repeating his reminders before departing. It was already past 1 in the morning, and Su Qing, noting the dim lights inside the villa, surmised that everyone must have gone to bed. He quietly carried his suitcase inside and turned on the living room lights, only to find Wang Lao seated on the sofa, gazing intently at him. "Master, why are you still awake?" Su Qing approached and sat beside him, casually placing his suitcase on a coffee table. Wang Lao smiled slightly and asked, "Have you eaten and drunk enough?" Su Qing nodded in affirmation. Wang Lao then produced a voice recorder from his pocket, placing it on the table, and said with a calm demeanor, "Here is a piece of Zhengyang Gong for you to practice. However, I must make something clear. Tang's nature is inherently rebellious, and this skill must not be passed on to him. Memorize it and then destroy it immediately." "Master, isn't that idea of inherent rebellion a bit far-fetched?" Su Qing felt compelled to defend Tang Guobin, believing such notions of fate lacked substantial evidence. Wang Lao's expression hardened as he stated, with short ear contours and a protruding occipital bone. Tang is not only born with rebellious traits, but also possesses the markings of a short life. Without the protection of someone with immense fortune, he will not live beyond 30. Practicing Zhengyang Gong requires a pure youthful body, otherwise he will die from blood collapse. Upon hearing the true reason for the prohibition against teaching Zhengyang Gong to Tang Guobin, Su Qing felt a sudden shock within, glancing at his left hand and pondering. I wonder if this counts as having broken my youthful purity? If so, wouldn't practicing Zhengyang Gong be akin to courting death? No, he decided, he must clarify this before practicing. Concerned for his life, Su Qing finally could not resist whispering, "Master, what exactly constitutes a pure youthful body?" Wang Lao regarded him with a knowing smile, replying leisurely, "Fearless of the cold in winter, with stable vital essence, urine like a white rainbow, and yang energy soaring to the heavens. This is the true youthful body. I assure you, I will not misjudge." Su Qing's heart finally settled. Realizing that the fifth miss was not among his concerns, he remained a true novice. "Master, at what stage of the Xingyang skill can one forego the status of a novice? The exam for postgraduate studies is approaching, and I fear I cannot maintain this novice state for much longer." Su Qing's worries were not unfounded. In this day and age, entering university often led to becoming a relative, and after 4 years, as long as one did not resemble a postmodern new human, it was rare to find someone without a romantic entanglement. The status of a novice might soon become a rarity. Old Wang seemed to have anticipated his disciples' unease and replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for concern. The Xingyang skill is divided into 3 tiers. Reaching the second tier allows for marriage and children without issue. How long will it take to reach the second tier?" Su Qing pets, as this directly pertained to his happiness, and he could not afford to be careless. He did not wish to be 40 years old before achieving any level of proficiency, lest he become a desolate figure. Old Wang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "I achieved the first tier at 15 and broke through to the second tier by 20. As for the third tier, I only attained it 10 days ago." Su Qing's heart raced, akin to tumultuous waves crashing within him. His pulse quickened, for old Wang, now nearing 70, had only just mastered this challenging Xingyang skill. Given the current pace, Su Qing's aspirations for a fulfilling life seemed precarious. Observing the flickering emotions on his disciple's face, old Wang decided to reveal more. Smiling as he said, "With those 3 Bodhi relics assisting you, the time required to master the Xingyang skill can be reduced by at least 100-fold. I estimate you may achieve the second tier in less than 100 days." Su Qing finally exhaled deeply, his expression softening considerably as he grasped the recording pen on the coffee table. 100 days was not overly long and was acceptable. He would rather not practice for a decade. Now, all his hopes rested upon the 3 Bodhi relics. May they not falter at a critical moment. "It's getting late. You should rest early," old Wang said, hands clasped behind his back, as he paced upstairs. Su Qing sat on the sofa, momentarily dazed, before gritting his teeth and tucking the recording pen into his pocket, striding toward the staircase. The next morning, Su Qing sat on his bed, staring at the recording pen and the 3 relics, which shimmered with faint golden energy, clearly visible within their depths. After much contemplation, he finally clenched the 3 relics in one hand while bringing the recording pen to his ear, pressing the play button. The Xingyang skill is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, guiding qi back to yang, involves directing the scattered Xingyang energy within the body to the space between the eyebrows, known as the yin tang point, or the convergence of all yang energies, also referred to as the upper dantian. For beginners, the most challenging step is sensing the presence of Xingyang energy. According to old Wang, he achieved this at the age of 15, while the Bodhi energy Su Qing absorbed was undeniably pure Xingyang energy. If the qi cultivated by 5 ancient monks who had lived for centuries were not Xingyang energy, that would indeed be remarkable. Old Wang mentioned that upon mastering the second tier of Xingyang skill, the Xingyang energy in the upper dantian could increase tenfold, capable of shattering stone and splitting rock. However, to achieve the second layer of the 5 energies facing the sun, one must utilize the pure yang energy for the lower dantian to permeate the body's 52 single acupoints, 309 paired acupoints, and 48 extraordinary acupoints outside the meridians. Additionally, the central Ren meridian at the front of the body and the central Du meridian at the back must be unblocked. Only then can one be considered to have mastered the practice. It took Wang Lao an entire year to familiarize himself with the locations of these acupoints. and another 4 years to channel the pure yang energy through them. However, the majority of his time was devoted to cultivating qi, with the assistance of the Pratyabhuta relic. Su Qing appeared to have little cause for concern regarding these matters. As for identifying the acupoints, it should not take him much time, as he could locate them with his clairvoyant right eye. In Su Qing's perspective, the first 2 layers of the Zhengqi Gong did not seem overly challenging, but the third layer, the pure Yang Qian Kuan, was reputedly the most difficult to master. It was said that one must endure rigorous training in a place of extreme yang for several months, and then likewise in a place of extreme cold. Coincidentally, both of these locations were found in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The Turpan Basin, known as the Fire State, and the Kekatohai, referred to as the Ice Sea, exemplified the principle of yin and yang coexisting and the reversal of qian and kuan. The achievements gained from practicing Zhengqi Gong in these 2 extreme environments could be described as rapid and remarkable. Wang Lao emphasized the critical importance of undergoing arduous training in these extreme locations before one could attain mastery of the pure Yang Gong. Upon hearing about these 2 extreme locations, Su Qing felt an inexplicable excitement. It seemed quite appealing to visit these places when time permitted. After spending over half an hour discussing the training methods for the 3 layers of Zhengqi Gong, Su Qing was pleasantly surprised to find that the small recording device still had a full battery, indicating its high quality. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing closed his eyes and attempted to locate the pure yang energy within his body using the method described by Wang Lao, directing it into the upper dantian. To his astonishment, as he concentrated on the position of his right eye, he was able to see with remarkable clarity every branching nerve in the lens of his eye. In his mind, the entire eyeball formed a 3-dimensional holographic image, with the pale golden pure yang energy circulating within the vitreous body, resembling a shimmering liquid. Inner vision? A word flashed in Su Qing's mind. With a mere thought, he endeavored to guide the pure yang energy contained within the vitreous body along the optic nerve, slowly flowing into the Yintang acupoint at the center of his forehead. He now regarded the vitreous body of his right eye as a reservoir, while the Yintang acupoint served as the true storage for the pure yang energy. This process was evidently thousands of times faster than collecting energy from various parts of the body. In less than 15 minutes, the pure yang energy within the vitreous body had been completely channeled out. Subsequently, Su Qing began to direct the pure yang energy to permeate the various acupoints, as indicated by Wang Lao. Utilizing his inner vision to identify the acupoints within his body and guiding the pure yang energy stored in the upper dantian to flow through them eliminated the time spent on locating them and ensure precision, albeit accompanied by unsettling images of flesh and blood that emerged in his mind. The process of guiding the positive energy through the acupoints is far from pleasant. With each penetration of an acupoint, Su Qing's entire body would shudder in pain, as if pierced by sharp thorns. Yet once the energy flowed through, a wave of exhilaration would wash over him, leaving the acupoint feeling as if it had been gently warmed by hot water. The most fitting description of his current state could be summed up in a single phrase: painful yet blissful. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was noon. Su Qing, with unwavering determination, had successfully penetrated 52 individual acupoints. Just as he was about to gather all the positive energy to channel into the Yangguan acupoint at his waist, an unprecedented wave of excruciating pain suddenly surged through him, causing him to curl up like a boiled shrimp. Bang! The door was forcefully flung open, and old Wang dashed into the room, quickly supporting Su Qing's body. He pressed his palms firmly against Su Qing's back and commanded in a low voice, "Calm your mind and focus. I shall assist you in breaking through several key acupoints." Su Qing felt 2 warm currents enter through his back. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his spirit once more and redirected the positive energy toward the Yangguan acupoint. The positive energy that old Wang infused seemed to be drawn by another current, converging instantaneously at a single point, piercing through the Yangguan acupoint with a force that was unstoppable, as if it were a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. The mighty positive energy surged forth, connecting the central channel and reaching the brow, successfully penetrating 18 extraordinary acupoints, culminating at the spiritual platform. "Thank you, Master. If you could help me penetrate a few more acupoints at this rate, I could traverse all the acupoints within 3 days," Su Qing said with pride. Old Wang, however, wore a serious expression and asked, "Tell me, how many acupoints did you penetrate in total?" Su Qing replied honestly, 52 individual acupoints and 18 extraordinary ones, totaling 70. "What? How many did you say?" Old Wang shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though a flower had bloomed on his face. Su Qing chuckled sheepishly, touching his cheek. It's just 70 acupoints. What's so surprising about that? Old Wong was utterly speechless. He had initially thought that with the aid of his positive energy, this young man could penetrate a mere 10 or so acupoints at most. To discover that the result was 70 was astonishing. At this pace, could he truly traverse all the acupoints within 3 days? Such a nearly monstrous speed would surely leave even the founder of the positive energy technique feeling inadequate. After steadying his thoughts, Old Wong finally accepted the reality before him, and his inner joy reached an unparalleled height. He stepped forward and grasped Su Qing's wrist, smiling broadly. Disciple, do share how you discerned these 70 acupoints. Su Qing pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to keep his ability of clairvoyance a secret. He opened his palm, his gaze fixed upon 3 pale golden Bodhi seeds, and feigned confusion as he said, I only recall that when I was identifying the acupoints, I held these 3 seeds in my hand. It seemed as though a cool breeze guided me to recognize the pathways. Shifting all the inexplicable occurrences onto the 3 seeds made everything seem reasonable. Even Old Wong could not discern the truth from the falsehood. He could only sigh in admiration at this young man's profound fortune. Amidst his envy, he felt a greater sense of pride, for having such a promising disciple ensured limitless future achievements. Old Wong smiled warmly and said, Good disciple, when practicing the positive energy technique, one must not be hasty. It is wise to proceed gradually. Su Qing inwardly muttered, You speak without understanding the burden. This matter pertains to my happiness. How can I not be anxious? Yet outwardly he said, Master, let us first descend for a meal. My stomach is growling with hunger. Old Wong extended his left palm and playfully slapped Su Qing on the back of his head, smiling as he remarked, You cheeky rascal, hunger will not be your demise. I have prepared a grand feast of fish. Su Qing, wincing and rubbing his tingling head, replied with a wry smile, Master, do take it easy. Do not render me foolish, lest you find it difficult to locate such a fine disciple in the future. Old Wong burst in a hearty laughter, pulling Su Qing along to the restaurant downstairs. This time, the meal consisted solely of the 2 of them, with only one main dish, steamed 4-gill base, but this time accompanied by a pot of white rice. Old Wong glanced at the hodgepodge on the plate and inquired with a grin, Is this more delectable than the base? Su Qing served himself another bowl of rice, adding a fragrant piece of lamb kidney to his mouth, and responded, This is a matter of personal preference. I have a strong palate and cannot enjoy base without rice. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, he learned it was from a shipping company, informing him that the raw stone he had purchased in Tangchong had arrived and was waiting for him to sign for it at the community entrance. Excusing himself from Old Wong, Su Qing set down his bowl and hurried to the community entrance, where 2 large trucks were parked. Accompanying them were 5 sturdy men clad in blue uniforms, emblazoned with the logo of the FA Shipping Company. The security guard at the entrance recognized Su Qing and greeted him warmly. Young Master Su. Su Qing nodded with a smile. Retrieving his identification from his wallet as a man with a clipboard stepped forward, verifying his ID before handing over the documents. After signing, the man cheerfully said, Young Master Su, our company can assist with the unloading, though there is an additional fee of 500 yuan. Su Qing readily produced the money from his wallet, replying, In this sweltering heat, a little tea fee is only reasonable. He then handed a bill to the security guard standing nearby, saying, Here, take this and buy 2 bottles of water. It's not easy in this heat. Chapter 77, A Rare Gem. The security guard gratefully accepted the cash and hurried into the booth to open the barrier, allowing the 2 trucks to drive directly to the villa's entrance. Su Qing opened the basement gate, instructing the delivery men to move the raw stones and the stone-cutting machine inside. They worked efficiently, having completed the task within 15 minutes, leaving with smiles on their faces. At that moment, Old Wong, having finished his lunch, also entered the basement. He inspected a piece of yellow, sand-skin raw stone and frowned. Disciple, now that you have entered my Wong Tiangang sect, it would be better to discard these worthless stones. Old Wong expressed his displeasure. As the ancient said, indulging in trivial pursuits can lead to the loss of ambition. As practitioners of ancient martial arts, we must be wary of a wavering spirit. If one wishes to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts, one must not become enamored with mundane things. Su Qing rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, mundane? The jade within these raw stones is worth no less than 1 billion. Without money, how shall one enjoy 4-gill base? He had no desire to become a master of celestial realms. being capable of self-preservation was sufficient. Seeing Su Qing remain silent and merely focused on fiddling with the stone-cutting machine, Old Wong felt a surge of irritation. He raised his hand and struck the raw stone before him with a sharp motion. Crack! A resounding crack echoed as the enormous raw stone split in two, revealing a striking green hue at its center, an exquisite piece of jadeite of exceptional quality. Su Qing hurriedly set aside his work and rushed over, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the severed stone, lamenting, "Master, if I promise to refrain from these wretched stones for the next few days, must you take out your frustrations on your apprentice's meager savings? Just look at this. This blow alone could cost me several $1,000s." Old Wong cast a sidelong glance at the jade within the raw stone, retrieved a crimson booklet from his pocket, and tossed it to Su Qing, stating nonchalantly, "Within this lies nearly 30 years of my earnings. Simply call the number inscribed within to claim it. Once you achieve the second level of the Zhenyang skill, you may take over this task of collecting public grain." Su Qing, filled with skepticism, examined the crimson booklet in his hands. It bore the national emblem, with a line of small text reading Huaxia Central Special Operations Department Work Permit. Upon opening it, his expression shifted dramatically. It was a tribute to the 5th Special Operations Division, a ministerial-level position, complete with a steel seal and a simple phone number. Turning to the second page, Su Qing's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets at the title, Execution License. Below it, a line of small print specified, for officials below the ministerial level, followed by a series of blank lines. The subsequent 3 pages were filled with similar lines, leading to a page labeled Certificate for International Travel, then Weapon Usage License, all encased in a red cover. This compact booklet was a legendary universal permit encompassing passports, licenses for killing, and firearm permits. The sole validation of its authenticity was that simple phone number on the first page, while it conspicuously lacked instructions on how to collect the salary. Su Qing swallowed hard, growing increasingly dubious about the reliability of this booklet, and timidly inquired, "Master, this document isn't fraudulent, is it?" "What?" Old Wong furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom what Su Qing meant by fraudulent. Su Qing raised the booklet and smiled. "Do not jest with me. Ministerial ranks have long since entered the Longquan Sanatorium. With this, I doubt I could even cross the threshold of the sanatorium." It dawned on Old Wong that Su Qing assumed the credentials were counterfeit. Realizing this, he opted not to elaborate, stating indifferently, "Whether it is genuine or not can be determined with a phone call. Just remember to mention my name." Su Qing, smiling, tucked the booklet into his pocket, uninterested in probing its validity. After all, his master had a reputation to uphold. He bent down to pick up the 2 severed pieces of raw stone and place them in an inconspicuous corner, dusting off his hands before turning to Old Wong. Aware that Old Wong was oblivious to such contemporary jargon, Su Qing spoke freely. Old Wong frowned again, reflecting, could it be that this lad has developed an interest in the bureaucratic world upon seeing the credentials? Alas, let fate take its course. However, after traversing 180 acupoints, Su Qing felt excruciating pain with each point he passed, particularly as he worked through the acupoints in his limbs, where the agony multiplied several-fold, nearing his threshold of endurance. Ultimately, after successfully traversing the 209th acupoint, young Su fainted, his eyes closing in darkness. When Su Qing awoke, it was already 3 in the morning. As he opened his eyes, he found Elder Wong still seated at the head of the bed, gazing at him. Without needing to ask, Su Qing knew that this venerable elder, nearing his 70s, had not left the room even for a moment. A warmth enveloped Su Qing's heart as he tremulously spoke, "Master, I am fine now. You should rest." With a weary smile, Elder Wong shook his head and replied, "I am well. While there is still time, let me help you connect a few more acupoints. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a set of Zhengyang palm techniques." Su Qing nodded, struggling to sit up. He focused his mind and began to gather all his Zhengyang energy for a final push. The night passed in silence, and around 10 in the morning, utterly exhausted, Su Qing succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his body drenched in sweat, even the sheets soaked with the foul odor of perspiration. Elder Wong removed Su Qing's damp clothes and laid him on a dry sheet, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before unsteadily stepping outside. Returning to his room, Elder Wong retrieved a small bottle from his pocket, uncorked it, and swallowed 2 dark pills. After a moment, his complexion improved significantly, and he murmured to himself, "This boy's speed in connecting acupoints is truly extraordinary. I never expected to find such a rare gem. Heaven has been kind to me." Chapter 78. The separation of master and disciple, he pulled on a tracksuit from the wardrobe and hurried downstairs, where he found Elder Wang leisurely sipping tea, accompanied by a visibly pained Tang Guobin. For reasons unknown, the usually imposing young Master Tang appeared timid in Elder Wang's presence, resembling a frightened turtle. Upon seeing Su Qing, a smile blossomed on Elder Wang's otherwise stern face as he beckoned Su Qing to sit beside him and whispered, "My good disciple, how many acupoints remain unconnected?" With a faint smile, Su Qing replied, "There are no more acupoints, but I still need your assistance in connecting the Run and Du meridians." "What? Could you repeat that?" Elder Wang's purple clay cup shattered in his grip as his eyes widened like brass bells, instilling a sense of dread. Su Qing stuck out his tongue and reiterated his earlier statement. Before he could finish, a wildly excited Elder Wang seized his shoulders and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! A prodigious talent. To have a disciple such as you is a lifetime fulfillment for me, and the revival of Xinjiang sect is within reach." As Elder Wang laughed heartily, he shook Su Qing's shoulders vigorously. Poor Su Qing was nearly shaken into a stupor, almost losing his overnight meal. Desperately, he struggled. "Please stop shaking me. My body cannot endure your enthusiasm." Only then did Elder Wang realize his excess and quickly released Su Qing, chuckling, "Ha, my dear disciple. You have brought me so much joy that I momentarily lost my composure." Rubbing his sore shoulders, Su Qing muttered, "So it seems I brought this upon myself. Perhaps I should just stick to moving stones from now on." "You dare?" Elder Wang glared, his fierce demeanor causing Tang Guobin to nearly falter. Su Qing rolled his eyes dismissively. "With my slender arms and legs, I cannot withstand your antics. Perhaps playing with stones will leave me in one piece." With that, he turned away, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh, realizing that sometimes bantering with Elder Wang was quite delightful. Wang Lao clenched his teeth, his tone finally softening as he murmured, "Good disciple, I shall simply be more cautious in the future." Beside them, Tang Guobin couldn't help but gape, for in his recollections, Wang Lao was an imposing figure, one who had never bowed to anyone. Today, however, he was witnessing a moment of vulnerability from the invincible myth he held in such high regard, leaving him utterly astonished. Truly, it was an overwhelming spectacle. Su Qing reached out to grab an apple from the fruit platter nearby and took a bite, smiling as he inquired, "Master, when do you plan to conceal the Zhengyang palm technique?" "I can hardly contain my anticipation." Upon hearing the term Zhengyang palm, Tang Guobin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, steeling himself. Wang Lao's face darkened slightly as he cast a glance at the immobile Tang Guobin, coldly retorting, "Zhengyang Gong is not something that a fool like you, who has lost his innocence, can cultivate. The book has been delivered. Why do you hesitate to leave?" Initially, Tang Guobin had come to present the ancient text on the 18 falling clothes technique. But now, just as the book had arrived, he was met with Wang Lao's dismissal, his frustration reaching its zenith. Tang Guobin's expression stiffened, his head hanging low as he departed, while Su Qing watched his somewhat despondent figure, feeling a twinge of injustice for his good friend. Losing one's innocence merely attested to Tang's wealth, charm, and vigor, traits that had nothing to do with foolishness. In contemporary society, being 25 or 26 and still innocent would at least indicate a lack of common sense. Wan Lao Bate Suking Shashado, Saiging Lai Di. Tang's inability to practice Zhengyang Gong is simply fate. However, your bond with him is fortunate, should the Tang family face difficulties in the future. Do not hesitate to lend them a hand if you are able. It was then that Su Qing comprehended Wang Lao's good intentions. Driving away Tang Guobin was, on one hand, to prevent him from developing an interest in Zhengyang Gong, an interest that could lead to dire consequences. On the other hand, it served to remind Su Qing not to forget his friendship with Tang Guobin and to be ready to assist the Tang family during crucial moments. Such loyalty was indeed profoundly deep. To the left of the villa lay a patch of grass, approximately 100 square meters, which had become a splendid training ground for the master and his disciple. Wang Lao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, diligently imparting the secrets of the Zhengyang palm. This technique was not overly complex, comprising 7 distinct forms, rooted in Zhengyang Gong, emphasizing brute strength over finesse, with no embellishments whatsoever. The first form was 3 suns opening, the second sun warming the mountain, the third phoenix heralding the sun, the fourth golden crow bows to the mountain, the fifth yin springs from yang, and the sixth Zhengyang reigns over all. This set of movements was grand and vigorous, perfectly suited to Su Qing's tastes. The 7 forms could yield 49 variations, and with a foundation in Zhengyang Gong, young Su practiced with vigor, causing the grass at his feet to sway with each strike, enough to send anyone reeling if struck. After a night of diligent practice, Su Qing had preliminarily mastered the various transformations of the 7 forms of the Zhengyang palm. What he lacked was practical experience. Wang Lao generously shared the intricacies of the 18 falling clothes technique, leaving Su Qing's understanding to his own efforts. To Su Qing's disappointment, Wang Lao explained that mastering the Ren and Du meridians was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even at the pinnacle of his own realm, it would require at least 10 days, along with the consumption of around 10 years' worth of Zhengyang energy to achieve such a feat. Given the critical juncture he faced in obtaining the fabled inner elixir, he could not afford to deplete his Zhengyang energy. The consequences would be grave indeed. Since Master Wang has clearly stated that he cannot be relied upon, the matter of connecting the Ren and Du meridians now solely rests on Su Qing, who must absorb the essence of the Prajnar relic gradually. This undoubtedly constitutes a protracted endeavor. He even experiences a sense of being on a ship of thieves, realizing that his noble aspirations of becoming a martial arts master while shedding the title of a mid-level official have turned into mere illusions. It is lamentable that in this world, occurrences that satisfy both desires are remarkably scarce. Chapter 79, A Tribute of Stone. Having settled all matters, Su Qing was preparing to indulge in a brief slumber when, unexpectedly, his phone rang by the bedside. Upon checking, he was taken aback to see the word master flashing on the screen. Confusion enveloped him. It had barely been half an hour since they parted ways. Could it be that something had been left behind? Upon answering, a resonant voice emerged from the other end. It was none other than his mentor, Master Shui, whom he had befriended in Tengchou. Young man, I've purchased a house not far from Jiangxi University and would like to invite you over for a meal. Su Qing could not help but smile at the mention of a meal. He readily replied, Master, if you're providing the food, I shall certainly come. However, Jiangxi University covers quite a vast area, doesn't it? Master Shui pondered for a moment before responding. It's in the Huijing Garden Independent Villa District. Call me when you arrive, and I will send Guoqiang to fetch you. No entry permits are required in this area. Su Qing's expression shifted as a grin spread across his face. He resided in an independent villa district himself. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently become neighbors with Master Shui. Master, which villa number are you in? I shall come over right away. Seemingly pleased with Su Qing's enthusiasm, Master Shui chuckled, Villa number 6. I will have someone prepare the meal. So by the time you arrive, there should be food ready. With a bright smile, Su Qing replied, Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. By the time I reach your home, I suspect the rice hasn't even been put on to cook. After terminating the call, he dashed out, heading straight for Villa number 6. Su Qing resided in Villa number 8, a mere 200 meters away from Villa 6. Within 2 minutes, he found himself standing before Master Shui's new abode, and upon pressing the doorbell, he was greeted by Shui Guoqiang. Shui Guoqiang had intended to step out, but was fortunate enough to hear the doorbell. Upon seeing Su Qing, whom he had just parted with, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his face before he smiled and opened the door. Brother Su, you reside in this community as well? Su Qing had no intention of concealing anything and nodded. I live in Villa number 8. I just moved in 2 days ago. Shui Guoqiang was aware of Su Qing's substantial wealth, and purchasing a villa was not particularly remarkable. However, it was indeed a coincidence to have chosen Huijing Garden. Guomin, the old master just moved in yesterday afternoon and has been thinking about you, his prized disciple. He called early this morning to invite you over for a meal. Shui Guoqiang turned and led Su Qing into the villa. At that moment, Master Shui was seated on the sofa, wearing a pair of black-framed reading glasses, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Su Qing, his expression shifted from surprise to delight. Haha, you arrived quite promptly for a meal. It seems the rice may not even be in the pot yet. Master Shui chuckled, rising to his feet and tossing the book onto the sofa. Su Qing politely bowed and smiled. Master, you are mistaken. I am merely a visitor. Whenever you invite me for a meal, I shall be at your service without delay. Shui Guoqiang interjected with a smile. No need for you to go out of your way. Su, my young friend, resides in Villa number 8, merely a few steps away. Should you ever find yourself feeling bored, feel free to summon him. Shui Lao gazed at Su Qing with a hint of surprise and a broad smile, inquiring, Is that so? Su Qing nodded, responding with a grin. Yesterday, Old Ming delivered a vast array of raw stones, all stored in the basement, along with a stone-cutting machine and other equipment. Henceforth, if you wish to carve any pieces, I shall take care of everything. Lao was aware that this young fellow had selected a considerable number of raw stones in Tungchong and recognized that his discerning eye and fortunate choices in raw materials were nothing short of extraordinary. However, he found it hard to believe that Su would cover all expenses for carving materials, treating top-quality jade as if it were mere cabbage. Young man, the jade I require for my carvings must be of at least ice-grade quality. Do not bring me anything subpar, Lao teased with a knowing smile. Upon hearing about the stone cutting, Lao became intrigued and patted Su Qing on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Take this old man to see the treasures you have amassed." Entering the basement and turning on the lights, Lao hurried to the pile of raw stones, examining them closely. Eventually, he approached a corner where two pieces of raw stone lay upside down. Bending over, he flipped one over, revealing a stunning cluster of golden silk jade at its center. Lao's brow furrowed slightly, and as he turned over another raw stone, his expression suddenly shifted. He exclaimed, "You little rascal, you've used fine golden silk material as a wall prop. How could you be so careless?" As if that were not enough, he further lamented, "Even someone with a modicum of common sense wouldn't place an uncut jade face down on the ground. Such a wasteful act is intolerable in my eyes." Su Qing, fully aware that the trouble stemmed from the two pieces of golden silk jade that had yet to be completely uncovered, quickly approached with a smile. "Master, this piece was just opened yesterday. I hadn't had the chance to extract it yet. If you're fond of it, I can unveil it entirely right away." Lao shook his head with a sigh. One must cherish fine materials when carving jade. Although this golden silk material may not be top grade, it is indeed a rare find. If it gets scratched or sliced, it would be a pity. Every piece of jade you uncover must be stored with care. Do you understand? Su Qing, of course, did not divulge that this raw stone had been split by Old Wang's hand and that he had placed it upside down in the corner for safety. He could only nod vigorously, seizing the opportunity to blink his eyes and select a piece of black wuxia stone weighing less than 5 kilograms, concealing within it a jade of Zhengyang green, roughly the size of a baby's fist. "Enough talk. Let us begin the cutting. I am eager to witness just how fortunate you truly are." Lao waved his hand with a smile. Su Qing bent down, swiftly securing the chosen raw stone onto the cutting machine. With the press of a button, the blade sliced down the center. The jade within this piece was slightly off-center, and cutting it precisely would create mist without damaging the jade flesh. Finishing the task early would allow for an earlier conclusion to the work, wouldn't it? With a crisp sound, the stone cleaved in two, revealing a layer of mist on the cut surface. Lao's eyes suddenly sparkled, while Su Qing remained calm, adjusting the orientation of the misting stone and making steady cuts to cleanly remove the excess stone. He then took the smaller piece, securing it to a nearby grinding machine, and began to polish it at a leisurely pace. Old Shui half-squatted, willingly taking on the task of splashing water, as witnessing a piece of jadeite emerge into the world was indeed a thrilling experience for him. The master and apprentice worked in perfect harmony, exchanging no words, until Old Shui could no longer contain his excitement upon discerning the quality of the jadeite, exclaiming, "Glass grade." Chapter 80, A Warm Breakfast. Su Qing furrowed his brow but continued his work without pause. Only after extracting the entire piece of jadeite did he exhale a deep sigh of relief, switch off the machine, and rise, presenting the translucent jadeite to Old Shui with sincere words. "Teacher, let this piece of jadeite serve as my humble gift to celebrate your housewarming. Please accept it." With a face full of joy, Old Shui accepted the jadeite, chuckling. "Very well, I will accept this gift. You, my boy, are truly fortunate. The old man shall also share in your good fortune. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs." With time to spare, they decided to unravel another stone. Perhaps a surprise awaited them. Su Qing washed the slurry from his hands and casually picked up a sizable rough stone from the pile. Though it appeared random, he had already inspected it with his right eye, confirming it to be a pure stone, devoid of even the slightest hint of jadeite within. This rough stone was left over from the stall of Meng Shirching that day, and he had taken it entirely as a filler. However, this was beneficial. Breaking apart a worthless piece would save effort, while also alleviating any suspicion from Old Shui. Securing the rough stone, Su Qing activated the stone-cutting machine and made the first incision. Old Shui promptly splashed water on the cutting surface, but the stone remained a featureless white. After 6 consecutive cuts, not a single green speck emerged, leading to the complete failure of this material. A blank slate, with a bit of refinement. It could yield several decent stools. Su Qing displayed no sign of disappointment, cheerfully commenting on the waste material strewn across the floor. Old Shui seemed quite pleased with his attitude and solemnly remarked, "As the saying goes, Even deities find it hard to discern a fragment of jade. In the gamble of stone, there are no eternal victors. It relies on 1/3 perception and 7/10 luck. Our jade carving profession is one that transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Even a piece of lower quality jadeite deserves meticulous craftsmanship, as a good piece can enhance its value tremendously. Su Qing nodded. I will remember this. But I must share something with you, teacher. Old Shui, stroking the jadeite in his hand, smiled. Speak freely. I detest secrets. Having obtained a piece of glass-grade material, Old Shui was in the best of spirits, declaring it the finest housewarming gift he had ever received, as well as the most valuable. Upon returning to Old Shui's villa and finishing their meal, Old Shui retrieved a set of jade carving tools wrapped in oilcloth from a drawer, along with a CD, and presented them to Su Qing. Descending the stairs, he found Qin Bing seated in the living room, watching television. He greeted her and sat on the sofa to join his sister-in-law in watching a soap opera of minimal nutritional value. With a decisive click, Qin Bing turned off the television and, with a serious expression, inquired, Qingzi, do you remember what tomorrow is? Su Qing scratched his head, replying, September 6th? It seems rather ordinary. Qin Bing frowned slightly. It is indeed ordinary, but it marks the first day of school. Get to bed early tonight. I will take you to your new school for registration in the morning. Su Qing suddenly remembered that he was still a student on the verge of facing the postgraduate entrance examination. His days of carefree freedom were about to officially conclude tomorrow. The classroom was to be his sanctuary. He felt a twinge of anticipation at the thought of returning to school. As per his usual routine, he logged onto his social media account, feeling bored, and began playing a game of Do Di Ju. After a couple of rounds, a notification chimed. It was a message from seeing through the world, but not shaving his head. Hey, are you in Jiangxing? Su Qing replied, Yes, classes resume tomorrow. I must study diligently and charm the ladies daily. Which school are you attending? Jiangxing University. I'm transferring in. Smirking emoji. Transferring? You seem more like a skewer. Always inserting yourself into the meat. I have nothing to say to someone with such impure thoughts. I'm off to the countryside. Really? Playing Dou-Di-Tsu? Just drowning in it. I'll sleep after a while. All right. If anyone bothers you at Jiangda, just invoke the name of Ball Brother. Don't say I didn't have your back. Bye. The next morning, Su Qing rose early, completed his morning routine, and dressed in a new outfit, looking quite sunny and handsome. The only drawback was that he still used his old, antiquated backpack. As he descended the stairs, he discovered that Qin Bing had woken even earlier, preparing soy milk, youtiao, fried spring rolls, and 2 bags of plump steam buns. The aroma of meat wafting through the air. Su Qing exaggeratedly inhaled, snatched a large meat bun, and took a bite, while Qin Bing smiled and slid over a cup of soy milk. Eat slowly, don't choke. We have plenty of time. It's been ages since I've had such delicious meat buns. Su Qing devoured 1 bun in a few bites, took 2 hearty gulps of soy milk, and stuffed a fried spring roll into his mouth. After breakfast, the two of them hailed a taxi outside the community and headed straight for the school. It was the first day of the new term, and arriving early was always advantageous. This institution was one of the most prestigious in the city, bustling with activity during enrollment. Qin Bing had previously arranged Su Qing's class, and his successful transfer was not only due to financial means, but also because of his outstanding academic record, which undoubtedly added prestige to the school. Class 8 was the one he would be attending, and all his enrollment documents were in order. He merely needed to wait for the homeroom teacher to assign seats. Perhaps due to their early arrival, the office and classroom doors were not yet open, so the duo stood patiently in the corridor. Su Qing. The homeroom teacher's surname is Wu. He is quite approachable. You must listen to him while at school, Qin Bing softly advised, and Su Qing nodded eagerly, wishing time would pass even more swiftly. As the students gradually filled the corridor, a middle-aged woman with wide-brimmed black glasses approached, holding a folder in her hands. Clad in a well-fitted navy blue professional outfit, her fair skin and subtly upturned lips exuded an air of dignified authority befitting a teacher. Upon spotting this woman, Qin Bing quickly beckoned Su Qing over, greeting her with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Wu. Having previously met Qin Bing, Teacher Wu nodded and smiled in return. Good morning. You must be Su Qing, right? Su Qing, displaying remarkable politeness, bowed slightly and replied in a soft voice. Hello, teacher. I am Su Qing. Having been accustomed to bowing to teachers since her rural school days, this gesture momentarily caught Teacher Wu off guard, though she soon smiled in response. Welcome to Class 8. I hope you can maintain your excellent academic performance despite the new environment, Teacher Wu said, smiling as she produced a key to unlock the classroom door. Perhaps due to a prolonged lack of cleaning, a faint musty odor wafted through the air. Following Teacher Wu into the classroom, Su Qing observed that the desks and chairs in this big city were indeed more sophisticated than those in the countryside. Most desks were locked, and while the floor was relatively clean, the unpleasant odor grew even more pronounced. Su Qing instinctively blinked, casting a quick glance over the desks, and finally discerned the source of the foul smell. In the third row, to the left of the door, a solitary desk was piled high with moldy food, predominantly meat, which undoubtedly contributed to the stench lingering throughout the summer. Teacher Wu furrowed her brow, sniffing the air in search of the source of the odor, though her sense of smell was slower than Su Qing's keen eyesight. "Teacher, I believe the smell is emanating from this desk," Su Qing pointed out, standing beside the desk laden with decaying food. To his astonishment, while the areas beneath the other desks were spotless, this particular one harbored a large puddle of dark, murky water, clearly indicating a severe leak. Frowning, Teacher Wu approached and said with a wry smile, "Su Qing, could you please move this desk outside the corridor? I will arrange for someone to clean it up shortly." "Of course," Su Qing replied, effortlessly lifting the foul-smelling desk and heading outside. Just as he set it down, a sudden darkness loomed before him. "Hey, you little brat, what do you think you're doing moving my desk?" A massive figure appeared before Su Qing, or rather, a mountain of flesh, a supersized individual weighing no less than 350 pounds and standing around 6 feet tall, blocking out a significant portion of sunlight. It was no wonder this desk stood alone in its row. Taken aback by this colossal presence, Su Qing's surprise quickly morphed into amusement as his gaze fell upon the man's protruding belly, which sagged down to his thighs in an almost comical manner. This hefty individual was undoubtedly a voracious eater, even threatening people with a playful reference to food. "Su Qing moved the desk on my request," Su Qing said Su Qing, "and until it's cleaned, no one can move it back into the classroom." The pungent odor emanating from outside naturally drew Teacher Wu out of the classroom to extricate Su Qing from his predicament. Su Pandan dared not refute the homeroom teacher's words and obediently nodded, retrieving a small key from his oversized backpack to unlock the drawer. Upon opening it, a wave of acrid stench wafted forth, revealing a spectacular display of yellow and green mold. The sensitive, green-headed flies quickly converged from all directions to investigate the odor, prompting many passing students to cover their noses with their hands. "What a waste of several pork floss buns," Su Pandan muttered, pinching his nose as he began to tidy up the remnants in the drawer. Su Qing, disinterested in this unusual scene, pinched his nose and slipped back into the classroom. By then, a dozen students had already settled in, animatedly discussing their holiday experiences. Teacher Wu guided Su Qing to an empty seat by the window on the southern side and whispered, "It's not yet class time. Take a moment to organize your desk and review your notes." With that, she turned and exited the classroom. Su Qing opened his backpack, pulled out a few sheets of scrap paper to wipe the accumulated dust from the desk and chair, and then sat down contentedly, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out at the scenery. Outside was a large playground, but all he could see were a few crooked, white poplar trees. And before he knew it, his thoughts began to drift aimlessly. Chapter 82. Where is the beauty? As time passed, more students gradually filled the classroom. A tall, slender figure with gold-rimmed glasses took the seat beside Su Qing, exuding a distinct scent of smoke, indicating that he was likely an experienced smoker. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? There's no one outside to gawk at." The tall guy attempted to strike up a conversation with Su Qing in his own way. "Shen Montak," he said, winking at Su Qing. "Can I discuss something with you?" Su Qing responded with a bright smile and nodded, awaiting further elaboration. Shinamo pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, raising it slightly. "Let us switch seats for 2 minutes. Let me enjoy the view as well." Su Qing tilted his head, stood up, and relinquished his seat. Shinamo quickly settled into it, lit the cigarette, and leaned out the window to take deep puffs. In this day and age, it is no longer unusual for students to smoke, especially among university students, though being caught by a teacher often leads to reprimands. Thus, most smokers tend to exercise restraint. Shunmo's creative approach to circumventing the rules was rather ingenious. "Zhonghua, a gift from my dad," Shinamo grinned, revealing 2 yellowed canines. Su Qing chuckled and waved his hand. "No, thank you. I rarely smoke." Shinamo smiled, took out a Zongnanhai cigarette box, filled it with cigarettes, and then exchanged seats with Su Qing. Teacher Wu stood at the center of the podium and delivered a brief opening statement before shifting her focus. "Today, I would like to introduce a new student, Su Qing." Upon hearing his name, Su Qing obediently stood up from his seat, immediately greeted by a chorus of cheers. "Wow, a Real catch. Ha ha ha. The exclamation from an infatuated girl sparked uproarious laughter from the entire class, causing Su Qing's face to flush with embarrassment. Teacher Wu smiled gently, pressing her palm down and announcing that Su Qing would henceforth be a member of Class 8, inviting everyone to welcome him. A round of applause erupted, and Su Qing, feeling rather bashful, lowered his head and murmured a soft thank you, his voice barely audible like the hum of a mosquito. It was not until Teacher Wu called out, "Please sit," that he finally exhaled in relief and took his seat. Shen Mo nudged Su Qing with his elbow and whispered, "Buddy, are you related to the Iron Lady?" Su Qing, looking perplexed, turned his head and asked, "Which Iron Lady?" Shen Mo rolled his eyes and replied, "Our old teacher, Wu Tailon." Su Qing touched his nose, finally grasping who the Iron Lady was, though the notion of being relatives seemed far-fetched. After Wu Tailon delivered some motivational words about diligent study and preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, she announced the commencement of the first Chinese test of the new semester. The purpose of testing on the very first class was to tighten the students' holiday-loosened nerves, reflecting the school's unique methods. With 10 minutes left in class, Wu Tailon instructed the students to stop writing and submit their papers. A graceful-looking girl swiftly gathered the test sheets, and shortly thereafter, the dismissal bell rang. As Su Qing stepped out of the classroom, he took a deep breath, suddenly feeling parched. In the distance, he spotted a small shop at the school gate and hurriedly made his way towards it. However, a formidable figure blocked his path. It was Su Pander. This boy wasn't intentionally seeking to provoke Su Qing, but had come for his favorite vacuum-packed salted chicken wings from the shop. He often rushed there after class to buy a few packets, and encountering Su Qing provided an opportunity for a bit of mischief. Su Qing, not wishing to create conflict on his first day, instinctively chose to sidestep. To his surprise, as he moved left, the hefty boy stepped in to obstruct him again. "Hey, could he not block the way?" Su Qing felt a flicker of irritation, but suppressed it, repeatedly reminding himself that he must not cause trouble today. Su Panda, with a mocking expression, remarked, "You're quite bold. Huh? Even daring to move my desk. Looks like you're itching for a fight." Su Qing frowned and replied, "Teacher Wu asked me to move it. Your desk is all moldy. Who can stand that smell in a classroom?" Though Su Pander knew he was in the wrong, his frustration only intensified. The flesh on his cheeks twitched as he gritted his teeth and said, "You've got guts. Just wait until school lets out." Su Qing felt an urge to punch the boy in the face, but found the thought absurd. Not running after school? What do you think? Do you still have a meal to take care of? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he lazily said, "If you're tough, go find Bald Brother. I don't have time to waste with you." Bald Brother. Su Pander realized he knew Bald Brother. Sweat beaded on his fleshy forehead as he stood there, muttering to himself for several minutes, until the class bell rang and he snapped out of his reverie, dashing back to the classroom. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, watching from a distance, found it rather peculiar that this food lover hadn't stopped to buy his beloved salted chicken wings, even when he was so close to the shop. After school, Su Qing finally powered on his phone, only to be greeted by a flurry of over a dozen messages within mere seconds. The majority were from the notorious Tang, with a few from Meng Shicheng and Lu Youfu. To his dismay, there were no messages from Lu Yinxue. Since their parting at the Longquan Mountain Sanatorium, Su Qing had lost all contact with her. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to seek out Lu Yinxue at Jiangxing University when the graduate program commenced, determined not to let the first woman who captured his heart slip away. Chapter 83. Sunshine Internet Cafe. Exiting the school gates, Su Qing noticed several motorcycle taxis waiting by the roadside. He approached one and casually inquired about the fare. The drivers seemed to share an unspoken understanding, all quoting 5 yuan with payment up front before the ride, a significantly cheaper option than a taxi. The motorcycle whisked him directly to the entrance of the Huijing Garden Villa area. After disembarking, Su Qing walked straight in, oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in the eyes of the driver behind him. Upon returning home, Sister Zeng had already prepared dinner, while Qin Bing was still at work. Su Qing sat alone at the grand dining table, the sumptuous dishes before him, yet his appetite felt strangely lacking. "Sister Zeng, is your daughter feeling better?" Su Qing ladled some mushroom chicken soup in his bowl, casually inquiring. The moment Sister Zeng heard this, her expression turned jubilant. She rose and exclaimed, "Su Xiao, are you serious? Xiao Xue can come stay here?" Su Qing smiled and replied, "Of course I'm serious. It would be livelier with both of you here. Think of it as your own home." Tears welled in Sister Zheng's eyes as she quivered with gratitude. "Thank you. Su Xiao, thank you." She watched Su Qing ascend the stairs, then quickly tidied up the tableware, her heart brimming with joy as she hurried to the hospital to share the good news with her daughter. Upon reaching his room, Su Qing immediately retrieved the Protagonist relic from the vase and began practicing the Zhenyang Gong. He understood that the righteous yang energy in his dantian was far from enough to connect the run and du meridians. He could only continuously absorb the righteous yang energy from the relic, hoping to accumulate enough before attempting the next step. Only through diligent accumulation could he aspire to achieve the second tier of Zhenyang Gong. Since shedding the ivory shell, the pale golden gas emitted from the Protagonist relic had intensified several-fold, making absorption considerably easier. However, the daily output remained limited, akin to a drop in the bucket for Su Qing, who urgently needed a substantial influx of righteous yang energy. After practicing Zhenyang Gong for 2 hours, Su Qing felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him, compelling him to seek out a physically demanding endeavor to release this vitality. Practicing Zhenyang Palm seemed an excellent choice. Having completed a day's work, Qin Bing was also fatigued, reclining on the sofa and unwilling to move. Su Qing dutifully poured her a glass of water and said, Sister Zeng saved some food for you. I'll heat it up and bring it over. Earlier, she had assumed Su Qing was in a hurry for something significant. Oh, go ahead, Qin Bing nodded, leaning back on the sofa as she turned on the television. Outside, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and a luminous half-moon hung high above. On the lawn, Su Qing began to practice Zhenyang Palm, setting his stance and channeling his energy. Ascending the platform of a social media application, Su Qing took the initiative to engage in conversation with the user known as Seeing Through the Mundane Without Shaving. Su Qing, my friend, are we living life or merely existing? Seeing Through the Mundane Without Shaving abruptly interjected, sending a fiery emoji. Are you attempting to intimidate that chubby fellow using my esteemed name today? Su Qing, indeed, your reputation precedes you. The hefty lad was so frightened upon hearing the name of Bald Brother that he submitted blank sheets for several tests. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. Hee. Should I compel him to kneel before you and serenade you with conquer? Su Qing, no. Let us avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Today, consider it a favor I owe you. Remember to seek my assistance with any unresolved matters in the future. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. What a jest. There is not a single issue in Jiangping that I cannot resolve. However, you are quite unfortunate. On the very first day of school, you managed to expose me. I find it amusing. Su Qing, let us not delve into that. I'm not interested in any romantic entanglements. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. How dare you imply such a thing? Su Qing, when shall we meet? I shall treat you to a hot pot, if that suffices. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. Just take a left 500 meters outside Jiang University's main entrance, and you will find a sunlit internet cafe. I spend my days lurking there. Do remember to bring along 2 packs of fine cigarettes. Su Qing, very well, let us meet this weekend, so I may witness the charisma of Bald Brother. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. Meeting is agreeable, but let us refrain from discussing my special abilities. I genuinely fear being sliced apart. Being confined as a lab rat would be quite stifling. Su Qing, rest assured, I hardly believe in such matters, and I have nearly forgotten them. Seeing through the mundane without shaving. That is for the best. I have a prior engagement, so I must take my leave. Farewell. With a slight smile, Su Qing murmured to himself, rogues are not to be feared. One should fear a rogue with abilities. The prospect of Bald Brother's powers is indeed intriguing. I must keep my eyes wide open when we finally meet. For several consecutive days, life followed a routine until Saturday afternoon, when Su Qing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, arrived at the sunlit internet cafe. The cafe was modest in size, encompassing a mere 100 square meters, with a bar counter at the entrance. Behind it sat a small individual with golden hair, presumably the attendant and cashier, surrounded by an array of cigarettes and gaming point cards. Chapter 84. The special ability, Su Qing extracted 200 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them on the counter, stating, 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 cans of ice-cold beer, please. The golden-haired attendant swiftly retrieved the items, rubbed the bills between his fingers, and tucked them into the drawer, inquiring, would you like to use a computer? Su Qing nodded, replying, for 2 hours, please. The attendant efficiently counted out the change and asked, do you have an identification card? Su Qing tucked away his ID, grabbed the beer and cigarettes, and casually inquired, which computer is Bald Brother using? The attendant chuckled. Seeking assistance from Bald Brother for such trivial matters may seem a bit beneath you. It would be better to add an extra 2 or 300 yuan. In this cafe, few are unaware of Bald Brother, known for handling troublesome affairs at various universities in Jiang City. This sunlit internet cafe served as one of his operational hubs, possibly due to Bald Brother being an alumnus of this very establishment, spending his days here and occasionally receiving a few business propositions. Su Qing smiled and replied, I am not seeking his help. We have a prior arrangement to meet today. The golden retriever curled his lips and said, Number 18. The one with the longest hair. Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. How did the bald guy become the one with the longest hair? Upon recalling the fellow's online moniker, he couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder this character called himself seeing through the mundane and not shaving his head, as he seemed to have a penchant for mischief. Approaching number 18, Su Qing indeed found a bare-chested young man with long hair, one foot perched on a chair, half squatting and half sitting while engrossed in a game. Adorning his back was a tattoo of a turquoise Mithril Buddha, and his smooth, bald head was particularly conspicuous. Perhaps the bald title had something to do with that tattoo. Noticing the adjacent number 17 was unoccupied, Su Qing took a seat, placing his beer and cigarette on the computer desk before booting up and logging into a social media platform. Seeing through the mundane and not shaving his head was online. Su Qing smiled and sent a window shake his way, only to hear the bald guy beside him exclaim immediately, damn, this guy's shaking things up. I'm done for. Su Qing quickly typed a message. Who are you cursing? Smoking, huh? The bald guy was quick to respond, leaning toward the computer at number 17. Su Qing attempted to close the chat window, but was a fraction too late. Huh, so it's you, Brad. The bald guy tossed his long hair back and burst into laughter. Su Qing grinned, picked up a cigarette from the table, unwrapped it, and handed one over, chuckling. With that look, you're deliberately misleading the audience, aren't you? The bald guy took a cigarette, held it to his nose, and remarked, you bought this from the golden retriever, right? Su Qing retrieved a cigarette for himself, nodded, and the bald guy produced a lighter to ignite it for him. As they indulged in conversation, the cloud of smoke swirled around them. Hey, your name's Su Qing, right? As soon as the monkey mentioned it yesterday, I thought of you. Su Qing took a sip from a can of beer and replied, what's your name? That moniker of yours sounds awkward. The bald guy smirked slightly and said, if I tell you, you mustn't laugh. Su Qing took another swig of beer, solemnly nodding in agreement. Hishong. Su Qing inadvertently sprayed beer across the monitor. Hishong? This guy is truly talented. No, it must be the person who named him who is exceptionally creative. Hishong rolled his eyes and said, damn it, I told you not to laugh. It's he, as in high and noble. Wiping the beer from the corner of his mouth, Su Qing struggled to suppress his laughter. Who came up with that name? Why use a homophone? Hishong shrugged helplessly, saying, my grandmother named me. She's a Buddhist. Su Qing finished his beer and declared, fine. From now on, I'll just call you Baldy. It suits you. Hishong snatched another can of beer and said, whatever, let's go. I'm treating you to some flavorful hot pot. Su Qing tossed him a pack of cigarettes, saying, you're treating, I'm picking up the tab, as agreed. Hishong chuckled, no longer insisting, and the two exited the internet cafe. Many patrons were students from Jiangxing University, and those familiar with Baldy began to speculate about Su Qing's identity. Poor little Su, unaware that his meeting with an online friend had branded him as one of the delinquent youths. With Hishong, the local guide, leading the way, they soon found themselves seated in a private room at a flavorful hot pot restaurant, the air conditioning set to a chill that sent goosebumps coursing over Su Qing's skin. Hishong looked at Su Qing with a teasing expression and said, my friend, enjoying hot pot while the air conditioning is on is a true delight. I wonder if you dare to try dog meat? Eating hot pot in summer is already quite heated. Adding the robust heat of dog meat could be unbearable for those with weaker constitutions, potentially leading to nosebleeds on the spot. This is especially true for those suffering from acute tonsillitis, pharyngitis, rhinitis, or bronchitis, as it may exacerbate their conditions. The Compendium of Materia Medica states that consuming such food after a heat-related illness can be fatal. Generally, people would not choose to eat dog meat in the summer, risking their health for the sake of indulgence. Su Qing shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I have no taboos. As long as it tastes good, I'm in. Hishong gave him a thumbs up and called the waiter to place their order. Su Qing specifically requested a portion of chilled watermelon, indicating he wanted it with the rind, merely to witness the bald man's extraordinary abilities. The steaming yin-yang hot pot was accompanied by an array of meats, dog meat, beef, free-range chicken, squid, and lamb, with the exception of a single portion of bean curd, all of which were meaty delights. Even Su Qing couldn't help but marvel at how this guy truly was a meat-loving monk. Enjoying hot pot under the cool air conditioning was indeed a pleasurable experience. And with a few sips of cold beer, it was utterly refreshing. Before long, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, the waiter brought out a large plate of chilled watermelon. Su Qing lit a cigarette and, pulling out his wallet, paid the bill directly. He then mentioned they would leave once they finished eating and that there was no need to disturb them. Once the waiter exited, Su Qing approached and closed the private room door, pointing at the watermelon on the table with a smile. Bald brother. Today let us have our eyes opened and witness what we might call the Chinese Harry Potter. Hishang popped a piece of fatty lamb into his mouth and mumbled, I knew you had ulterior motives. You want to turn me into a guinea pig. Su Qing stuck out his tongue, feigning an eager expression to show us a trick. I promise not to breathe a word. After swallowing the lamb, Hishang picked out a shiny black watermelon seed with his fingertip and placed it in his palm, closing his fingers into a fist, saying, watch closely. Chapter 85, teaching you a few tricks. Su Qing blinked, fixating on that fist, or rather, threw it on the seed. To be honest, he still harbored a degree of skepticism regarding supernatural powers. He then distinctly saw a green sprout emerge from one end of the seed, swiftly extending towards the center of the fist, and then branches and leaves began to grow, while the root remained firmly grasped in Bald Brother's hand. Su Qing held his breath, watching as a vibrant green vine took shape right before his eyes, ultimately transforming into a several-meter-long melon vine, with a few small yellow flowers blooming at its center. Witnessing this miraculous creation of supernatural ability, even though he was somewhat prepared, Su Qing could not suppress the thrill in his heart. In that moment, he finally understood that he was not the only one in the world endowed with extraordinary abilities. Perhaps in some inconspicuous corner beside him, other humans with remarkable talents were hidden, and he simply did not know of their existence. In shock, Su Qing bent down and grasped the melon vine, exclaiming, let go. Are you trying to strangle my ankle? My friend, isn't this skill of ours impressive? Hishang, in a fit of triumph, removed the arm hoop and casually tossed it onto the ground. Su Qing, rubbing his slightly tingling ankle, retorted with irritation. If this thing were to constrict one's neck, it could be fatal. I see you're treating me like a test subject. After stepping forward, he bent down to pick up the gore vine, giving it a sharp tug. With a resounding snap, the vine broke into two pieces. He tugged a few more times, achieving the same result, leaving Su Qing puzzled as he looked at Hishang with a furrowed brow. Just now, this thing didn't seem so brittle. Hishang shrugged and replied, don't ask me. Once it's out of my hands, it turns into a soft noodle. Plus, if I use a gore vine, I'll have to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Su Qing gave a thumbs up, saying, with this skill of yours, you might just become more of a national treasure than a panda. You could even dismantle a liquor-soaked concoction. Hishang chuckled wryly, you're cleverly mocking me. Let us be clear, if you dare to breathe a word of this, I'll ensure to take you down before I get caught. He punctuated his words with a menacing gesture across his throat. Su Qing smirked, fully understanding Hishang's concern. If not for the fear of the unknown dangers, he would have practiced any martial arts. It would have been far simpler to hire a group of bodyguards instead. Don't worry, even if I shared this, who would believe it? They might just send me off to a mental institution for further studies. Su Qing rolled his eyes. Hishang lit a cigarette, taking a couple of deep puffs before lamenting, before I met you, I felt stifled, longing for someone to confide in about this. Now that I see you, I want to show off. Damn it, I'm a walking contradiction, incapable of keeping secrets. For some reason, upon hearing these words, Su Qing was overcome by a strong impulse to reveal his ability to see through objects. He took a deep breath to calm the tumult of emotions within him, taking a bite of watermelon as if Hishang's words held no significance. After venting his frustrations, Hishang appeared more at ease and began to finish off the remnants of their hot pot meal. By the end of the feast, the two had transformed into inseparable friends. Although Su Qing kept his supernatural abilities a secret, he did share his proficiency in martial arts, even performing a feat of telekinesis that left Hishang wide-eyed and eagerly asking to be his disciple. Qingzi, you must teach me this skill. Otherwise, I'll have to bring 100 or so underlings to wait outside Class 8 every day, calling you boss the moment you step out. Seeing Su Qing's reluctance to give a straightforward answer, Hishang resorted to feigned stubbornness, insisting that his telekinesis was far superior to Hishang's budding abilities. Su Qing chuckled, rubbing his nose. You can't practice this Zhengyang Gong. It requires a pure body. Otherwise, you'll bleed to death. Hishang was taken aback, stuttering. Is that true? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Su Qing frowned, stating earnestly, if I lie about this, may I meet a terrible fate. Hishang's expression turned somber, a hint of disappointment creeping in as he said, all right, I believe you. Su Qing smiled broadly, patting Hishang on the shoulder. However, I do have a technique called clothing-soaked 18 falls. I can teach you if you're interested. Really? Hishang's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, and exclaimed, Let's learn. Starting tomorrow. No, it will be best to begin right now. Su Qing squinted playfully and said, I will teach you just one technique, but it must remain confidential. Hishang nodded earnestly, declaring, of course. I won't even share it with my own mother. Then, as if recalling something, he asked in a hushed tone, is the 18 falls of cloth really impressive? Su Qing, suppressing a mix of amusement and exasperation, nodded seriously. It's quite remarkable. Mastering it would indeed be extraordinary. One can only wonder how Wang Tiangang would feel if he knew his signature skill was being likened to something so audacious. The reason Su Qing decided to impart the 18 falls of cloth technique to Hishang was straightforward. He wished for his equally gifted friend to possess an additional means of self-defense. All right, let's find a suitable place, and I will teach you right away. Hishang, a man of decisive action, immediately took Su Qing by the arm and led him outside. Su Qing, unable to refuse, found himself half-dragged to a derelict building's rooftop, a spacious and secluded area perfect for practice. Once they stood facing each other, Su Qing smiled and inquired, have you engaged in many fights before? Hishang, puzzled, replied, fighting is quite routine for me. It's normal to have a brawl every few days. Su Qing, lazily standing with half-closed eyes, said then, let's see what you've got. Come at me with any move you like. Hishang shook his head, no way. I'd be floored before I even got close. That would be self-inflicted punishment. Su Qing, with a few dark lines appearing on his forehead, retorted, I will only use the 18 falls of cloth, nothing else. Determined, Hishang gritted his teeth and, without finishing his sentence, lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Su Qing's nose while executing a swift low kick. Chapter 86. Encountering trouble, taking advantage of his opponent's moment of weakness, he aimed a punch at the nose and a kick at the groin. Both common tactics among brawlers who care little for the process of fighting, focusing solely on bringing their opponent down as swiftly as possible. Su Qing, however, was quicker. He pivoted at the waist, dodging to the left while extending his palm to deflect and entangle the incoming punch. With a swift motion, he swung his arm, sending Hishang tumbling backward for 2 meters, landing in a classic falling like a goose manner. This fall utilized both sticky force and clever technique, leveraging Hishang's forward momentum to execute the throw smoothly. Hishang was caught completely off guard, akin to striking a highly elastic spring, with the reactive force arriving so swiftly that his mind had yet to comprehend the event. Ouch! You are too ruthless. My backside feels like it's been split in two. It was only then that Hishang felt the aftermath of the falling like a goose technique, clutching his rear and wailing in pain. Su Qing stood there astonished. It was his first time engaging in a serious fight using proper skills, and he was surprised by the extraordinary efficacy of the 18 falls of cloth. Amidst his delight, he felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Hishang struggling to get up, fearing he had fallen harder than anticipated. Su Qing stuck out his tongue and hurried over to assist him, finding Hishang bent over in a comical pose that elicited an involuntary chuckle. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Hishang could not suppress the waves of euphoric delight within him. The famed 18 falls of clothing had indeed lived up to its reputation. Just moments ago, he had been thrown off balance without even touching the opponent's sleeve, left dazed and disoriented. If such skill were applied in a brawl, one could only wonder how many would dare approach. Thus, mastering this technique was imperative. Su Qing, supporting Hishang, offered an apologetic remark. I'm sorry, I miscalculated my strength and ended up throwing you quite hard. Hishang, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed a smile that was more painful than joyful. It's nothing, as long as I can learn this skill. Even if the chrysanthemum platform were to transform into shattered ice, it would be worth it. With no one to practice with, Su Qing had to lay Hishang aside gently, proceeding to demonstrate and explain the 18 falls of clothing on his own. Only after completing the entire routine did he exhale in relief, preparing to assist the injured companion down the stairs. How many falls did you remember? Su Qing asked, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Hishang replied confidently, at least 12, though a few are a bit hazy. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The 18 falls of clothing, unlike the modern adaptations, stemmed from authentic ancient texts, with each fall containing multiple variations. To remember 12 falls after just one viewing was indeed a remarkable feat, warranting the label of a martial arts prodigy. All right, just drop me off in front of the internet cafe, Hishang said. Being thrown by you is quite the ordeal. Su Qing, shouldering his backpack, helped Hishang downstairs. After only a few steps, they were met with the roaring of motorcycle engines ahead. 5 heavy motorcycles soon came into view. Upon seeing the speeding bikes, Hishang grew tense, cursing under his breath, damn it, these rascals have been tailing me for days. Today, They've finally caught me alone. After cursing, he pulled out his phone, ready to dial. Su Qing smiled calmly, placing a hand over Hishang's phone, and quietly inquired, "Your enemies?" Hishang nodded, glancing at the approaching motorcycles, licking his lips. They may look like a bunch of misfits, but those bikes are decent. The 5 motorcycles surrounded the two, their engines roaring and creating an atmosphere of agitation. Su Qing, one hand supporting Hishang, squinted with interest at this gathering of troublemakers, while his other hand discreetly gathered strength. As the motorcycles came to a halt, a young man with a bright red mohawk leaped off one of the bikes. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a solid build and bulging muscles on his arms. A thick chain wrapped around his left arm, exuding an air of raw masculinity. The appearance of others seemed rather pitiful, their faces resembling a thick layer of plaster, pallid and devoid of any color. Fortunately, the night had not completely fallen. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a horde of zombie-like figures. With a menacing demeanor, a crew-cut individual approached the two, pointing a finger at Hishang and sneering, "Brother Bald, you truly have a knack for selecting your battleground. It's high time we settled our old scores today." This location was several hundred meters from the main street, surrounded by a few dilapidated, unfinished buildings, making it an ideal spot for a brawl. Hishang found it difficult to walk, yet he remained undeterred, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the crew-cut man and retorting, "Mao Zhilong, you would do well to vacate before I lose my temper. Otherwise, today will not merely result in a couple of broken teeth." Mao Zhilong, the son of a wealthy real estate mogul from Jiangsheng, epitomized the archetype of a privileged second-generation rich kid. Once a student at Jiangsheng University, he had terrorized the neighborhood, treating the university as his personal domain with the aid of a gang of motorcyclists. Chapter 87. Terrifyingly Humiliated. Brother Bald rarely found himself alone, but today presented an opportunity. The motorcycle gang was determined to exact revenge on him. With a flick of his wrist, Mao Zhilong unleashed the iron chain coiled around his forearm. Resembling a lifeless snake that had lost its bones, his cold gaze fixed upon Hishang, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "What a splendid interest. Coming to this desolate place, huh? You can hardly stand." A lanky figure with hair dyed in a haphazard array approached, grinning mockingly at Hishang. "Huh. Brother Bald is quite the spectacle. Look at him leaning against the wall for support. TSK, TSK. The little attacker doesn't look half bad." The motorcycle gang dismounted, brandishing iron rods and baseball bats, encircling the two as they jeered and taunted. Mao Zhilong, unfazed by the raucousness of his minions, relished the thought of playing a game of cat and mouse with Brother Bald, believing escape was impossible for him today. Suddenly, Su Qing turned, a look of confusion on her face, asking, "What do they mean?" Hishang, his face darkened with anger, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. They think we're hiding here to engage in romance. Let us teach them a lesson." Mao Zhilong, reveling in Hishang's flustered demeanor, pointed his chain and mocked, "Brother Bald, are you out of your mind? Do you really think you and this little brat can take me on?" Su Qing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and stepped forward, patting Hishang's shoulder, whispering, "Steady yourself, hold my backpack." Recognizing Su Qing's intent to take action, Hishang stood firm, shouldering the backpack with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Mao Zhilong, taken aback, exchanged a glance with a burly figure behind him. The burly man, brandishing a baseball bat, advanced threateningly towards Su Qing, viciously cursing, "You little brat, you're about to choke on your last word." Su Qing, with a swift motion, crouched and seized his ankle, flipping him over effortlessly. However, this series of actions transpired with such swiftness that, to the motorcycle gang, it appeared as though the unfortunate fellow had merely slipped and fallen out, performing a dramatic aerial somersault before crashing down face first. Devoid of any splash, but losing a row of front teeth. Remarkably resilient, he uttered not a sound and, with a mere closing of his eyes, succumbed to unconsciousness. The gang members exchanged glances, some with a semblance of awareness, realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, one with a notably ruthless disposition, instinctively retreating a couple of paces. "Let us all go at once and finish this punk," Mao Zhihong uttered with a cold snort, raising the iron chain in his hand to lash horizontally at Su Qing's neck. The gang's courage surged, and wielding their makeshift weapons, they lunged forward en masse. 9 armed individuals bore down on one unarmed, inevitably pinning him to the ground. The most exhilarated among them was Hishang, who observed the motorcycle gang with the fervor of a spectator at a circus, likening their aggressive maneuvers to a series of tumbling gourds, each inexplicably rolling away upon nearing Su Qing, the ensuing chaos merely hastening their own downfall. with the clumsy lot failing even to lay a finger on him before toppling over, each fall heavier than the last. 5 minutes later, aside from the unconscious unfortunate, the remaining members lay bruised and battered, with a few nursing dislocated limbs and wailing in agony. Only Mao Jihong, sporting a bruised visage, managed to remain upright, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had intended to seize an opportunity while the bald-headed man was isolated, but instead found himself up against such a formidable opponent. Truly a stroke of bad luck. Su Qing bent down to retrieve a baseball bat, approaching Mao Jihong with a chilling smirk. The latter, paralyzed by fear, stumbled backward until his back collided with a motorcycle, resulting in a loud crash as both bike and rider toppled, the pungent scent of engine oil permeating the air. What do you intend to do? Facing the advancing Su Qing, Mao Jihong was genuinely frightened, uttering an utterly foolish question. My good brother. Knock out a couple of his front teeth and let him sing a tune of conquest, Su Qing remarked casually as he strolled over with the bat in hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Are you still going to fight? Mao Jihong shook his head vigorously. With 10 individuals still wielding weapons, and not having even grazed the opponent's clothing, he found himself in such a pitiful state. Was it not sheer masochism to continue? Su Qing, satisfied, nodded affirmatively. Are you convinced now? Mao Jihong, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, lamented with a woeful expression. I concede. How could I not when you wield such a formidable weapon? Oh my, he exclaimed, suddenly releasing a startled yelp as an unpleasant odor wafted into Su Qing's nostrils. Glancing down, Su Qing observed a spreading dampness around Mao Jihong's trousers. The man had urinated in fear. Damn it, Su Qing cursed, discarding half of the baseball bat with a flick of his wrist. He turned to Hishong and beckoned. Let us go. There is no point in further thrashing this worthless coward. Chapter 88. The Benefits of Training Upon Returning Home. Su Qing found Qin Bing seated in the living room, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. He greeted her briefly before darting upstairs. Having just tasted the sweetness of strength, a fervent desire ignited within Su Qing to swiftly channel his energies and master the second layer of Zhengyangong. Securing the door, I retrieved a small cloth pouch containing 3 precious Bodhi relics from a vase and settled onto the bed. If I could swiftly absorb the profound energy contained within the relics, channeling it through my meridians would undoubtedly become significantly easier. My gaze remained fixated on the 3 relics as a nearly frenzied thought took shape in my mind, to break open the relics and release the latent energy within, thereby utilizing this force to effectively connect my meridians. Without hesitation, I procured the engraving knife gifted by Elder Shui from the drawer, drawing forth a razor-sharp diamond blade. Grasping one of the relics firmly, I had already contemplated the risk of sacrificing one of the 3. Even if I ruined one, 2 would remain. I could not resign myself without attempting this bold endeavor. I laid 2 sheets of white paper upon the desk and began to meticulously carve into the relic with the engraving knife. The diamond blade glided across its surface, leaving only a faint incision. Clenching my jaw, I applied additional pressure, and the blade struggled to penetrate the outer layer, releasing a fine, pale yellow powder with each movement. There was a way. This object could indeed be sliced open. A surge of delight coursed through me as I quickened my pace. The hardness of the Bodhi relic seemed comparable to that of jade, and as time passed, I painstakingly carved out a 2-centimeter square groove. Yet, contrary to my expectations, no soft golden mist emerged. Undeterred, I retrieved a chisel and pushed further along the groove. The pale golden powder accumulated on the white paper, forming a thin layer as the relic became increasingly hollowed out. Despite my intense focus, a tinge of disappointment surfaced within me. It appeared this audacious attempt might culminate in failure. Nevertheless, my chisel remained in motion, and unexpectedly, my taut nerves began to relax. Just as I was about to breach the relic, the chisel's tip suddenly plunged downward, seemingly into thin air. A resounding crack echoed as the relic split apart, releasing a blinding stream of pure golden energy that surged forth, expanding rapidly in my vision. The energy split into 2, akin to arrows released from a bow, piercing directly into my eyes. Ouch! I cried, shielding my eyes as I felt the scorching energy penetrate my very being. Waves of heat coursed through my mind, as if desperate to burst forth. In a panic, I quickly focused my energy, employing my inner technique to guide the 2 streams towards my chest meridian. Strangely, the 2 energies behaved like wild stallions, galloping freely within my mind, while my will felt akin to a lasso, managing to ensnare one, only for the other to vanish from sight. Time and again, I search within my mind, employing my unusual abilities to locate the second stallion. Yet, just as I prepared to ensnare it, the first one I had captured broke free and fled. Though my intention was singular, the golden energies had divided, and I found myself unable to multitask, feeling overwhelmed by the chase. Time swiftly elapses, and the restless Su Qing finds himself contemplating the futility of this endless pursuit. Yet, the indomitable spirit within him compels him repeatedly to muster the energy to engage once more in this relentless chase. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but Su Qing feels an unbearable pressure in his eyes and a tumultuous chaos in his mind. At that moment, the yang energy stored within his dantian begins to stir, as if yearning to break free. Perhaps fate has deemed him worthy of survival. Upon releasing the yang energy, the erratic golden essence seems to be drawn by an unseen force, converging into a harmonious flow. The three currents intertwine within his consciousness, gradually merging into a singular entity, emanating a soft golden radiance that eventually settles into tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing strives to guide this synthesized yang energy with his will. Surprisingly, it flows obediently into his dantian, restoring a sense of calm. Upon opening his painfully strained eyes, he perceives a blurred vision, his body drenched in sweat. He struggles to rise and approach the mirror in the wardrobe, where he catches a glimpse of his own eyes, now a striking crimson, reminiscent of a severe case of conjunctivitis, with blood vessels vividly etched upon his lenses. With stiff hands, he discards his damp clothing and steps into the bathroom for a hot shower, gradually regaining his sight. However, he now feels utterly drained, and, as he exits the bathroom, he collapses onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Time passes unmeasured, until a clear ringtone jolts Su Qing from his reverie. As he sits up, every muscle in his body aches as if ground by a millstone, and his head feels weighted down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Struggling to rise, he retrieves his phone from the pocket of his pants on the floor, only to find that the call is from his sister-in-law. Upon answering, Qin Bing's slightly anxious voice resonates through the receiver. "Qingzi, are you all right? Open the door." Su Qing lazily responds and walks over to unlock the door, revealing Qin Bing standing there, phone in hand. A flicker of panic flashes in her enchanting eyes, and a faint blush colors her cheeks as she abruptly turns her head away. "Qingzi, what happened?" Su Qing et Golim." Hastily shutting the door with a resounding thud, he rushes to the wardrobe to hastily throw on some clothes, feeling utterly mortified, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Bing's heart races as if a startled deer, her face flushed to the point of nearly dripping with embarrassment. Internally, she chides him for developing such habits, and her cheeks burn with shame as she coughs discreetly to mask her own discomfort. Chapter 89. A Reunion with Han Shui. For reasons unknown, Su Qing feels a sudden clarity of mind upon Qin Bing's unexpected intrusion. He dresses properly, cleans up the fragments of relic powder scattered across the table, and gathers his cigarettes, lighter, and wallet, tucking them into his pocket before stepping out, his face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Bing remains at the door, having taken the morning off from her duties to care for her daughter, initially intending to invite Su Qing for breakfast. However, after knocking for an extended period without a response, she resorted to frantic calls, only to stumble upon this awkward situation. "Sister-in-law, can't you allow me to sleep in a little longer on this weekend?" Su Qing murmured under his breath as he stepped out, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face, feeling somewhat sheepish after having been so audacious in front of her. Qin Bing, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, "It's already 9:30. After we have breakfast, I plan to take you to buy a new backpack. By the way, I wish to purchase a car. Taking the bus every day is rather inconvenient." Su Qing Tukka. There's no need to buy a car just yet. A good one should be delivered in a few days. The fine automobile he referred to was the Rolls-Royce Phantom promised by Meng Shircheng, which should be ready shortly. It will be quite a sight to see Qin Bing, earning $2,000 to $3,000 a month, driving a nearly $10 million luxury vehicle to work. Qin Bing shook her head. "I'm in an electric motorcycle, not a car." Realizing he had misunderstood her, Su Qing quickly nodded. "All right, let's buy an electric motorcycle first. Once we have a car, riding it to school wouldn't be bad either." Su Qing added with a smile, "Let's discuss it while we walk. After breakfast, I want to visit Sister Zheng's daughter." Qin Bing agreed. "Indeed, we are on the same wavelength. I mentioned to Sister Zheng this morning that her daughter should move to the villa for recovery after being discharged, only to find out she said you had suggested the same thing 2 days ago." Su Qing chuckled, scratching his nose in acknowledgement. The uncle and sister-in-law left the house, first stopping at a small eatery for breakfast, then hailing a taxi to the Jiangsheng affiliated hospital. They purchased several bags of fruit from a stand near the hospital entrance before making their way to the inpatient building. It was the weekend, and many visitors were present. The hospital elevator had formed two long lines. After much effort, they squeezed into an elevator that was packed tightly, separating them in the crowd. Suddenly, Qin Bing felt a strange hand roughly squeezing her chest, prompting her to gasp in shock. Her exclamation drew Su Qing's attention, and he strained to maneuver closer. Urgently asking what happened, Qin Bing bit her lip, refraining from responding. She couldn't possibly admit that someone had taken advantage of the chaos. Furthermore, she hadn't even seen who was responsible, and she could only suppress her indignation. Su Qing furrowed his brow, but chose not to press further, his vigilant gaze scanning the area with an intimidating aura. Several men caught in his line of sight instinctively turned away. "Hey, what are you doing?" exclaimed a young woman in a plaid skirt, her eyes wide as she looked at a tall, slender man wearing black-rimmed glasses behind her. Unfazed, the tall man retorted, "What do you think I'm doing?" He smirked, a mocking expression on his face, and Su Qing quickly grasped the situation, feeling a surge of anger as he subtly pushed forward until he stood before the tall man. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 5th floor, and, as the doors opened, a few passengers stepped out, only to hear a strange cry from behind. The tall man was shoved out of the elevator, flying several meters like a cannonball, landing sprawled on the ground. As the elevator doors closed and ascended, several individuals exited, leaving the cabin considerably more spacious. Su Qing easily made his way to Qin Bing's side, a playful smile gracing his lips. He thought to himself, with the combination of the 18 falling clothes technique and Xinjiang Gong, this fellow could very well find himself in an orthopedic ward. He would undoubtedly have ample opportunities to ride elevators in the future. The elevator halted on the 12th floor, and the uncle and niece stepped out. It was only then that Qin Bing furrowed her brows and inquired, "Qingzi, that individual earlier was tossed out by you, wasn't he?" The use of the word individual indicated that she did not entirely disapprove of Su Qing's method of dealing with others. Su Qing smiled non-committally and replied. Perhaps when he reached his floor, he impulsively leapt out. Upon hearing this, Qin Bing couldn't help but chuckle. "Let us go. In the future, try not to let people fly out." She was quite certain that it was Su Qing who had taken action earlier, and she chose not to press further. The two of them carried the fruits to room 56. Upon entering, they saw Sister Zheng seated beside the hospital bed, peeling fruits for her daughter. Su Qing approached with the fruit bag in hand. As soon as Sister Zheng spotted them, she hastily set down the fruit and greeted, "Young Master Su, Miss Qin. What brings you here? Please have a seat." She warmly moved 2 stools over. Su Qing set down the fruit, but directed his gaze toward Han Shui on the hospital bed. Due to her injuries, the once vibrant and cheerful girl now appeared pale and frail, having lost several pounds. At that moment, she was also looking at Su Qing, and their eyes met, both breaking into smiles. Han Shui's smile was somewhat strained as she softly uttered, "Is it really you, young Master Su?" Su Qing touched his nose and replied, "Of course. It's me, the one from the paternity test." Han Shui smiled again, this time genuinely, filled with gratitude and relief. Since her mother had suddenly mentioned finding an employer willing to advance her salary to cover the exorbitant medical expenses, the astute Han Shui had been secretly speculating about the identity of this benevolent employer. Eventually, she inexplicably thought of the young man who had fought at the sauna. Based on Sister Zheng's description of the employer's appearance, Han Shui was nearly certain that it was the wealthy Su Qing who had come to her aid. Finally meeting him today, her heart swelled with unspoken excitement, and her eyes misted over. "Thank you," Han Shui choked out, and Su Qing smiled gently, saying, "No need for thanks, just focus on your recovery." Meanwhile, Qin Bing stepped forward with a smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Su Qing's sister-in-law, Qin Bing." Han Shui struggled to rise, but her injured leg would not cooperate. Su Qing quickly came forward and gently pressed her shoulder, saying, "No need to get up. Once you heal, you can jump around if you wish." Han Shui forced a bitter smile and ceased her struggle, obediently lying back down. This unfortunate turn of events had forced the optimistic and resilient girl to once again experience the fickleness of human relationships. She had never imagined that the one to extend a helping hand would be a fleeting acquaintance. Chapter 90. The Mad Dog Named Wei? Su Qing sat beside the hospital bed and softly asked, "Have they located the driver responsible for the accident?" Han Shui managed a bitter smile, replying, "They found the car. It was a stolen vehicle, and by the time they discovered it, It had been reduced to a pile of charred metal. Su Qing furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, and instinctively asked, "Did you happen to offend anyone before the incident?" Han Shue's lips trembled slightly as she sighed. "There is one, but the police say they cannot find any evidence." Su Qing fell silent, feeling an intense conviction that Han Shui had likely been deliberately injured. Yet, he pondered, did he possess the means to address this matter? Han Shui forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Forget it. It's all in the past now. I no longer wish to investigate matters that yield no results." Beside the bed, Sister Zeng offered a heartwarming consolation. "Xiao Shui, once you are discharged tomorrow, we shall move to Su Xiao's home. There is a security guard at the entrance, so generally, no one can enter." Qin Bing, with an air of grace, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Welcome. That large house feels quite desolate with just the two of us. I must admit, I do feel a bit frightened at night. Your presence would certainly enliven the atmosphere." Su Qing remained silent, yet he detected an unsettling undertone in Sister Zheng's words, particularly her last remark. Could it be that even in her current state, Han Shui was still being harassed? At that moment, the hospital room door swung open, and in walked a doctor in a white coat accompanied by two nurses clad in pink uniforms. They approached Han Shui's bedside. "Han Shui, after we change your dressing, we will take you for an x-ray. The bone callus is healing at a normal rate, and you should be able to have a cast put on this afternoon and be discharged in 6 weeks for a cast removal." The doctor, masked and speaking in a somewhat muffled tone, began various examinations while the nurses expertly tended to Han Shui's injured leg. For reasons unknown, Su Qing felt an odd impression that this doctor seemed to be hastening Han Shui's discharge, complicating matters further. "Sister Zeng, let us step outside for a moment," Su Qing said, furrowing his brow as he rose from his seat and walked out of the room, with Sister Zeng quickly following him. In the smoking area at the end of the corridor, Su Qing pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and remarked softly, "Han Shui has not been very happy during her recent hospital stay, has she?" Sister Zeng appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Qing's sudden inquiry, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Su Qing smiled gently and added, "If there is anything troubling you, feel free to share it with me. Perhaps I can offer assistance." With a sigh, Sister Zeng slowly recounted a troubling incident that had plagued the mother-daughter duo for quite some time. Since Han Shui's hospitalization, groups of intimidating thugs would intermittently burst into the ward, brandishing inedible rotten fruits while threatening the pair with ominous words about how Master Wei desired a woman and that, even in her weakened state, she could not escape. They warned that next time, it would not merely be a matter of broken limbs. Each visit, they would leave a pile of decaying fruits behind. Initially, the hospital security attempted to intervene, but eventually, even they dared not approach. During this period, Han Shui's father kept vigil during the day, while Sister Zeng took over at night. Their family lived in constant trepidation, and each time the thugs arrived with their foul offerings, the other two patients in the room could no longer bear it and requested to be transferred to different wards. Room 56 became solely occupied by Han Shui. Upon hearing Sister Zeng's account, Su Qing felt a surge of anger. He took out his phone and dialed Tang Guobin, the call connecting after just 2 rings. "Damn it, what brings you to call me today?" Tang Guobin's breath was heavy, indicating he was engaged in some vigorous activity. Su Qing chuckled and asked, "What are you up to?" "Exercising?" A vague voice came through the phone. "I'm busy. I'll call you back later, bye." Beep. The line went dead, leaving Su Qing in utter astonishment. What kind of antics was this? Bewildered, he could only shake his head in resignation. "Su Xiao, if it's inconvenient, we can refrain from moving to the villa. Resting at home is quite fine," Aunt Zeng suggested, noticing Su Qing's helpless expression, thinking he was concerned about causing trouble. Su Qing shook his head. "Why not go? After the checkup, we can take Han Shui directly to my home." Aunt Zeng hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I've heard from Xiao Shui that young Master Wei is the son of Wei Haigua. I'm worried about causing you trouble. Both you and Miss Qin are good people, and I wouldn't want to implicate you." Su Qing smiled lightly, discarding the cigarette but into a nearby sand bucket. "I don't care whose son he is. No one is above the law. You can rest easy and stay here." The medication had been changed, and the doctor had completed the examination, stating everything was normal and recovery was progressing well. They just needed to take an x-ray for confirmation. A nurse brought over a wheelchair and carefully helped Han Shui into it, speaking softly and showing remarkable attentiveness, clearly sympathetic to Han Shui's plight. The three accompanied Han Shui to the x-ray room, where the doctor barely glanced at the images before declaring everything was fine, and that they could discharge her after applying a cast. This incited a wave of anger in Su Qing, who silently cursed. "Damn, Is this what passes for medical ethics? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Tang Bin calling. He answered with irritation. What is it? On the other end came a few dry chuckles. It's done. Your timing is impeccable. What do you need? Su Qing stepped outside while speaking softly. You should know young Master Wei, right? There was a minute of silence on the line before Tang Bin replied gravely. You haven't gotten on his bad side, have you? Or is it about that sauna incident? Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. I haven't crossed him yet, but who knows what the future holds. Tang Bin quickly warned, Brother, I advise you to steer clear of this matter. The Wei family has a rabid dog, and whoever provokes him will be bitten. Su Qing chuckled lightly. What? Even you fear him? From their conversation, it was evident that Tang Bin harbored a considerable apprehension towards the so-called mad dog, young Master Wei. Not many could elicit such a response from him in Jiangxing. Su Qing was not one to instigate trouble, but he was certainly not one to shy away from it. He had no desire to delve into the truth of Han Shui's accident, but having decided to let the mother and daughter stay in his villa, he would not stand idly by while they faced any further harm. A man of his word, he would face whatever challenges came his way. Uncle and Aunt Zeng patiently waited for Aunt Zeng to pack her belongings, assisting her with the bags into the elevator. Once outside the hospital, they hailed 2 taxis to take the mother and daughter directly to the villa. After settling the fare for 1 cab, they took the other to a shop specializing in electric motorcycles. Upon entering his home, Su Qing was taken aback to find Tang Bin lounging on the sofa, wearing a knowing smile as he gazed at him. Su Qing stepped forward, casually placing his backpack down on his shoulder, and asked, tea or wine? Tang Bin shook his head and replied, neither. I am here to deliver the car. The Beetle is in the garage. Here are the keys and the transfer documents. After saying this, he picked up a handbag from the side, retrieving the car keys and several papers, which he placed on the tea table in front of them. Su Qing squinted and smiled, saying, thank you. Would you like me to treat you to a meal? He understood that Tang, the young master, was merely using the car delivery as an excuse. His real intention was likely related to Han Shui. Tang Bin awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said in a low voice, some matters are better discussed in your room. Su Qing nodded with a smile, grabbed his backpack, and together with Tang Bin ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon opening the door, a wave of sweat odor greeted them. Tang Bin could not help but frown, remarking, your housekeeper is quite incompetent. There are clothes strewn about that Haven tea been taken out for washing. The sweat-soaked garments from the previous night still lay on the floor. No wonder there was such a smell. However, this could not entirely be blamed on Sister Zeng. She was likely busy caring for her daughter, which was somewhat understandable. Su Qing chuckled dismissively. It's perfectly normal for a man's room to have a bit of odor. If it were too clean, I might suspect I had entered the wrong room. Huh, you, my friend, are just like me. Tang Bin pulled over a chair and sat down, casually taking out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Su Qing. Su Qing accepted the cigarette and sat on the bed, tapping the end against his fingernail a few times before saying, Brother Tang, speak plainly. After all, Han Shui is already living in my house. If the Wei family wants to cause trouble, let them. Tang Bin's playful demeanor faded as he became serious, stating, the Wei family is just a fool, but his father is a man of influence, overseeing this area. He indulges in wine, women, and wealth. And anyone wanting to make a living in Jiangxing must show him some respect, particularly those in the catering and entertainment industry. It's not difficult to find bones in an egg. Su Qing silently appreciated Tang Bin's well-intentioned warning. But that did not mean he would abandon his principles due to such obstacles. He was inherently spirited, unwilling to become a coward or a weakling. Brother Tang, I appreciate your kindness, but if the Wei family dares to provoke me, I won't shy away. We are men with resolve. Su Qing's gaze sharpened as he reached for a jade stone ornament on the bedside, channeling the Zhengyang skill into his palm. With a firm grip, there was a sudden, sharp crack, and the ornament shattered into an irregular pile of stones. Tang Bin stared in astonishment at the debris slipping from Su Qing's palm, his eyes filled with envy. Just days ago, this young man had been merely struggling. Now, he had cultivated such remarkable strength, which made Tang Bin feel a twinge of jealousy. Su Qing brushed the stone powder from his hands and sighed, alas, this is the Zhengyang skill. Too bad you were too early in your endeavors. Otherwise, I would have taught you. Tang Bin instinctively nodded. Well, it can only be this way. Suddenly recalling the underlying meaning in Su Qing's words, he pretended to be angry and said, you, practicing the sunflower scripture. Su Qing stuck out his tongue, proudly declaring, so, do you think the bones of the Wei family are any harder than this stone? Tang Bin, unimpressed, scoffed, with your skills, you're still a bit inexperienced. Can you be quicker than this? After speaking, he extended 2 fingers to form a figure 8 and gently tapped Su Qing's forehead. Su Qing's expression momentarily froze, and the image of a handgun surfaced in his mind. If the opponent truly resorted to firearms, even the most formidable skills would prove futile. No matter how exceptional the martial arts, they would become inconsequential in the face of powerful weaponry. Tang Guobin, reveling in Su Qing's predicament, took a drag from his cigarette and leisurely remarked, "However, you are fortunate to have someone to assist you, and the days of that mad dog, surnamed Wei, are numbered." Naturally, Su Qing's first thought was of Wang Tiangang. Yet, even if Tang Guobin could reach him, given his advanced age, could he possibly outpace a bullet? Tang Guobin seemed to sense Su Qing's apprehension and deliberately teased, "Are you really going to treat your guest like this? How about pouring me a cup of cool boiled water to soothe my throat?" Chapter 92. Are you Su Qing? Su Qing casually retrieved a stainless steel cup from the table and handed it over. Upon lifting the lid, Tang Guobin discovered it was indeed filled with cool boiled water. After taking a sip, he heard the languid voice of his young companion. "I poured it out on moving day and haven't had a chance to drink it since. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Puffed. Tang Guobin promptly spat it out, wiping the water from his mouth as he exclaimed, "You little rascal. That's quite underhanded." Su Qing merely chuckled nonchalantly. "Isn't tap water just drawn from the river? Who knows how long it's been sitting there, millions of years perhaps. Now, tell me, who can truly deal with that mad dog?" Tang Guobin was thoroughly outmatched by Su Qing's wit. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, "Go cry to your stone-carving master. He might have a way to handle that way, fellow. Your luck truly makes me envious. Even your master is impressive." The stone-carving master? Wasn't that Master Shui Hanyan? Yet, he seemed to lack such power. Su Qing pondered as his thoughts began to race. He recalled a scene in a small restaurant in Tengchong. Perhaps the influence behind Master Shui could indeed bring justice to Han Shui. Before arriving, Tang Guobin had been frustrated enough to slam the table. But after being enlightened by a sage, he had rushed over to inform Su Qing, simultaneously acting as a catalyst. If this matter could topple Wei Haigua, it would be akin to lifting a colossal weight from the heads of those in the upper echelons. Tang Guobin did not instruct Su Qing on what to do. He merely pointed the way. Once his objective was achieved, he rose to leave, leaving behind a USB drive with the instruction to look at it after he departed. As soon as Tang Guobin left, Su Qing couldn't contain his curiosity and quickly opened his computer, inserting the USB drive into the port. It contained a video file, which he opened with a media player. The screen displayed two men conversing in a private room, their dialogue crystal clear. On the left sofa sat a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, tall and with a stern visage. A cold smile playing at the corners of his lips, typical of one whose smile did not reach his eyes. The other man, engaged in conversation with him, was none other than Mao Zhilong, whom Su Qing had recently dealt with rather decisively. His distinctive rooster comb hairstyle was particularly memorable. Mao Zhilong, this scoundrel, offered a cigarette to the young man across from him, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he remarked, "Young Master Wei, I acted entirely according to your wishes. However, that fellow was a bit too ruthless." Young Master Wei, his expression filled with displeasure, replied, "You lack the necessary ferocity. If you can't handle such trivial matters without leaving traces, how can you expect to stand by my side in the future?" Mao Zhilong, feeling abashed, continued. That young man saw the woman surnamed Han with her legs broken and, in a moment of panic, forgot to drive over her. Young Master Wei, his fury ignited, shouted, "Silence! You worthless fools, get out!" With his head hung low, Mao Zhilong turned to leave, but young Master Wei's voice suddenly halted him. From a nearby handbag, he retrieved a wad of cash and tossed it toward Mao Zhilong, coldly stating, "This matter must remain buried within you. Should I learn that you dare to speak a word of it, the consequences will be dire." As Mao Zhilong bent to pick up the bills, he contemplated saying something further, but the voice from the sofa commanded, "Leave." The video had reached its conclusion, and these few terse exchanges were sufficient to implicate Wei as the mastermind behind the incident involving Han Shui. It was evident that the perpetrator was inextricably linked to Mao Zhilong. Su Qing took a deep breath to quell the anger swelling within him, removed the USB drive, and placed it in his pocket before hastening out the door towards the villa of Elder Shui. After pressing the doorbell several times, the housekeeper answered, informing him that Elder Shui was away and requested his return the following day. Just as he reached his doorstep, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. Turning to investigate, he saw two vehicles racing towards him, coming to a halt outside his villa. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback as 5 individuals emerged from the police car, and leading them was none other than his former attractive landlady's cousin. With a sharp memory, he recalled her name, Jiang Xiu, her name as memorable as a gentle rain, though he pondered what business this group had at his doorstep. Perplexed, Su Qing gazed at the approaching female officer, who, with a serious expression, asked, "Are you Su Qing?" As she spoke, two of her colleagues lunged forward, one on each side, seizing his arms. Su Qing's mind swirled in confusion as the two robust figures twisted his arms simultaneously. In a reflexive motion, he stepped back, quickly shifting his feet to strike their heels, and with a forceful twist, sent them sprawling like rag dolls to the ground. Jiang Xiyu drew her firearm from her waist, commanding, "Let go or I will shoot." Peering from between the shoulders of the two immobilized officers, Su Qing replied softly, "I'll accompany you without twisting my arms." Jiang Xiyu, gazing at the young man before her, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although she could not recall where she had encountered him, her instincts, honed over the years, assured her that she had met him before. Prior to their arrival, her superior had cautioned her about his identity, a student from Jiangsheng with some combat skills, and advised her to exercise caution during the apprehension. Initially dismissive of the warning, Jiang Xiyu now realized that this individual was far more formidable than merely possessing basic fighting techniques. After all, she had never encountered someone capable of subduing 4 police officers in under a minute. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiyu nodded and said, "Very well, but you must immediately cease any resistance. Otherwise, an additional charge will be added." Su Qing, now fully aware that he had been ensnared, was taken aback by the swiftness of the adversary's actions. A wave of despondency washed over him as he gritted his teeth and released his grip. The two detectives felt an immediate alleviation of pressure and stepped back, placing their hands on their holstered firearms. With a bitter expression, Su Qing cast a glance at the door of his home, bowed his head, and approached the car, opening the rear door and sliding inside. Chapter 93. The Young Martial Artist with Connections. "Boss, this kid is uncanny. His strikes are both swift and ruthless," one officer complained, rubbing his sore backside, eager to rush in and deliver a beating to Su Qing to vent his frustration. "This fellow is a master. I still cannot comprehend how I was flung out," remarked another officer, who had sustained a less severe fall, but found half his body numb. The two officers entered the vehicle, flanking Su Qing, while one produced handcuffs intending to restrain him. However, Su Qing interjected, "You're Ji's cousin, aren't you?" Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement, falling silent as the officer secured the cuffs around his wrists. As the police car sped away, leaving his home far behind, they passed a black Santana, within which sat the returning Xue family. Su Qing sat despondently on a chair in the interrogation room, overwhelmed by the abruptness of the situation, struggling to adapt to the sudden shift in his circumstances. Jiang Xiyu and another officer settled at the interrogation table and began their inquiries, commencing with mundane questions regarding his name, place of origin, and profession, eventually progressing to the brawl that had transpired the previous night. At this moment, Su Qing had come to realize who had orchestrated this scheme against him. The wicked often cry out first, and today he had encountered the very essence of the thief shouting to catch the thief. There was no doubt that Mao Zhilong would not come to report the incident. The true instigator was undoubtedly that mad dog, surnamed Wei. Su Qing responded with a cold smile. "That is not the case." Jiang Xiyu continued, "Currently, 5 injured parties are receiving treatment at the municipal hospital. According to our information, Hishan has accused you of assaulting the victims. You are merely an accomplice." Su Qing felt a surge of frustration rise within him. His previously low spirits dissipated as he fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Xiyu. "You are distorting the facts. You should investigate the good deeds Mao Zhilong has committed. I do not wish to be assaulted. My actions were purely in self-defense." After a series of questions, Su Qing steadfastly refused to admit to any intentional harm, insisting it was an act of legitimate defense. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Jiang Xiyu decided to place him in a detention room for the night, intending to resume questioning the following day after gathering more details from the parties involved. Having calmed down after the exchange, Su Qing's foremost concern was that his family remained unaware of his arrest, and he was apprehensive about missing class the next day. Even if he did not attend, he would need someone to request a leave of absence for him. "Xiao Lu, take him to the detention room. We will continue the investigation once the facts are clearer tomorrow." Jiang Xiyu instructed the officer beside her, pondering whether she should inform her cousin about the situation. "Wait, I must make a phone call to notify my family. Otherwise, I will go nowhere." Su Qing, alarmed by the prospect of being locked up for the night, abruptly rose to his feet. The officer named Xiao Lu also stood up sharply, sternly commanding, "What do you think you're doing? Sit down and behave." Su Qing exclaimed, "I need to make a phone call. I have school tomorrow." Xiao Lu, seemingly amused by the absurdity of the situation, scoffed. What school? You must understand that you are currently a suspect. Do you comprehend? Jiang Xiyu was taken aback when her name was called out so brazenly, her heart fluttering with surprise. It was evident that Su Qing's words carried an undertone of threat. Could it be that this young man had some hidden backing? Xiao Lu, a police officer, was not pleased. As one of Jiang Xiyu's many admirers, he had volunteered to take the statement during his shift. Witnessing Su Qing's disrespect towards the woman he admired ignited his fury. He swiftly retrieved a rubber baton from the wall of the interrogation room and charged towards Su Qing. You better behave. Do you think you can just call out Zhang's name? The baton almost touched Su Qing's nose, and the pent-up frustration of the young man erupted. His hands still cuffed, he defiantly pointed at Xiao Lu and shouted, I don't care where I am. I can curse and threaten. Today, I fear nothing. Xiao Lu, upon hearing this outburst, suddenly found himself calmed. Who was Wei Haigua? In the bureaucratic circles of Jiansheng, everyone knew of him. Despite holding the baton, Xiao Lu felt his confidence waver. Just as he found himself at an impasse, Jiang Xiyu remarked coolly, I can allow you to make one phone call. Limited to 5 minutes. Su Qing shook his head and replied, 2 calls, a total of 10 minutes. Once I'm done, I will obediently wait in the detention room. Jiang Xiyu had encountered bargaining suspects before, but none had been so straightforward. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and said, Xiao Lu, unlock his handcuffs. Xiao Lu complied, setting down the baton to retrieve the handcuff key. Su Qing chuckled, no need to bother, these won't hold me. With that, he concentrated and effortlessly broke free from the handcuffs. He discarded the twisted cuffs on the floor and pulled out his phone to dial Qinbing. Xiao Lu and Jiang Xiyu stood in astonishment, both pondering the same thought. What kind of extraordinary individual had they captured tonight? The call connected and Qinbing, anxious, asked, Qingzi, where are you? Su Qing took a deep breath and said, Sister-in-law, don't speak, just listen to me. After hanging up the first call, he attempted to reach old Shui, only to find the line disconnected. With no other options, he placed all his hopes on his sister-in-law. Seeing that Su Qing had finished his call, Jiang Xiyu, relieved that the conversation had not touched upon the case, adopted a formal demeanor and said, Please surrender all personal belongings. We will ensure their safekeeping. Su Qing, a solitary figure, stepped forward and placed his phone and wallet onto the interrogation table. Jiang Xiyu retrieved a large leather envelope and methodically placed each item inside. As she opened the wallet to inspect its contents, a small red booklet slipped from its compartment, the national emblem on its cover capturing her attention. Oh no, how could this have not been left at home? If they were to accuse me of fabricating evidence, it would be an injustice to Su Qing, he lamented silently. This red booklet was the universal license left behind by Wang Lao, and to this day, he had never regarded it as genuine. Jiang Xiyu's gaze sharpened as she picked up the booklet and turned a page. Her expression immediately transformed into one of intrigue. Upon reaching the second page, her shoulders involuntarily trembled. This was her first encounter with such a document. However, based on her extensive experience as a detective, she sensed that this certificate did not appear to be forged. If this document proved to be authentic, the implications would be staggering. The notion that one could face execution for offenses below the ministerial level was a grave matter. As the deputy captain of the criminal police team, she herself held only a departmental rank, meaning this document could dictate her very fate. The presence of such a symbol of absolute secrecy and authority in the hands of a mere student was utterly unfathomable. Jiang Xiyu inhaled sharply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she inquired, Whose document is this? Su Qing's heart sank, and he whispered, It belongs to my mentor. He asked me to collect his wages. Jiang Xiyu's shoulders quivered once more, her tone growing urgent. How do you collect wages? That's none of your concern. The document is in your possession, and their SA phone number at the bottom of the first page. You can call and ask. Just tell them you've apprehended Wang's disciple and request their arrival to collect him. Having resolved to fabricate a facade, Su Qing felt a newfound boldness. Jiang Xiyu sensed that the situation had spiraled beyond her control and instinctively reached for the phone on the table. Suddenly, a sharp ring pierced the air, startling her. Her hand froze just a couple of inches from the phone. Glancing at the caller ID, she realized it was the deputy director, Shen Tao, the very individual who had tasked her with capturing Su Qing. Jiang Xiyu composed herself and replied, Yes, the preliminary interrogation is complete. However, he continues to assert self-defense and refuses to acknowledge any intent to harm. Just as she was about to report the matter of the red booklet, Shen Tao interrupted her. This case requires further investigation. Temporarily release the suspect. Why? Jiang Xiyu's expression shifted slightly. She then heard Shen Tao's stern voice, Xiao Jiang. I instruct you to release the suspect immediately. You need not inquire further about the reasons, understood? Jiang Siyu cast a glance at Su Qing and quietly affirmed, understood. Just as she finished speaking, the call ended. She grabbed the leather envelope from the table, placed the booklet inside, and turned to Su Qing, saying, leave a phone number, and you may go. Su Qing paused, taking the envelope and swiftly extracting its contents to stow them in his pocket. He then retrieved his phone and asked, what's your number? Jiang Siyu provided her mobile number, and Su Qing quickly entered it before making his way toward the interrogation room door. Beep beep. Jiang Siyu retrieved her mobile phone, a message flashing across the screen. Upon opening it, her brow furrowed slightly as she read, I do not wish to provoke trouble, yet I'm not afraid of it. Please keep the information you encountered in the documents confidential. Thank you. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Siyu tucked her phone away and stated, Director, Shan has spoken. I am merely following orders. After organizing the items on the table, she exited the interrogation room. Just as she stepped outside, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to pull out her phone and dial a number. Su Qing had just exited the city police bureau when he was startled by the roar of an engine behind him. Turning around, his gaze froze as a white van hurtled towards him, its bright headlights momentarily dazzling his eyes. Alarmed, Su Qing's mind raced. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, barely avoiding the van that grazed his shoulder as it sped past with a screech. The tires left a trail of burnt rubber as the vehicle executed a sharp drift and swung back towards him. Damn it! Su Qing Guset! And with a sudden burst of energy, he thrust his palms forward, unleashing 2 waves of pure yang energy. With a resounding crash, he struck the van's windshield. The glass shattered in an instant, startling the driver, who lost control and crashed into the outer wall of the police station. The impact was so forceful that the driver was thrown from the shattered windshield, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. Heart racing, Su Qing stood still, glancing down at his palms, a flicker of exhilaration in his eyes. Just moments before, he had been at least 3 meters away, yet he had managed to shatter the windshield, an accomplishment that filled him with unexpected joy. Chapter 95, The Impact of Destiny. To avoid further complications, Su Qing hurriedly turned and departed, unwilling to be dragged back into the interrogation room for questioning. As for the unconscious driver, he knew that someone would soon arrive to deal with him. Such a person, even if deceased, was hardly deserving of sympathy. Arriving home at 11 o'clock, Su Qing noticed the villa was brightly lit from afar. Upon entering, he found a number of people gathered in the living room. Sister Zeng was softly comforting the sobbing Qin Bing, while the serious faces of the Shui family were present on the sofa. And even Han Shui sat quietly in her wheelchair beside them. The moment Su Qing stepped inside, he felt several piercing gazes upon him, the first belonging to the elder Shui. You rascal, come over here at once. Yes, Su Qing replied, hastening to the sofa. Shui Guoqiang surveyed him with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips. It has only been a few days, yet I hear you possess remarkable skills, able to take on 10. How surprising. Elder Shui feigned anger, stating, martial arts should be pursued for physical well-being, not for the sake of bravado. At your young age, to seek out conflict, today I must give you a proper lesson. Su Qing felt a pang of frustration, yet he refrained from contradicting Elder Shui, keeping his gaze fixed on the tips of his shoes. In the living room, only 3 individuals remained. Elder Shui pointed to the sofa beside him, chuckling. Are you standing there like a wooden post? You won't sit down even in your own home? Su Qing offered an awkward smile. I was seated for too long in the interrogation room. Standing is much more comfortable. Shui Guoqiang's countenance began to grow grave as he spoke in a low voice. We have reviewed the items you sent. In a couple of days, when we have irrefutable evidence, I assure you that not a single one of these nefarious scoundrels will escape justice. Furrowing his brow, Shui Guoqiang continued. Historically, the prince is not exempt from punishment for transgressions, regardless of which high-ranking official's offspring he may be. If the law is violated, it becomes my duty to intervene. It appears that the corruption within the Jiangshang system must be thoroughly eradicated. Su Qing understood that his release was largely thanks to the assistance of the Shui family. Recalling the incident at the municipal bureau where he had nearly been struck by a vehicle, he felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, just after leaving the municipal bureau, I almost got run over. Fortunately, I dodged in time, and that car crashed into the wall. It must be that mad dog, Wei, stirring up trouble again. Shui Guoqiang, taken aback by this revelation, widened his eyes in shock and retorted angrily, this is utterly outrageous. To brazenly commit an act of violence right outside the municipal bureau. Is that car still there? Su Qing shook his head uncertainly. I cannot say for certain. My greatest concern is that this mad dog might target my family. By the time I deal with him, it might be too late. Old Shui gave Su Qing a light smack on the back of the head and said irritably, "Now you're worried? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you chose to meddle in others' affairs?" Su Qing rubbed his tingling scalp and protested. "What if this had happened to you? A fine young lady has been ruined because of them." Old Shui was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised that Su Qing had turned the argument back on him. He pondered silently, realizing that if he were in Su Qing's shoes, he too would feel compelled to act. Su Qing, with a sense of camaraderie, added, "I have a friend named Tang. He likely captured some evidence while those two ruffians were chatting in the private room." Shui Guoqiang smiled in relief. Many desire to see Wei Haigua's downfall in Jiangsheng, but there is only one person named Tang. He is indeed resourceful. Su Qing blinked and asked, "Brother Shui, I know you hold a significant position. Could you please warn that old mad dog to keep his claws off my family?" The powerful Wei family, likened to two rabid dogs by this young man, left Shui Guoqiang bemused, pretending to be displeased. "I cannot speak the language of dogs. I advise you to seek assistance from the dog catchers instead." Su Qing stuck out his tongue and turned to old Shui. "Teacher, I have decided to move my family to stay with you tomorrow. Alternatively, you could come to my place. You can choose either option." Old Shui, well aware of Su Qing's intentions, smiled and replied, "What if I choose neither?" Su Qing sighed. "Then I would have no choice but to abandon my studies in jade carving, spend a few million to eliminate those two mad dogs, and then flee to Africa." Truth be told, if Su Qing was willing to part with several million to deal with the Wei family, it wouldn't be difficult. Even hiring a group of laborers to do the job could suffice. In this day and age, the caprices of the wealthy are indeed a source of significant concern. Old Shui, taken aback, quickly interjected, "You foolish boy, do not do anything reckless. Tomorrow, I will send my son to warn those two mad dogs." Coughing heavily, he suddenly found himself unable to catch his breath. Su Qing quickly reached out to pat his teacher on the back, saying, "Please take it easy. I was just joking earlier. Even if I had money, I wouldn't spend it on this." Shui Guoqiang could only smile wryly and shake his head. Despite his commanding presence in the political arena, he found himself utterly powerless against this teacher-student duo. Having learned from last night's experience, the process of breaking open the relic this time was shortened to mere minutes. In less than half an hour, the golden gas imbued within the relic was released. Once he grasped the method, merging the golden energy into his dantian felt effortless. However, this time, Su Qing sensed an unusual fullness in his dantian, which seemed to be expanding imperceptibly outward. Shedding all his garments, Su Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling the righteous yang energy from his dantian into the Ren channel, starting from the Adam's apple and moving downward. Yet, the process did not unfold as smoothly as he had envisioned. He felt that if the previously connected acupoints could be likened to a single dot, then the Ren channel resembled a lengthy line, comprising countless interconnected points. Chapter 96, Bloodletting. Su Qing grabbed a pillowcase and bit down on it, his temples throbbing with pain, his features contorting as he endured the excruciating sensation. Sweat poured down his body like a waterfall. To penetrate the Ren and Du meridians is perilous for any ancient martial artist. It is akin to traversing a bottomless abyss, connected only by a slender steel wire. Success would elevate him to the ranks of profound masters, while failure could plunge him into an endless void, his soul wandering in despair. To successfully navigate the meridians, one not only requires immense inner strength, but also an indomitable will. The path of inner energy must be executed with flawless precision. Any deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences, mild injuries, or even a sudden death. With his ability for inner vision, Su Qing was not overly concerned about these factors. The two Protagonist relics contain the distilled essence of a century of arduous cultivation by ancient martial masters. And once transformed into righteous yang energy, they became robust and inexhaustible. Thus, uniting the Ren and Du meridians was merely a matter of time. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Since Su Qing began practicing the righteous yang technique, everything had proceeded too smoothly. Coupled with the additional centuries' worth of inner strength granted by the Protagonist relics, it was akin to a castle in the air. Its foundation was fragile. The righteous yang energy in his dantian was mixed and impure. Attempting to connect the meridians felt like using a dull knife to slice through flesh. Even the largest knife would be futile without sharpness. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed downstairs, transitioning from an ancient martial youth back to a student. In the dining room below, Sister Fong had prepared a sumptuous breakfast: milk, eggs, noodles, and a large bowl of stir-fried pork. Qin Bing was already seated at the table, sipping her milk. Su Qing greeted her and took a seat, consuming 5 eggs and finishing a large bowl of noodles before wiping his mouth contentedly and declaring, "I'm full. I'm off to school." The uncle and aunt shared a tacit understanding, neither mentioning the events of the previous night. It was only until Su Qing's figure disappeared from view that Qin Bing sighed softly, whispering to herself, "When will this boy truly become a source of peace?" With ample time to spare, Su Qing opted to take the bus to school and fortuitously encountered a familiar face aboard, the class monitor, Zhu Dan. "Hi, Su Qing." Zhu Dan greeted him cheerfully, a smile brightening her oval face. Su Qing returned her smile, saying, "Hello, what a coincidence." Zhu Dan possesses an enchanting beauty, particularly highlighted by her slender, elongated eyes that carry an innate charm. A mere glance at her can lighten one's spirit considerably. She is undeniably the belle of the school, with many indulging in the pastime of passing notes and love letters during class breaks, though this does not extend to transfer students. Today, Zhu Dan is adorned in a delicate purple dress, enhancing her grace and allure. She deliberately shifts a few steps closer to Su Qing, and the two naturally find themselves standing side by side. Su Qing grips the plastic handrail on the bus with one hand, engaging in light conversation with Zhu Dan, finding the bus ride rather pleasant. "By the way, our class is organizing a swimming trip to Zishan Reservoir this afternoon. Are you going?" Zhu Dan suddenly brings up an exhilarating topic. Su Qing, having forgotten about it, scrunches his nose and replies, "I suppose I'll go. It's been ages since I last swam. I hope I haven't forgotten the dog paddle." Zhu Dan smiles brightly, saying, "The dog paddle is fine as long as you can stay afloat." Su Qing playfully winks and adds, "Sinking is no big deal. I could always just grab a big rock like Lao Hua." Zhu Dan, momentarily puzzled by his whimsical thought, inquires, "Who is Lao Hua? Is he a proficient swimmer?" Assuming that Su Qing is referring to an accomplished swimmer, she is taken aback by his response. Su Qing smacks his forehead and exclaims, "Lao Hua is Hui Yuanjia. If you can't swim, just take a big stone and walk back to shore." Zhu Dan bursts into laughter, her joy illuminating the atmosphere, and quips, "Swimming with a stone? Only you could think of that. I've only heard of crossing rivers by feeling the stones." Su Qing feigns a deep sigh, lamenting, "Oh, the poor post-90s girls, all corrupted by those insipid Korean and Taiwanese dramas. Hearing them wail makes me want to retch." Zhu Dan's laughter is infectious, causing her to sway playfully, while Su Qing, feeling a slight dryness in his eyelids, turns his face to wipe it against his shoulder. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he warns, "Be careful, someone is trying to steal from you." Zhu Dan swiftly turns to see a menacing man with a horse-like face extending a long metal tweezer into the side pocket of her backpack, while the other passengers seem oblivious, deliberately averting their gazes. Frightened by the man's intimidating demeanor, Zhu Dan instinctively steps back, finding herself nestled against Su Qing's protective embrace. He pats her shoulder reassuringly, whispering, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Such scenes are not uncommon on the bus. Yet few dare to take action, usually adopting a detached attitude that emboldens these petty thieves. Su Qing steps forward, positioning himself in front of Zhu Dan, gazing mockingly at the man with the tweezer, and states, "Come on, can't you come up with something more decent to play with?" The man's eyes flash with menace as he coldly retorts, "I can make you bleed with this." With that, he lunges forward, aiming the sharp tip of the tweezer at Su Qing's abdomen. In the already cramped bus, the distance between them is less than 20 centimeters, prompting onlookers to believe that this audacious student is about to face dire consequences. However, Su Qing merely smiles brightly, revealing a sunny disposition, and swiftly secures the man's wrist, flipping it upward. The man lets out a shriek of pain, collapsing to his knees in defeat, polite as ever. Yet the new year has yet to arrive. Su Qing chuckled, gazing down at the contorted face of the man in agony, his palms subtly applying increased pressure. "Ouch!" The man with the horse-like visage howled once more, his tweezers clattering to the floor of the carriage. Not far away, the crowd stirred. 2 middle-aged men with fierce expressions pushing their way through, forcing a small space in the already cramped compartment. One tall, lean man in a tight outfit pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qing, venomously cursing, "You little brat. Let go, or I'll ruin you." At that moment, the shorter man seized the opportunity, swinging a fist at Su Qing's head. With one hand grasping the man and the other holding a plastic ring, evasion was impossible. Just as a punch was about to land, behind Su Qing, Zhu Dan turned pale with fear, retreating a couple of steps in confusion. Just then, the bus arrived at its stop, the doors opening with a pneumatic hiss. Su Qing stood less than 2 meters from the entrance, twisting his waist and unleashing a swift kick to the shorter man's waist, sending him stumbling out. With a single arm movement, he hurled the man with the horse-like face out of the bus. The sequence of actions was clean and rapid, resembling a flash of lightning, leaving the horse-faced man crying out in despair on the ground, clutching his dislocated wrist. The tall, lean man, witnessing Su Qing's formidable display, was momentarily frozen, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word, a sense of panic swelling within him. Could this student have emerged from a martial arts school? His combat skills were astonishingly proficient. The fallen short man was not faring any better. It felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his waist, rendering him powerless. After several futile attempts to rise, he could only weakly call out, "You, come help me get out of here. Today we've really messed up." As the doors closed, the bus began to move. Behind them, Zhu Dan could no longer contain herself and poked Su Qing's shoulder, whispering, "Why didn't you take them to the police?" Su Qing gestured towards the left side of the carriage, saying, "We still have school. We can't waste time on trivial matters." Su Qing and Zhu Dan disembarked at the stop near the school gate, where Zhu Dan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for what you did earlier." Su Qing playfully wrinkled his nose, replying, "It's a small matter, but please don't tell anyone else. I'd rather not become a superhero." Zhu Dan smiled briefly, "Aurig. I promise to keep it a secret, Ultraman classmate." Su Qing waved nonchalantly, "Off we go, class monitor." Su Qing was somewhat handsome, but Zhu Dan's striking beauty was even more captivating. In this day and age, college romances were not uncommon. Yet this pair of attractive youths still drew quite a few curious glances. The tense morning of studying soon passed, and by the afternoon, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively. The class outing to Zishan Reservoir for swimming was the most anticipated event. Such an activity amidst their rigorous studies was indeed precious. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor drew closer, and the noisy classroom fell silent. Su Qing lazily rested his head on the desk, his eyelids growing heavy. Wu Tailan entered the classroom with a radiant smile, her hands notably empty. The excitement among her classmates intensified, and they began to chatter animatedly. "Classmates, the morning session has concluded, so what awaits us in the afternoon?" Wu Tailan deliberately paused, furrowing her brow, causing all whispers to abruptly cease. A palpable tension filled the room as the students anxiously feared that this rare opportunity for an activity might be thwarted. Only Xiaoxiu remained motionless, his head resting on the desk, lost in slumber, the corners of his mouth gradually moistening. Seemingly pleased with the suspense, Wu Tailan smiled and continued, "I would like to know if everyone is prepared with their swim trunks." Cheers erupted, a cacophony of excitement that lasted 2 full minutes. Afterward, Wu Tailan raised her hand for silence, smiling as she said, "The bus is parked just outside the school gate. Please exit the classroom in an orderly fashion to avoid disrupting other classes." Suppressing their elation, the students swiftly gathered their belongings and exited the classroom in small groups. Xiaoxiu, roused from his slumber by the earlier commotion, felt a surge of annoyance. "Swimming? Really? I was just dreaming about Lu Yinxue when you lot disturbed my peace." Shen Mo quickly packed his bag and was about to call for Su Qing to join him when a soft female voice called from behind, "Su Qing, aren't you going to hurry and pack your bag? There might not be enough room on the bus." Turning around, Shen Mo saw the class monitor beaming, though her smile was not directed at him. Su Qing, slightly embarrassed, smiled back and slung his bag over his shoulder. He then patted the dazed Shen Mo on the shoulder and whispered, "Buddy, do you have an extra pair of swim trunks?" Behind them, Zhu Dan felt her cheeks flush but hesitated to part from Ultraman, timidly suggesting, "I think you could buy swim trunks at the reservoir." Su Qing rolled his eyes at Shen Mo, remarking, "You," in her loud mouth. "Clearly, you don't want this." He then retrieved a flat metal cigarette case from his pocket. Shaking it lightly, Shen Mo snatched it away, taking a couple of deep whiffs without even opening the lid, grinning, "Panda, thanks. Whatever swim trunks you wear, I'll cover it." Su Qing, feeling exasperated, retorted, "What do you mean I'll cover it? Am I supposed to wear a pair of swim trunks over my pants?" "Enough chatter. Let us move. We might miss out on seats," Zhu Dan urged again, prompting the two to scurry out of the school gate. A passenger bus awaited outside, and upon boarding, they found that only one seat remained. In the spirit of chivalry, the seat was naturally offered to the class monitor, leaving Su Qing and Shen Mo standing. The Zishan Reservoir, located just half an hour from the school, is one of the largest reservoirs in Jiangxing and a favored destination for leisure fishing. Surrounded by verdant mountains, it offers a serene escape from the clamor of city life. providing a refreshing tranquility. On weekends, many couples flock here for picnics and leisurely strolls, perhaps seeking a secluded spot for a clandestine rendezvous amid the picturesque scenery. The bus came to a halt at a parking area beside the reservoir, and the students eagerly disembarked, leaving their backpacks on the bus, fully prepared with their swimwear. Su Qing and Shun Mo arrived at a quaint little shop that specialized in swim trunks, where Shun Mo generously purchased 2 pairs of what were reputed to be the finest swim trunks from the Zishan Reservoir, each priced at 25 yuan. Adjacent to the reservoir was a designated area for changing clothes, which also offered the convenience of item storage for a nominal fee of 5 yuan, complete with a shower for rinsing off after swimming. In the changing room, the 2 friends shared a candid moment, with Shun Mo expressing an envious admiration for Su Qing's muscular physique, tempted several times to give it a playful squeeze, leaving Su Qing covered in goosebumps. "My friend, with that physique, you could cause quite a stir among the ladies. You might even sink when you swim." Su Qing rolled his eyes and retorted, "Enough chatter. Let's finish our smoke and head out." Upon reaching the edge of the reservoir, they found several classmates already splashing about in the water. Those swimming nearby couldn't help but marvel at Su Qing's impressive muscles. "Wow, who knew this new guy was such a powerhouse? Look at that build." Initially assumed to be a bookworm, they finally grasped the truth that appearances can be deceiving. A few attractive girls, their faces flushed with excitement, cast lingering glances at him. Not far away, Zhu Dan also observed this newfound spectacle, her enchanting eyes discreetly scanning Su Qing's chiseled physique. She began to comprehend that his earlier display of strength on the bus was no mere fluke. With such explosive muscles, it was no surprise he could handle a few ruffians with ease. At the tender age of 18 or 19, the youth were experiencing the stirrings of first love, and Su Qing's striking form elicited polarized reactions. The boys wished he would dive in swiftly, while the girls hoped he would linger by the shore a little longer. Savoring the beauty of masculinity, Su Qing entered the water leisurely, attempting a few strokes, and noticing the water felt heavier than that in the village stream, perhaps due to its density. However, for someone of his robust build, it posed no challenge. His swimming style, a clumsy dog paddle, elicited a sense of relief among the previously anxious boys, who began to showcase their own self-assured strokes. Su Qing continued his carefree paddling, occasionally flipping onto his back to gaze at the blue sky and fluffy clouds, content in his own world. Drifting further from shore, he found himself at a shallow bank on the southern side of the reservoir, where he spotted an elderly man wearing a straw hat, fishing. Su Qing swam saw, eager to see the old man's catch, and was pleasantly surprised to find a basket half filled with sizable crucian carp, each about the size of his hand. A bountiful haul indeed. Having enjoyed fishing in the countryside, Su Qing felt a rush of excitement at the sight of the old man's catch and decided to sit quietly and observe. Splash! With a crisp sound, the old man deftly pulled back his wrist, and a lively crucian carp leaped from the water, tracing a glossy arc in the air before landing precisely in the fish basket. He then lifted the fishing hook, replaced it with a segment of red earthworm, and cast it back into the water. Su Qing had only just caught a glimpse when the fish seemed to unhook itself and dive into the basket. He had never witnessed such an astonishing fishing technique. The accuracy and strength displayed were impeccable, and a thought flickered through his mind. This fisherman was certainly no ordinary individual. To confirm his suspicion, Su Qing sat quietly, waiting to see if it was mere coincidence or true skill, for only the moment another fish bit could provide the answer. Plop! Another crisp sound signaled a fish breaking the surface, as a black-backed carp, measuring over a foot in length, was pulled from the water. Once again, it arched gracefully before falling headfirst into the basket, still thrashing energetically. It seemed the old man had caught enough fish for the day. As he stowed away the fishing rod into a long bag beside him, when he turned his head, Su Qing's expression changed dramatically. He noticed that the old man's eyes were a milky white, devoid of pupils. He was blind. The fact that a blind man could execute such an extraordinary fishing technique confirmed Su Qing's suspicions. He was undoubtedly a master, perhaps even a practitioner of ancient martial arts. "Young man, do you also enjoy fishing?" the old man asked, raising his head with a smile that unfurled the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes like wild mountain daisies. Su Qing nodded, responding, "I love fishing. I relish the joy of a fish breaking the surface." The old man lifted the fish basket from the water and made a puzzling gesture, turning it upside down. The fish tumbled out with a splash, scattering in all directions before vanishing from sight. "What I cherish is the joy of fishing. Whether or not I eat the fish is of little concern," he murmured, gazing at the tranquil waters as if speaking to himself. Su Qing found nothing strange in this. Some individuals pursue a sense of ease and freedom, just as the old man had expressed in his enjoyment of fishing. Are you leaving? Su Qing asked casually upon seeing the old man packing up his belongings. The blind old man clasped his hands behind his back and replied, I was indeed prepared to depart, but upon hearing your voice, I wish to linger a while longer. Old Wang has taken on a fine disciple. Su Qing's heart jolted, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he inquired softly, You know my master? The blind old man smiled serenely. Zhengyang's hand, Wang Tiangang. A foolish old man who has squandered over 20 years of life on a promise. Even from a distance, I can smell a fiery essence emanating from you. Aside from Zhengyang Gong, there is no other practice on Jiangqing's ground. To identify a practice technique by scent alone, this was truly remarkable. Su Qing felt a measure of his wariness dissipate as he noted the old man's esteem for his master, smiling and saying, Old man, I didn't expect you to be a practitioner of ancient martial arts as well. No wonder your fishing skills seem so mystical. The blind old man's brow relaxed. Come closer, extend your left hand so I may feel it. Su Qing, puzzled yet unhesitant, stepped forward and extended his left hand toward the blind old man. Although the exact relationship between the blind elder and Master Wang Tiangang remains unclear, their current demeanor suggests a bond of friendship rather than enmity. In truth, Su Qing is entirely mistaken. This blind elder was once the sole ancient warrior in Jiang City, capable of rivaling Wang Tiangang. Yet now his vision lost. The vigor of his past has dissolved into resignation and frailty, leaving him unable to contend with his old adversary. Having released his ambitions, he no longer concerns himself with notions of strength or weakness. The blind elder has come to understand the art of letting go. With his blindness, he perceives the world with his heart, often grasping the essence of matters more profoundly. Su Qing, momentarily taken aback, foolishly inquired, Elder, do you have a way to help me connect the run and do meridians? The blind elder chuckled and shook his head, saying, If I were to assist you in this endeavor, I fear I would no longer be able to relish the joys of fishing. Disappointment washed over Su Qing. He recognized that aiding someone in connecting the run and do meridians requires immense mental fortitude and, as the elder implied, could affect one's lifespan. It appeared he had been rather rash. The blind elder bent to pick up his empty fish basket and turned to walk away. After covering nearly 10 meters, he suddenly paused and said, Young man, allow me to bestow upon you a piece of wisdom. Sharpen a sword, but do not sharpen an awl. For the awl yields but trifling gains. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Su Qing shook his head in bewilderment before plunging back into the water, awkwardly swimming towards the bank with a dog paddle. Upon reaching the bank, he noticed the water was teeming with people. The number of swimmers had multiplied several times. Colorful life rings and rescue blankets floated on the surface, resembling a mosaic of vibrant lily pads. Swimming is a physically demanding activity, and although he was parched, the abundance of water around him made him hesitant to drink. Su Qing truly felt this at that moment, finding a slope to sit on at the water's edge. With half his body still submerged, his mind occupied with the blind elder's words. Sharpen a sword, but do not sharpen an awl, for the awl yields but trifling gains. Su Qing recognized this phrase as originating from a Tang Dynasty poem by Yuan Zhen, emphasizing the importance of having grand aspirations rather than fixating on trivial benefits. Yet, he pondered how this related to the connection of the run and do meridians. Feeling thirsty, a bottle of Nongfu spring water was unexpectedly handed to him from behind. Turning around, he saw Zhu Dan standing there with a cheerful smile. Su Qing accepted the mineral water, thanked her, and eagerly drank it down. Zhu Dan smiled and asked, Why aren't you swimming anymore? Su Qing placed the empty bottle down and replied with a wry smile, I've been soaking in the water so long. I might as well be a steam bun. It's better to sit and watch others swim. Zhu Dan grinned and suggested, There's still over 2 hours until we gather. Why don't we go boating? With a beautiful woman extending the invitation, Su Qing could find no reason to decline, especially given her alluring swimsuit. He naturally nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way to the boat rental area. A small pedal boat was available for 20 yuan an hour, a reasonable price. Zhu Dan paid for 2 hours, her money astonishingly stored in a plastic bag tucked within her swimsuit pocket. Su Qing couldn't help but admire her attention to detail, as he himself, despite being worth over 100 million, found himself without a single coin to spare. What a large fish. We're truly lucky, Zhu Dan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, oblivious to the tiny fish scales adorning her nose. Zhu Dan clapped her hands and laughed, expressing her appreciation. Thank you. I must admit, I particularly enjoy fish soup. Once the small boat was docked, Su Qing hooked the fish's gills with his index finger and disembarked. He and Zhu Dan collected their deposit and casually requested a bag to carry the fish, leaving the boat rental staff in awe, remarking on the duo's good fortune. Chapter 100, The Inside of the Sword. The bus driver was none other than Wu Tianlan's husband. The consequences of littering were quite severe. On the return journey, the classmates' spirits noticeably waned, and a hush fell over the bus. Su Qing squinted and quietly pondered the meaning behind the blind elder's words, unwittingly drifting into slumber. The phrase sharpening a sword does not dull the awl, and all is honed to achieve minor gains seemed no longer a mere representation of distant aspirations. As a martial artist eager to connect the run and do meridians, what deeper implications did it hold? Which represented the sword, and which the awl? Su Qing, Su Qing. He vaguely heard someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he found Shun Imo gazing at him with a teasing expression. Did you sleep well, buddy? Shun Imo cheerfully offered a tissue, saying, wipe off the drool. Instinctively, Su Qing wiped the corners of his mouth, discovering there was no drool, and instantly realized he had been pranked. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, you little rascal. Laughter erupted among the classmates, who were reluctant to awaken even as the bus arrived at the school gate. This Su Qing was truly formidable. After the event concluded, the classmates dispersed. Seizing the early hour, Su Qing made his way to the Sunshine Internet Cafe, where Hishang was engrossed in a video chat with a girl in the far corner. His eyes wide with excitement, shining like spotlights. Su Qing chose not to call out to him, but quietly approached from behind to see what mischief he was up to. To his astonishment, the girl on the screen began coyly unbuttoning her blouse. Su Qing was taken aback, thinking to himself, indeed, the internet holds treasures beyond measure. No wonder this fellow spent all his time in internet cafes. Hishang muttered in annoyance, damn it, this has consumed 3 hours of my life. Su Qing touched his nose and remarked, I just arrived. Since we have time, let us find a place to spar a bit. Hishang was overjoyed and quickly replied, let us go, there are plenty of places. This time, they did not head to the rooftop of an unfinished building, but rather to a newly opened fitness center, owned by one of Hishang's friends. It had just been renovated and was not yet officially open, so borrowing the space for a few hours was a trivial matter. The fitness center was equipped with various exercise machines and featured a side room dedicated to aerobics, around 100 square meters in size. On the left side, several sponge mats for sit-ups were stacked, while a large open area in the center was perfect for sparring. Su Qing set down his backpack and stood casually, beckoning to Hishang with a finger, come, attack me with the 18 throws of the garment. Hishang pointed to his rear and chuckled, buddy, when you throw me later, take it easy. I'm still sore from that tumble you gave me the day before yesterday. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hishang seized the opportunity, crouched low, and lunged at Su Qing, gripping his left wrist and twisting it in the opposite direction, while his foot deftly hooked Su Qing's ankle to pull him outward. Su Qing, calm and unhurried, bent his knees and pressed his elbows, deftly using one hand to support Hishang beneath his ribs. With a swift motion, he flung Hishang, who pitifully soared through the air, spinning twice before landing heavily on a pile of cushions with a thud. This time, Hishang did not fall on his backside. However, he felt a bit dazed and shook his head vigorously before staggering over. Buddy, please don't let me play the flying man again. I didn't die, but I was scared to death. Hishang exclaimed, still shaken. Su Qing's earlier throw had naturally employed pure yang energy, allowing Hishang to flip in midair. Otherwise, how could he have landed accurately several meters away on the cushions? To Su Qing's surprise, rather than expressing gratitude, Hishang continued to complain. Fine, I won't throw you again or fling you about. Goodbye. With that, Su Qing picked up his backpack and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Characters who cannot withstand a fall shouldn't even consider mastering the art of falling, let alone learn judo from the little devils. Seeing Su Qing genuinely upset, Hishang hurriedly ran forward, arms outstretched to block him, and with a wry smile said, come on, I was just joking. If you enjoy throwing, then throw. I won't say a word about it in the future, okay? A sly smile crept onto Su Qing's face as he casually tossed his backpack, suggesting, all right, let's first go buy something to fill our stomachs. Hishang eagerly agreed and dashed outside, returning in less than 10 minutes with a heap of fast food. As there was a convenient fast food restaurant next to the gym, Su Qing, already feeling hunger pangs, paid no heed to the distinction between Chinese and Western cuisine, grabbing a fried chicken leg and devouring it. Observing his enjoyment, Hishang also took a chicken leg, mumbling, chicken legs are simple to eat. It's just one bone. Unintentionally spoken, those words struck Su Qing deeply, as if he had captured a fleeting insight. A chicken leg has but one bone, making it easy to consume. Thus, could it not be easier to traverse the run and do meridians with pure yang energy? The proverb, sharpen the sword, do not grind the awl. Grind the awl to small benefit suddenly resonated with him. Su Qing finally grasped the meaning of these words. The blind elder must have sensed that the yang energy in his dantian was mixed and impure, akin to a dull awl, which would undoubtedly prolong the time needed to traverse the meridians. If he could refine it into a sharp sword, he could break through all obstacles. Chapter 101. Successful Breakthrough. Although the internal energy in the Prajna relic was strong, Su Qing merely absorbed and integrated it hastily before channeling it into his dantian, never considering whether it harmonized with his yang energy. It was akin to a chicken leg with 2 extra bones, making it inherently more complex to consume. Having filled his belly in a jiffy, Su Qing wiped his mouth with a napkin and declared, "That's enough for today. Tomorrow after school, I will find you at the Sunshine Internet Cafe." He Shang, perceptive as always, quickly sensed that Su Qing had pressing matters to attend to. And since he couldn't keep him, he took a chicken wing and bit into it, feigning disappointment. Swiftly shedding all his garments, Su Qing settled into a meditative posture. This time, he chose not to pursue the channels of run and do, but instead turned his attention inward, focusing on his dantian. The golden essence of pure yang energy swirled within, appearing seamlessly integrated, making it difficult to discern any anomalies. Both the pure yang energy and the Buddhist prajna force belong to the realm of the utmost yang and rigidity, sharing an identical hue, and differentiating between them proved to be quite the challenge. After 2 hours of searching within the dantian yielded no discoveries. Su Qing resorted to a rather rudimentary method. He employed his mind to delicately extract the pure yang energy, allowing it to wander within his cerebral domain. This approach granted the energies a broader expanse, while he hoped to swiftly identify any incompatible elements within. As time progressed, strands of pure yang energy were successfully drawn out, leaving behind only several golden orbs, akin to the size of soybeans, floating uncertainly in the dantian. Multiple attempts to guide them out with his mind were evaded, eliciting a sense of triumph in Su Qing. It appeared these orbs were indeed the root of the impure essence. With the source of the impurities identified, Su Qing began to concentrate his will, attempting to consolidate these golden orbs. To his surprise, this process unfolded with remarkable ease, as if the previous evasion of his intent had been a mere illusion. This perplexing situation led him to reminisce about the elusive Wang Lao, reflecting on the adage that a decade of arduous practice could not compare to the guidance of a master. The remaining small orbs in the dantian swiftly amalgamated into a singular mass, approximately the size of a thumb. Seizing a sudden inspiration, Su Qing directed this golden energy into a small space behind his eyes and began to gather the dispersed pure yang energy in his brain, sending it surging towards the Ren meridian. With a pop, the immaculate pure yang energy transformed into a sharp lance, piercing from his throat straight to the center of his mind. Su Qing quivered violently, a searing pain radiating through his chest and with a sweet taste in his throat. He involuntarily expelled a jet of blood. His mind plunged into chaos as the lance of pure yang energy trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of dispersing. The following morning, Su Qing awoke naturally, coinciding with breakfast. His resilience was remarkable, as he dismissed the previous night's torment as nothing more than a dream, casting it aside upon waking. However, he resolved not to recklessly attempt to connect the due meridian again for the time being, at least until ample time had passed. A week passed peacefully, during which Su Qing split his time between attending school, practicing jade carving, and honing his pure yang skills, occasionally engaging in playful banter with Han Shui. Life was exceedingly pleasant, and he nearly forgot about the 2 raucous dogs from the Wei family, who had not troubled him for some time. Finally, as the weekend arrived, he decided to risk another fainting spell by connecting the due meridian. At the moment of complete connection, Su Qing felt as if all his meridians and acupoints had been immersed in warm water, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief. From his pores, a dark brown liquid began to seep out, and a foul odor swiftly permeated the room, purging the impurities within his body. He was now truly stepping into the realm of ancient martial artists. The pure yang energy in his dantian surged exponentially, and he could faintly sense currents of energy emanating with every movement, filling him with indescribable exhilaration. Rushing to the bathroom to wash away the oppressive sweat, Su Qing donned a fresh outfit before stepping outside. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and a bright crescent moon hung gracefully on the horizon, while a gentle breeze invigorated the senses. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qing found himself at the entrance of Jiangxing University. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number that had perpetually eluded connection. He had attempted this countless times before, each instance met with the same disappointing silence, which had ultimately become a familiar routine. The phone remained switched off, and as Su Qing shook his head in resignation, a group of female students in uniforms emerged from the school gate, engaged in lively chatter. One girl, with an oval face and delicate features, remarked, "Today, that young lord sent Lu Inchu 999 roses again, but she discarded them all in the corridor. What a heap." Another girl, with single eyelids, added enviously, "Lu Inchue really is something, pretending to be so aloof. If it were me, I would have sold those flowers to a florist for at least 500 yuan. The girl with the oval face teased, "With your looks, the young Lord wouldn't even glance your way. You might as well get double eyelids and settle for a successful man from the 60s. The single eyelid girl retorted, "Humph. I could still find someone without needing surgery, unlike some who have to pay to be noticed." The girl with the oval face seemed momentarily flustered, narrowing her eyes and falling silent as she turned and walked briskly in another direction. Not far away, Su Qing's heart raced at the mention of Lu Inxue's name, prompting him to quicken his pace and catch up. He walked alongside the girl with the oval face and whispered, "Excuse me, may I speak with you for a moment?" She cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Don't you think this approach is rather outdated?" However, upon getting a clearer look at Su Qing's appearance, she smiled slightly and paused. Su Qing pointed to a nearby cafe and suggested, "How about I treat you to a drink? We can sit down and chat." The girl shot him a look and replied, "How old are you to be trying to pick up girls at Jiang University? Just so, I already have a boyfriend." Realizing he had been misunderstood, Su Qing quickly clarified, "I mean no offense, I just want to ask you something." The girl assessed Su Qing from head to toe, blinking in surprise. "Really?" she asked, and Su Qing nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. I have no ulterior motives." After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and said, "All right then. Besides coffee, I do like a pizza as well. Consider it a fee for the information." Su Qing chuckled, "No problem. I'm happy to get you whatever you like." They entered the cafe, where payment was required up front, and Su Qing noted that this seemed to be the norm with foreign establishments, quite stingy indeed. After ordering 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee, a pizza, and 2 steaks, Su Qing readily pulled out his wallet to settle the bill. They found a cozy spot by the window. The girl took a bite of her pizza and smiled. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. In light of your generosity, I, Pan Wan, will share all I know." Su Qing stirred his coffee with a spoon and inquired, "Lu Inxue is my girlfriend. Do you have her phone number?" "What?" Pan Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Qing, her expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Su Qing chuckled softly. "It has been a month since we last met. I miss her dearly." The astonishment on Pan Wan's face gradually faded as she replied in a hushed tone, "I do not have Lu Inxue's phone number, but she is now being escorted daily, seemingly deprived of her freedom. Is this the reason for your separation?" Su Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are those who accompany her soldiers?" Ban Huan nodded. A military jeep arrives every day with 2 soldiers guarding the corridor entrance. Su Qing pondered briefly and deduced the cause. It was likely orchestrated by Lu Inxue's grandfather, which explained the incessant inability to reach her by phone. Pan Wan quickly devoured half a pizza and smiled. "If you wish to see her, it is not difficult. I can help you fulfill this desire tomorrow. But how will you thank me if it is accomplished?" Su Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "As long as we can meet, I will be grateful in whatever way you suggest." Pan Wan had a favorable impression of the young man she had known for scarcely half an hour. He was sincere and infatuated, with cash in his pocket, a stark contrast to her lackluster boyfriend whom she thought deserved to be unceremoniously dismissed. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "If all goes well tomorrow, will you take me to Tianshang Renjian for a grand meal?" Su Qing could hardly believe his ears. He had anticipated a more creative request after her extensive deliberation, yet it was merely dinner. "All right, you can order whatever you wish." He nodded in agreement without hesitation, for he was indifferent to the cost, even if it entailed a week's worth of meals. Pan Wan had long dreamed of dining at Tianshang Renjian, having heard her classmates boast about its opulence and delectable cuisine. However, her finances had constrained her desires until now. She had hesitated before making this request, surprised by how readily he had acquiesced. "The dishes at Tianshang Renjian are quite expensive. You should consider that carefully," she cautioned kindly, noting Su Qing's casual attire and fearing he might be unable to settle the bill. Su Qing brimming with excitement, reassured her, "Do not worry. I know the owner of Tianshang Runjian. Now, tell me how I can meet Shuer tomorrow." Pan Wan smiled. "There will be a singing competition at school tomorrow morning, and both Lu Yinxue and I have been selected to participate. I will ensure you two meet backstage. It should not be too difficult. A singing competition? That is indeed a splendid idea. Suking et galim zai fu li." As long as he could see Lu Yinxue, everything would be perfect. He eagerly asked, "What time is it tomorrow?" With a playful smile, Pan Wan forked a piece of steak and twirled it in her hand, saying, "The competition officially begins at 9 in the morning. I will meet you at the school gate at 8:30. Su Qing nodded. "Thank you, Pan Jia. Once this is accomplished, just call me whenever you wish to go to Tianshang Renjian." Pan Wan rolled her eyes. "Do not celebrate too soon. This plan requires Lu Yinshue's cooperation as well. By the way, what is your name?" "Su Qing." Su as in the character of Lin Zexu, and Qing as in green grass. Su Qing believed that upon hearing his name, Lu Yinxue would be more than willing to meet him. The unforgettable kiss they shared at the entrance of the Longquan Mountain Sanatorium lingered in his mind, and he was confident that their feelings were mutual. After a brief conversation, Pan Wan's boyfriend called, urging her to return. Su Qing, with thoughtfulness, ordered an extra steak and a pizza for her to take home as a midnight snack for her boyfriend, and the two parted ways. Upon returning home, Su Qing was inexplicably exhilarated. He retrieved a jade ring he had meticulously carved a few days prior and carefully placed it in a small box. The ring's face was sculpted from high-quality spinach green jade, while the rest was crafted from platinum, a personal touch he had added during his recent visit to the jewelry store. This gift was undoubtedly sincere enough. At the break of dawn the next day, Su Qing awoke, or rather, he got out of bed to change his pants, realizing that he had dreamt of Lu Yinxue the previous night. In his dream, their passion was ablaze, a fervor that was truly intense. He hurried to the bathroom for a shower, erasing the remnants of his dream, and then spent at least half an hour admiring himself in the mirror while donning what he deemed a decent outfit. After meticulously shaving off the few stray hairs on his face, he finally descended the stairs, satisfied. Huijing Garden was merely a 10-minute walk from Jian University. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Qing noticed it was only 7:15, well ahead of their appointed time. He decided to visit a nearby newsstand to purchase a copy of the Jiang City Daily and settled into a breakfast stall. He ordered a bowl of noodles and, while eating, casually unfolded the newspaper, perusing its contents without particular focus. He had never been in the habit of reading the news before. Today was merely a way to pass the time. Chapter 103. The Helplessness of Lu Yinxue. The bold red headline on the first page caught his attention. A strong blow against corruption in Jiang City. Below it was an eye-catching photograph showcasing stacks of cash and foreign currency, along with several bank books arranged as if toppled like dominoes. Wei Haigua, the former vice mayor of Jiang City, secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, and director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, had been legally arrested on charges of corruption and bribery, with the case still under further investigation. The once ferocious Wei family dog had now been captured, leaving the younger one as a toothless pup, unable to wreak havoc any longer. Su Qing felt a wave of exhilaration. This was indeed a cause for celebration. It was imperative to inform Sister Zheng and her daughter about this good news at once. He took out his phone and dialed home. After a couple of rings, the call connected, and it was Sister Zheng who answered. Su Qing eagerly relayed the news he had read in the newspaper and urged her to buy a copy of the Jiang City Daily immediately. In high spirits, Su Qing finished his bowl of noodles but still found it unsatisfactory, so he ordered a larger bowl, savoring it slowly, as time was still on his side. His eyes, intentionally or not, wandered towards the entrance of Jiang University. Around 8 o'clock, numerous cars began to enter the campus, many driven by students, some of whom might have purchased their vehicles with their own earnings, while others could be a result of their parents tightening their belts to afford them. In this era, it was all about whose father was better, often at the expense of the parents' sacrifices. From a distance, he spotted a military jeep speeding towards him, with Lu Yinxue seated in the front. Today, she wore a flowing white dress, her long hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back. What captivated Su Qing the most was the red string around her neck, evoking memories of their tender farewell kiss. Having settled the bill, I stepped out of the breakfast stall and chanced upon Pan Wan, who was strolling hand in hand with a slender young man wearing delicate gold-rimmed glasses. I hastily approached them with a smile to greet them. Pan Wan cheerfully remarked, "You arrived quite early. This is my boyfriend, Gufeng." Su Qing grinned broadly and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Su Qing." Gufeng offered a courteous smile in response, acknowledging the greeting. Pan Wan then retrieved a name tag from her bag and handed it to Su Qing, saying, Please wear this when you enter the auditorium. I will call you once everything is set. Su Qing accepted the tag with a smile, casually hanging it around his neck. Given his appearance, no one would likely challenge him at the singing contest. It was evident to any discerning eye that he was a student. Following Pan Wan, I made my way to Jiang University Auditorium, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. On the central stage, several students were busily setting up microphones and adjusting the sound equipment. Pan Wan deliberately seated Su Qing in the back row, instructing him to keep his phone close and to come over as soon as she called. Su Qing felt as though he were engaged in clandestine work. Excitement mingled with a hint of nervousness as he anticipated reuniting with Lu Yinxue to share their longings. After approximately half an hour, Pan Wan took the stage to perform a song, an old classic by Teresa Tung titled When Will You Return? Her voice possessed a naturally sweet quality, infusing the song with an enchanting charm. Following her, Lu Yinxue made her entrance, reciting poetry. Su Qing found himself entranced by her presence, hardly registering the words she spoke, as if she embodied a line from a poem. Whether you see me or not, I am there, neither sorrowful nor joyful, whether you think of me or not. Feelings remain, neither coming nor going. Once Lu Yinxue concluded her recitation, she bowed politely and gracefully retreated backstage. At that moment, Su Qing's phone vibrated unexpectedly, prompting him to answer. He heard a long-missed, soft voice say, "You've arrived. Please wait for me at the back door of the auditorium." "Yes, I'll be right there," Su Qing replied, promptly hanging up and hastening out of the auditorium, discerning the direction to the back door. Upon reaching the back entrance, he indeed spotted a captivating figure standing enchantingly beneath an ancient banyan tree. Su Qing quickly approached, extending his arms to embrace Lu Yinxue. She shivered slightly, lifting her gaze to meet his long-absent visage, and in that silent exchange, everything was understood. Su Qing lowered his head and suddenly pressed his lips against her trembling cherry blossoms. A couple of soft coughs interrupted the fervent kiss beneath the tree, causing them to break apart instinctively. Turning to see Pan Wan's teasing expression, Lu Yinxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She was bewildered by how effortlessly she had succumbed to his kiss, with no thought of resistance, especially in school. Su Qing, displaying a newfound boldness, smiled warmly at Pan Wan, saying, "Thank you. We shall dine together shortly." Pan Wan, astonished to witness the usually aloof Lu Yinxue display such warmth, felt a sense of amazement. She was now entirely convinced of Su Qing's place in Lu Yinxue's heart. Observing their affectionate demeanor, it was undeniable that they were indeed a couple. However, she cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. There are 2 soldiers guarding the entrance. You'll need a clever plan to escape." Pan Wan pointed towards the school gate, feigning a sense of helplessness as she shook her head. Lu Yinxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze and murmured, "What do you mean by elopement? Please refrain from using such harsh terms. They are merely my grandfather's sentinels assigned to ensure my safety. Their intentions are benign." Su Qing furrowed his brows and inquired, "Will those soldiers interfere with us being together?" Lu Yinxue produced a miniature earpiece from her clothing and replied, "If I find myself in any peril, a single call will summon them immediately. I have switched it off now, but if they do not hear my voice in 5 minutes, they will come searching for me." Su Qing Duke Sopti. "If I take you out for a meal, will they create trouble for us? Can we please stay on topic?" "No, I must take you out now. No one can prevent us from being together." Su Qing's brow knitted in determination as he grasped Lu Yinxue's delicate hand. "Yinxue, please trust me. I long to be with you, but it is not the right time." Lu Yinxue's expression soured, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Chapter 104. The Emperor in the Car. Su Qing stubbornly held on her hand, unwilling to relent, knowing that if he let go now, future encounters would become exceedingly difficult. "Trust me, I can protect you," he insisted, his face betraying a struggle. "Stop!" A sharp command rang out from behind, as 2 soldiers in uniform swiftly approached, gripping Su Qing's shoulders, one on each side. Su Qing, consumed with rage, retorted coldly, "Release me, or do not blame me for being impolite." After finally meeting, to find themselves in such a predicament ignited a fierce anger within him. He was determined to prove his capability to safeguard Lu Yinxue, with the 2 intervening soldiers becoming the targets of his wrath. These 2 were seasoned soldiers, tasked with ensuring Lu Yinxue's safety. After 5 minutes of silence from their charge, they had rushed over, only to witness Su Qing holding onto Lu Yinxue's hand. Surprised by the audacity of his threat, they immediately seized his shoulders and pulled him back. Having mastered both the run and do meridians, Su Qing was no longer the same. Such an attack was trivial in his eyes. With a cold smile, he shifted his shoulders, sending the two soldiers flying with a surge of force. They were indeed elite troops, trained to react with extraordinary agility. As they were propelled through the air, they quickly adjusted their center of gravity, transitioning from a backward fall to a controlled landing. With a loud thud, the two soldiers landed on their feet and leaped back into action, akin to leopards on the hunt, their expressions grim. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their skill at the first move. Su Qing's seemingly casual strike had nearly rendered them breathless. However, their duty as soldiers compelled them to press forward, leaving them no choice but to give their all. Suddenly, two waves of searing energy struck the soldiers' chests before they could close in on Su Qing, sending them flying back 2 meters with a muffled groan. This time, even their remarkable agility could not save them, as they collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Lu Yinchue's expression transformed from astonishment to excitement, her enchanting eyes darting over Su Qing's face as if attempting to unravel the secrets he concealed within. The martial prowess displayed by this diminutive man was truly astonishing. The elite special forces selected by her uncle were rendered utterly ineffective before him. How many hidden secrets could he possibly possess? Upon executing the Zhengyang Palm, Su Qing felt a surge of adrenaline and quickly employed his X-ray vision to scan the two soldiers in uniform. Fortunately, their hearts were still beating, albeit they were unconscious. After completing this, Su Qing dusted off his hands and smiled at the two girls behind him, saying, "Let us depart. We shall dine at the heaven on earth." Pan Wan, having witnessed a spectacular display of martial arts, was filled with admiration for Su Qing. He knew when to act decisively, embodying the essence of true masculinity. With just 2 swift strikes, the soldiers had not even been touched, yet had flown away on their own. Such skill was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be the legendary technique of striking from afar? At that moment, Lu Yinchue realized that this seemingly small man truly had the ability to protect her, which warmed her heart. She slipped her hand into the crook of his arm and playfully chided, "You must be more gentle. Now, we have no one to drive us." Su Qing chuckled, "No worries, we can simply call a taxi." Just as they were about to exit the campus, his phone chimed from his pocket. Upon checking, he was pleasantly surprised to see it was Tang Guobin, a long-lost contact. Su Qing exclaimed joyfully, "Just as I mentioned needing a ride, one arrives at my door." Upon answering the call, Tang Guobin immediately inquired, "Your car has arrived. Do you want me to bring it over?" Su Qing replied with a grin, "I'm waiting for you at the entrance of Jiangxing University. It will be best if you hurry." Tang Guobin responded, "Give me 5 minutes, all right." 5 minutes later, a brand new silver-gray Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the university's entrance. Tang Guobin leaned out of the window, removing his sunglasses to glance at Su Qing, and said, "This is a gift from Old Meng. We each received one, but yours is the extended version." Su Qing caressed the gleaming exterior of the car and reached for the hood ornament, the spirit of ecstasy, with a look of sheer delight. This world-renowned automobile was indeed a man's dream, exuding an air of opulence that was palpable. He recalled hearing classmates boast in middle school that the spirit of ecstasy was made of gold and that the Mercedes emblem was pure silver, now feeling an overwhelming urge to bite into it. Indeed, the spirit of ecstasy on this Rolls-Royce was crafted from pure platinum, worth several times more than gold. This was a small request made by Meng Shicheng during the customization, while Tang Guobin's golden version sported one made of pure gold. Lu Yinchue, maintaining her composure, cast a glance at the regal vehicle without displaying excessive enthusiasm, and pulled the awestruck Pan Wan into the car. Su Qing, akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy, circled the car twice, continuously running his hands over its surface. Tang Guobin, both amused and exasperated, chided him, "Get in. If you keep this up, you might as well sleep in the garage, hugging it later." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su Qing scratched the back of his head and climbed into the car, declaring, "To heaven on earth, dinner is on me." Tang Guobin curled his lips and remarked, "That place has grown tiresome for me. Can't you conjure something more imaginative? Perhaps barbecued delicacies or spicy hot pots?" Behind him, Pan Wan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Is this person unwell, dining on barbecued fare in a Rolls-Royce? How absurd." Su Qing turned to her and suggested, "Sister Pan, why not invite your boyfriend to join us?" Pan Wan chuckled and replied, "No need, we can manage just fine." Su Qing, not wanting to press the matter further, gently grasped Lu Yinchue's delicate hand, as if fearing she might slip away from him again. Having finally intertwined their fingers, he was resolute in not letting go easily. Tang Guobin muttered something under his breath, started the car, and sped towards the heaven and earth establishment. The eye-catching Rolls-Royce attracted the attention of numerous car enthusiasts along the way. with several vehicles opting to trail behind majestic car. It seemed that the young Master Tang relished the spotlight, deliberately slowing down to cruise leisurely on the main road. As the car entered the parking lot of Heaven and Earth, the trailing vehicles gradually dispersed, with a few daring souls following them in, merely curious to discover the identity of the car's owner. Besides delivering the car, Tang Bin intended to inform Su Qing of the news regarding the capture of 2 rabid dogs from the Wei family. To his surprise, he learned that the lad had already seen it in the newspaper, making his announcement redundant as it had already become evening news. The cuisine at Heaven and Earth remained as delectable as ever, and Pan Wan finally fulfilled a long-held dream, ordering an extravagant feast that cost Su Qing several tens of thousands of dollars. However, for him, spending any amount was worthwhile as long as he could share the experience with Lu Yinxue. During the meal, Su Qing produced a small brocade box, gently placing it in Lu Yinxue's hand, and smiled. "This gift is something I crafted myself. I hope you like it." Lu Yinxue beamed and opened the box, her eyes sparkling with unexpected delight. "A ring? You made a ring for me?" Meanwhile, Pan Wan, who was busy indulging in the feast, caught sight of the contents of the brocade box and exclaimed, "Are you proposing? Seriously, proposing at the dinner table? That's utterly devoid of romance. At the very least, you should have hidden the ring in a drink or soup for a touch of flair." Beside them, Tang Bin vigorously nodded in agreement, adding, "You could have at least placed the ring inside a golden egg. Let her discover it while eating. That would have been somewhat charming." Their banter left Su Qing feeling flustered, overwhelmed with a sense of inadequacy as he stole a glance at Lu Yinxue, only to find her blushing and silent. This only added to his frustration. He lamented his limited time spent learning the art of carving, as aside from the ring's face, he had little else worthy to present. "I have no ulterior motives. With my current skill in jade carving, this ring is the only thing I can confidently showcase. The rest is simply abysmal," Su Qing confessed regarding the ring's purpose. To his astonishment, Pan Wan exclaimed again, "Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you can also carve jade? Can you cook?" "I can cook. But whether it's delicious depends on personal taste," Su Qing naturally admitted, though he felt a twinge of confusion. In his view, it seemed only normal for everyone to possess basic culinary skills. Those who did not were simply lazy. Pan Wan exaggeratedly patted her chest and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Xiao Shui, you've struck gold. Hurry and put on the ring to accept his proposal. You must realize that men with martial prowess, a unique skill, and culinary talent are becoming nearly extinct. Congratulations on finding one." Lu Yinxue smiled faintly, casually slipping the ring onto her finger, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in her eyes. As they stepped out of the entrance of Tianshang Renjian, 5 military jeeps sped towards them, blocking their path. With a loud bang, the car doors flung open, and a group of armed soldiers descended. The officer leading them was none other than Guo Huaigong, whom Lu Yinxue had encountered at the Longquan Mountain Sanatorium, her small uncle. The 2 soldiers, who had been knocked unconscious and stuffed into the vehicle, stood beside Guo Huaigong, their eyes warily fixed on Su Qing, hands poised over their holstered weapons, ready to draw at the slightest hint of trouble. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, holding onto Lu Yinxue's hand without letting go. His piercing gaze locked onto Guo Huaigong's. Their eyes met, neither party exhibiting the slightest sign of fear. Guo Huaigong regarded Su Qing with interest, exchanging glances for a moment before a smirk appeared on his lips. "So you are the one who incapacitated my men?" His smile faded as he spoke in a somber tone. "If you're considering that, surely you do not naively believe you can take on everyone here?" Su Qing replied with a calm grin. "Without firearms, I would not fear even 10 times your number. I would still knock them out and stuff them into the car." Guo Huaigong looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. "You're quite cocky, young man. However, from my perspective, you are overestimating your capabilities." He had brought along 12 elite special forces operatives, any one of whom would surpass the 2 dispatched to protect Lu Yinxue, with several even more formidable. It was true that the young man before him possessed martial arts skills, yet it was hardly feasible for him to face 14 seasoned soldiers. Leaning casually, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, Su Qing addressed the officer. "You think I'm arrogant? How about we make a wager?" Guo Huaigong arched an eyebrow, retorting, "On what grounds would you wager with me?" This question momentarily left Su Qing at a loss. A bet requires stakes. But what could he offer that would entice the other party? With a dozen guns at hand, they could easily take Lu Yinxue away and pin a false charge of assault on him, leading to years in prison. What would he do then? In a flash of inspiration, Su Qing rummaged through his wallet and produced a red book, raising it triumphantly. "With this, I still have the right to place a bet with you." He tossed the red book towards Guo Huaigong, who was positioned about 5 meters away. Su Qing subtly infused a trace of righteous energy into the book, which flew directly into Guo Huaigong's hands. Upon catching it, Guo Huaigong frowned slightly as he felt a tingling sensation in his fingers. Scanning the cover of the red book, Guo Huaigong's expression shifted as he flipped through a few pages. Closing it, he looked back at Su Qing, then turned to retrieve his phone, dialing the number inscribed within the book. The call connected swiftly, and after a brief, hushed conversation, he turned to Su Qing and said, "Young man, what is the passcode?" Su Qing hesitated for a moment before promptly replying, "Wang Tiangang." Guo Huaigong exchanged a few words on the phone before slipping it into his pocket. He turned and strode a few steps toward them, his face as cold as ice, inquiring, "What is Wang Tiangang to you?" Su Qing replied proudly, "He is my master." Without further ado, Guo Huaigong flung the notebook in his hand towards Su Qing. Just as Su Qing reached out to catch it, Guo swiftly drew his pistol and aimed it at him. Reacting without a moment's thought, Su Qing executed a sweeping motion with his palm. The righteous energy surged forth, disarming Guo's gun, which flew from his hand. Su Qing caught the notebook and regarded Guo warily. Suddenly, a chorus of 14 soldiers aimed their weapons at Su Qing. Lu Yinxue, in a fit of urgency, stepped forward to shield Su Qing, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are going too far." Guo Huaigong rubbed his nose, bent down to retrieve the fallen pistol, and pulled the trigger at Lu Yinxue, producing 2 clicks of empty chambers. Lu Yinxue turned to Su Qing and winked, saying, "Uncle's gun is never loaded. I've known that since I was little." Su Qing, tucking the notebook away, chuckled wryly, "You nearly scared the life out of me. We can't play like that." Chapter 106, Sparring at Flying Eagle. Guo Huaigong took out his mobile phone, grinning, "This kid is impressive." From 2 meters away, he disarmed me with a mere sweep. I should recruit him into the special forces. Su Qing sensed he had been manipulated. The owner of the phone number in the notebook seemed to have an acquaintance with Lu Yinxue's uncle, their casual banter indicating a deep bond. After a few exchanges, Guo hung up and waved to the armed soldiers behind him. They all holstered their weapons and stood at attention with a snap. Su Qing stepped forward, firmly grasping Lu Yinxue's hand. He had just shared a meal with her, and he was unwilling to part ways. Guo Huaigong teased, "Young man, reluctant to let go? Why not enlist under my command for a few years? I'll see to it that Snowy becomes your bride." Su Qing instinctively asked if I join the army. "Will I get to see Shui every day?" Guo hesitated before shaking his head. "No." Su Qing's, "Do you think I have nothing better to do than join the army? I can pursue my studies and still be with Shui." Guo Huaigong was taken aback and urgently inquired, "How old are you?" Su Qing puffed out his chest and declared, "I'm almost 20. By this time next year, I'll be studying in the graduate department of Jiangxing University." Guo Huaigong looked at Lu Yinxue in astonishment, realizing that their niece had a penchant for younger men. This lad was a headstrong romantic, charging forth for love. Lu Yinxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a glare at Guo, saying, "Uncle, what kind of look is that? Do you believe I will ignore you from now on?" Su Qing, charmed by her playful demeanor, softened and after a moment's hesitation, reluctantly nodded. "All right, but in the future, we shall meet without anyone watching. Otherwise, I will retaliate." He cast a pointed glance at Guo Huaigong, now aware that the red booklet in his possession was indeed a formidable talisman. With such a powerful safeguard, he had little to fear from a few soldiers. Guo Huaigong felt quite vexed, pondering, "This brat truly has many quirks. I must instruct the soldiers escorting Shui to be cautious, lest they inadvertently fall victim to this young man's antics." Lu Yinxue rose on her toes and gently pecked Su Qing's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water, whispering, "Thank you for your gift." After speaking, she delicately withdrew her hand and walked towards the jeep. As Guo Huai waved his hand, all the soldiers in uniform swiftly entered the vehicle. The jeep's engine roared to life, and it sped away, leaving Su Qing in a daze, touching his cheek. Tang Guobin approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Your home is just a 10-minute walk from Jiang University. What are you so tangled up about? How about we find a place to spar later?" Pan Wan added, "In the future, if you want to meet Lu Yinxue, just give me a call. I'll handle the arrangements." Hearing the playful banter between the two, Su Qing's mood brightened considerably. With Pan Wan's assistance, meeting Lu Yinxue would indeed be effortless. What was there to be troubled about? "Sister Pan, I feel you are incredibly righteous. When you want to dine at the heaven and earth, remember to call me. Once I learn to drive, I'll take you out in the Phantom for some spicy hot pot." Su Qing flattered her, lifting her spirits high. Dan Gubin, eager to spar with Su Qing, felt that after mastering the art of the 18 falls, Aluo and Abeo were no longer his match. The absence of an opponent was the loneliest feeling. Today he was determined to drag Su Qing into a match, even if it meant enduring some punishment. Hearing Su Qing lavish praise on Pan Wan, Tang Guobin silently cursed, thinking this fellow was a classic case of prioritizing romantic interests over brotherhood. All notions of camaraderie faded in the presence of a girlfriend. Su Qing, holding his driver's license, was plagued with doubts. If he ventured out driving, would he become a road menace? It seemed imperative to learn driving as soon as possible. Though lacking enthusiasm for sparring, he was still fervently excited about learning to drive. A Beetle languishing in the garage was one thing, but witnessing a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom rusting away was a different matter entirely. The sensation was quite unbearable. It felt akin to a stunning beauty lying in bed, touchable, viewable, yet not accessible. An endlessly frustrating predicament. Once the Phantom was parked in the garage, they switched to the Beetle and drove to a karate dojo named Flying Eagle. The dojo's head, Chi Mingyu, a Korean, was an old acquaintance of Tang Guobin. Upon hearing that he wanted to borrow the space for a spar, he readily agreed. Tang Guobin's prowess in Jiangqing's karate scene was renowned, and he had garnered a fair amount of fame. News of Tang Guobin's sparring spread quickly throughout the dojo, and over 100 students paused their training to witness the encounter between karate masters. Even the head, Chi Mingyu, came to oversee the event personally, recognizing it as a rare opportunity for learning. The standout feature of the Flying Eagle dojo was a square ring of approximately 50 square meters, cushioned with 15 centimeters of soft mats, ensuring that even a fall wouldn't be too painful. It served as a training ground for karate students to hone their practical skills, and could also be rented for competitions, making it a unique establishment among its peers. Chapter 107, Sister-in-Law in Peril. Tang Guobin changed into a white training uniform, while Su Qing casually removed his shirt, draping it over the ropes, revealing a physique akin to iron, with 2 rows of abdominal muscles resembling chocolate bars, capturing everyone's attention. Just this appearance alone exuded an aura reminiscent of the Jingwu school. "Buddy, what you up to?" Tang Guobin curled his lip, pointing at Su Qing's well-defined pectoral muscles, and stated, "Let us make it clear from the outset. No Xinjiang palm, only the Zhan E18 falls." Having witnessed the miraculous power of Xinjiang palm firsthand, he had no desire to be incapacitated before even getting close. As for the Zhan E18 falls, he was confident that he had invested tenfold the effort compared to Su Qing, and there was no chance he would be defeated. Su Qing extended 2 fingers and beckoned him, saying, "Enough chatter, let us get on with it." With a steely gaze, Tang Guobin stomped his feet onto the platform, propelling himself forward, his palms arcing like hooks towards Su Qing's shoulders, while simultaneously launching 2 kicks aimed at his chest. Even before his hands and feet reached their target, a gust of wind heralded his attack. Sensing the ferocity of his approach, Su Qing chose not to confront him head-on. Instead, he executed a swift slide step, leaping sideways. And leveraging the momentum, he extended his palm to grip Tang Guobin's shoulder, pressing down while simultaneously delivering a counterkick. Tang Guobin's combat experience far surpassed Su Qing's. With a thunderous roar, he descended, bending his legs to strike Su Qing's calf with a powerful knee, gaining an advantage from the force of his fall. A tremendous rotational force surged from his shoulder through his entire body, causing him to spin like a top. Just as he contemplated resistance, Su Qing seized his other shoulder, continuing the same rotating motion, switching grips and accelerating with each turn. "This is bad," Tang Guobin exclaimed as he stomped down fiercely, producing a resounding crack as he shattered both the soft mat and wooden floor beneath him. Yet, Su Qing's hand seemed to possess an adhesive quality, refusing to leave his shoulder. The prospect of halting had become a mere fantasy, and after spinning for a dozen rotations, he was violently flung away by an overwhelming inertia. With a dull thud, Tang Guobin found himself sprawled in a corner of the ring, his mind blank. He could not fathom how he, a practitioner of Zhan E18 falls himself, could be so swiftly and thoroughly defeated, the encounter lasting less than a minute. In terms of sheer strength, he was not inferior to Su Qing. However, with his meridians and acupoints fully connected, Su Qing's body resembled a well-synchronized water conduit, allowing qi to circulate effortlessly. When he subdued Tang Guobin, it was second nature for him to employ his internal strength, leaving the unfortunate young master with no opportunity for counteraction. Like a fish leaping from the water, Tang Guobin sprang to his feet, his expression somewhat grim. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked, "You're quite inconsiderate. At least let me showcase a few moves." With a look of frustration, He rolled his eyes and declared, "I'm done. I have no penchant for masochism." Su Qing donned his clothing retrieved from the ropes behind him and approached Tang Guobin, patting him on the shoulder. "Let us go. Find a place to teach me how to drive." The two departed the karate dojo and found an open square to commence their driving practice. It was undeniable that Tang Guobin had a knack for teaching. He began with the basics of starting the car, progressing to parking and maneuvers, providing detailed explanations of each part's function. Su Qing's exceptional learning ability allowed him to master the fundamental steps of driving in just 3 hours. The vehicle in question belonged to Su Qing, and Tang Guobin was more than happy to relinquish control, expressing that a car is merely a grand toy. One cannot truly learn without actively engaging with it. Those who own cars find it exceedingly easy to master driving. After 2 hours, Su Qing was already racing through the square, his movements becoming increasingly adept as he engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and turned the steering wheel. Repeating these actions, Su Qing exuded palpable excitement, and before they knew it, the two had lingered in the square until nightfall. Tang Guobin was astounded by the boundless energy of his companion. At this rate, Su Qing would soon be ready to hit the road. "All right, let us call it a day. We should refuel and then indulge in some barbecued skewers," he suggested. Tang Guobin clearly held a fondness for the renowned Si Mao barbecue stand, not to mention the potential for some altercations. This time, should a scuffle arise, there would be no need to summon a Luo or a Bao. The duo of Tang and Su would suffice. After refueling, they arrived at the Si Mao barbecue stand only to find it fully occupied. However, the owner, Si Mao, had a strong impression of Tang Guobin and quickly arranged for a borrowed set of tables and chairs from a neighboring stall, even granting them priority on their orders. The meal was delightful. It was somewhat disappointing that no troublemakers appeared. Tang Guobin, eager to release his pent-up frustration for being bested by Su Qing, could only channel his vexation into an insatiable appetite, voraciously devouring the food before him, leaving even Su Qing astonished at his ravenous display. Upon entering the hall, Han Shui was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Su Qing greeted her and prepared to ascend the stairs when Han Shui's voice called out behind him. Suddenly, he noticed 2 unread messages on his phone, one from Pan Wan and another, surprisingly, from Qin Bing at 8 o'clock, containing a mere few words: "Hurry to Roma Emperor." Feeling an ominous sense of urgency, Su Qing quickly dialed the number, only to find it unreachable. Panic set in as he shouted to Han Shui, "Do you know where Roma Emperor is?" Han Shui promptly replied, "The most famous nocturnal city in Jiangcheng, itself located on Beijing Street, right by the sign." With a steely gaze, Su Qing bolted out the door, racing to the garage, where he jumped into the Beetle and sped toward Beijing Street. On his first day of driving, he was too anxious to consider the consequences. Chapter 108. Compensation for Disruption. Fortunately, Beijing Street was not far from Huijing Garden. Half an hour later, the Beetle arrived at the entrance of Roma Emperor, only to discover that there were no available parking spaces, likely due to the establishment's thriving business. In a moment of desperation, Su Qing parked the car diagonally at the entrance and turned off the ignition as he exited. "Hey, you can't park here." A security guard in uniform approached, pointing at the Beetle. Just as he was about to speak further, Su Qing tossed several 100 yuan bills along with the car keys into his hands. "Please park it for me," Su Qing calmly instructed, stepping aside to allow the security guard to pass as he rushed inside. The guard, now holding the crisp bills, quickly counted them, his eyes narrowing in glee. 500 yuan. Not only was parking a possibility, but he would even wash the car for that amount. The first floor of the Roman Emperor features a restaurant and tea house, while the second floor houses a KTV. Su Qing swiftly scanned the first floor, failing to spot Qin Bing, and promptly ascended to the second floor. A gentleman resembling a waiter politely intercepted him, inquiring, "Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation for a private room?" Su Qing extracted 2 banknotes and a photograph from his wallet, presenting them and asking, "Have you seen the person in this photograph?" This old wallet, gifted by Qin Bing, contained her picture, which Su Qing casually pulled out for the waiter to identify. The waiter, with a smile, accepted the 2 banknotes and closely examined the photograph, stating, "This young lady is in room 168. I can escort you there." The waiter graciously led him to the door of a private room at the end of the corridor, then discreetly turned to leave. Su Qing's eyelids fluttered as the scene within the room ignited his fury. Inside were 5 men and 3 women, with Qin Bing reclining in the center of the sofa, flanked by 2 men who pressed down on her arms while forcefully pouring red wine into her mouth. One of these men, slender and delicate, was Zhou Junfeng, whom Su Qing had encountered at the Western restaurant. The other, a rotund, jowly fellow, was unfamiliar to him. Qin Bing appeared to have consumed a significant amount of alcohol. Her eyes glazed and feebly shaking her head in an attempt to escape the cup being thrust to her lips. Yet, her arms were firmly restrained by the two men, rendering her powerless to struggle. Even more despicable, the rotund man intermittently groped her, causing her immense embarrassment. Meanwhile, the three men and two women still singing showed no awareness of the unfolding scene, instead belting out their tunes with even greater vigor. With a roar of indignation, Su Qing delivered a powerful kick, shattering the door to the private room. He surged forward, seizing the jolly man's neck and flinging him backward. The man flew several meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Su Qing then grasped Zhou Juanfeng's left arm, twisting it sharply. A pained scream escaped Zhou as his arm went limp. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing twisted his right arm downwards, quickly rotating it back 180 degrees, resulting in a sickening crack that echoed in the room. Zhou Junfeng rolled his eyes back in agony, losing consciousness. The startled singers were momentarily dumbfounded by the sudden upheaval, their mouths agape, too still, clutching microphones. Their throats rattling, yet unable to produce coherent sounds. Su Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he advanced toward the trembling rotund man in the corner. Before he could utter a word, the man began pleading for his life. "Please don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you anything." Su Qing dismissed his words, stepping closer to twist the man's arm. With a sickening snap, the bones fractured and the man slumped unconscious. Su Qing then assisted Qin Bing down the stairs. Strangely, they encountered no one to impede their escape. The deafening music from the private room had masked all sounds, allowing the violent incident to remain unnoticed by the staff for the moment. As he stepped outside, the security guard enthusiastically handed him the car keys, saying, "Sir, your vehicle is parked in spot 18 to the left." After accepting the keys with a word of thanks, Su Qing assisted his sister-in-law towards the Beetle. Just as he opened the car door, a series of piercing sirens echoed from a distance, causing his back to tense momentarily before he placed Qin Bing in the back seat and started the engine, driving off swiftly. Su Qing realized that in a moment of impulse, he might have stirred up trouble once again. However, witnessing those two ruffians bully Qin Bing had ignited a blaze of fury within him, to the extent that thoughts of dispatching those two scoundrels crossed his mind. Breaking a few of their limbs would have been a mild retribution. As he regained his composure, he began to ponder how to address the repercussions of the incident. Although he had yet to uncover the identity of the individual associated with the number in the little notebook, his intuition suggested that it might aid him in resolving his current predicament. After a couple of beeps, the call connected, and a slightly magnetic male voice emerged, demanding password. Without hesitation, Su Qing replied, "Wang Tiangang." The man on the other end chuckled, "Huh? So you're indeed Wang, Lao's disciple." Since the other party could deduce his identity, Su Qing saw no reason to be coy and directly asked, "Yes, I need your assistance with something, if it's not too much trouble." The man seemed momentarily taken aback before responding, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Su Qing straightforwardly stated, "I just beat up two thugs who were harassing my sister-in-law. The police might come looking for me. Can you help me smooth this over?" The voice on the other end pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is your current level of cultivation? You are at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, correct?" Hearing himself referred to as being in the Yellow Realm irked Su Qing, who retorted, "That's not right. I broke through the Run and Do Meridians yesterday. I should be considered at the Mystic Realm now." The voice on the other end became animated. "You actually broke through the Run and Do Meridians?" Su Qing disdainfully scoffed. "Why would I lie to you? Just give me a straight answer. Will you help or not?" To his surprise, the other party fell silent for a while, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He muttered under his breath, "Great. Turns out this guy only handles payroll. Fine, I can always cover a bit of medical expenses." Chapter 109. Encountering a gunman again. Just as he was about to hang up, the man laughed, "Haha." At 10:45 tonight at the Roman Emperor Night City, in box number 168, two individuals were severely injured, one with bilateral compound fractures in both arms, and the other with a comminuted fracture in the right arm. Would you call that just a minor scuffle? It's enough for at least 3 years in prison. Su Qing's heart raced at this revelation, and he quickly responded, "Don't scare me. I can always pay for the damages. My master asked me to handle payroll as well, so that should suffice." Although he spoke with bravado, a gnawing uncertainty lingered within him. The fact that this individual could grasp the entire situation and the injuries of the two assailants within mere minutes was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The abilities of the person on the other end were beyond his imagination. After another stretch of silence, the voice finally spoke, "Su Qing, I can help you resolve this matter, but you must agree to one condition. Su Qing hesitated briefly before replying. Go ahead and tell me. The voice continued. I will be arriving in Jiangsheng tomorrow afternoon. You are to treat me to dinner. Su Qing was taken aback. Is that it? Just then, the call abruptly ended, leaving him with a puzzled expression as he pocketed his phone. He thought to himself, is it just a meal? I've treated them to abalone and shark fin before. The night passed in tranquil silence, as if nothing had transpired. Before dawn, a sudden knock on the door roused Su Qing from his slumber. Groggily, he rose to answer, only to find Qin Bing standing outside with a troubled expression. Sister-in-law, what time is it? Su Qing had believed the matter was resolved the previous night, confident that there would be no loose ends. The mention of a meal on the other end of the line was of no concern to him. After all, exchanging 3 arms for a meal seemed to him a profitable deal. Indeed, those 2 rascals deserve a lesson. Had he not rushed over last night, who knows what trouble might have ensued. Su Qing readily acknowledged the events of the previous night, feeling secure as he had someone backing him up. He thought, had he known, he would have broken both of those rascals' legs. A flicker of anger flashed in Qin Bing's eyes before it shifted to anxiety and panic. Even if they were in the wrong, you can't just act recklessly. I am wedded. Su Qing feigned yawn. Sister-in-law, you needn't fret. I won't even have to cover a band-aid for those 2 rascals. They were just unfortunate. Qin Bing looked at Su Qing, her expression a mixture of belief and doubt. Are you really sure there's nothing to worry about? Su Qing chuckled dismissively. If there was a problem, it would have arisen last night. Do you think I would have slept soundly until dawn? Only then did Qin Bing relax, her face showing a hint of remorse. We had planned a colleague gathering last night, but unexpectedly, I found myself teary-eyed midway through. Su Qing yawned again. Sister-in-law, I'd like to catch a bit more sleep. Qin Bing nodded. Go ahead. I'll wake you for breakfast later. With that, she left the room quietly. At 7 in the morning, Su Qing descended with his backpack. And at the breakfast table, neither he nor Qin Bing mentioned the previous night's events. He placed 2 sets of car keys before her. Sister-in-law, we have 2 cars in the garage. Feel free to choose either. Qin Bing had already seen the beetle the night before, but seeing both sets of keys together surprised her. Her eyes brightened. What is the other car? Su Qing teased. You'll have to check the garage to find out. I guarantee you one dare drive it to work. Qin Bing smiled slightly. Her curiosity piqued, and she decided it was worth a visit to the garage later. After breakfast, Su Qing rode his electric scooter to school. With 2 cars in the garage, he figured that even if Qin Bing was hesitant to drive the Phantom, she could manage with the Beetle. Upon arriving at school, he parked the electric scooter in a designated area managed by a retired teacher, who charged a modest fee of 1 yuan per day. The area also provided charging facilities for an additional 2 yuan, ensuring safety and convenience. The day passed in a flurry of intense and monotonous study, and soon it was time to leave. Just as he retrieved his vehicle and exited the school gates, his phone chimed loudly in his pocket, prompting him to pull over and answer. Su Qing, come to the unfinished building where you fought with Mao Zhulong last time. The baritone voice on the phone, laden with magnetism, sent shivers down Su Qing's spine. It was evident that the caller had done thorough research, knowing even the minutiae of his personal life, perhaps even the color of his undergarments. After hanging up, Su Qing leisurely rode his electric motorcycle towards the unfinished building, contemplating the identity of his mysterious interlocutor. Ultimately, he concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, the caller likely harbored no ill intentions. As for the secrets concealed within the enigmatic conversation, those would naturally be unveiled upon their meeting. With the assurance that someone tall would brace against the falling sky, and that a lost boat would simply drift, he dismissed any excessive worry as futile. Upon arriving at the location where he had previously dealt with the motorcycle gang, he found not a soul in sight. A cursory glance revealed only a forlorn stray dog, languidly sheltering beneath 2 collapsed concrete slabs, its tongue lolling out in a bid for coolness. As he prepared to dial a number on his phone, an unexpected call interrupted him. Noticing the caller ID, he answered immediately, the magnetic voice resonating once more. Go to the rooftop, the same building where you wrestled with Yishang last time. Beep. The call abruptly ended. Su Qing glanced up at the roof of the dilapidated structure, noticing a flicker of light, suggesting that the caller was observing him through some optical device. He raised his hand and nonchalantly gestured a middle finger towards the rooftop, then turned back to mount his motorcycle, proceeding directly to the base of the unfinished building. As he ascended the stairs, he deliberately thudded his footsteps, creating a resonant sound on the floorboards. With each level he climbed, he peered upward, utilizing his unique ability to see through the floors to ascertain the situation above. This was not mere theatrics. An instinctive sense of unease pricked at him. Though he could not precisely identify the source of his discomfort, Nevertheless, it was prudent to remain cautious. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others. In any initial encounter, regardless of who the other party might be, one must never let their guard down. Approaching the final floor before the rooftop, Su Qing maintained his vigilance, peering through the last floor's barrier, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Two men clad in black, armed with pistols, flanked the stairway, their silenced weapons aimed menacingly at the entrance, their expressions grave, as if poised to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of his emergence. Chapter 110. The Martial Spirit of Huaxia. Su Qing's mind raced. He was aware that there were two pathways leading to the rooftop. One was the stairway guarded by the two armed men, while the other was a longer corridor devoid of an elevator. Although he was uncertain of the armed men's intentions, charging headlong into danger was not an option. He instinctively opted for the elevator passage, silently sneaking up to the rooftop to discover what mischief the enigmatic figure was up to. Su Qing Bao Set, deliberately craning his neck and calling out, "Just a moment, I need to find a place to take care of a personal matter." The black-clad sentinels at the stairwell appeared taken aback by his unexpected declaration, turning in unison to glance behind them. Following their gaze, Su Qing shifted his own vision accordingly. Behind them stood a middle-aged man clad in casual attire, possessing a square face, thick and dark brows resembling swords, and piercing tiger-like eyes that emanated authority without anger. He cast a fleeting glance at the two, slightly lowered his chin, and as if receiving an unspoken command, the two armed men prepared to rush down the staircase. "No need to descend. I have already arrived." A teasing voice resonated from behind the middle-aged man. Turning around, Su Qing found himself greeted by a smiling face. "Huh. Truly the disciple of Master Wang. Your vigilance surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. I am genuinely impressed." The middle-aged man's demeanor softened abruptly, and he burst into hearty laughter. The two men in black behind him simultaneously stowed their weapons away. On such a sweltering day, they were inexplicably clad in long-sleeved, thick garments, revealing them as either foolish or concealing something. Su Qing's keen eyes swiftly scanned the trio before him, assessing the array of weapons they bore, and was somewhat taken aback to discover that the middle-aged man was the most heavily armed. He bore daggers strapped to his ankles and 3 handguns at his waist, 2 of which were of considerable caliber, along with a modified repeating crossbow secured to his back, an individual capable of lethal potency with the slightest movement. Su Qing pondered the absurdity of a peaceful era where one would burden themselves with such armaments. Did they not find it cumbersome? "Who are you?" Su Qing inquit wadili, his feet remaining firmly planted within the elevator passage, ready to leap into the corridor at the slightest hint of danger. Even a most skilled martial artist would be unwise to confront a walking arsenal that would be courting trouble unnecessarily. The middle-aged man appeared to anticipate Su Qing's question. With a smile, he replied, "Renbing, you may call me boss from now on." Su Qing retorted with a faint smile, "Doesn't my master also refer to you as boss?" Renbing visibly faltered, his expression becoming slightly awkward as he awkwardly chuckled. "Master Wang is a senior. How could I presume to be his boss?" Su Qing rolled his eyes. "Then how do you know I will call you boss in the future?" Renbing found conversing with this young man rather frustrating. It seemed he would need to exert more effort to recruit him. As Renbing contemplated, the two men in black behind him grew displeased, asserting in a low tone, "Boss, perhaps we should assess this young man's worth before proceeding. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can join our Huaxia martial spirit. Suking Frauen, Setating Ausestili. I never indicated a desire to join any martial spirit. Please refrain from coercing me." Renbing felt a surge of frustration, casting a discreet glance at his eager subordinates. The two men in black, their expressions stern, advanced towards Su Qing. "Back off." Su Qing swiftly brandished his phone, declaring, "If you come any closer, I will call the police." The two men in black remained unfazed, continuing to close the distance. Su Qing quickly shoved his phone into his pocket, extending his hands forward as he shouted, "The dragon soars with regret." The man in black narrowed his eyes, and instinctively, the two others glided 2 meters to either side. Yet they felt no gust of wind approaching. Before them, the young man pressed his palms tightly into fists, grinning oddly as he raised a middle finger. The tension mounted as both sides, unable to contain their anger, shouted and lunged at each other, their speed akin to 2 gales. Su Qing suddenly spread his fists apart, unleashing 2 waves of scorching energy that erupted from his palms. Thud! Each of the black-clad men received a powerful strike to their chests, letting out muffled grunts as they were propelled backward. Golden Crow salutes the mountain. Su Qing beamed a radiant smile. the 4 words spilling from his lips. The 2 black-clad men collapsed to the ground, and behind them, Ren Bing clapped his hands with a chuckle, exclaiming, "The Xinjiang palm truly lives up to its reputation. Old Wang has taught a commendable disciple." The 2 men lay motionless on the ground, gazing skyward, blood pooling from their mouths, clearly suffering significant injuries. Su Qing, with a nonchalant smile, approached and playfully kicked each of them on their behinds, taunting, "Stop pretending. With layers of skin cushioning your chests, you're still spitting blood. Might as well spit out the skin in your mouths. Are you saving it for chewing gum?" Just as he finished speaking, the corners of the 2 men's mouths curled into smiles as they opened their eyes. One of the bald men, with a sheepish grin, glanced at Ren Bing and said, "Boss, our acting was too poor. We were exposed immediately." Ren Bing's lips twitched as he remarked, "Not bad. We could at least win an Oscar for Best New Performance." The other short-haired man spat out an empty blood pouch with a rueful smile, saying, "This kid is too slick. Both our plans have gone to waste." Su Qing poked a finger at the man's chest and asked, "What plans? Care to share?" The short-haired man was about to speak when Ren Bing interrupted with a couple of coughs, raising his gaze to the blazing sun and suggesting, "Why not find a place to eat and chat? You still owe me a meal." To be honest, Su Qing was quite curious about what they referred to as the Huaxia martial spirit. He could at least guess that such an organization must be affiliated with the state. With the blood of Yin and Huang flowing through him, he felt no aversion to Ren Bing and the others. Yet joining such an organization warranted careful consideration. Su Qing nodded resolutely. "You choose the place, and I'll foot the bill." Upon hearing there was a meal involved, the eyes of the 2 black-clad men brightened instantly. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything since stepping off the plane and were already famished. Su Qing chuckled to himself, thinking that these fellows must have thoroughly investigated his background. Yet if they wanted him to join the Huaxia martial spirit, they would need to show some sincerity.